Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 1232 to Chapter 1286. On the shore, the soil was moist, the fresh smell of vegetation pervaded the air, the ancient trees were dancing, and the green mountains were charming. Setting foot here was like coming to another world, which made people feel relaxed and happy. The peaceful atmosphere made Lin Sun and the others completely relaxed. Looking back, they saw the skeleton boatman paddling slowly towards the depths of the lake. At the same time, a leisurely Taoist song sounded. The words couldn't be heard clearly, but there was a kind of boundless and unrestrained charm reverberating. It was like an immortal sailing away on a boat, singing aloud, unspeakably free and unfettered. Lin Sun and the others were all stunned. Who on earth was that skeleton boatman? How dangerous and strange the blood-red lake was, with great horror buried in it. But he paddled the boat on it, free and unrestrained like a legendary immortal. Ghost immortal? No one knew. In Lin Sun's view, as the black boat disappeared, the vast blood-red lake faded away bit by bit like a picture scroll. In the end, there was a vast fog. The black boat, the skeleton boatman, the blood-red lake, all disappeared. Only the vast fog remained. I'm afraid I'll never forget today's experience for the rest of my life. Xianxia murmured. Her starry eyes were in a trance, her face was beautiful, and her white clothes fluttered in the wind, picturesque. The others agreed with her. First, they entered a strange tunnel, where they saw the legendary hellfire of sin, bone and dark flower. Then, they entered a stone forest that looked like a ghost domain. Standing stone statues, like hundreds of ghosts, spread out a picture of hell. Then, they took the black boat and crossed the blood-red lake. When he recalled the scenes he'd witnessed during this trip, they were all grotesque, dazzling, and horrifying. Who could forget them? Come on, let's go and see what kind of good fortune is hidden here. Old Toad rubbed his hands and looked at the beautiful green mountain in the distance. Wasn't the strange and ominous experience all the way to seek good fortune? Now, Old Toad was sure that there must be a great fortune hidden in this pure land. Let's go. Lin Sun gathered his thoughts and led the others ahead. To their surprise, this place wasn't big, as if it was isolated from the world. But spiritual herbs and spiritual materials could be seen everywhere in the green forest. In a short period of time, they had found more than 10 king herbs. There were purple tortoise poria, white speckled jade flower, ghost eye nine-striped vine. All of them were king medicines that had gone extinct in the outside world a long time ago. They were extremely rare and precious, and each of them had their own unique uses. Moreover, it was peaceful and tranquil along the way, and there wasn't any danger at all. This place is definitely a great paradise that's been sealed. Perhaps we're the first group of cultivators to arrive here since the ancient times. Mo Tianhe was also excited. The world here is covered by a unique law. I can only sense a radius of 10 li. Apart from that, there is nothing else. Xianxia pondered for a moment. In my opinion, this should be a secret realm. Although it's not large, it's filled with incomparably rich fortunes. Lin Sun nodded in agreement. While they were talking, they had already passed through the forest and were heading towards the beautiful green mountain. This mountain was only 300 meters tall, but it was tranquil and beautiful. The spiritual qi in it was not only rich, but also contained an amazing breath of divinity. It was even richer than the Star Luo Mountain, the Flying Star Mountain, and the Mingsue Mountain that Lin Sun had seen in the distant fire realm. In the cracks of the rocks, there was a sparkling and holy luster flowing. Lin Sun grabbed a handful of soil, which was so full of vitality that he was moved. The road to the mountain wasn't rugged. Along the way, Lin Sun and the others picked up all kinds of spiritual materials, spiritual fruits, and spiritual herbs. Halfway up the mountain, each of them had harvested at least a dozen king herbs, as well as some other spiritual herbs. It was so rich, it was a treasure mountain. Old Toad was clamoring to move the mountain away, but he gave up after a little try. Although this mountain was only 300 meters tall, it was as tough as an ancient divine mountain. It was impossible to shake it, let alone move it away. Halfway up the mountain, their field of vision suddenly opened up, and a large stone plateau appeared. A lush forest of purple bamboos grew in it. They were all as thick as the mouth of a bull, and their leaves were purple as if they were polished from jade. As the wind blew, the shadows of the bamboos danced, and the bamboo leaves made a sound like a tide of thunder, but it wasn't harsh. Instead, it was indescribably graceful and ethereal. In the depths of the bamboo forest, a thatched cottage loomed. All of a sudden, Lin Sun and the others stopped and looked through the purple bamboo forest at the thatched cottage. Is someone living here? Old Toad was moved. Maybe this is the place where the owner of this secret realm lives. Lin Sun's black eyes brightened. Between his fingers, the copper ring was already slightly hot, producing a strong reaction, as if there was something in the grass hut that was summoning it. This made Lin Sun realize that they had come to the right place this time. Damn it, is this thunder sound purple bamboo? It's so big. When his attention shifted from the thatched cottage to the purple bamboo forest, Old Toad's eyes almost popped out, and he drooled. Thunder sound purple bamboo, Xianxia and Mo Tianhe couldn't help but gasp. In ancient times, there was a sage who evaluated the 4 great magic bamboos, and thunder sound purple bamboo was one of them. This bamboo took 1,000 years to take root, another 1,000 years to sprout, and every 1,000 years it would grow a segment. Every 9 segments, it would undergo a metamorphosis. After 9 metamorphoses, it would become a first-class magic material in the world. If it was used to refine an imperial weapon, it would be of the highest quality. But more importantly, thunder sound purple bamboo's greatest use was that it was one of the main materials for refining holy treasures. In the outside world, only ancient orthodoxies planted thunder sound purple bamboo, but there weren't many of them. As far as Xianxia knew, only the Dachinlin temple in the sacred hermitage had the most thunder sound purple bamboo, but there were only 9 of them, and they were enshrined as the most precious treasures of the sect. But now, there was a thunder sound purple bamboo forest in the middle of the Green Mountain. Lin Sun's heart swayed, and he couldn't stay calm. Thunder sound purple bamboo wasn't just a first-class magic material, its leaves were also rare spiritual medicine. Although it wasn't a king medicine, it had the magical effect of subduing inner demons, cleansing the Taoist heart, and exorcising evil. The owner of the thatched cottage is destined to be an extraordinary figure. Lin Sun and the others made a judgment at the same time. Let's go and have a look at the thatched cottage first. Lin Sun took a deep breath, restrained the impulse to collect thunder sound purple bamboo, and took the lead to walk into the bamboo forest. The others hurried to follow him. As soon as he stepped in, Lin Sun felt his field of vision change. The bamboo forest was still a bamboo forest, but he couldn't see the thatched cottage anymore. Looking around, he couldn't find the way out, an illusory formation. Lin Sun was shocked. As a grandmaster of spiritual tattoos, it was very unusual that he didn't sense the aura of the restriction at all. Be careful, everyone. I'll break the formation, and you follow closely. Speaking of this, Lin Sun's voice stopped abruptly. Looking back, he didn't know when Old Toad, Xianxia, and Mo Tianhe had disappeared. From beginning to end, he didn't notice it at all. All of a sudden, Lin Sun's whole body tightened, and his black eyes were full of solemnity. They had been careless. Before, they all thought this was a peaceful secret place, and they had collected many spiritual medicines and spiritual materials along the way, so they thought there was no threat here. Who would have thought that there was an unknown mystery hidden in this peaceful atmosphere? Lin Sun stood where he was and glanced around, his expression uncertain. The purple bamboos were dancing, and the bamboo leaves were swaying, making a tide-like sound of thunder, drifting in this part of the world like the sound of nature. Not only could they not find the way out, but even the sky was completely covered by dense purple bamboo leaves. Lin Sun took a deep breath, ran the wind-mocking eyes, and spread the power of his spiritual awareness to carefully observe and perceive. After a while, Lin Sun's mood became heavy. Even he couldn't see through the mystery of this place. It was conceivable that the prohibition covering the bamboo forest was absolutely beyond the scope of the understanding of a spiritual tattoo guru. After thinking about it, Lin Sun didn't dare to act rashly. He sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at the copper ring on his finger. Since entering the cave of God underworld, it was this thing that had produced obscure fluctuations along the way, which led him here. Moreover, when he was outside the bamboo forest just now, the copper ring was slightly hot, producing an obviously different strong feeling. But now, the copper ring fell into silence. What was going on? Was it just to lead him here and trap him here? Lin Sun frowned and thought. He gently rubbed the copper ring. After a long time, he made a decision and released his spiritual awareness to perceive the copper ring again. With his mastery of spiritual tattoos, it was possible to break through the dilemma in front of him, but he didn't know how long it would take. Because he needed time to rub it little by little. At present, he didn't know where Old Toad and others were trapped or whether they were in danger. Therefore, he must solve the dilemma in front of him in the shortest time possible to help Old Toad and others get out. Therefore, he could only focus on the copper ring. His divine sense was like a tentacle, slender and sensitive. It noiselessly surged into the copper ring, and just like before, he didn't discover anything unusual. This made Lin Sun feel a lot heavier. However, at the moment when he withdrew his spiritual awareness, he suddenly noticed that there was an imperceptible obscure luster flashing on the surface of the copper ring. Lin Sun's heart stirred. He forced himself to concentrate and poured his spiritual awareness into the copper ring again. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on the copper ring. Suddenly, the obscure luster emerged again, which was firmly captured by Lin Sun. However, the luster was fleeting and couldn't be seen clearly at all. Lin Sun was unwilling to give up. He gritted his teeth and tried again. This time, he ran his cultivation and poured his spiritual awareness into the copper ring. Sure enough, the obscure luster appeared again. Moreover, as Lin Sun's strength poured in, the obscure luster suddenly shone brightly, sprinkling a dazzling rain of light. The whole purple bamboo forest began to shake violently. The originally pleasant sound of thunder was now rumbling and shaking with soul-stirring power. At the same time, a vague illusory figure gradually outlined in the dazzling rain of light sprinkled from the copper ring. The purple bamboo swayed, and the thunder was like a tide. In the bright luster of the copper ring, a slender figure in a white dress was gradually outlined, ethereal and illusory. Lin Sun was stunned. Instantly. It was the headless figure in a blood-stained dress. However, at this moment, her dress was as clean as snow, without any blood stains. Although the figure was illusory and blurred, her hair was still flowing like a waterfall, and her head was still there. Lin Sun was shocked, and finally dared to conclude that the copper ring silently entangled in his hair must be from this woman. Who was she? With the appearance of the woman, the violently shaking purple bamboo forest was silent, and the thunder was rising, ethereal and holy. Come with me. Her voice was like a clear flute, ethereal and clear. Then, she walked forward. Subconsciously, Lin Sun got up, suppressed all kinds of doubts in his heart, and followed her closely. Soon, the thatched cottage appeared, surrounded by wisteria and luxuriant flowers and trees, with a fresh and auspicious atmosphere. The woman stood in front of the cottage, silent for a long time, and sighed faintly, "Please sit down." In front of the cottage, there was a square stone table and 2 stone chairs. The woman sat down casually. Her figure was still illusory, ethereal and holy, so that people could not see her face clearly. Lin Sun took the order and sat down, and finally couldn't help asking, "Senior, may I ask?" The woman interrupted, "I'm just a broken imprint of will, so you don't need to call me senior, not to mention." Speaking of this, she was silent for a moment, and then said, "Since you have the gate to heaven, you are one of us, and you can call me fellow practitioner." The gate to heaven. Lin Sun was shocked, and a storm was set off in his heart. It was the first time that his gate to heaven was seen through by someone since he started his cultivation. "Why did you guide me here?" Lin Sun took a deep breath and asked. The woman in front of him was very unusual. Although she was just an imprint of will, she could see through the gate to heaven in his sea of consciousness. How could her origin be simple? Because of an unfulfilled wish, I stood guard here. Countless years have already passed. Now that the great era has arrived, I should also leave. The woman waved her sleeve, and a purple bamboo teapot and 2 purple bamboo cups appeared on the stone table. She picked up the teapot and tilted it, causing a strand of sparkling, translucent, and boiling hot purple-colored tea to flow out, and it emitted a refreshing fragrance that caused one's soul to feel intoxicated. With just a sniff, Lin Sun felt refreshed, his mind was clear, and all distractions were gone. He couldn't help but be moved. "It's my good fortune to be able to see you before I leave. I'd like to drink tea with you." The woman raised a purple bamboo cup and motioned to Lin Sun. Lin Sun raised his cup and drank with her. As the tea went down his throat, he felt the sweet fragrance spread all over his body, making him feel like he was floating in the air. Good tea. Lin Sun's black eyes brightened. Since he was already here, he would take things as they came. At this moment, he was completely relaxed and was not in a hurry to ask about his doubts. The woman put down the teacup and said, "Fellow cultivator, you're bound by many karma chains. Have you ever thought about leaving the realm of ancient desolation one day?" Lin Sun shook his head. He was bound by many karma chains indeed, so he had never considered leaving the realm of ancient desolation at present. The world is extremely dazzling and carries the karmic luck of the ages, but there's a time when it reaches its peak and declines in the end. Once fellow Taoist leaves the region of absolute peaks, you'll naturally understand that even if you step foot into the saint realm, if you don't escape the confinement, then your path of cultivation will definitely be severed here. The woman's voice was calm and ethereal. However, it's not the right time for you to think about this. Lin Sun's heart was in turmoil. He didn't know why the woman said this to him, but he realized a problem from her words. After entering the sage realm, if he didn't jump out of the realm of ancient desolation, he was doomed to be unable to continue his cultivation. Thinking of this, Lin Sun thought of Chen Linkong, the burning immortal. At that time, Chen Linkong led 108 gods to conquer the heavens, and then left his inheritance in the realm of burning immortals, so that the inheritance would not be lost after he left. In this case, did Chen Linkong also realize that if he didn't leave, his cultivation would be cut off in the realm of ancient desolation? "My fellow practitioner, after jumping out of the confinement, will we go to the starry sky ancient path?" Lin Sun asked. The woman nodded, yes. Lin Sun understood. He even had a bold idea that the realm of absolute peak was left by those strong practitioners who left the realm of ancient desolation in the ancient times. Perhaps their purpose was the same as that of Chen Linkong, to make the inheritance last forever and pass it on. Why were there so many opportunities and fortunes in the 3,000 worlds and the upper 9 realms? The answer was simple. Most of the great fortunes were left by those unparalleled strong practitioners who were qualified to set foot on the starry sky ancient path. Will it be impossible to come back after leaving? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. The woman shook her head and said, maybe, but it's doomed to be slim. Lin Sun was more and more sure of his speculation. Strong practitioners like Chen Linkong must have realized that it was very likely that they couldn't come back after leaving, so they left their inheritance. This was the fundamental reason. Immediately, Lin Sun got rid of the distracting thoughts. These things were too far away from him. Even if he knew more, it wouldn't make much sense. Lin Sun asked directly, Taoism pure, my friends, they all have their own fortunes. As for how much they can get, it all depends on their own ability. You don't have to worry about them. With that, the woman pointed to the purple bamboo forest and said, there are 3,000 purple bamboos, and each one is a fortune. There are ancient secret methods, cultivation experience, and inheritance. Lin Sun gasped. Only now did he realize that he, Old Toad and others had far underestimated the value of this purple bamboo forest. He'd originally thought that it was only a top-rate divine material in the heavens and the earth, yet never had he imagined that every single violet bamboo actually contained great fortune. This was incredible. Taoism pure, are you also very tempted? The woman asked. Lin Sun nodded. Who wouldn't be tempted in the face of such a fortune among the practitioners in the world? The woman said, let me ask you, what do you think of the Tao and method you have mastered? Lin Sun was stunned, and then said calmly, different from the world, different from the others. I follow the methods of the ancients and walk on my own path. The woman nodded and asked again, in this case, do you have the confidence to surpass the ancients and walk on an unprecedented road? Lin Sun didn't dare to answer this question. He had just set foot on the peak of the King realm. How dare he underestimate the wisdom of the ancients? I may not be sure now, but I won't be sure in the future. Lin Sun took a deep breath and said firmly. The woman stood up and pointed to the 3,000 purple bamboos in the distance, saying, in those days, there was someone like you who wanted to be a pioneer on the road of Tao. So he suppressed the inheritance of the 3,000 purple bamboos with his own Tao. Who? Lin Sun was shocked. Then, he suddenly understood and looked at the woman in front of him, saying, it turns out to be you, Taoism pure. No wonder she called him kindred spirit and treated him as an equal. It turned out that the woman in front of him was also seeking an unprecedented Tao like him. However, she was obviously an ancient person and had never set foot on the King realm. But Lin Sun was sure that she must be an earth-shattering big shot. The woman didn't deny Lin Sun's guess, but said, "If you can do it, I will use my Tao and Dharma to have a look with you." Hearing this, Lin Sun was immediately moved. What did this mean? As long as he could suppress the inheritance of the 3,000 purple bamboos, he could understand and comprehend the Tao and Dharma of this woman. This was undoubtedly a great fortune that could only be encountered by chance, and it would be of immeasurable benefit to his future cultivation. Follow the ways of the ancients and follow his own Tao. If he could understand the Tao and Dharma of another peer, it could be imagined how great the harvest would be. "Would you like to have a try?" the woman asked. Now, Lin Sun finally understood that the Taoism peer in the woman's words was recognition of his Tao and could be regarded as a kindred spirit, not just a title of seniority. These two words had a different meaning for Lin Sun. Because this was the only kindred spirit he had met so far in his cultivation. Okay. How could Lin Sun refuse? He immediately stood up and walked towards the purple bamboo forest without hesitation. The woman waved her sleeve. In an instant, in Lin Sun's vision, the purple bamboo forest suddenly changed, and each purple bamboo had a completely different kind of power and breath. They were like numerous peerless experts that stood towering there. Every single one of them had their own Tao and techniques, and they possessed extraordinary bearings and extraordinary postures. They were like 3,000 unrivaled heroes from different eras, shining with a brilliant light that illuminated the ages. Lin Sun took a deep breath, his mind clear and his black eyes firm. He had an invincible belief in his own Tao. Boom! Suddenly, the purple bamboo closest to Lin Sun shook and turned into a tall, illusory, and vague middle-aged figure. "My Tao is invincible in the world. Do you dare to discuss Tao with me?" The voice was heroic and sonorous, revealing an indescribable spirit. Lin Sun was ethereal and flowing with Tao light. He cupped his hands and said, "I would like to have a try." Discussing Tao and deducing Tao and Dharma could show the level of the Tao. In short, it was a fight. "Please." The middle-aged figure was like a rainbow, roaring proudly in the universe. As he rushed forward, endless Tao light flowed and spread like a tide. In his palm, a bronze spear broke out, accompanied by a fierce and unparalleled spirit of killing. It was invincible and domineering. Lin Sun looked neither sad nor happy. He didn't dodge, but took the initiative to face it head-on. Boom! The battle broke out like the collision of two blazing suns. As the saying goes, there can't be two suns in the sky. This was a battle of Tao. How could he show mercy? Although the opponent was strong, Lin Sun was also invincible. In the distance, the woman sat down again, picked up the purple bamboo teapot, filled a cup for herself, and sipped the tea gently. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Sun all the time. From the first sight of Lin Sun, she knew that he was a kindred spirit. Moreover, he was luckier than her and set foot on the unprecedented king realm. And this was the only regret in her heart that couldn't be made up. Bang! The spear collided with the fist energy, producing a thunderous roar and splashing divine light. Lin Sun continued to attack with the Swanee seal. The middle-aged figure let out a long roar and brandished his spear in the air. The fierce murderous spirit even broke the clouds. This was a battle of Tao. Both Lin Sun and his opponent were demonstrating their own Tao. But in a moment, the middle-aged figure was suppressed and admitted defeat. He put away his spear and cupped one hand in the other before his chest. "I'm far inferior to you in the battle of Tao." Lin Sun also cupped one hand in the other before his chest. "Thank you." Clatter! The middle-aged figure disappeared. On the other hand, a strand of enlightenment arose in Lin Sun's heart. Although his opponent was defeated, it allowed him to witness the so-called power to fight the heavens. This was a display of martial arts power to the extreme, and it benefited him greatly. "Let me fight with you." The purple bamboo swayed, and a petite and delicate figure appeared. She said, "I practice the art of illusion and pursue the art of illusion. Please enlighten me." Lin Sun was shocked and said, "Please." The battle broke out. In an instant, a magnificent rain of light swept out. Lin Sun's vision changed and he appeared in the mine prison where he was when he was a child. In the dim room, Master Lu was inscribing spiritual tattoos. When he looked up and saw Lin Sun, he shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Lin Sun walked to the corner silently. There was an old wooden table and a short stool. The wooden table was covered with beast skin, and there was a spirit rune brush with a bald tip. For as long as he could remember, this was the place where he learned the Tao of spirit runes. It had accompanied him since he was young. Sitting on the stool, Lin Sun looked up at Master Lu's back in a trance. "How dare you be lazy?" Master Lu suddenly stood up and scolded Lin Sun angrily. He had always been hot-tempered. "Master Lu, how nice it would be if you were still here." Lin Sun sighed softly and walked out of the room. Behind him, Master Lu was scolding him for being lazy and disobedient. Although his words were crude, they were full of concern. When he was a child, Lin Sun was angry about this. But when he grew up, he realized that it was Master Lu's strict discipline that enabled him to have today's achievements in spiritual tattoos. Unfortunately, Lin Sun knew it was all an illusion. Pushing open the door, all that greeted him was a vast expanse of darkness. Boom, with the roar of Lin Sun's chi, the scenes in front of him collapsed and disappeared like paper. However, when Lin Sun looked around, he found himself in Feiyun village and saw the village head and the villagers. An illusion within an illusion, a trace of admiration flashed through Lin Sun's black eyes, but all this was still not a problem for him. His state of mind was as firm as a blade and a sword that could cut through the sun, moon, ghosts, and gods. But to Lin Sun's surprise, in the following days, he appeared in the Forbidden City, Lin family, Green Deer School. Later on, there were many new experiences. There was the scene after he left the purple bamboo forest, as well as, every illusion was so real. Similarly, after each illusion was destroyed, a new one would appear. It was as if he could no longer return to the real world. If it was any other cultivator, that cultivator would have probably been lost within it a long time ago, because this illusion was like a real world, everything that one experienced in it was so real. As long as there was the slightest flaw in one's mental state, one would be lost, unable to tell whether everything before one's eyes was a dream or reality. "Break!" Lin Sun shouted loudly in his heart. Boom, all the illusions were like shattered glass, never to be seen again. At the same time, the petite illusory figure cupped her hands and said, "Your heart is as bright as the sun, which can illuminate the universe. I am not as good as you." Lin Sun also cupped his hands and said, "Thank you." Whoosh, the purple bamboo swayed, and a thin figure of a man swept out, saying, "I have a sword that can cut all the demons and monsters in the world. I would like to have a fight with you." "Please." The battle broke out again. In the following time, Lin Sun passed all the difficulties and was invincible. His opponents included heroes with matchless combat power, spiritual cultivators who were proficient in illusions, and practitioners who had a physique as strong as dragons and elephants. All of them were brilliant and outstanding, and all of them could be the best for a period of time. Their Taoist paths and Taoist techniques were varied and unique, and it allowed Lin Sun to benefit greatly and comprehend a great deal. In such a battle, he completely forgot himself. As he comprehended more and more, his understanding of the martial Tao and his understanding of his own Tao were undergoing a metamorphosis. Among three people, there must be a teacher. Perhaps his opponent was no match for him, but his advantage in a certain aspect was enough for him to learn from. Time flew by. Lin Sun was still fighting, carrying out a different kind of discussion. His opponents were all strong people who had led the way in the past years and had great achievements in a certain field. And he fought against them with his own Tao and methods and broke them by force. The 100th game. The 200th game. The 300th game. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun didn't feel tired at all. Rather than a battle, it would be more accurate to say that he was exchanging pointers and communicating with his peers from ancient times. All kinds of wonderful methods and paths bloomed like brilliant fireworks, which amazed Lin Sun. Then he silently remembered and absorbed them, turning them into his own understanding. In front of the hut, the woman had drunk the 4th cup of tea with a leisurely manner. She saw every battle in her eyes. The 1900th game. Boom, after defeating his opponent, an amazing momentum suddenly emerged around Lin Sun. The 9 strikes of shaking heaven had been thoroughly integrated. Since then, every punch he made had the power to shake the world. He didn't need to stick to the moves, just like a heavenly steed flying in the sky. This method had been deduced to the extreme by Lin Sun. Strictly speaking, the 9 strikes of shaking heaven used by Lin Sun at this moment was completely different from the original meaning. Because this punching method integrated all kinds of Lin Sun's understanding of martial arts and completely became his own method of martial arts. At first, it was get its meaning and forget its form. But now, it was get its true meaning and exchange it with my own. It was like there is law turned into no law and finally became my law. My law was my heaven. Even if others could see the mystery, it was difficult for them to learn a little bit. Good. In front of the hut, the woman praised in her heart. She could see that Lin Sun's understanding of martial arts had risen to a new level and he began to pursue the road of my law. The 2300th game. The breakthrough of the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon was thoroughly integrated. This method and the way of the real dragon complemented each other. Now, with Lin Sun's deduction, every word of Calamity had the meaning of the real dragon, whether it was Bing Wu, Bian, Baxia, Chao Feng, Bian, Qionyou, Pu Lao, Yazi, or Fu Shi. They all began to shed the dragon. The dragon had 9 sons, each different. Now, Bing Wu and the other 9 sons began to return to their ancestors and began to degenerate into dragons. He has mastered the core meaning of the unique skill of the real dragon. The woman was amazed. The 2700th game. The profound meaning of impermanence cut had broken through to the level of impermanence cut. In the past, Lin Sun only mastered a trace of the true meaning of impermanence cut, which was used as a trump card. But now, impermanence cut broke through again. Its power was so great that only instant of spring and autumn under the impartation of extreme could compare with it. That was to say, if impermanence cut was used with extreme, its power would be far greater than the first move of the void-breaking finger of Dian. He does have a lot of karma, the woman thought. She could see that the impartation of the 6 cuts of heavenly yuan had a great connection with the gate to heaven. Similarly, the broken blade itself was a karma. This was what attracted the woman's attention. The 2900th game. The power of instant of spring and autumn broke through to a higher level, from the initial level to the initial level. As soon as he pointed it out, he seemed to be in charge of the general trend of all ages and reversed the universe. At this time, the woman drank the 9th cup of tea. She shook the purple bamboo teapot and silently calculated in her heart. There wasn't much time left, the 3000th game. When he defeated his opponent, Lin Sun stood there. His mind relaxed from the extremely pure fighting state and fell into a trance. All kinds of comprehensions and experiences came to his mind like a tide. Boom, at this moment, his cultivation advanced to the late stage of the king realm, and the momentum he exuded also rose a lot. Is this the king of extinction realm? The woman murmured and sighed in her heart. Since ancient times, how many powerful people had regrets because of this realm. When Lin Sun was completely sober, he glowed with a kind of unearthly and ethereal temperament, like a sword that had just been tempered in the furnace, clear and clean. At this time, the purple bamboo teapot in the woman's hand was completely empty. She got up and looked at Lin Sun, saying, I have cultivated for 3,000 years. Before I left, I traveled alone in the world and killed countless enemies. Among my peers, no one can compare with me. I have learned thousands of Taoist incantations and methods. But later, I only left one sword move, which is called no return. Her voice was plain, but it had a peerless demeanor, especially the last sentence, which made Lin Sun's countenance change. Only one sword move was left, and there was no return? Taoist peer, please watch with me. Lin Sun took a deep breath and cupped his hands. The woman nodded. In an instant, her aura suddenly became extremely sharp, like a sword buried for thousands of years. Even though it was silent, its sharpness had never been eroded. A white and slender palm stretched out, and her fingers were like a sword, cutting in the void. It was so casual, without a trace of worldly aura. But Lin Sun was stiff all over, and then cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. Later, his mind began to tremble, and his soul also tingled. His whole body was as tense as a big bow. In his vision, a sword chi appeared, which filled the universe and cut through the latitude and longitude, with indescribable meaning. It seemed to be filled with endless mysteries, yet it also gave off a simple feeling of returning to one's natural state. Its sharpness was unparalleled and unrestrained. Its momentum was unparalleled, and ghosts and gods were scared away. This kind of sword chi was simply unheard of. Although it hadn't been cut out, it had made Lin Sun feel small and suffocated, and his mind was completely shocked. This sword was called no return. Lin Sun was sure that if this sword cut down, he would have no chance to escape. This sword contains the embodiment of my cultivation. Now I give it to you. One day, if you go to the ancient way of starry sky, I hope to meet you. A clear voice like that of a flute sounded. The woman raised her hand and the copper ring fell into her palm. Then, she put the sword chi into the copper ring and gave it to Linson again. Thank you, fellow practitioner. Linson woke up from the shock and received it solemnly. The woman seemed to laugh soundlessly. Back then, fellow Taoists like you and I had already left to search for the ancient path of the starry sky. We wanted to find a way out for the people of the future. Now that my wish has been fulfilled, it's time for me to leave. It suddenly dawned on Lin that the reason the woman was waiting here was to leave this sword style, no return. Before I leave, I might as well tell you that a fierce battle broke out in this absolute domain. Our opponents came from the other 8 domains. But in the end, they were defeated, and we preserved the inheritance. The woman's voice was low. This is the opportunity that countless ancestors paid with their blood for, so that one day, our ancient desolation domain can rise again and not be suppressed by the other 8 domains. I hope you can also have such a mind. The woman's figure suddenly became blurred. Fellow practitioner, why did you appear as a headless body before? Linson asked. This was what he was most concerned about. When I was fighting with the strong practitioners of the other 8 domains, it was taken away by someone. Such a shame, I will get it back in the future. And, don't forget, my name is Wu Yang. The woman's voice also became blurred and finally disappeared. The thatched cottage was still there. In the distance, the thunder in the purple bamboo forest was like a tide, but there was no trace of the woman. Linson knew that it was a strand of remnant will imprint left by Wu Yang. Now the knot in his heart had been solved and gone with the wind. Few after a long time, Linson let out a long breath of turbid air. Thinking of what he had experienced before, his heart was inexplicably a little complicated. They met once, but Wu Yang gave him the copper ring and guided him into the cave of divine underworld, through the weird cave path, through the evil ghost stone forest, and across the blood lake to arrive here. All of this was to leave this sword move no return. Linson unconsciously rubbed the copper ring in his hand, took a deep breath, and looked at the purple bamboo forest in the distance. Hey, Brother Lin, you are the first to come out. Mo Tianhe staggered out. When he saw Lin, he couldn't help but be surprised. But soon, he said excitedly, Brother Lin, what opportunity did you get this time? After defeating some opponents, my strength has increased by quite a bit. What about Brother Mo? Linson said casually. He could see the joy between Mo Tianhe's eyebrows. Obviously, Mo Tianhe had obtained a great fortune in the purple bamboo forest. I'm different from you. I obtained an ancient ultimate technique, and its might is boundless. It even makes me gasp in amazement. Mo return of the sect of Lin. Heaven Lin of Lin to say to Lin to of mountain of Sun. Of the Mo you've come out. At this time, Xianxia also walked out. She was dressed in snow-white clothes. She was as beautiful as a painting. She was like a fairy. Mo Tianhe couldn't help being dazzled by her charm. Linson nodded. Mo Tianhe asked, Junior Sister Ji, what kind of opportunity did you get? Xianxia said indifferently, a book of cultivation experience left by a predecessor. It's very good and will be of great help to my future cultivation. Although her words were calm, Linson could still see that Xianxia was in a good mood. Obviously, she was very satisfied with the opportunity. While the three were talking, there was a burst of angry cursing in the purple bamboo forest. Then, the old toad ran out as if his boat was on fire, looking very embarrassed. Damn it! You just wanted to cut down a bamboo. Why did you strike me with lightning? The old toad was scorched and dusty, which made people laugh. Obviously, he intended to collect the thunder purple bamboo, but he was struck by lightning instead. Can't this bamboo be collected? Mo Tianhe asked. The thunder purple bamboo was one of the 4 great magic bamboos in the world, and it had endless magical uses. As long as it's not afraid of being struck by lightning, it's fine. The old toad rolled its eyes and encouraged Mo Tianhe, why don't you try? In my opinion, you can definitely do it. Although he knew the old toad was up to no good, Mo Tianhe still couldn't help it. He didn't believe that he would be reduced to the old toad's level with his ability. A moment later, Mo Tianhe's miserable howl came from the purple bamboo forest. Then, he ran out holding his head like a rat, his hair standing on end, and his hands and feet twitching from time to time. The old toad suddenly covered its belly and burst into laughter. Mo Tianhe deserved to be struck by lightning because he didn't believe it. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Fairy Ji, why don't you have a try?" There was no way Xianxia would be fooled. Although the opportunity was good, the old toad and Mo Tianhe had been struck to such a state. She naturally knew that the thunder note purple bamboo wasn't that easy to obtain. Lin Sun was a little hesitant. The thunder purple bamboo was extremely valuable and even more precious than the king medicine. It would be a pity if she couldn't take it away. "Let me try." Lin Sun stepped forward. The old toad hurriedly advised, "You'd better come back. Once you take action, you'll be besieged by all the thunder purple bamboos. Not everyone can withstand that power." Mo Tianhe also thought so. However, the next scene almost caused their eyeballs to pop out of their sockets. As Lin Sun waved his sleeves, a thunder purple bamboo was easily uprooted. He couldn't help but look back in confusion, saying, "It's just SOSO." This, the old toad and Mo Tianhe were dumbfounded. They had almost been killed by the lightning just now. Who would have thought that the tables would turn when it was Lin Sun's turn? Clatter. The thunder purple bamboo that had been uprooted was originally 300 meters long, but as it was put away, it immediately began to shrink until it was only 1 foot long and as thick as a child's arm. Surrounded by purple chi, it was crystal clear and incomparably magnificent. This was a magic material. Although it was only 1 foot long, its value was enough to make a saint envious. "Let me try again." "Me too." The old toad and Mo Tianhe couldn't bear it anymore. Gritting their teeth, they took action again with a look of disbelief. Even Xianxia was a little tempted. But soon, the two of them were convulsed by the lightning and smoke came out of their mouths and noses. They both wanted to cry but had no tears. They were being treated differently. Xianxia immediately suppressed the impulse in her heart and secretly rejoiced. Lin Sun waved his sleeves and uprooted another thunder purple bamboo. His relaxed appearance made the old toad and Mo Tianhe speechless. Lin Sun understood that he had fought with the strong figures in these 3,000 thunder purple bamboos before. Imperceptibly, he had suppressed them and obtained the qualification to collect the thunder purple bamboos. Boom, however, just as Lin Sun was about to continue collecting, the tightly closed door of the hut suddenly collapsed at this moment. Then, a vortex appeared where the hut had collapsed. It was a path. Clatter. At the same time, the whole purple bamboo forest shook violently. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, shaking the universe. Then, the magnificent green mountain also began to shake violently, as if everything in front of it was about to collapse and collapse. Not good, everyone's heart trembled. "Let's go." The old toad realized that this magical secret realm was about to close. If they didn't leave now, they would probably be trapped here. Boom, before his voice died away, the whole mountain began to sink. Lin Sun was speechless. He had originally planned to collect the whole purple bamboo forest, but obviously he couldn't. But before leaving, Lin Sun seized the time and collected more than 100 thunder purple bamboos in one breath. They all turned into 1 foot long and were put away by him. Boom, as soon as their figures disappeared into the vortex passage, the green mountain behind them, together with the purple bamboo forest, completely collapsed. The whole holy and peaceful secret realm disappeared just like that. The night was as dark as ink, and the surroundings were silent. This was a wilderness. The grass and trees on the ground were as black as ink, glowing with a strange and quiet luster in the night. "Where are we?" Lin Sun and the others had been transported here. Looking around, they couldn't quite figure out what was going on. But they were sure that they were still in the underworld cave. "Do you still remember?" There were so many forks in the cave that they all led in different directions. The old toad pondered. "I suspect that the ends of these forks all lead to this area. Let's take a look first." Lin Sun made a decision and immediately led the group forward in the night. The world was shrouded in darkness. The rocks and plants were all black, and the atmosphere was silent and extremely oppressive. Before long, they saw a group of cultivators, and their spirits lifted. "Friend, may I ask where this is?" Lin Sun went forward and asked. The other party had been extremely vigilant, but their expressions relaxed a lot when they saw that Lin Sun was just asking for directions. "You've just entered, right? This is the underworld. Only the strong who can make it out of the forks in the cave can reach this place," a young man said casually. "So, a lot of people have already gathered here?" The old toad couldn't help asking. "Exactly. These cultivators didn't linger. They hurried away, looking very vigilant." The underworld, Lin Sun pondered. He'd truly never imagined that the so-called underworld cave would actually be so huge, and this meant that different areas here were bound to contain different fortuitous encounters and fortunes. Next, they continued forward. Along the way, they occasionally encountered some strong cultivators, but all of them were in a hurry and had vigilant expressions. However, Lin Sun and the others were still able to discern that all the cultivators they encountered along the way were clearly rushing in the same direction. When they noticed this, Lin Sun and the others followed. "The underworld hall has appeared. Hurry!" Before long, a loud shout that revealed excitement resounded, and then a group of cultivators flew through the void and sped towards the distance like the wind. Divine Underworld Palace, Xianxia was stunned, and then her clear eyes lit up. "Do you remember the purpose of our trip? The great fortune that has been sealed for ages is hidden in it. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go." Old Toad rubbed his hands. Lin Sun didn't care. Since entering the Forbidden Land of Sticks, he had gained a lot of amazing benefits. First, he refined a blood god and obtained a source of life soul, which improved his divine soul power. Then, he entered the tomb world and absorbed 6 congenital Taoist fires, including the wonderful Taoist fire, and more than 10 other original Taoist fires. Later, he entered the cave of divine underworld, met Wu Yang in the Green Mountain secret realm, and fought 3,000 battles in the purple bamboo forest, which made his cultivation of martial arts undergo many transformations. Moreover, he even obtained the sword move no return that Wu Yang left behind. In addition, there were also a lot of royal medicines and spiritual materials. It could be said that even if he left now, Lin Sun wouldn't have any regrets. And as far as he knew, the more great the fortune was, the more terrible the danger it was accompanied by. For example, this divine underworld palace had long been targeted by many other cultivators. How could such a great fortune that had been sealed for ages be obtained so casually? But Lin Sun wouldn't refuse, because he knew that neither Old Toad nor Xianxia would give up at all. In this case, there was no harm in accompanying them. More importantly, Lin Sun knew that Old Toad still had a lot of anger in his heart and wanted to avenge his humiliation on Wang Xuanyu of Tai Taoism. According to Lin Sun's estimation, Wang Xuanyu would definitely not miss this great fortune related to the divine underworld palace. "Let's go." Everyone moved forward. The world shrouded in darkness was cold and gloomy. The mountains, rocks, grass, and trees all showed a strange dark color, which made the atmosphere very depressing. Moreover, the more they went forward, the stronger the invisible oppressive aura was, as if there was something strange and ominous hidden in the darkness, which made people's hair stand on end. Lin Sun and others were all vigilant. "Run!" Suddenly, a howl sounded in the distant darkness, full of panic and uneasiness. "Motherf asterisk cur, what the hell is this? Go!" Then, a series of angry shouts could be heard. The earth began to shake and rumble, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging out from the distant darkness. Lin Sun and the others immediately stopped. "Is this the underworld's army?" someone roared. Meanwhile, Lin Sun and the others noticed numerous dazzling streaks fleeing in the darkness, and they were groups of cultivators. However, their expressions were filled with panic. Behind them was an army that was like a tidal wave. The blood skeletons rode bone birds and bone beasts with bone weapons in their hands. Their bodies were shrouded in black mist, and they looked like the legendary Netherworld soldiers. There were thousands upon thousands of them, and they were densely packed like the tide as they covered the distant heavens and the earth. Such a scene was like the door to hell had been opened, and the evil spirits, Yikshaws, and nether soldiers hidden within had charged out at the same time. The scene was horrifying and horrifying. There was no lack of Extinction King realm figures amongst those cultivators that were fleeing, and there were even many disciples from ancient sections. But now, they were fleeing for their lives. F***ck. Old Toad swore and its expression changed dramatically. Let's go. Lin Sun and the others couldn't care about anything else, and they turned around and fled. It was like a beast tide passing through, or like an army of thousands of netherworld soldiers charging forward. Once they were swept into it, the consequences would absolutely not be good. Thunderous rumbles resounded in the distance, and the black mist raged and surged like a tidal wave, completely drowning the heavens and the earth. Lin Sun's divine sense was extremely powerful, and he instantly sensed that the underworld army, whether it was the skeleton cavalry, bone birds, or bone beasts, all of them were suffused with a shocking aura of death. Puff, blood splattered, and an enormous scarlet skylark was pierced through by a bone spear while fleeing. Its body fell to the ground, and it was instantly trampled into pieces. It was a horrible sight. Nearby, a group of cultivators let out shrill and miserable cries as a group of bone birds rushed over, and their sharp claws were covered in a terrifying aura of death. There were more than 10 of them, but they were instantly killed, and a rain of blood sprayed down like a waterfall. This scene was bloody and terrifying. A roar resounded in the sky, and then an enormous bone dragon that was over 10 kilometers long soared into the sky. It was too enormous, like a nether dragon. Its body rose and fell like a mountain ridge, and it emanated an aura of death that drowned the sky everywhere it passed. Merely its voice shook some cultivators to the point their entire bodies trembled while their hearts ached, and they coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. After that, they were mercilessly killed by the army that charged over. Bang! The bone dragon spat out an expanse of glossy green phosphorescence, and it poured down like a waterfall. It melted the sky and covered an extremely wide area. On the spot, a few experts were unable to dodge, and their bodies melted like candles while even their souls were incinerated. Remember. Gather at the Nether Hall. Lin Sun spoke swiftly with an extremely solemn expression. They'd suffered the impact as well. It wasn't that they weren't able to flee quickly, but all of them noticed that the vast underworld army was all around them as they fled. Bang! Lin Sun had just finished speaking when he was besieged by over 10 skeletons that rode bone horses, and then he was drowned within the army. If one looked down from the sky, the entire heavens and the earth were covered in an army that flowed like tidewater, and the cultivators were like inconspicuous little waves amidst the army. Lin Sun was unable to determine if Old Toad and the others believed him, but he couldn't be bothered about all of this because he'd encountered a threat as well. The smell of blood suffused the air while the sounds of battle shook the heavens, and shrill cries and howls resounded throughout the surroundings. Even if it was a supreme monarch, they seemed to be extremely pale and powerless after being swept into this boundless army. At the end of the world of darkness was an expanse of ancient ruins that seemed like ruins. Only a black palace stood towering there, and it emanated a boundless aura like the embodiment of darkness, causing one's heart to palpitate. At this moment, the door to the palace was closed tightly. Not too far away from the palace were a few dozen figures standing in groups of 3 to 5, and they were distributed in different areas. At the center was a handsome young man in a black Taoist robe. With his back to the dark palace, he looked at the boundless army in the distance, his eyes flowing with a frightening divine light. Looking closely, a pair of mysterious symbols emerged in his eyes, one black and one white, like a yin and yang fish, extremely magical. This person, of course, was Wang Xuanyu. Everyone, the army of the underworld has swept across the border. I'm afraid that no one can reach this place except us. He spoke with a smile, his voice clear and bright. The experts distributed in other areas looked a little strange, and they looked at Wang Xuanyu with a hint of fear in their eyes. Previously, the appearance of the divine underworld palace had caused a strange phenomenon between heaven and earth. Accompanying it was a boundless army. At that time, they all clearly saw Wang Xuanyu take out a pitch-black bone horn and make a deep beast sound in the void. It was under the spread of the sound of the beast horn that the mighty army of the underworld seemed to be under control and rushed in all directions. This seemed incredible. Wang Xuanyu controlled a terrifying army with just a beast horn. Who would dare to believe it? It was also because of this that everyone had fear in their hearts. Cultivator Wang, don't you think it's a bit too cruel to do this? Someone frowned and snorted. The spread of the army was like a scourge and was bound to bring a heavy blow to the other cultivators distributed in this world. And all of this was destined to be inseparable from Wang Xuanyu. Everyone, isn't it better to have fewer competitors? Speaking of which, you should be grateful to me. After all, it was me who helped you eliminate many opponents. Wang Xuanyu chuckled and glanced at the people in the field, his expression calm. Almost all of the cultivators present were from different ancient orthodoxies like him. They were extremely powerful, and there was no lack of ancient freaks. When the gate of the divine underworld palace opened, these cultivators would become his competitors. However, Wang Xuanyu was not afraid. The divine underworld palace. I wonder if the legendary jar of divine underworld blood really exists. Wang Xuanyu no longer paid attention to the others and looked at the dark palace that was already standing in the ruins thoughtfully. The other experts also had their own thoughts. 2 hours later, the tide-like army receded and disappeared into the vast darkness. The atmosphere quietened down once more, but the air was still filled with the stench of blood, showing how terrifying everything that had just happened was. In this catastrophe, no one knew how many people had died. Lin Sun stood alone in a big pit full of corpses and looked around. Although he survived this catastrophe, he was also bathed in blood, a little embarrassed, and his body was injured in many places. This place is really dangerous. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. The wounds all over his body had healed, and his physical strength was also recovering rapidly under the supplement of the royal medicine. At this time, he had already been separated from Old Toad, Xianxia, and Mo Tianhe. According to his estimation, with the fighting power of Old Toad, they should not be in danger of death. Whoosh! After a long time, when he completely recovered, Lin Sun breathed a long sigh of relief, stopped thinking and rushed forward. Along the way, he only met some scattered cultivators, all of whom were seriously injured and extremely miserable. But there was no trace of Old Toad. Wang Xuanyu, you will die a horrible death. Suddenly, a scream of resentment rang out. Lin Sun suddenly turned his head and saw a woman lying in a pool of blood. She was severely injured. Her chest and abdomen were cut open, and her head was broken. She was at her last gasp and would die soon. There was endless unwillingness and resentment in her expression. When she noticed Lin Sun's gaze, she opened her mouth with difficulty and said intermittently, "This catastrophe was caused by Wang Xuanyu." Before she could finish her sentence, she had already passed away. Even in death, her expression was full of hatred. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed. What ability did Wang Xuanyu have to cause such a great catastrophe? After a moment of silence, Lin Sun took a deep breath and continued to move forward. In the far darkness, he could vaguely see a ruin-like relic. P.S. On the first day of the month, I strongly call for the guaranteed monthly tickets. In addition, some of the children's shoes who won prizes in the last activity haven't received their gifts. The list is as follows: Chubby Do, Pilot, Qingdong, Chen Finghe, Demon Lin, Goldfish diligently update, Goldfish's loyal fan, Immortal Lin, Brother is very 666666666, Shuyu 52465928, Daolong Sesame Cake, Young Yi Ling, Shuyu 532545545, Little Fish Reading, Little Wang Zi, Goldfish Powder. Please log into your Zongheng account, check my messages, add customer service QQ, and leave your harvest address. Hurry up, it's about to expire. In addition, the prizes are being sent out one after another. T-shirts will take some time because they need to be customized. It was an expanse of ruins, and it was covered in ruins and a scene of desolation. It seemed like a world-shocking battle had occurred here a very long time ago, and it had transformed this place into ruins that existed until now. At this moment, a black palace stood towering above these ruins, and it was covered in a faint boundless aura. It wasn't tall, yet it emanated a boundlessly vast imposing aura. It stood towering there as if it hadn't moved at all since time immemorial. This was probably the Nether Hall. When Lin Sun arrived here, numerous cultivators rushed over in succession. Obviously, they were just like Lin Sun. There weren't many cultivators who had survived that catastrophe. The door of the Nether Hall had been opened, and it was boundlessly dark within it. However, this was unable to stop the footsteps of those experts from entering it. The reason was very simple. This was a heaven-defying fortune that had been sealed for eternity. Even if they were clearly aware that heaven-defying dangers were lurking within it, would anyone give up? Moreover, none of the experts who were able to survive and make it all the way here were ordinary people. Many people noticed Lin Sun, and they revealed vigilant expressions. On the other hand, when they saw Lin Sun just stand there and not enter the Nether Hall, Besides causing them to be vigilant, they couldn't help but be slightly bewildered. But in next to no time, they couldn't be bothered about all of this and charged into the nether hall. Why haven't the old toad and the others made an appearance? Could it be that they've already entered this hall before I arrived? Lin Sun waited for a long time yet didn't see any trace of the old toad and the others, and he couldn't help but be slightly bewildered. After pondering for a moment, he arrived before a damaged rock, and then he carved a line of words on it with his palm before he stabbed the rock into the ground at the side of the hall. After that, he took a deep breath and stepped into the nether hall as well. It was a boundless expanse of darkness behind the entrance of the hall, and one couldn't even see their own fingers. However, when they entered it, it was a completely different world, and a ruined ruin appeared before them. There were pavilions, altars, winding corridors, herb gardens, beast gardens, flower fields. But all of them were ruined, deathly silent, and had transformed into ruins. Moreover, there were traces of battle everywhere. There were palm prints, saber marks, and dried bloodstains. They hadn't been destroyed after experiencing the corrosion of countless years, and it seemed extremely shocking. Lin Sun swept the surroundings with his gaze, yet he didn't even have the time to investigate clearly when a fierce gale assaulted him. Whoosh! This was a flying blade that was shaped like a shuttle. It was entirely pitch black, and it was swift and fierce like a black bolt of lightning. It was inconceivably fast. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and flicked his fingers. With a bang, the flying blade exploded. To Lin's surprise, a saber, a white jade cauldron, and a divine sword appeared at the same time from all directions where he stood. A pincer attack, the war blade was like a waterfall, flowing with Tao light, the precious cauldron surged with brilliant totems, suppressing all directions, and the divine sword displayed a wondrous technique, incomparably sharp. Such a sudden attack was seamless, blocking all Lin Sun's retreat. There was no doubt that there was more than one opponent, and all of them were extremely powerful and had great teamwork. Unfortunately, they underestimated Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't dodge. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the oncoming saber. With the strength of his palms and fingers, a tsunami-like power surged out. Crack! Although this saber was not a supreme weapon, it was almost the same. But at this moment, it was crushed by Lin Sun's grasp. In the dark, there was a cry of alarm. A figure moved far away like a ghost. Boom! At the same time, other attacks had approached. Around Lin Sun, a piece of bright light flowed and turned into symbols of tribulation, spreading suddenly. First, the white jade cauldron was suppressed, making a shrill wail and exploding into a rain of light all over the sky. Then the divine sword was broken inch by inch. Moreover, the remaining power of the symbols of tribulation didn't decrease. It swept out, revealing an invincible power. The strong men hiding in the dark changed their faces suddenly. They flashed and retreated to the distance. They all realized that they had met a tough opponent. Lin Sun's black eyes were like lightning. He grasped in the air, and the power of Basha prohibition came out. Damn it! A young man in a gray robe was stagnant, like a bug stuck in a spider's web, unable to move. He was so shocked that he shouted angrily. Puff! But immediately, his body suddenly died, turning into a rain of blood. Yet now, the strength of the Basha restriction had already shown signs of shedding its wings, and it was more than 2 times stronger than before. So, killing an ordinary opponent was utterly as easy as blowing off dust. Oh no! In other directions, there were 3 figures fleeing. When they saw the scene, they were all so shocked that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. They had ambushed here before. With tacit cooperation and strong combat power, they killed many targets in a sneak attack and obtained spoils of war. Who would have thought that they failed at this moment? Even though the enemy was alone, he was formidable to the point it caused their hearts to tremble. With a raise of his hand, he'd broken through their surprise attack and killed one of their companions. Go! Damn it! With a loud shout, they rushed in different directions at an extremely fast speed, showing the level of a peerless king. Unfortunately, in Lin Sun's eyes, it was not enough at this moment. As early as in the Tomb World, he was able to easily kill the white-robed young man, Wu Shanlin, and even Wu Lingdao, a peerless figure who had stepped into the first tribulation of longevity. Now, his strength had improved a lot in the 3,000 discussions in the purple bamboo forest. It was no exaggeration to say that the peerless king in the same realm was not enough in Lin Sun's eyes. In the twinkling of an eye, Lin Sun had already punched 3 times in the air. Every single punch was branded with an imposing aura that belonged solely to him, and it contained a technique that belonged solely to him. It shook the heavens and the earth and was boundlessly formidable. This was the martial power of the realm of my method. With 3 explosions, the bodies of the 3 figures that had split up exploded at the same time, like flies that had been swatted to death. It could be said that he killed the enemy as easily as killing a chicken. A bunch of trash. How dare you rob others with such little ability? You're courting death. Lin Sun looked contemptuous. He glanced around and walked towards the depths. Demon God Lin is getting more and more abnormal. As soon as Lin Sun left, a strong man who had just entered the Nether Palace couldn't help sighing with emotion. He had seen the scene just now, and his scalp was numb. A peerless king was so powerful that it was rarely seen since ancient times. But in Lin Sun's hands, it was as fragile as paper. The Nether Palace was obviously a small world. It was extremely large, and there were rows of ancient buildings in it, but most of them had collapsed for countless years. Lin Sun didn't stop all the way. Before he arrived here, many experts had entered here long ago, and there was utterly no need to think about it. So long as there were any valuable treasures along the way, they were bound to be completely seized. A dry lotus pond appeared, and in front of it stood a broken stone tablet with the words Rebirth written on it. These 2 words moved Lin Sun. It was said that there was a rebirth pool in the nether world, which could be used to expiate the souls of the dead and reincarnate. Unfortunately, apart from this stone tablet, there was nothing else worth paying attention to. As he went on, Lin Sun saw some strange but frightening words one after another. In front of the dilapidated palace, there was a horizontal board with the words Ghost Judge. In the broken and collapsed ancient temple, there was a broken tablet with the words 6 Paths of Not Being Empty. In addition, there were also words Sunken Land, Sunluo Field, Soul Rotating Platform, Hell River and so on. Every name seemed to have a shocking origin and legend, as if they had really come to the nether world, not the human world. However, all of them had already collapsed, resembling ruins. Along the way, Lin Sun could already judge that there must have been an extremely terrible fight here a long time ago. That was because the traces of the battle could still be seen in every inch of the ruins. Get out! Suddenly, there was a roar in the distance. Along with the voice, there were fierce collisions echoing. Lin Sun was shocked. He suddenly raised his head and spread out his huge spiritual awareness. Thousands of meters away, there was a black stone platform shaped like a hill. At this time, a group of people was fighting fiercely on the black stone platform. Boom, the divine light was blazing and the light of Tao was roaring. It was extremely fierce and dangerous. It could be clearly seen that these strong men were fighting for the control of the black stone platform, as if there was something on it that was enough to make them jealous. Lin Sun quietly approached and observed carefully, but found that they were all strange faces. There was no trace of Old Toad. The black stone platform was 9 meters high and shaped like an altar. It was imprinted with old patterns, such as Xianxia's patrolling, ghosts walking at night, hellfire shining in the sky, and blood river rushing. Every stone carving was full of strange and penetrating gloominess. In front of the black stone platform, there was a stone tablet collapsed on the ground. From the broken and blurred writing, it could still be recognized that it was 3 Life Rock. 3 Life, generally speaking, was the previous life, the present life, and the future life, representing the past, the present, and the future. Obviously, this black stone platform was the so-called 3 Life Rock. Soon, Lin Sun noticed that there was an ancient scripture engraved on the ground at the top of the rock. The amazing thing was that the ancient scripture seemed to be moving. Every character was like an earthworm, twisting and flickering densely, flowing with obscure luster. The reason why those top kings fought must be to fight for this scripture. Moreover, this scripture was engraved on the ground, so it was obvious that it couldn't be taken away. In other words, this battle decided who could control the 3 Life Rock, so that they could comprehend this ancient scripture. Lin Sun spread out his spiritual awareness and suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He noticed that there were still many hidden breaths in the vicinity of the rock. Obviously, there were still strong men secretly watching here. Tantai Lu, your Tai Taoism has already seized so many opportunities. Now you still want to compete with us for this ancient scripture. It's too unsightly. Someone roared in the battle. Tai Taoism? Lin Sun looked over and saw a young man in a bright yellow robe in the middle of the battle. He smiled indifferently and said, the fight for opportunities depends on who has the bigger fist. Now that I have the bigger fist, why can't I occupy this place? There was an unconcealable pride in his voice. Tantai Lu did have the capital to be arrogant. Alone, he suppressed the other strong people and made them unable to approach him. His combat power was superb. Everyone knew that in Tai Taoism, Wang Xuanyu was undoubtedly the most dazzling figure and was regarded as the leader of the younger generation of his sect. But Tantai Lu was also not to be underestimated. Although his reputation was not as great as Wang Xuanyu's, he was not inferior to Wang Xuanyu in terms of foundation and combat power. More importantly, he was an ancient freak. Boom, on the three-life rock, Tantai Lu fought alone in all directions. Dressed in a bright yellow robe, he was like the son of heaven. His every move burst out dazzling Taoist light. Bang! Soon, an enemy was defeated. His chest was smashed by Tantai Lu's palm and he flew out upside down. The other strong people's faces changed greatly, and their momentum was severely damaged. I said, you have no chance. Tantai Lu looked calm and his voice was full of absolute confidence. His eyes were like lightning, sweeping around other places, and the rats hiding in the dark, you'd better get out of here before I get angry. His voice was like thunder, and the expressions of the strong people hiding in the dark changed slightly. On the three-life rock, Tantai Lu was not the only successor of Tai Taoism. There were 4 other people guarding around, but none of them made a move. Because Tantai Lu alone was enough to suppress the whole field, Lin Sun keenly noticed that some strong people in the dark had decisively given up and left quietly. But there were also some people who stayed, obviously unwilling to leave like this. Humph, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tantai Lu snorted coldly and suddenly burst out his divine power. In a flash, he suppressed 2 more opponents and killed them ruthlessly. Like Wu Lingdao, this guy has also set foot in the first tribulation of longevity. No wonder he dares to look down on us. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed. At this moment, a voice sounded in his ear, I'm Wang Ziying of Huangting Sword Sect. Nice to meet you, Taoism Pure Lin. Lin Sun looked calm, but his divine sense detected a young man in a snow-white Confucian robe standing in a ruin not far away. Just say it. Lin Sun also knew that the Yellow Court Sword Sect was an ancient orthodoxy in the Big Dipper world. We are willing to cooperate with fellow Daoist Lin and attack together to repel the Greater One Daoist sect. Then, we can share that ancient scripture. What does fellow Daoist Lin think? Wang Ziying said bluntly. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, he noticed that at least 6 spiritual awareness forces were watching him. Obviously, the owners of these divine senses were on the same side as Wang Ziying, and they wanted to form an alliance with him to deal with Tantai Lu and the others. Fellow Daoist Lin, you're all alone. Although your battle prowess is extraordinary, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for you to seize that ancient scripture. Wang Ziying's voice was low and calm. If you cooperate with us, not only can you comprehend that ancient scripture together, you can also obtain our friendship. Lin Sun was still thinking about it, but when he heard this, he frowned. Seeing Lin's silence, Wang Ziying seemed to be a little unhappy and said, Taoism Pure Lin, I have given you a chance. I hope you can make a decision soon. Otherwise, when we fight later, I'm afraid, Lin Sun said, afraid of what? Wang Ziying's eyes flashed with cold light, I'm afraid that we may be enemies instead of friends. There was a hint of threat in his voice. Lin Sun immediately understood that Wang Ziying and the others had never thought of cooperating with him at all. The reason why they wanted him to join them was that they were worried that Lin Sun would also intervene in the competition. Brother Lin, it's not easy for you to cultivate. We admire you very much for your achievements today. But if you insist on going your own way, I'm afraid the consequences won't be good. Wang Ziying said, well, as long as you promise not to get involved in this matter and just watch from the sidelines, you can also obtain our friendship. He spoke quickly because the fierce battle on the 3-lifetime rock was coming to an end. Your friendship, Lin Sun's lips curled up, how much is it worth? Since you've made it clear, I might as well tell you that it's not too late to leave now. Otherwise, once the battle starts, it won't be so easy to leave. You. Wang Ziying's face darkened and his heart was filled with anger. He thought that he had been very humble, but who would have thought that Demon Lin didn't appreciate it at all? Wang Ziying's companions couldn't help sneering in their hearts. This Demon Lin was really as rampant as the legend said. Did he really think that he could be lawless after massacring a few famous mountains and blessed lands? You don't know how to appreciate favors. After a while, Wang Ziying snorted coldly. His words were very rude. Seeing this, Lin Sun's black eyes flashed coldly. Without saying anything more, he stood up and revealed his figure from the dark. Wang Ziying's face suddenly darkened to the extreme. Was this guy really going to fight against them? Brother Wang, isn't it better? Let Demon Lin confront Tai Taoism. It's just like a sandpiper and a clam fighting each other. We just need to sit back and reap the benefits. Someone chuckled, revealing an excited expression. The others were also overjoyed. They were naturally happy to see Fiend Celestial Lin obediently lead the charge. Wang Ziying reacted quickly. His cold and gloomy face suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a sneer. This Demon Lin was still too young. At the same time, on the Three-Life Rock, Tantai Lu had also suppressed his opponents. He had killed 5 people and escaped 6. His record was extremely beautiful. I'm not arrogant, but I'm really invincible. Tantai Lu laughed loudly. He was complacent and in high spirits. Senior brother Tantai is right. Who in the same generation can compete with him? Senior brother Tantai is like the bright moon in the sky. The others are just fireflies. How can they compete with you? The nearby successors of the Supreme One Dao sect all began to praise him, as if they were proud of him. Tantai Lu knew that this was flattery, but he still enjoyed it. He couldn't help laughing again and sighed, it's lonely at the top. Who can understand? Suddenly, he was stunned and noticed Lin Sun coming out from the dark. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Who are you? Do you also want to die?" A woman next to him said in surprise, "Senior brother Tantai, this guy is Demon Lin." Demon Lin, these 3 words seemed to have magical power, causing the atmosphere to suddenly become silent. It also made the faces of the other people of Tai Taoism change abruptly and their hearts tremble. Nowadays, whoever dared to say that they had not heard of the title of Demon Lin was absolutely useless. This was a fierce and ruthless person with shocking courage. He had massacred several famous mountains and blessed lands. He was already famous in the ancient Desolation domain. It was impossible for the descendants of Tai Taoism not to know this. Therefore, when they saw Lin Sun appear, they all became vigilant. Sensing the change in the atmosphere, Tantai Lu couldn't help but frown. Especially when he saw that Lin Sun was alone, he became even more dissatisfied. Junior brothers and sisters, it's just a little Demon Lin. Why are you so embarrassed? Tantai Lu reprimanded, causing the others to look ashamed. Then, they all became courageous. Indeed, they had senior brother Tantai here, so what was there to be afraid of? Demon Lin, right? You are also a top figure, so I can be more lenient with you. Let me give you a piece of advice. Disappear now, otherwise, today will be the day you lose your reputation. Tantai Lu raised his chin slightly, his eyes cold as he looked down at Lin Sun who was walking over from the Three-Life Rock. Whether it was his words or his demeanor, there was a hint of frivolity. He was using this method to express his attitude towards Demon Lin. It was as if he was saying that they all feared Demon Lin, but he was not. Secretly, Wang Ziying and the others became excited and paid close attention. Who gave you the courage to speak to me like this? Lin Sun walked and floated into the void. He glanced indifferently at Tantai Lu and the others and said, "If any of you know where Wang Xuanyu is, I can let him go now and inform Wang Xuanyu." His words were casual, but Wang Ziying and the others couldn't help but be stunned. This guy was so arrogant. He didn't take Tantai Lu seriously at all, and he even named Wang Xuanyu. The descendants of the Tai Daoist sect all had a look of "Did I hear wrong?" They were speechless. This Demon Lin was really as arrogant as the rumors said. However, he was destined to pay a heavy lesson this time. You think I'm not as good as Wang Xuanyu? Tantailu's expression was already extremely cold. His bright yellow robe was fluttering, and his whole body exuded a terrifying aura. Everyone's heart thumped, realizing that senior brother Tantai was angry. After all, he was the most dissatisfied with Wang Xuanyu. I haven't seen Wang Xuanyu, but in my opinion, you are all the same. There is no difference. Lin Sun's words were casual, but in the ears of others, they seemed extremely arrogant, because everyone knew that whether it was Tantailu or Wang Xuanyu, they were all top figures among the peerless kings. Looking at the entire upper 9 realms, there were probably few who dared to evaluate them like this. Die. Tantailu couldn't bear it anymore. With a loud shout, he rushed up, releasing endless black Dao light. Boom, he waved his fist like a dragon, with the power to kill Zhou Su. He was even stronger than before. In the dark, the eyes of Wang Ziying and others flickered. They all saw that in the face of a great enemy like demon god Lin, Tantailu did not lose his mind because of anger, but used a stronger means. The profundities deduced from this punch was sufficient to move anyone of the same generation. In an instant, Lin Sun judged that Tantailu's combat power was roughly the same as the 13th Golden Crow Prince, Wu Lingdao. To everyone's surprise, Tantailu's punch seemed to hit a wall of qi. Before it could get close to Lin Sun, it was blocked, making a dull explosion. Lin Sun, however, stood still, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes, like a monkey playing a trick. Tantailu's face darkened, and he roared. The power around his body surged, and the violent Dao light gathered in his palm, bursting out again. Boom, the fist energy broke through all obstacles and blasted straight at Lin Sun's head. However, at this moment, a brilliant tribulation word appeared in front of Lin Sun, and suddenly turned into a divine beast that soared into the air. Amidst an ear-piercing explosion, the glaring fist force was shattered, and Tantailu's entire body was sent flying. Thud. 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 Tantailu was knocked more than 30 meters away, and he took a few steps back before he managed to stabilize his figure. His face was already extremely livid, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Everyone present was shocked. But before they could react, Tantailu had already let out a long roar and rushed forward again. Clang, a bright saber appeared in his hand, and it was covered in Taoist markings and flowing with divine brilliance. He slashed out. 8 storms slash. Wherever the blade pointed, there was a vast expanse of dazzling whiteness. The surrounding void exploded with a bang, and a shocking crack appeared. This was Tantailu's ultimate move, a saber technique with shocking killing power. Saber technique was a Taoist technique. When the saber slashed out, it seemed to be accompanied by the Great Way, causing heaven and earth to tremble. This attack made Lin Sun's black eyes light up. A snow-white ice dragon soared into the sky, and its roar was like a dragon as it coiled in the void. Boom, the saber light and Taoist light all over the sky exploded. The chaotic clouds collapsed, and the void was in disorder. Everyone gasped. Only when they saw it with their own eyes did they understand that demon god Lin's current fierce reputation was not exaggerated. Swish, Tantailu rushed over again, his robe fluttering, and his long hair dancing wildly. His saber triggered the power of heaven and earth, causing ghosts and gods to cry, and all things to collapse. Ghost and God Yin Yang saber split. This was another ultimate move. Moreover, Tantailu had obviously used his full strength. His power was terrifying, and his aura oppressed the surrounding people to the point of suffocation. Lin Sun still stood there without moving. A tribulation rune flashed out and transformed into the Swanee seal. It emitted the aura of a true dragon, and the oppressive pressure caused the heaven and earth to shake violently. Bang, the two collided, and the saber light collapsed like paper. Tantailu was almost hit by the Swanee seal, and he dodged in a sorry state. He had completely realized that his opponent was far stronger than he had imagined, but he was already in a difficult position at the moment, and he could only brace himself and continue fighting. For a time, the saber light crisscrossed like thousands of waterfalls dancing in the void, rolling like a raging sea, and had the power to drown all directions. It was so powerful that it made people's scalp numb. How could a peerless king who had stepped into the first tribulation of longevity be compared to an ordinary person when he attacked in rage? But all these efforts were in vain in front of Lin Sun. Merely circulating the tribulation dragon's 9 transformations allowed him to be invulnerable to all techniques, and he destroyed all of Tan Tai Lu's attacks with indescribable ease. From beginning to end, Lin Sun didn't move at all. The successors of the Greater One Dao sect were completely dumbfounded. Previously, when they were reprimanded by Tan Tai Lu, they felt rather ashamed. They believed that with Tan Tai Lu around, there was no need to fear Fiend Celestial Lin. Who would have thought that Tan Tai Lu would not even be able to touch a single piece of Fiend Celestial Lin's robes even after giving it her all? In the dark, the expressions of Wang Ziying and the others were also uncertain. Earlier, they held the thought of sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight, and they rather took pleasure in Xianxi's misfortune as they felt that they could reap the benefits without doing anything. But now, they realized that they were wrong. When two tigers fought, they were at least evenly matched. However, in front of Fiend God Lin, Tan Tai Lu was at best a paper tiger. Was Tan Tai Lu not strong? No, with his combat strength, it was enough to make Wang Ziying and the others extremely fearful. Otherwise, he would not have been hiding in the dark and not daring to show up to fight Tan Tai Lu. But now, Tan Tai Lu could not gain any advantage in the battle. This could only prove that it was not that he was not strong, but that Fiend Celestial Lin was too powerful. What are you waiting for? Attack together! Suddenly, Tan Tai Lu roared. At this moment, his face was extremely livid, and his eyes were about to pop out of his sockets. He was like a furious beast. Compared to his previously complacent and high-spirited self, it was as if he was a completely different person. He was like a completely different person. Boom! The other four successors of the Greater One Dao sect did not have the time to think too much and attacked brazenly. They all knew that if they did not attack now, it would be difficult for them to stay alive, let alone occupy the Three Lives Rock and comprehend the ancient scripture. Kill! As soon as they attacked, the successors of the Greater One Dao sect used their full strength and did not dare to hold back at all. For a time, there was a surge of divine radiance and the light of treasures. The scene was astonishing as the indescribable Taoist techniques and the dazzling treasures interweaved. One had to admit that the overall strength of the Greater One Dao sect was very strong. Each of the four successors had the battle strength to hold their own and could not be underestimated. With their addition, Tan Tai Lu immediately felt the pressure on him lighten. Unexpectedly, Lin Sun was not alarmed even though he was fighting 1 against 5. Instead, he revealed a smile and said, "That's more like it." Boom! Without any hesitation, he moved from stillness and charged forward like a dragon that had emerged from an abyss. In his palm, he performed the 9 strikes for shaking the heavens. Around him were resplendent tribulation symbols that seemed as if they were made of divine gold. He was like a fiend celestial. The battle had reached an unprecedentedly intense stage. Get ready. No matter who wins later, it will be the best time to snatch the Three Lives Rock. Secretly, Wang Ziying took a deep breath and quickly sent a voice transmission. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the others as they nodded in agreement. Remember, once you attack, you must go all out. Be especially careful of that Fiend Celestial Lin. That fellow is an extremely difficult person to deal with. If you become enemies with him, Wang Ziying was still worried and continued to warn them. However, before he could finish his words, he stopped abruptly and his eyeballs almost fell out. That was because the battle had taken a shocking turn. Boom! Lin Sun's body surged with divine brilliance as he punched out 4 times in a row. Each punch had the power to sweep through the universe and was unstoppable. The 4 successors of Tai Taoism were blown away one by one. Blood spurted from their mouths and noses, and their bodies almost exploded as they let out shrill screams. The siege was thus resolved. It only took a dozen breaths from start to finish. Wang Ziying's hands and feet were cold. Even the siege could not suppress the ferocity of Fiend Celestial Lin. His companions were also shocked at this moment. They turned pale with fright and began to waver in their hearts. Previously, they had thought of taking this opportunity to attack and reap the good fortune. Who would have thought that the strength of Fiend Celestial Lin had completely exceeded their expectations? How could they make a move now? In contrast, Tan Tai Lu was even more frightened. Previously, Lin Sun had not moved at all and was passively receiving his attacks. Therefore, although he knew that Lin Sun was extremely powerful, he did not know exactly how powerful he was. But now, he understood. Facing Lin Sun's attack, he felt as if he was being suppressed by a god. There was an unprecedented sense of suffocating oppression and he felt extremely powerless. Even if he used everything he had, he could not shake Lin Sun in the slightest. How could he be so powerful? Before Tantai Lu could figure it out, an ancient and vigorous fist force broke through the air with the power to crush everything. Just the momentum contained in the fist force made Tantai Lu's hair stand on end, and he felt a fatal danger. Without hesitation, he withdrew and retreated at an extremely fast speed. Bang, but even so, his body was still swept by the fist force. He immediately felt as if he had been slapped by the hand of God. His internal organs were almost shattered, and he bled from the shock of his 7 orifices. He did not know how many tendons and bones in his body were broken. Seeing this scene, Wang Ziying and the others had the urge to turn around and flee, too powerful. Just looking at it from afar made them feel an indescribable sense of fear. Go! Tantai Lu roared, blood still dripping from his lips. He led the other successors of Tai Taoism and chose to flee. There was no way to fight anymore. Lin Sun's strength had destroyed their fighting spirit. How could they dare to fight with their lives? Tell Wang Xuanyu that I have something to talk to him face to face. Let him get ready. Lin Sun did not chase after him. At that time, Wang Xuanyu took away a congenital Taoist fire that Lin Sun had his eyes on in the stone tower, but he did not kill Old Toad. Naturally, Lin Sun would not do such a thing. He had a clear distinction between gratitude and grudges and disdain to kill indiscriminately. In the distance, Tantai Lu and the others had all fled and disappeared. No one knew whether they had heard Lin Sun's words or not. But no matter what, this time, Lin Sun must seek justice for Old Toad and vent his anger. Lin Sun's figure floated down on the 3-life rock, looked up at the darkness, and said, "Everyone, don't you want to compete for the fortune? You can start now." The faces of Wang Ziying and the others suddenly became gloomy and hesitant. If they left like this, they would be extremely unwilling in their hearts. But if they didn't leave, they had no confidence to defeat Lin Sun, so they were in a dilemma. Just now, didn't you say that I didn't know how to appreciate favors? And you threatened me in every way. Why are you scared now? Lin Sun's voice was indifferent, and he did not hide his disdain. Taoism pure Lin, we just wanted to cooperate with you before and make friends with you. Why do you have to say these sarcastic words? Wang Ziying took a deep breath and said with a gloomy face. Haha. Lin Sun laughed, and his black eyes were cold. He said, "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just want to take advantage of the situation. Now, I'll give you a chance. Do you dare to come and fight?" His voice was flat, but there was a sense of sonorous disdain in it, echoing in the void. Wang Ziying was suddenly speechless, and his face changed. Demon Lin, are you really going to be our enemy? A young man was furious. He felt humiliated by Lin Sun too much. Get out. Lin Sun's lips suddenly burst out in a loud voice, like a cattail roaring at the universe. It was just one word, but the young man staggered and his face turned pale. He was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. It was so embarrassing that the young man was so ashamed and angry that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Do you think people like you are qualified to be my enemy? Lin Sun sneered. Let's go. Wang Ziying gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and made a decision. They had been shocked by Lin Sun's power. Even if they went to fight, they had no chance of winning. Who let you go? Lin Sun said indifferently. Wang Ziying and others changed their faces and their hearts sank to the bottom. They realized that Demon Lin didn't intend to let them go at all. You've got this ancient scripture, and we don't want to haggle over it. What else do you want? Wang Ziying's face was livid. You can be spared from death, but you can't escape punishment. I always distinguish kindness and hatred. You've offended me. If you just leave like this, how will the world think of me? Lin Sun's words made the expressions of Wang Ziying and the rest turn extremely ugly. What a joke. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Someone could not help but speak harshly. This was going too far. They had already decided to retreat and not get involved in this matter, but Demon God Lin was still relentless. What did he think they were, as peerless king powerhouses? Every one of them was extremely proud. Clang, Lin Sun did not speak and only slashed out with his broken blade. Silence chop, with a puff, the arrogant person in the distance did not even have time to react before his head was chopped off. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Wang Ziying and the rest gasped, their hands and feet cold. Only then did they realize one thing. Based on Demon God Lin's past deeds, he was definitely a fearless fellow. The scene before their eyes proved this point. A peerless king's head had been taken in an instant. I don't want to waste any more time. As punishment, each of you hand over one divine herb and you can leave. Lin Sun's voice was indifferent. This was the divine underworld palace. The three-life rock was too big a target. The longer it was delayed, the more powerful powerhouses would covet it. There was dead silence. Wang Ziying and the rest gritted their teeth in hatred. Did this guy think divine herbs were rotten cabbages? But when they met Lin Sun's cold gaze, although they were indignant and humiliated, they still chose to lower their heads. Floating Sun Divine Vine. 9 turned Soul Transformation Flower. Feather Purple Green Fruit. Shenluo Silvestar Grass. There were a total of 4 divine herbs of immeasurable value. But to Lin Sun, these divine herbs were only mediocre or inferior. None of them could compare to the Yinyang Divine Lotus. But seeing them obediently lower their heads and cooperate, Lin Sun did not intend to continue taking revenge. He waved his hand and dismissed them like dispersing flies. Before leaving, Wang Ziying and the rest were filled with hatred and anger. But the situation was against their control, so they could only endure it. They did not even dare to say a harsh word lest Lin Sun target them again. Lin Sun also knew that these guys already hated him. If there was a chance, they would definitely take revenge. But he did not care. With his current combat strength, he did not fear the grudges of these unbearable opponents. Would an eagle care about the grudges of ants? Of course not. This little episode didn't even make waves in Lin's heart. He looked at an ancient scripture engraved on the three-life rock. When he looked at it from a close distance, he could feel the mysteriousness of this scripture even more. Its characters were twisted like earthworms, cryptic and mysterious, flowing with Tao light. The most miraculous thing was that the densely packed characters were surging like living creatures. An ordinary cultivator would absolutely be bewildered by it because even though this scripture was miraculous, it was extremely obscure, and it was utterly impossible to comprehend any profundities from it. It was to the extent that he couldn't even force himself to memorize it, because the words of this ancient scripture were constantly changing and flowing. No wonder only Tan Tai Lu and the others are fighting for the ancient scripture here. Wang Xuanyu must have realized that although this scripture is miraculous, it can't be taken away and memorized. Trying to decipher and comprehend its mysteries is bound to consume too much time. Lin Sun had a glimmer of enlightenment. There was obviously more than one fortuitous encounter in the Nether God Palace, and a figure like Wang Xuanyu would naturally not waste all his energy and time here. However, there was a smile on Lin Sun's lips at the moment. Because he happened to know how to comprehend such ancient scripture, clatter the huge power of divine awareness spread out and poured into the ancient scripture engraved on the stone like thousands of tentacles. Lines of dense and twisted earthworms fluttered and danced along different trajectories. They were extremely complicated and messy, which gave people a headache. When the divine awareness tried to capture these characters, they would disappear in a flash, which made people anxious. However, Lin Sun didn't care about this. In his divine awareness, these ancient characters were like spiritual tattoos. Although they were ever-changing and untraceable, as long as he arranged and reorganized them one by one, he could see through their trajectories, capture and summarize them one by one. If that was all, other cultivators could certainly do it. The difficulty was that each ancient character represented a completely different meaning. If one didn't understand its mysteries, it was destined to be impossible to arrange and reorganize them into an ancient scripture. However, this was still not a problem for Lin Sun. Buzz, the next moment, he used his divine awareness as a brush and gently drew a light and graceful trajectory on the ancient scripture engraved on the stone. Then, an amazing scene appeared. The ancient characters that were originally flying in the stone seemed to be attracted and began to draw close to the trajectory drawn by Lin Sun. Like a shoal of fish finding bait, they began to converge. Lin Sun kept waving his divine awareness, and more ancient characters gathered. Later, the dense ancient characters began to wander and fly along the trajectory drawn by Lin Sun. At this moment, Lin Sun's divine awareness suddenly stopped like the tip of a pen. Buzz, a strange roar sounded from the stone. Countless earthworm-like ancient characters jumped out of the pattern and rushed to the sea of consciousness along Lin Sun's divine awareness. Boom! Suddenly, Lin Sun's sea of consciousness shook fiercely and was filled with various ancient characters. They kept gathering and shining. In the end, they turned into a beautiful ancient scripture. Lin Sun took a long breath. When he entered the gate to heaven for the first time and passed the first test of Green Cloud Path, he encountered a similar test. It was a flowing light spiritual tattoo. In the end, it was actually a cultivation technique. It was just that someone used spiritual tattoos to completely integrate the mystery of the cultivation method into the veins and trajectories of each spiritual tattoo. This ancient scripture engraved on the stone was exactly the same as flowing light spiritual tattoo, so it was not difficult for Lin Sun. But soon, Lin Sun was shocked and a little stunned. Because the name of this ancient scripture was Great Meditating Magic, and the cultivation method he got from flowing light spiritual tattoo was meditating magic. No wonder even the way of meditation is so similar. It turns out that there is some kind of echo and connection between them. Lin Sun realized that this was not a coincidence. The real coincidence was that he didn't expect to get great meditating magic in the Hall of God of Underworld. This way. In the distance, there was a sound of breaking through the air, which woke Lin Sun from his meditation. He had no time to think more and rushed to the distance. Not long after Lin Sun left, a group of strong figures appeared. Come on, the ancient scripture engraved on the Three Lives rock. There is no one here? When these experts rushed over, they were a bit surprised. Then, they were overjoyed and hurriedly rushed up the Three Life cliff. But the next moment, they were dumbfounded. Because that place was empty since a long time ago. That incomparably mystical ancient scripture diagram had been taken away by someone a long time ago. Instantly, the joy that these powerhouses were feeling disappeared without a trace. Cutting the soul to refine the Three Lives' godly form? On the way, Lin Sun perceived a little and understood the mystery of great meditating magic. It turned out to be a kind of inheritance of cutting one's soul and refining the Three Lives' godly form. What was the Three Lives? Previous life, present life, and future life. That was, the past, the present, and the future. And the great netherworld divine art was a secret technique that divided a cultivator's primordial spirit into three, turning it into three primordial spirits, and cultivating the past, present, and future respectively. If it were in the past, Lin Sun would definitely be confused. After all, the spirit was the foundation of the king's longevity. A little damage may affect the practitioner's cultivation. Not to mention cutting the spirit and dividing it into three parts. It was just like self-mutilation. But for Lin Sun, whose spiritual power had reached the second level of gathering of divine flowers, this great meditating magic was unprecedented and magical, because the state of gathering flowers in prominence was divided into three realms, namely the past, the present, and the future. Every time a practitioner cultivated a new realm, a flower of Tao would be condensed in his spirit, which represented the essence of the Three Lives. From this point of view, the practice of great meditating magic was to divide the spirit into three parts and let three different spirits comprehend different realms. Wonderful. It was really wonderful. Lin Sun was extremely amazed and realized that this great meditating magic was absolutely an incredible peerless inheritance. If he could really cultivate it successfully, it was very likely that he would go further on the road of immortality, because the core of the lantern-like soul was the secret of immortality. If it weren't in the divine underworld palace, Lin Sun would have impulsively wanted to cultivate this scripture. Found it. Before long, Lin Sun came to a blood river. This was the true river of blood. The surging blood-colored river water surged majestically. It was unknown where it began and where it ended, as if it would last for eternity. As soon as it arrived, there was a suffocating oppressive wave that enveloped this side of the world. Even with Lin Sun's strength, his whole body was tense and his mind was awe-inspiring. Looking carefully, in the sky on the other side of the blood river, there were blood clouds gathering. In the clouds and mist, there was an extremely magnificent blood altar. Unfortunately, it seemed to be separated by a blood river. Even if Lin Sun observed it with his spiritual awareness, he couldn't see what it was at all. It was shrouded with a frightening sacred breath, which isolated the spiritual awareness. It was also here that Lin Sun felt the breath belonging to Tan Tai Lu. Before, when he defeated Tan Tai Lu, he had already stamped his own mark on Tan Tai Lu without a trace. Now he just came here according to the map. It seems that Wang Xuanyu and others are on the other side of the Blood River. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed. Clatter in the Blood River, a black boat suddenly appeared, and a skeleton boatman came with a white bone oar. Seeing this familiar scene, Lin Sun couldn't help being stunned. Could it be that the blood lake they saw before was connected to the Blood River in front of them? Lin Sun looked carefully again and found that he was right. It was the black boat and the skeleton boatman he had seen before. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Along with the appearance of the black boat, figures of experts appeared one after another from the other areas of the Blood River, and all of them converged in this direction. "Hurry up, the ghost boat is coming!" someone shouted. "If we can't get on the boat this time, the heaven-defying fortune on the other side will be completely taken away by the strong who crossed the boat earlier." These strong people had obviously been waiting for a long time. Seeing the black boat appear, they all couldn't wait. Netherworld ship, this was the first time Lin Sun had heard this title. However, he didn't have the time to think too much about it. Because at this moment, many experts had soared through the sky and occupied advantageous positions, and they intended to cross the black boat as soon as it arrived at the shore. Courting death. Someone roared, and his whole body emitted blazing flames, sending a powerhouse in front of him flying. It was a young man in a crimson robe. His eyes shone brightly, his figure was imposing, and he had a head of long, snow-white hair. This was Tuoba Hun, the successor of the sacred hermit land of the southern profound world, the sixth mysterious house, an extremely powerful ancient monster. "If anyone dares to approach, kill without mercy." A cold and deep voice rang out. A woman floated over. Her figure was graceful, and her body was surrounded by light blue Dao light. She had handsome eyes and slender eyebrows, and she was spirited and spirited. Her appearance was extremely outstanding, but her entire body emitted an aura that was as cold as ice, causing others to tremble with fear. Shui Baoji, an ancient freak from the skyscraping pavilion of the East Victory Domain. Many cultivators narrowed their eyes and took the initiative to dodge. But what made people's hearts palpitate was that one of the experts was slightly slower in dodging, and Shui Baoji lifted his hand and erased his life. A misty blue rain of light sprinkled down, erasing that person's corpse completely, as if it had been dissolved. Lin Sun immediately frowned. This woman's action might be to frighten the heroes, but it was a little too vicious. Tuoba Hun turned around and glanced at Shui Baoji. His eyes flickered, but he did not stop Shui Baoji in the end. Obviously, he acknowledged Shui Baoji's strength. "Ha ha ha. The place on the other side of the Nether River is the Nether God altar of legend that contains heaven-defying fortune, right? This time I will go and take a look." Accompanied by a burst of laughter, a young man with a rugged appearance and a sharp and murderous aura rushed over like a gust of wind. Cries of alarm resounded in the area. Many people couldn't dodge in time and were knocked into a mess by the violent wind brought about by the young man's figure. The ancient freak of the Dongyang clan, Dongyang Ting. Someone was shocked, recognizing that youth's identity. For a time, 3 top-rate existences in the ultimate monster king realm had actually appeared, and it caused the expressions of many cultivators to change indeterminately. As the saying goes, comparisons are odious. In the outside world, every single one of these cultivators were renowned geniuses and geniuses. They were extremely dazzling, and each of them had their own pride. But since entering the upper 9 realms, in the competition between the geniuses of the same generation, these strong people who used to be regarded as elites suddenly seemed dim. As the saying goes, there's always a higher mountain, and there's always someone better out there. Right at this moment, Tuoba Hun, Skyscraper Pavilion Shui Baoji, and the Dongyang clan's Dongyang Ting appeared one after another. Their auras instantly suppressed the other cultivators. The 3 of them stood on the bank of the blood-colored Styx River, each with their own style. No one dared to approach them. But right at this moment, many cultivators noticed that a thin young man in moon-white clothes seemed to have completely not noticed the existence of Tuoba Hun and the others, and he walked directly towards the bank of the lake. Tuoba Hun frowned and squinted at Lin Sun without saying anything. Shui Baoji's beautiful face became colder and colder. Her eyes swept over Lin Sun like sharp blades, exuding an undisguised sense of rejection. Yo, this brother dares to come close without revealing himself. Could it be that he is a hidden expert? Dong Yangting looked surprised, but his voice was filled with mockery. Lin Sun didn't care about this at all. The black boat was very small and could only accommodate 5 or 6 people. It was foreseeable that there would be a fierce competition for the opportunity to board the boat. Seeing Lin Sun's indifferent expression and directly ignoring Xue Baoji and Dong Yangting, Tuoba Hun couldn't help but be startled, and a strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The chill emitted by Xue Baoji became more and more frightening, but for some reason, she didn't take any action. After all, she had killed an expert who stood in her way just now. Dong Yangting was a little embarrassed. His ridicule was directly ignored, and he had a feeling of asking for a snub. But he didn't stop Lin Sun from approaching. What? Do you still want to stand shoulder to shoulder with us? Watch carefully, this is the place where you should stop. Xue Baoji couldn't help but speak out, and her voice was bone-chilling. As she spoke, she pointed to a place 3 meters away from her, telling Lin Sun that he could only stop here. Because if Lin Sun went any further, he would come to the place behind her, which would be a potential threat to any expert. As expected, Lin Sun stopped and didn't move forward. This made Tuoba Hun and Dong Yangting, who had been paying attention to Lin Sun's movements, slightly disappointed. It was as if the show they wanted to watch had ended in a hurry before it even started. Seeing this, Xue Baoji inexplicably felt much more relaxed. Her lips curved coldly, and she said, "You're sensible. If you had dared to come forward before, I'm afraid you would have been dead by now." Her words were obviously disdainful. Lin Sun smiled faintly, but didn't comment. He wouldn't choose to attack directly because of some small friction over words. Seeing that Lin Sun's momentum was completely suppressed by Xue Baoji, and he didn't dare to talk back, Tuoba Hun and Dong Yangting couldn't help but be more disappointed. They muttered to themselves, "Did I see wrong? Isn't this guy a powerful and ruthless person?" The crowd in the distance could only see Lin Sun's back, but no one realized that this low-key and indifferent young man who hadn't said a word since the beginning was the infamous demon god Lin. However, it was normal that they didn't recognize him. Perhaps they had heard of Lin Sun's name, but not many of them had actually seen him. As the blood river churned, the black boat gradually approached and was clearly visible. On the shore, the atmosphere became more and more solemn and tense. Everyone was ready to fight for it. Perhaps many people would be afraid of Tuoba Hun and the other two, but the space of the boat was enough to accommodate 5 or 6 people. This also meant that there were several opportunities to board the boat in addition to Tuoba Hun and the other two. At the same time, Tuoba Hun and the others were also secretly on guard. At such a time, they naturally didn't dare to be careless, lest the boat capsize in the gutter. "Friend, make way. I'm taking this place." Unexpectedly, before the black boat could really get close to the shore, a shout suddenly sounded. Accompanied by the voice, a handsome young man with a jade belt and brocade robe soared into the sky and directly swept towards the area where Lin Sun was. Boom! Without asking whether Lin Sun would agree or not, the young man directly took action. His palm and fingers turned into a golden cauldron and smashed towards Lin Sun. Obviously, the young man was targeting Lin Sun. The reason was that Lin Sun chose to stop and not fight back in front of Xue Baoji, so that the young man thought that Lin Sun could be bullied. Seeing the young man in brocade robe take action, a cold light flashed in the eyes of Tuoba Hun and the others. But when they saw that the young man was only targeting Lin Sun, they immediately relaxed. Instead, they felt a little sorry for Lin Sun. A paper tiger who was bluffing was destined to be exposed. Even if they didn't take action, it didn't mean that others wouldn't do the same. Lin Sun really didn't want to take action at this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to stop just now and not to fight back in the face of Xue Baoji's slightly disdainful words. But obviously, someone mistook his low-key attitude as weakness and could be bullied. Seeing the golden cauldron formed by the palm wind rushing towards him, Lin Sun didn't retreat or evade. He didn't even move and didn't even look back. It seemed that he didn't notice the blow at all. Many people couldn't help but sweat in their palms. Some people were stunned. Were they all wrong? This guy had been indifferent and low-key before. Was he bluffing instead of hiding his strength? Boom! Just as everyone's mind was in a whirl, there was a loud bang in the field and the void exploded. Lin Sun stood where he was without moving at all. Only his clothes were fluttering in the wind. But the young man in brocade robe who launched the attack let out a scream of horror. His whole body was thrown in a beautiful arc in the void and then fell into the blood river far away. Boom, in the blood river, a snow-white and huge bone dragon rushed out, swallowed the young man's figure, and then disappeared again under the blood river. There was even no scream. Everyone was dumbfounded. They rubbed their eyes and wondered if it was an illusion. Because from beginning to end, they didn't see how the young man in brocade robe was defeated and how he was thrown into the blood river. In their eyes, Lin Sun had been standing there with his hands behind his back. His handsome figure faced the vast blood river, and he didn't move at all. It seemed extremely strange and incredible, and it made people feel inexplicably cold all over. The expressions of Tuoba Hun, Shui Baoji, and Dong Yangting changed slightly, and the way they looked at Lin Sun suddenly changed. With their combat strength and vision, they were naturally able to notice that even though Lin Sun didn't make any movements, an extremely obscure and formidable restrictive force had spread out from his body, and it confined the young man in an embroidered robe in one go before tossing him into the bloody river, and it was conceivable how powerful this young man was to be able to easily imprison a peerless king and make him unable to break free. Sure enough, he's a hidden master. Dong Yangting clapped his hands and laughed. The corner of Tuoba Hun's mouth twitched imperceptibly. He knew in his heart that they all almost offended a ruthless person just now. Fortunately, he didn't show any hostility from the beginning. Shui Baoji's beautiful face was a little uncertain. Just now, she had threatened Lin Sun and made him stop, and her words were very disdainful. However, when she was about to say something, the black boat had already reached the shore. Whoosh, everyone only felt a blur before Lin Sun's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the black boat. Shui Baoji didn't have time to think too much and immediately took action. Not only her, but the others also rushed to the black boat. A battle inevitably broke out. However, no one dared to make a move against Lin Sun and Tuoba Hun. On the black boat, the skeleton boatman seemed to be unaware of all this, or rather, he directly ignored it all. He got up, picked up a dim oil lamp, and hung it on the bow. P.S. Thank you, Brother Chen Dong 6638, and other children for your monthly tickets. As soon as Lin Sun set foot on the black boat, he handed over a divine medicine. Then, he stood at the stern of the boat and looked at the mighty blood sticks. Before entering the forbidden area of Styx, Lin Sun had investigated the aura of this forbidden area with his spiritual awareness. At that time, he saw a shocking scene. A river of blood surged, and numerous strange and ominous corpses floated and sank. A Buddha died with a hole pierced between his eyebrows, looking angry. A body shaped like a black dragon cracked, winding tens of thousands of meters long. A sage in feather clothes and a crown, a strange beast with Taoist markings on its forehead, without exception, all of them were buried in the blood river. At the same time, the cries of fiend gods and the sorrowful hiss of saints resounded, and it revealed a bloody scene of great calamity and terror. At that time, Lin Sun suspected that this terrible scene came from the legendary Styx. At this time, standing on the black boat, Lin Sun looked around and saw the surging blood river, as if it had existed for a long time. In a trance, Lin Sun seemed to see the strange and terrible scenes and the corpses floating and sinking in the blood river. Was this really the legendary Styx? On the black boat, Tuoba Hun, Shui Baoji, and Dong Yangting arrived one after another. They each took a seat and handed over a divine medicine. Obviously, they also knew the rules of taking a boat. Seeing Lin Sun looking at the blood river with his back to them, Tuoba Hun and the other two looked at each other and then withdrew their gazes. No one disturbed Lin Sun. The scene of the death of the young man in a brocade robe made them all realize that the young man in front of them was not inferior to them. On the shore, the fierce fighting and competition continued. Soon, two people stood out one after another and rushed to the black boat. They were a skinny man and a sweet and charming woman in purple. However, both of them were bathed in blood and looked a little embarrassed. As soon as they arrived on the boat, they handed over the divine medicine first and then cupped their hands to Tuoba Hun and the others with a very humble attitude. Whoosh, another person rushed over with the intention of boarding the boat, but before he could even get close, he was swept away by a layer of dim yellow light, and his body was suddenly blasted flying while blood sprayed from his mouth and nose. At the same time, the boatman pushed the oars, and the black boat slowly left the shore, heading towards the depths of the bloody Netherworld River. No. Damn it. On the shore, cries of unwillingness rang out. Those experts who were unable to board the ship were filled with disappointment. On the black boat, Tuoba Hun and the others heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, they'd already obtained the qualifications to arrive at the other side, and at that time, they would naturally have the opportunity to fight for that heaven-defying fortune. Old boatman, slow down. Bring me along. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the shore, and one could faintly see a green-robed youth waving his hand and shouting. Lin Sun was standing at the stern. When he saw the green-robed lad, his eyes immediately lit up. Old Toad, but right after that, he was speechless. This fellow really came at the wrong time. Old Toad, just you wait. If I see Wang Xuanyu, I will definitely seek justice for you. Lin Sun transmitted his voice to comfort him. Sigh, that's the only way. Old Toad was very depressed. Lin then asked about Ji Xingyao and Mo Tianhe, but Old Toad shook its head, indicating that it didn't know. It turned out that Old Toad, Ji Xingyao, and the others had also been separated during the Underworld Army's attack. Pay attention to their tracks and wait here for my return. If we manage to snatch the opportunity, you will naturally have a share. Lin Sun said. Only now did Old Toad beam with joy and nod repeatedly. Don't worry, there's more than one fortuitous encounter in this Nether God Palace. I'll go take a stroll somewhere else first. Seeing Old Toad off into the distance, Lin Sun withdrew his gaze. That green-robed youth can be considered to be lucky. He came too late and was unable to catch up to the battle and fight. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would have lost his life long ago. How could he have the chance to shout like this? Suddenly, someone laughed mockingly. It was Dongyang Ting, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a piercingly cold aura lock onto him, causing him to stiffen. Looking up, he found that Lin Sun had already looked at him. His deep black eyes were full of coldness. Tuoba Hun and the others also noticed that the atmosphere was not right, and their expressions became subtle. Apologize. Lin Sun's words were concise, but there was an unquestionable tone to them. Dongyang Ting raised an eyebrow and pointed at his nose. Are you ordering me? His voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Although he sensed that Lin Sun's combat strength couldn't be underestimated, he felt a little embarrassed to be ordered by Lin Sun in front of so many people. We're all in the same boat now. If there's a dispute, everyone will be affected. I hope the two of you can each take a step back. Shui Baoji suddenly said, of course, if you really want to fight, you can wait until we reach the shore. His words seemed fair, but in fact, he didn't want to be implicated. The black boat was too small. Once a fight broke out, no one would be able to remain unscathed. That's right, Daoist Dongyang was just joking. Why do you have to be so calculative, my friend? Tuoba Hun also nodded. As for the skinny man and the woman in purple, they both chose to remain silent and watch the situation unfold. The corners of Dongyang Ting's lips curled into a playful smile. Friend, do you still want me to apologize now? As soon as he finished speaking, his vision blurred, and Lin Sun appeared in front of him, reaching out to grab him. Dongyang Ting's expression changed abruptly. He hadn't expected Lin Sun to really dare to make a move. He was caught off guard. Shui Baoji and Tuoba Hun, on the other hand, were furious. This guy really didn't take them seriously. He knew that they were bound to be implicated in a fight, but he didn't care at all. But in the next moment, their pupils constricted while the flames of rage in their bellies vanished, and it was replaced by a wisp of deep coldness. The fierce battle they'd predicted didn't break out. At all. Dongyang Ting was directly grabbed by the neck, and his body was lifted into the air. In other words, a top figure like Dongyang Ting, an ancient freak from the Dongyang clan, couldn't even withstand one move before he was captured. Shui Baoji and the others instantly felt a chill in their hearts. As peers, they knew very well that even if it was a sneak attack, they wouldn't be able to subdue Dongyang Ting with one move. But now, Dongyang Ting had been captured so easily, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. This was undoubtedly terrifying. Apologize. Lin Sun spoke again. But this time, no one dared to question his attitude. Dong Yangting's face was flushed, and his eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. But in the end, he lowered his head and said bitterly, "I apologize. I shouldn't have spoken rudely. Please have mercy, friend." Dong Yangting's refusal to submit didn't happen, and Shui Baoji and the others' expressions changed once more. Bang! Lin Sun loosened his grip, and Dong Yangting fell onto the boat, coughing violently. 5 deep finger marks remained on his neck. "It's your turn." Lin Sun looked at Shui Baoji. Shui Baoji was startled at first, then his expression turned extremely cold. "You want to order me to apologize too?" Lin Sun said, "He spoke rudely to my friend, so he should apologize. You, on the other hand, spoke rudely to me. Do you think this is the end of it?" Everyone was shocked. Only then did they realize that it wasn't that this guy didn't have a temper, but that he had been holding it in. Everyone knew that Shui Baoji had scolded and ridiculed Lin Sun on the shore. "Aren't you worried that everyone on this boat will suffer if we fight?" Shui Baoji said coldly. She was ready and vigilant. She wouldn't let herself repeat Dong Yangting's mistakes. She was even prepared to drag the others down with her if she fought. By then, Lin Sun was destined to be the target of public criticism. "I'll give you a chance to apologize. If you don't cherish it, I can guarantee that you'll die on sticks today." Lin Sun's expression was calm, his black eyes cold. Even though Shui Baoji was an extremely beautiful woman and came from a noble background, Lin Sun didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. Lin Sun had never been this kind of person. The atmosphere on the boat became deathly silent. Everyone was ready to fight. Because they all knew that once the fight broke out, no one would be spared. At the same time, they all felt a little dissatisfied with Lin Sun. Knowing that they were all on the same boat, Lin Sun still acted so unscrupulously. Did he ignore their existence? For a moment, they looked at Lin Sun in a different way. But to their surprise, Shui Baoji's expression changed for a long time before she finally apologized. Her voice seemed to be squeezed out of her teeth. "I apologize. I shouldn't have been so rude. I hope you can forgive me." There was no sincerity in her voice. Instead, there was a trace of hatred. Anyone could hear it. But it was an apology after all. It proved that even if Shui Baoji hated Lin Sun to the core, she didn't want to fall out with Lin Sun at this time. "I hope there won't be a next time." Lin Sun withdrew his gaze and returned to the stern, no longer paying attention to these things. However, the atmosphere on the boat had become different. Faintly, people began to repel and fear Lin Sun. From beginning to end, the skeleton boatman turned a blind eye to all this. He held the bone oars and rode on sticks. At the bow of the boat, the dim oil lamp swayed, sprinkling mottled light. The Styx was surging and tumbling endlessly. Gradually, they could see the other side, where blood-colored auspicious clouds were floating in the sky. A blood-colored altar stood high in the sky, shrouded in auspicious clouds. It looked extremely mysterious. The divine netherworld altar, a heaven-defying creation that had been sealed for thousands of years, was hidden within. Everyone had different expressions as they looked into the distance. When they reached the other side, Dong Yangting was the first to disembark, followed by Shui Baoji and Tuoba Hun. "Daoist, please." The skinny man and the woman in purple hurriedly stepped aside to let Lin Sun go first. Lin Sun glanced at them but didn't refuse. However, the moment he stepped out of the boat, a sudden change occurred. Boom! The terrifying glow of the Tao carried various Tao arts and treasures as it covered the heavens and the earth, and it shattered space into powder as it surged over explosively and covered this expanse of the heavens and the earth. The 3 ancient freaks attacked together, obviously using all their strength. Their lethality was enough to make anyone despair. Perhaps the only way out was to hide in the black boat. However, to Lin Sun's surprise, the skinny man and the woman in purple, who had respectfully let him go first, also attacked at this moment. They attacked Lin Sun from behind. Lin Sun was completely caught in a pincer attack. Unstoppable. Unavoidable, this was the strategy Shui Baoji thought of. She joined forces with Dong Yangting, Tuoba Hun, and the others to eliminate Lin Sun at this moment. The reason was simple. Lin Sun had forced her to apologize to Dong Yangting on the way here. As for Tuoba Hun and the others, they were also dissatisfied with Lin Sun. They thought that Lin Sun's previous actions had gone too far and ignored their existence. If Shui Baoji and Dong Yangting hadn't taken the initiative to admit defeat, a battle was bound to break out at that time, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. This attack was their revenge. Moreover, they went all out from the start. Because they all knew that when dealing with a ruthless person like Lin Sun, they had to eliminate him as soon as they attacked. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Unfortunately, they still underestimated Lin Sun. At this moment, Lin Sun, who was deep in the encirclement, had cold eyes and a calm expression, as if he had already expected this. From his body, an indescribable and terrifying aura exploded. Boom, dazzling Taoist light, tribulation runes rose and circled around him. Inside his body, Yazi's wrath and battle saint technique operated together. In an instant, Lin Sun, who had been as calm as a cloud, seemed to have turned into a demonic god with a disdainful might. Bang! Bang! With two deafening explosions, the skinny man and the woman in purple coughed up blood and flew backward, almost falling into the surging Styx river. Boom! At the same time, a myriad of fist strikes shot out with all-powerful might, and they shattered all the various attacks that assaulted them into powder. Crack! The surface of a shining purple precious imprint cracked apart, and it was blasted flying. Dong, a white tiger that was conjured from a Taoist technique, was directly blasted into a rain of light that filled the sky. Rumble! The other Tao arts and treasures were blasted apart, destroyed, and obliterated by the peerlessly blazing fist force. As soon as he revealed his skills, he dissolved the attacks from all directions. In an instant, Shui Baoji and the others who were originally filled with confidence gasped and almost cried out involuntarily. Before, they had been very vigilant and careful, treating Lin Sun as their number one enemy. But who would have thought that when the battle really started, the other party's battle prowess and vigor completely exceeded their expectations, too strong, that demonic godlike attitude caused them to feel a sense of terror. Who was this guy? No one noticed that even the skeleton boatman glanced at Lin Sun at this moment. Do you think I'm too benevolent, that I can let you provoke me as you please? In a calm voice, Lin Sun stepped on the air and rushed forward. In that case, I'll play with you. Boom, his entire body shone. In that instant, a large hand covered the sky, displaying the profound mysteries of the Swan Ni imprint, slapping downwards. With a pu sound, Shui Baoji coughed out blood. Even though she blocked this attack, her entire body was still slapped flying, suffering serious injuries. How can you be so strong? She screamed. Tuoba Han and Dong Yangting's scalps were numb. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that there was such a heaven-defying monster among their peers. But before they could think too much, Lin Sun was already charging at them. Go! Tuoba Han let out a long howl. Crack! But at the same time, Lin Sun smashed a bronze mirror treasure that Dong Yangting had taken out with a punch, and his fist force burst forth, leaving a hole in Dong Yangting's chest. This person was ruthless, abandoning his body without hesitation, and his spirit soared into the sky. In the distance, Shui Baoji and Tuoba Han had already fled far away. A well-planned siege was directly overturned in front of Lin Sun's absolute combat power. It was so powerful that it was a complete mess. Lin Sun didn't give chase. Because at this moment, the skeleton boatman unexpectedly spoke. Young friend, would you like to do me a favor? His voice was mellow and clear, like the sound of Tao, making one's mind indescribably calm and peaceful. Lin Sun was startled and turned to look at the skeleton boatman, who was standing on the black boat, wearing linen clothes and with green flames burning in his eyes. But in Lin Sun's eyes, what he saw was a middle-aged man with wide sleeves and a wide belt, with a carefree manner and temperament like an immortal. His eyebrows were as black as ink, his eyes as bright as stars, and his lips curled into a smile. As if above the ninth heaven, he gave off an untouchable feeling, as if he didn't belong to this world. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun cupped his hands and said, Senior, please speak. This lamp is called Wujiu. If one day you go to the starry sky ancient path, please use this lamp to guide the wandering ghosts who are lost on the path of Tao. The man took down a dim yellow oil lamp from the bow, and the flickering light made his figure emit an ethereal aura. Lin Sun was stunned. Wandering ghosts who were lost on the path of Tao, he didn't quite understand. The path of Tao is like a boat sailing through the sea of bitterness. If there is no lamp to guide you, how can you know where the road ahead is? The skeleton boatman sighed softly. An indescribable feeling welled up in Lin Sun's heart. Would one get lost in the pursuit of Tao? Yes, the higher the realm, the more one knew the difficulties and dangers of Tao. As long as one pursued it, no one could guarantee that he wouldn't get lost in it. In this regard, Lin Sun had a deep understanding of it. These years of cultivation experience made him have a deeper understanding of the path of Tao. In the end, Lin Sun took over the lamp. Wu Jiu implied that no one could be blamed and no mistakes would be made. This lamp was named Wu Jiu, which meant that there must be a mystery. The path of Tao is unknown, and a lamp will illuminate it. My young friend, you have accumulated karma, and your fate is uncertain. If you encounter an unsolvable dilemma when you become a saint, you can inject a drop of heart blood into this lamp, and there may be a chance to solve it. The skeleton boatman's voice was mellow as he gave advice. Lin Sun was moved. Then he took a deep breath and cupped his hands to thank him. When he raised his head again, the skeleton boatman and the black boat had disappeared, and only the boundless blood river was surging. The path of Tao is unknown, and a lamp will illuminate it. Lin Sun muttered these words in his heart and put away the Wu Jiu lamp. After that, he took a deep breath, discarded all distracting thoughts, and looked towards the distant sky. Blood-colored auspicious clouds converged there, and the nether god altar was faintly visible within them. Swoosh, Lin Sun soared into the sky. In the sky, auspicious clouds were numerous, and all of them were scarlet red in color. The aura that effused out wasn't bloody, and it carried a pure and holy aura instead. When he arrived high in the sky, he noticed that the nether god altar was extremely extraordinary. It was like a small mountain that floated beneath the sky, and it was completely pitch black and flowed with a divine aura. There was a stone table on the altar, and there were many things consecrated on it. All of them were suffused with hazy immortal radiance and chaotic chi, and they were enshrouded by mist, causing it to be impossible to see clearly. But everyone was clearly aware that it was a heaven-defying fortune that had been sealed here for eternity, but in next to no time, Lin Sun was shocked in his heart. Because with the altar as the center, there were figures of cultivators standing on the blood-colored auspicious clouds in all directions, all of them were either sitting or standing. There were men and women, and there were even some beings from formidable clans. Even though their appearances were different, their auras were extremely formidable. There were over 100 of them. Lin Sun couldn't help but be slightly shocked. After all, to arrive here, one had to first enter the Nether River restricted area, and then pass through the Nether God Blood Well, the blood-red underworld soil, the Nether God Cave, the Nether River. This path was filled with countless dangers and difficulties, and ordinary experts would suffer calamity on the way and be unable to arrive here. However, there were over 100 experts in the vicinity of the Nether God altar. Another competitor has arrived. If this continues, then I wonder how many people will enter when the seal on the altar is opened tomorrow. A gloomy voice resounded. Lin Sun swept the surroundings with his gaze, yet he didn't notice the source of this voice. However, he didn't mind. Through his observation, he immediately noticed that the experts scattered around the surroundings of the blood-colored auspicious clouds were far from being able to compare with the experts near the Nether God altar. In other words, the strength of the experts present here would definitely be stronger the closer they were to the Nether God altar. Otherwise, their positions would have probably been occupied a long time ago. The atmosphere here was extremely tense and oppressive. Killing intent suffused the surroundings, and it faintly formed a situation where everyone was vigilant and in confrontation with each other. At the same time, Lin Sun noticed Wang Ziying and the others as well. Their positions weren't close to the front nor the back. When they noticed Lin Sun's gaze, their expressions changed indeterminately, and there was hatred and deep fear within them. Besides them, there was also Shui Baoji, Tuoba Hun, and the others. When they saw Lin Sun, all of their faces were covered in gloominess. Lin Sun directly disregarded all of this. They're just a group of losers, so why should he pay attention to them? Newcomer, I advise you to stay there obediently. There's no place for you here any longer. If you dare walk around randomly, then the fellow Taoists here will probably not allow it. That gloomy voice resounded once more. It drifted indeterminately from left to right, and it caused others to be unable to determine its direction. Obviously, this voice carried hostility towards Lin Sun, and it was sowing discord and making others treat Lin Sun with hostility. Unfortunately, none of the people here were idiots. How could they possibly go against the newcomer Lin Sun just because of a few words? Why are you hiding here? Stand out and speak if you have the balls. Lin Sun's face sank, and his divine sense swept out. Ho ho, this boy is quite arrogant. Have a try if you dare. This time, as soon as the gloomy voice resounded, Lin Sun instantly locked on the opponent. It was a golden-robed man with long and narrow cheeks and pale skin. He was not far from Lin Sun. Do you think I don't dare? I'll kill you first. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed with killing intent, and his figure disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, the golden-robed man was stunned, and a sense of extreme danger surged in his heart. He got goosebumps all over his body, and retreated without hesitation, intending to dodge first. Bang, however, at the moment when he moved, a punch broke through the air and smashed his head instantly, causing blood to spurt out. All of a sudden, the nearby strongmen became restless, and their faces changed abruptly with different expressions. P.S. Let me tell you something. I've just received a call. Goldfish's grandfather fell to the ground with a cerebral hemorrhage. Now he's in a coma in the hospital. Goldfish and her family are going to the hospital immediately. Killed with a single blow, the bloody scene had a strong visual impact. The golden-robed young man who was killed was called Tang Lv. He was also a supreme overlord, but now, he died on the spot without even being able to block a single punch. As the blood rain fell, Lin Sun stood on the bloody cloud where Tang Lv had been. His black eyes were cold and indifferent. However, the way everyone looked at him was completely different now. He was a tough guy. The powerhouses near Lin Sun even unconsciously became vigilant as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Demon God Lin. At this moment, someone recognized Lin Sun, causing a commotion in the field. Many people revealed a look of realization. No wonder he dared to be so domineering. It turned out that he was the legendary Ruthless Man. Most of the powerhouses present had never seen Lin Sun before, but it didn't hinder their understanding of the name Demon God Lin. For a moment, even some top figures began to pay attention and attach importance to Lin Sun, not daring to treat him as a passerby. Shui Baoji, Tuoba Hun, and others were stunned and dumbfounded. Of course, they also knew Demon God Lin, but they didn't expect that the opponent they hated the most was. At this moment, they all had the urge to cough blood. If they had known this, they definitely wouldn't have treated Lin Sun like that when crossing the Styx River. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret now. As for Wang Ziying and others, they didn't even dare to fart at this moment. Although they were forced to admit defeat near the Three Lives Rock, they had already given up the idea of fighting against Lin Sun. They had no choice. They all knew how powerful Demon God Lin was. He wasn't someone they could provoke at all. Of course, if someone jumped out to deal with Lin Sun, they would be happy to see it. Taoism Lin, do you know who Tang Lv is? Suddenly, someone spoke with a hint of schadenfreude. Everyone was stunned at first. Then, they seemed to realize something, and their expressions became strange. Lin Sun said indifferently, "It's just a dead man. Why should I care who he is?" His words were very domineering. Many people secretly admired him. As expected of the legendary fearless Demon God Lin. Just this courage alone was enough to make many people feel ashamed of their inferiority. There was also someone who sneered, "Lin Sun, there's no harm in telling you this. This Tang Lv is from Aolai Nation's Sacred Flame Sect, and his grandfather is the High Priest of Sacred Flame Sect, Tang Mu." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed slightly. Anyone who understood the Sacred Flame Sect would know that this was an extremely difficult place to deal with. They had countless disciples, and all of them were ruthless people who did not fear death. "Even if I'm not as strong as you, I still dare to fight you to the death. If that was all, it wouldn't be enough to strike fear in others." What was truly terrifying was that anyone who was viewed as an enemy by the sect, no matter who it was, would be hunted down until they died. This style of doing things was very similar to the Black Sea Tengu clan, but the difference was that the Sacred Flame Sect was a place of sacred seclusion. Its influence, heritage, and power were far above that of the Black Sea Tengu clan. Even among the sacred retreat grounds, the Sacred Flame Sect was definitely a colossal existence in terms of power and influence. Generally speaking, no one was willing to provoke the disciples of the Sacred Flame sect because they were like a group of cold-blooded, heartless lunatics. Not only were they ruthless to their enemies, but they were even more ruthless to themselves. If the news that Lin Sun killed Tang Lv at this time spread out, he would definitely be targeted by the Sacred Flame sect. When he returned from the Absolute Summit domain, he would probably suffer the endless revenge of the Sacred Flame sect. Other orthodoxies might still be afraid of Lin Sun's potential and power, so they wouldn't lower themselves and care so much about a junior like Lin Sun. But the Sacred Flame sect wouldn't. This orthodoxy even dared to kill sages. Therefore, when everyone came to their senses, they more or less looked at Lin Sun in a different way. It was true that in this Absolute Summit domain, Demon God Lin was unscrupulous and his strength was much stronger than his peers, but it didn't mean that he couldn't be defeated. Even if we take a step back and assume that you, Demon God Lin, are able to leave the Apex region alive, would your enemies let you off? The Sacred Flame sect alone was enough to make him suffer. The Sacred Flame sect. At this moment, Lin Sun remembered that he was besieged by the Sacred Flame sect in the Boundary River. Their target was Lo Kai Wei. But no matter what, the hatred had already been formed at that time. Therefore, when he saw someone use the name of the Sacred Flame sect to intimidate him, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel funny. He glanced at the crowd and said, "Since I entered the Ancient Desolation domain, when have I ever been afraid of anyone? If you want to see the fun of me, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you." His voice was powerful and full of arrogance. Suddenly, many strong men in the field looked unnatural. Many people thought of the sensational things Lin Sun had done in the Ancient Desolation domain and couldn't help sighing with emotion. Back then, when Demon God Lin first showed his brilliance in the Westhang boundary, he made a bold statement that he would kill all the black demonic dogs in the world one day, which made him famous. He defeated all the heroes in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, proved the Tao, and attracted attention from all directions. When he entered the Dongxing boundary, he competed with the successors of the ancient orthodoxies such as the Holy Land of Heaven's Pivot and the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure, which caused a lot of trouble and attracted the attention of the world. Then, he broke into the White Jade capital alone and broke many records of Yun Qingbai in the 12 buildings in one day. In the minor tycoon list, he surpassed all others and reached the first place, leading the way. At the shore of the Star Burial Sea, he killed a group of kings and made waves while talking and laughing. Later, there was even a mysterious saintess who sought justice for Lin Sun. She turned a saint into a beast and made the 6 ancient orthodoxies lose face. All these deeds were accompanied by terror and danger, intertwined with blood and killing. Every time, Lin Sun was not favored. But every time, he would survive. How could such an undefeatable demon god be afraid of threats? Junior brother Wang, he is Demon God Lin. In the area closest to the divine netherworld altar, Tantai Lu said with a gloomy face, if he hadn't interfered, that miraculous ancient stone scripture would have belonged to our Tai Taoism. There was hatred and unwillingness in his voice. Beside her, Wang Xuanyu wore a black Taoist robe, and his eyes were calm like an ancient well. He said with a smile, "It's just a battle of opportunities. It's not wrong to lose to such a famous and ruthless person." But he was too presumptuous. If we hadn't escaped in time, we would have almost died in his hands. Tantai Lu was a little anxious. What did he mean? Senior brother Wang didn't intend to pursue the matter. Wang Xuanyu still smiled and said indifferently with his hands behind his back, "Didn't he not die? It shows that Demon God Lin still has a bottom line and is not someone who kills innocent people." Tantai Lu was depressed and speechless. Why did it feel like Wang Xuanyu was defending Demon God Lin? "He said he wants to talk to you face to face." Tantai Lu said with displeasure, "He's already bullying us, and you still intend to smooth things over?" Wang Xuanyu was stunned, and then he said with a smile, "I still say the same thing. In the battle of opportunities, there are bound to be winners and losers. It all depends on one's own ability." After a pause, he changed the topic and said, "Of course, when the opportunities on the divine netherworld altar appear tomorrow, if Demon God Lin wants to compete with me, I will naturally not show mercy." Hearing this, Tantai Lu felt much better. But at this moment, he suddenly noticed that Lin Sun in the distance was looking at him. He was furious at once. What else did this guy want? Immediately, he awkwardly found that he was overthinking. Lin Sun's gaze just swept over him and fell on Wang Xuanyu next to him. This made Tantai Lu depressed again. There was no doubt that in Lin Sun's heart, he was already a defeated opponent, not worthy of attention at all. You are Wang Xuanyu? As soon as Lin Sun spoke, he immediately attracted the attention of the audience. At this time, among the hundreds of experts around the divine netherworld altar, the existence of Wang Xuanyu was undoubtedly the most frightening. The reason was very simple. Wang Xuanyu's combat power was very strong, and not just ordinarily strong, and at this moment, Demon God Lin directly called out Wang Xuanyu's name. Something was bound to happen. For a time, everyone had different thoughts and couldn't help but look forward to it. If Demon God Lin and Wang Xuanyu had a conflict, this would be a battle between two tigers. It might even create some opportunities for them to fish in troubled waters. That's me. Wang Xuanyu cupped his hands in obeisance, polite and elegant. He was worthy of being the leading figure among the descendants of Tai Taoism. This kind of demeanor alone made many people's eyes light up. Let me tell you one thing. Lin Sun also smiled. He could see that under Wang Xuanyu's gentle and polite appearance, there was a pride far beyond ordinary. Brother Lin, please speak your mind. Wang Xuanyu's expression was neither happy nor sad, and his attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, gentle and calm. It's very simple. No matter who the fortune here belongs to, I want to take this opportunity to. When Lin Sun said this, everyone's curiosity was suddenly aroused and they pricked up their ears. Rob. When they heard these three words, everyone's expression suddenly became very interesting. Many people almost choked and coughed violently. Robbing someone, Demon God Lin was too straightforward, wasn't he? Even Wang Xuanyu was stunned and felt a little unprepared. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Brother Lin, what do you mean? He wasn't angry, nor was he embarrassed. He just looked like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Such self-restraint was really amazing. Lin Sun smiled slightly and said, I have no choice. My friend was robbed by you and lost to congenital Taoist fire. How can I be indifferent? It turned out that he was standing up for his friend. Many people suddenly understood. Some people were secretly shocked that Wang Xuanyu had robbed a congenital Taoist fire. It turns out to be about this. Wang Xuanyu also remembered and couldn't help laughing. Brother Lin, it's just a fight for opportunities. How is it a robbery? I didn't kill you at that time. You must be very clear about this. Lin Sun nodded. Yes, I agree with this very much. So when I rob, I only rob and don't kill. If you don't believe me, you can ask Tantai Lu. Being called out by Lin Sun in full view of the public, Tantai Lu wanted to stuff his head into a crack in the ground. His face was gloomy. How could he refute Lin Sun since he had been completely defeated? Wang Xuanyu still looked calm and even smiled slightly, saying, Brother Lin, if that's the case, why don't we wait for the creation of this place to come out, and then we'll see who's stronger. Lin Sun nodded, okay. In an instant, a flash of light flashed in Wang Xuanyu's eyes, as if there were yin and yang fishes flashing in them. Looking at Lin Sun in the distance quietly, he smiled without saying a word. P.S. Thank you for your concern. The old man fell down the day before yesterday, but he didn't tell his family in time. The old man joined the army when he was in his teens and developed a body of iron. No matter what happened, he was never willing to trouble others, including his own children. He always carried everything by himself, and this time was the same. However, he was in his 70s after all, and now he had a cerebral hemorrhage. His condition was serious and he was still in a critical period. Alas, let's not talk about it. As for the update, I may have to go to the hospital every day recently. If the update is not stable, please forgive me. Everyone became excited. Be it Demon God Lin or Wang Xuanyu, they were enough to make the powerhouses present fearful. But now, the two were in conflict. It could be foreseen that when the good fortune descended and the two tigers fought, it would definitely provide opportunities for other powerhouses. Lin Sun and Wang Xuanyu were well aware of this, but they did not care. Powerhouses who had reached their level had long cultivated an invincible momentum. How could they be disturbed by a confrontation? What are you doing? Someone exclaimed, sensing that Lin Sun had moved and was walking towards him. Just passing by, no need to be nervous. Lin Sun glanced at him and stepped forward. That person tensed up, fearing that Lin Sun would kill him and take his position. Unfortunately, he was overthinking. Lin Sun was really just passing by. Seeing this, the other powerhouse's eyes flickered. Obviously, demon god Lin was unwilling to stay on the periphery and wanted to approach the Shinming altar, and this would definitely occupy the positions of others. Along the way, some powerhouses who thought they were no match for Lin Sun resisted the repulsion in their hearts and took the initiative to avoid him, making way for Lin Sun. Suddenly, Lin Sun noticed that Qi Yunfeng, the successor of Xianming Divine Mansion, was not far away. At the same time, Qi Yunfeng transmitted his voice, "Brother Lin, you came at the right time. When the battle for the good fortune begins, I will fully support you." Lin Sun said with a faint smile, "Brother Qi, didn't you say that we can get more opportunities to fight for the good fortune if we act separately?" Qi Yunfeng looked a little uncomfortable, but he still said with a smile, "The current situation is not suitable for us to fight separately. At least if I take action, I will definitely be able to help Brother Lin restrain some of the powerhouses of Tai Taoism." Lin Sun did not intend to pursue the matter. In any case, his relationship with Qi Yunfeng had not reached the point of turning against each other. "Yin Shui and Zhang Luxiu did not come with you?" he asked. Qi Yunfeng shook his head. "The quota for the Ming ship is limited. They gave up this opportunity." Lin Sun sneered in his heart. Who would give up such a great fortune? Qi Yunfeng was definitely lying. He and evildoer Yin Shui were both from the profound Nether Divine Estate, but Gu Yunfeng's status was obviously much higher. So, even if Yin Shui and evildoer Yin Shui were unwilling in their hearts, they had to give this opportunity to Gu Yunfeng. "Brother Yan, you should think about it carefully. If you're on the same side as me, I'm afraid you'll be suppressed by many enemies." After saying this, Lin Sun walked forward. Qi Yunfeng was stunned, his expression flickering indeterminately. At first, when Lin Sun arrived, the reason why he didn't greet Lin Sun at the first time was that he was worried that standing with Lin Sun would cause a lot of trouble for himself. Later, when Lin Sun burst out his power and killed Tang Lv, the future leader of the Sacred Fire sect, which deterred the whole audience and even made Wang Xuanyu not dare to underestimate him, Qi Yunfeng made a decision to go with Lin Sun. But it was embarrassing that Lin Sun seemed to be very uninterested in his bravery. Qi Yunfeng sighed in his heart. He naturally knew the reason. When he first entered the underworld god cave, he'd made the decision to split up with Lin Sun and the others, and this was equivalent to severing their partnership with Lin Sun. Or rather, the cracks had already appeared at that time. Moreover, it was caused by him. At this moment, Lin Sun revealed such a cold attitude. Although it made Qi Yunfeng unhappy, he couldn't blame anyone. This was his own choice. For a moment, Qi Yunfeng couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. He knew that even if he wanted to repair his relationship with Lin Sun now, it was probably impossible. Even if the broken porcelain bottle was repaired, those scars were destined to not be completely erased. Lin Sun encountered an obstacle in front of the blood-colored auspicious cloud that was closest to the divine nether altar. "Demon god Lin, the positions have already been determined. You're late. Don't tell me you intend to snatch it by force?" Standing there was an extremely valiant-looking man in silver armor. He had a single horn on his forehead and a pair of silver wings on his back. The ancient freak of the Ho clan, Hua Tianhai, his voice was indifferent and cold, and his eyes were bursting with battle intent. There were a total of 12 blood-colored auspicious clouds around the divine nether altar. Those who could stand on them were all experts among experts. Hua Tianhai was indeed very powerful. He'd already stepped into the first tribulation of longevity. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Lin Sun said, "We'll decide based on strength. If I win, you step aside. If I lose, I'll leave." Hua Tianhai's expression was cold. "What if I don't agree?" Lin Sun smiled. "Then don't blame me for snatching it by force." Hua Tianhai's face darkened, and a frightening cold light burst out of his eyes. He said, "You really think you're somebody? If it weren't for the fact that I don't want any twists and turns to happen before fighting for the good fortune, I'd be the first to kill you just because of your arrogant attitude." Lin Sun couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. "Fight or not?" Hua Tianhai was furious. A great battle was about to break out, but unexpectedly, Hu Tianhai backed down at this moment. With a livid face, he took the initiative to dodge. The surroundings instantly became deathly silent. Everyone was shocked. Hua Tianhai's retreat made them have a new understanding of Lin Sun's power. Lin Sun frowned, but he didn't say anything in the end. The bird that sticks out gets shot. The more arrogant you are, the more miserable your death will be. Hua Tianhai sneered inwardly. Alas, being in the limelight now will definitely arouse the fear of others. Why bother? In the distance, Si Yunfeng sighed inwardly. At this point, he had completely extinguished the idea of advancing and retreating together with Lin Sun. When the good fortune came and a great battle broke out, who would everyone be most afraid of? There was no need to guess. It had to be Lin Sun, and because of this, it was the easiest for him to become the target of everyone. There was a moment of silence. What was strange was that in the following period of time, there were no more experts who came. Only Lin Sun knew that the lamp of no blame had fallen into his hands. The skeleton boatman could no longer steer the boat to carry people. He turned his gaze to the altar hall. There was a stone table there, on which were offerings. The offerings were all covered in magnificent immortal light and chaotic aura. It was impossible to see them clearly. Lin Sun knew that this was the power of the seal. As long as the seal was not lifted, no one could seize the offerings. Time passed by slowly. The next morning, above the altar, the colorful immortal light and chaotic aura began to burst inch by inch like bubbles. The cultivators who had been waiting for a long time were all shocked. Their gazes locked onto the altar in unison. Every one of them exuded a terrifying aura. They were all ready. It's coming. Someone murmured. Boom, suddenly, before the seal was completely lifted, someone made a move. He leaped into the air and reached for the stone table above the altar. However, an unbelievable scene happened. The altar was not large, but the person's figure suddenly shrunk to the size of a dust particle. In comparison, the stone table above the altar was even taller than a sacred mountain. As a result, the person's attack missed. The Sumeru technique, everyone's pupils shrank. This was the power of rules. The altar looked like it was only the size of a small mountain, but it was actually enormous. Charge. The others couldn't help but charge forward. The first to move were naturally the group of cultivators closest to the altar. They had the geographical advantage and were the first to charge forward. Lin Sun was among them. My God! Are these the legendary treasures? Someone exclaimed. On the altar, the offerings on the stone table gradually revealed themselves. There were scrolls, bronze cauldrons, precious medicines, and beast skins. All of them exuded a divine aura. An opportunity that had been sealed for thousands of years had appeared in the world at this moment. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes turned red. They seemed to have gone mad as they charged forward with all their might. Their auras were violent and ferocious. This was a group of kings. How could their power be ordinary? This item is extremely similar to the legendary cauldron of mixed origin. This must be a holy treasure. Someone roared and started to fight over a treasure. Lin Sun also noticed this item. It was indeed miraculous and extraordinary. It overflowed with misty divine light and was crystal clear. It exuded a grand and holy aura. High-grade divine medicine. It's very likely that it contains a profound meaning of the Great Way. Someone exclaimed. It was a crimson coral with a purple sun hanging above it. It shone brightly. Upon closer inspection, the purple sun was clearly a divine fruit. An intense battle erupted. A group of strong people rushed forward to compete for it. The battle also continued. It was extremely heated. Lin Sun was the first group of strong people to set out. As soon as he set out, he activated the ice dragon steps with the profound meaning of the real dragon. His speed was so fast that it was like teleportation. However, there was Sumeru law above the altar. It seemed narrow, but in fact, it was like a world. Especially the stone table, it was as lofty as a deep mountain. Even with Lin Sun's speed, it took him more than 10 breaths to reach the top of the stone table. However, there were only 5 or 6 people who could reach the top of the stone table like him. Among them, there was Wang Xuanyu of Tai Taoism. Whoosh, Lin Sun didn't care about others. At first glance, he fixed his eyes on an ancient scripture made of animal skin. He immediately displayed the hegemonic prohibition and extracted it from the air. However, to his astonishment, the beast skin scripture seemed as if it had a mind of its own, and it flashed and appeared at another place. Lin Sun took a deep breath and spread his divine sense. He suddenly locked on the ancient scripture made of animal skin. After a brief examination, his eyelids suddenly twitched. Fake, this ancient scripture made of animal skin was just an illusory object. It didn't exist at all. Damn it, it's actually an illusory treasure. At the same time, there was a sound of cursing. In the distance, a strong man was swearing at the divine medicine whose fruit was like a purple sun. In an instant, the faces of many strong people who rushed over changed. Could it be that the heaven-defying creation that had been sealed for thousands of years was a shocking hoax? Go! Who dares to stop me? In the distance, there were more strong people rushing over. They didn't know what was going on. At this moment, they were all full of excitement and killing intent to seize the good fortune. No, there are real items here. Suddenly, Lin Sun noticed that Wang Xuanyu had ingested a goose egg-sized crimson pearl with raging divine flames. In Wang Xuanyu's voice, there was vigilance, warning, and a hint of complacency. Because he had snatched a treasure before Lin Sun did, however, before Lin Sun could speak, he let out a strange cry and threw something out. It was the fiery red bead that he had just acquired. Boom! Just as he waved his hand, the fiery red bead exploded with a loud bang. Wang Xuanyu's face was immediately covered with dust, and he staggered back. His eyebrows and hair were all burnt, and he looked extremely embarrassed. Lin Sun was stunned at first, and then he almost couldn't help laughing. Just now this guy was showing off, and now he suffered a disaster. But immediately, Lin Sun realized that something was wrong. Because at this time all the treasures acquired by the strong who rushed over were either illusory, or, like the fiery red bead, they produced terrible destructive power and caused injuries to many strong people. It was even to the extent that someone was directly blasted into a bloody mess. It was an incomparably miserable sight. In the field, there was an uproar, and everyone was shocked and angry. What was going on? How could it become like this if it wasn't a heaven-defying fortune that had been sealed for thousands of years? It's fake. Wang Xuanyu gritted his teeth, and his face was gloomy. Before, he had been calm and gentle, polite, and elegant, but at this time, he was a little flustered and exasperated. Whoosh, Lin Sun was even more decisive. He retreated without hesitation and returned to the distance. He sensed danger. No one knew the origin of this divine netherworld altar. The reason why it was recognized that a heaven-defying fortune was sealed here was just speculation from everyone, and it couldn't be taken seriously. Seeing Lin Sun retreat, many people trembled in their hearts and hesitated. They were unwilling to leave like this. But some people chose to retreat. This place was very strange. The treasures derived were all extremely tempting, such as the white jade cauldron, and the purple sun-like divine medicine, but it had been proved that they were illusory. All of this was like a trap, which made people's hair stand on end. Boom! Suddenly, someone charged over from the sky with a dazzling halberd in his hand, and it slashed down at Lin Sun with a tremendous force and a myriad of dazzling lights of the Tao. Want to leave? Impossible. It was the ancient freak Hua Tianhai of the tiger centipede lineage. Previously, he was forced to give up his position by Lin Sun, so he held a grudge against Lin Sun. Originally, he planned to take the opportunity to retaliate against Lin Sun when fighting for the fortune. Unexpectedly, the situation was completely different. At this time, seeing Lin Sun trying to escape, he chose to take action without hesitation. Of course, it was not a life-and-death fight, but to drag Lin Sun here and not let him escape. In this way, even if something big happened next, Lin Sun could be dragged into it. His intentions could not be said to not be vicious. Lin Sun's cold eyes flashed and he suddenly punched out. Boom! Amidst the terrifying sounds of collision, the dazzling halberd wailed. Hua Tianhai was sent flying back more than 100 feet. He staggered and almost coughed up blood. Not bad. No wonder you dared to come here. This surprised Lin Sun a little. The power of his punch couldn't be blocked by anyone. However, when these words entered into Hua Tianhai's ears, it was like a great ridicule, and it caused his face to flush red while his hair stood on end from rage. But Lin Sun was too lazy to pay attention to him and rushed forward decisively. This place was so weird that he felt a little uneasy. "Friend, since you are here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Suddenly, a bloody light fell and blocked Lin Sun's way. It turned into an extremely handsome man in a bloody robe. He was extremely special. His eyes were like a pair of clear blood diamonds. His long bloody hair fell to his waist, and his figure was extremely tall and straight. Standing there casually, his figure was like a bloody river rolling, looming, with an invisible momentum that made people's hearts palpitate. "Everyone, please stop fighting. I'm willing to sit down and discuss with you." At the same time, in other areas, a bloody figure appeared in front of every strong man. They all looked the same as the scarlet-robed man, and even their breath was the same. In an instant, there was a dead silence in the field, and everyone's face suddenly changed. No one had seen this scarlet-robed man before. Who was he? "The underworld is my territory, and the place where you stand is where I sleep." In an instant, hundreds of scarlet-robed men spoke at the same time. Their voices were low and deep, with a unique magnetism that went straight to people's hearts. He was like a single person, but he had the power to transform into thousands of people. Under the surprised and doubtful gazes of everyone, the scarlet-robed man's lips curved into an evil smile, and he said with a smile, "You can call me Dark Child." Dark Child, it was just 2 words, but it caused everyone's heart to tremble. Without a sound, the scarlet-robed figures turned into a rain of light, and they converged together to transform into a person that stood upright on the stone table. He stretched himself and said slowly, "Everyone, don't be afraid. I've been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, and I'm extremely fortunate to be able to see all of you when I wake up for the first time. I naturally won't kill anyone." His blood-red eyes were like diamonds, and the expressions of all the strong men who were swept by him changed indeterminately. They had gone through untold hardships and risked their lives to arrive here with great difficulty. Who would have thought that the so-called heaven-defying fortune would be gone, and they would see an extremely strange dark child instead? This caused everyone's mood to become very bad. "What's with those treasures just now?" someone asked coldly. The dark child said, "Oh." With a flip of his hand, he withdrew a blood-red bronze pot that emitted a gorgeous rain of light that seemed like chaos, and he said, "Those treasures are sealed within my netherworld Emperor God refinement pot." What fellow Taoist saw earlier was only the phenomenon revealed by those treasures. His fingers were slender and fair, and the bronze pot in his palm flowed with light and was enshrouded in chaotic mist. It seemed extremely mysterious, and it instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. The Netherworld Emperor Smelting God Pot, this was definitely an extraordinary treasure. What was even more exciting was that if what Dark Child said was true, all the treasures they had seen before were now sealed in this pot. So, the so-called heaven-defying fortune here doesn't exist at all? Suddenly, Wang Xuanyu spoke, and his expression had recovered its calmness. Dark Child smiled slightly, "The fortune is all controlled by me, so how can I say it doesn't exist? I know that all of you have come to find fortune. Since that's the case, please don't be impatient and sit down to talk." He waved his sleeve, and a blood-red cloud cushion appeared in front of every strong man. "Everyone, please." He extended his hand to greet them. Everyone looked at each other and hesitated. "In that case, I have a lot of questions to discuss with you." Wang Xuanyu was the first to sit down, with a calm and unrestrained manner. Dark Child nodded with a smile, "You have the Tai treasure pupil and great luck. Your future is absolutely limitless." Wang Xuanyu cupped his hands, "You flatter me." Seeing this, the others sat down one after another. They also wanted to know some answers and the truth. "Sorry, I have to go first." Lin Sun's sudden words caused a commotion in the field, and everyone looked at him. Dark Child was stunned and said, "Are you afraid that I have bad intentions? You can rest assured that I just woke up from a deep sleep today. I just want to chat with you." Lin Sun said, "I have something to do. I don't have time to accompany you." Then, he was about to leave. Dark Child's bloody eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, "My friend, if you stay, I can give this to you." As soon as he finished speaking, a blood coral appeared in the void, with a dazzling purple sun-like fruit hanging on its branch. Everyone's eyes suddenly shrank. They were sure that this divine medicine was not an illusion. For a moment, many people regretted secretly. If they had known this, they should have learned from Lin Sun and played hard to get. To everyone's surprise, Lin Sun still refused without hesitation. Darkchild's smile disappeared, and he said, "My friend, I can see that your combat power is very good. How about this? In addition to this purple sun ming fruit, I will give you another thing." With a buzz, an ancient book made of animal skin appeared, exuding an obscure and vast aura. As soon as it appeared in the void, a sound like the chanting of Sanskrit drifted out. It was like the chanting of saints. There was another commotion in the field, and many people's eyes were red. At this moment, they were finally sure that what Darkchild said just now was not false. All the fortunes here were in his hands. This ancient book was written by a great saint of the underworld. It contains all kinds of insights and experiences that the great saint obtained while seeking for longevity. As soon as Darkchild said this, some strong people couldn't help but gasp. How could a book written by a great saint be ordinary? Moreover, it was related to the cultivation experience and mysteries of the path to longevity. This was an irresistible temptation for any King Realm expert. Unexpectedly, Lin Sun still refused, and he was very rude. "Could it be that you think you can make me change my mind with just these things? One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions." Others might covet the preciousness and rarity of such fortunes, but Lin Sun was more and more aware that something was wrong. However, his attitude caused quite a few people to be astounded. This fiend god Lin is too pretentious. That's an ancient scripture and a divine herb we're talking about. Why is there a need to put on such an unapproachable attitude? Lin Sun, Darkchild has good intentions, but you refused him time and time again. Aren't you being a little unreasonable? Hua Tianhai said coldly, or perhaps, you don't take Darkchild seriously at all? Lin Sun's black eyes flashed with killing intent, and then his figure disappeared into thin air. Shit, Hua Tianhai's expression changed abruptly. He was just about to stand up when a dazzling fist energy tore through the air and smashed towards him. Crack, although Hua Tianhai managed to block the attack in his haste, the bones in his arm were instantly fractured and blood flowed from his wound. He was sent flying. "How dare you?" he roared. Not only him, but also the others present didn't expect that Lin Sun would attack without any warning. Puff, a flash of light flashed, and before Hua Tianhai's roar died down, his neck was cut off. This was the power of impermanence chop. Before, Lin Sun didn't bother to care about this person at all. Who would have thought that this person would repeatedly target him? How could he tolerate this? Others might think that he would be afraid of the so-called Darkchild and dare not act recklessly at this moment. Bang! First, Hua Tianhai's head fell to the ground and blood splashed. Then, Hua Tianhai's body fell to the ground. It became quiet for a while, and an indescribable feeling of horror filled the hearts of all the strong people present. Hua Tianhai was an ancient freak of the stalwart tiger clan with extremely powerful combat power. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to occupy the front position in front of the divine hell altar. But now, in the blink of an eye, he was killed by Devil Lin. This bloody scene immediately shocked everyone present. Even Wang Ziying, Shui Baoji, Tuoba Hun, and others who had a grudge against Lin Sun looked uncertain at this moment. The more they knew about Lin Sun, the more they realized how terrible this young man was. Wang Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and then smiled. His eyes were intriguing. In this silence, Ming Child, who was dressed in a blood-red robe and had an extraordinary bearing, clapped his hands and praised, "Amazing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that there is such a person in the world." Applause and praise broke the silence, but it made the atmosphere a little strange. Hua Tianhai was dead, but now, no one cared about him. Even Ming Child directly ignored his death, and his words were full of praise for Lin Sun. "There are many things in this world that you can't believe. Why make such a fuss?" Lin Sun said coldly. His words were full of sarcasm. Unexpectedly, Ming Child didn't take it seriously. Instead, he laughed and said with emotion, "What you said is true. I have been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, and the current affairs are already beyond my understanding. That's why I have many questions to ask you." Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed. This guy was very shrewd. "My fellow practitioner, if you stay, I promise that in addition to this ancient scripture and a divine medicine, there will be other good fortune." What do you think? The underworld child spoke in an extremely sincere and cordial manner. This made other strong people feel a little unbalanced. Why could Lin Sun receive such treatment, while they could only watch? Your Highness, isn't it a little unfair for you to do this? Someone frowned and said. Others also spoke one after another. Ming Child laughed, don't worry, everyone. Anyone who chooses to stay will have a chance to obtain good fortune. As soon as these words came out, everyone felt much better. But some people didn't believe it, such as Wang Xuanyu. He frowned and said with a puzzled expression, just a single sentence is enough to make us unable to see any sincerity. Moreover, it's just a chat. Why does fellow Taoist need to use opportunities and fortune as bait to make us stay? Wang Xuanyu had pointed out the crux of the problem. That's right, why should I stay? Just for a chat, Wang Xuanyu looked calm and said leisurely, if I say something rude again, aren't you worried that we'll attack together and take away your good fortune? His words caused the atmosphere to change, and the eyes of many experts flickered. Ming Zi's scarlet-red eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this, and he went silent for a moment before he suddenly sighed faintly and said, looks like it's very difficult to move all of you with mere words. Whoosh, his figure soared into the sky, and his blood-red hair danced wildly in the wind. A terrifying and boundless power spread from his body. Many people held their breaths and their expressions changed slightly. And a top figure like Wang Xuanyu's expression also became cold. Clatter Ming Zi waved his sleeves, and treasures emerged one after another. They were shining brilliantly and exuded an amazing aura. There were ancient beast skin scriptures, mysterious jade cauldrons, divine medicines, and other items. All of a sudden, the treasure light gathered and attracted everyone's attention. This is my sincerity. Ming Zi's voice was low and had a unique magnetism. Fellow Taoists who choose to stay can get one of these treasures. For a moment, many people's breathing became rapid. Of course, if you have bad intentions and want to rob me with your strength, you can do it now. Ming Zi's blood-red eyes swept across the audience like lightning. Suddenly, some of the restless experts felt a chill in their hearts and restrained the impulse to make a move. Are there any other conditions for choosing to stay? Someone asked. The underworld child smiled and said, that's right. Now that I have come into being, I am alone. I wish to gather a group of like-minded subordinates to conquer the world together. Since all of you were able to reach this place after experiencing hardships and dangers, your strength is naturally outstanding among your peers. You are naturally qualified to be used by me. There was a kind of domineering arrogance in these words. It seemed that if they could follow him and serve him, it would be a rare and incomparable honor. But for the experts present, these words seemed very harsh and made their faces gloomy. Among them, which one of them was not a peerless existence? There was no lack of ancient freaks, and each of them had their own pride. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to be under someone else? It turns out that this is your real intention. Wang Xuanyu stood up with a touch of coldness between his eyebrows. In the distance, Lin Sun also sneered in his heart. Sure enough, he had other plans. Of course, some people were very tempted by the conditions put forward by Ming Zi. They could get opportunities and join Ming Zi's camp. The temptation was not ordinary. Of course, the premise was that Ming Zi must have enough strength to be recognized by them. Everyone, do you know what it means to follow me? The nether child's clothes fluttered with the wind, and he revealed a haughty and arrogant aura that shot into the sky. Since the ancient times, I've been sleeping in the upper 9 realms, and the secrets, fortuitous encounters, and resources I possess are far from what all of you can understand. Now, I can only tell you that this time, the subordinates who follow me will have the opportunity to become peerless saints in the future. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Peerless saints becoming kings was already a miracle enough to attract everyone's attention. But now, Ming Zi suddenly threw out an opportunity to peerless saints. Who could not be moved? Of course, it is too early to say whether it is for me or for everyone present. Ming Zi put his hands behind his back and looked down at the crowd in the void, saying, now, those who follow me can get opportunities, get my guidance, and work with me to seek the great way. The audience was restless and had different expressions. Quite a number of people had been completely convinced. But Lin Sun was not among them. After all, it was nothing more than a means to tempt them with benefits and take in subordinates to work for him. What if we want to leave? Wang Xuanyu said indifferently. Obviously, he was not overwhelmed by the temptation. Of course, it's not impossible to leave. Mingzi looked at Wang Xuanyu, and his expression had become a little cold. I have never disdained to force others to do things that they are unwilling to do. But, you have obtained a lot of opportunities in this underworld before. This underworld is my territory. If you just leave like this, isn't it a little unreasonable? Nonsense. Wang Xuanyu said coldly, just because of your words, this underworld is your territory? You're really arrogant. Why don't you say that this absolute domain is also yours? As soon as these words came out, Lin Sun couldn't help but look at Wang Xuanyu in a different light. Of course, the tribulation that should be given to him would not change because of this. However, Wang Xuanyu's next words made Lin Sun speechless for a while. Brother Lin, as you can see, if you want to leave today, you must first pass the test of His Highness Mingzi, who is very arrogant. Should we go in and out together? Wang Xuanyu looked at Lin Sun with a sincere face. Lin Sun almost couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was he familiar with him? No, I think it's better to go our separate ways. Lin Sun refused flatly. If he cooperated with Wang Xuanyu and went in and out together, wouldn't it be very difficult to deal with him in the future? At this moment, Mingzi said coldly, no need to be so troublesome. Whoever can block 3 of my moves, I promise I won't stop you from leaving. Everyone was shocked. 3 moves, how powerful and conceited was this Mingzi? How dare he say such words? Brother Lin, I feel that he is more arrogant than you. Can you bear it? Wang Xuanyu sighed. This guy put on a friendly look at this moment, which made Lin Sun speechless for a while and said, you'd better worry about yourself. Wang Xuanyu didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, it seems that I can only try the ability of His Highness Mingzi first. After that, he stretched out his figure and floated up, standing on the void. A pair of strange symbols appeared in his eyes and turned into yin and yang fish. In an instant, he seemed to turn into another person, emitting a fierce aura. This was the power that could only be honed by killing for a long time, which made people's hearts tremble. Come on, let me see how capable you are that you dare to be so arrogant. Wang Xuanyu opened his mouth, his voice sonorous and powerful. All eyes suddenly locked on him. If Wang Xuanyu blocked 3 moves from the opponent, there was no doubt that it was tantamount to breaking Mingzi's arrogant words. At that time, Mingzi would be besieged for the first time, not to mention accepting subordinates, but if Wang Xuanyu couldn't block it, it could prove the strength of Mingzi. It was believed that in this way, many people would seriously consider whether to rely on him. You have the supreme treasure pupil, and it is rare that you have become a peerless king. I really don't want to embarrass you. If you change your mind now, I am willing, Mingzi sighed softly. Please. Wang Xuanyu's words were concise and comprehensive. Dark Child's blood-red eyes flickered as he stared at Wang Xuanyu for a while and nodded, fine, as you wish. Boom, as soon as his voice fell, Mingzi's figure flashed like a bloody rainbow, piercing the void and rushing out at an incredible speed. At the same moment, he stretched out a slender white palm and pressed it out fiercely, like the hand of the nether god, appearing inadvertently to harvest the souls of the dead. It was an extremely simple and casual blow, but it made the scalp of everyone present numb. This blow was very strong, as his opponent, Wang Xuanyu felt it particularly strongly. His expression became extremely serious, and a pair of strange symbols burst out of his eyes, intertwining in the void and making a sonorous sound. Whoosh, a ray of black and white light shot out. Tai treasure light, however, Lin Sun had no time to pay attention to this shocking duel at the moment. It was this bird again. Lin Sun was stunned and surprised. It seemed that every time he saw this guy, there must be something wrong. Hush. In the distance, the big black bird raised his claws and shushed Lin Sun. Then he put the black pot on his head in an extremely wretched manner. In an instant, its figure disappeared. My little friend, the origin of this Ming child is not simple. His status is roughly the same as that of the ancient Buddha of the earthly temple. However, this Ming child is more extraordinary. His grandfather was a mighty figure on the starry sky ancient path, a ruthless man who could kill a saint. The big black bird transmitted his voice with a hint of slyness. Do you know why he can sleep in this absolute domain? It's because of the smelting god pot in his hand. Speaking of this, Lin Sun was keenly aware of the sound of swallowing saliva. There was no need to guess that this bird was eyeing the smelting god pot in Ming Child's hand. Well, my little friend, if you do me a favor and beat this Ming Child down, I will tell you a big secret, which will make you happy. How about it? The big black bird made a suggestion. At this time, there was a thunderous roar in the field. Wang Xuanyu staggered back a few steps in the void. On the other hand, Ming Child's momentum was like a rainbow, and he did not take a step back. This caused an uproar in the audience, and all the strong people were moved. In the first move, Wang Xuanyu was obviously at a disadvantage. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed, recalling the scene of the battle between Ming Child and Wang Xuanyu in his mind, and said casually, "I'm not interested." The large black bird wasn't dispirited in the slightest, and it continued to tempt Xianxia. "Young brother, there are many treasures in the nether child's possession, and all of them were left behind for him by his grandfather. Every single one of them is a precious treasure that's rare in the world. Are you not moved at all?" In the field, the battle broke out again. Wang Xuanyu's expression was obviously more serious, and he began to use his full strength. As for Ming Zi, he was also using his ultimate move. In Lin Sun's eyes, the combat power of these two people was even stronger than that of Wu Lingdao, the 13th Prince of Golden Crow. "I'm not tempted," Lin Sun said absent-mindedly. The big black bird was a little exasperated and cried, "You really don't want to help?" Lin Sun said, "I can help, but I have a condition." The big black bird gnashed his teeth, "I know you won't release the eagle until you see the rabbit." Lin Sun said, "You owe me one." The large black bird was startled at first, but then it readily agreed. "Deal." Lin Sun said faintly, "If you dare to act shamelessly, don't blame me for handing over the Dharma scripture and the Bodhi wood to Ksitigarbha temple." The big black bird immediately cursed in agitation. But Lin Sun ignored it directly. In the end, the big black bird compromised and agreed. Of course, it knew that it was not easy to owe a favor. Lin Sun immediately smiled. The big black bird was full of secrets, especially regarding Holy Monk Du Ji and the Black Phoenix Divine Empress. It definitely knew everything. In the future, if he really had to fight against the Great Hidden Temple, he would have to tie this big black bird to his chariot. Boom, in the arena, the second move had already separated. The dark child retreated several steps. His body swayed slightly, but he wasn't injured. On the opposite side, Wang Xuanyu coughed up blood. The surroundings were deathly silent. Wang Xuanyu, a legendary figure at the pinnacle of this generation, with his current combat power. Among everyone present, he could be said to be second to none. But now, in the battle against the Dark Child, he had suffered consecutive defeats. This could only prove one thing. The foundation and strength of the Dark Child were obviously stronger than that of Wang Xuanyu. It's worthy of the 10 Directions meditation scripture inherited by the Emperor of the Underworld. Once it breaks out, it can double its combat power in a short period of time. If it is a protracted battle, Wang Xuanyu may be the opponent of the Dark Child. What a pity. The big black bird sighed with emotion. The news revealed in the words made Lin Sun's heart shudder. Erupting with double combat strength in a short period of time was a cultivation technique that achieved the same result as the fury of the Yazi. "My fellow practitioner, if you stop now, I am willing to give you another chance." In the void, the voice of the Dark Child was low and full of conceit. "Cut the crap." Although Wang Xuanyu's face was pale, there was determination between his eyebrows. The momentum emitted from his body became more and more powerful, like a peerless sword, shining in the sky. The look of the Dark Child became colder and colder. "I forgot to tell you one thing. This is the place where I sleep. Although the power of rules covered here is not controlled by me, it can be used by me. If I want to defeat you, one move is enough." His words changed the faces of the audience. Everyone felt uneasy. They didn't expect that the Dark Child had such a trump card. Even Lin Sun was awestruck. If this was the case, not to mention Wang Xuanyu, even he might not be able to win. Boom, at this time, the Dark Child attacked. A blood river rose into the sky, as if coming from the ninth heaven, exuding an obscure and frightening aura. He had seen that Wang Xuanyu was doomed to be useless to him, and a strong killing intent had arisen in his heart. Chop. Wang Xuanyu took a deep breath. His body was like a sword, and his intent was like a sword. However, before this blow was made, his whole body was covered by a black pot. At the same time, the figure of the big black bird appeared and shouted, "Boy, it's up to you." Lin Sun cursed in his heart. The bird didn't tell him in advance when he attacked. But it was too late to think about it. Whoosh, he rose into the air and confronted the dark child. "I'll fight with you." Ming Child's attack had missed, and he was already caught off guard. Before he could recover from his shock, Lin Sun had already charged over, and his peerlessly handsome face instantly darkened. "Stubborn, do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" With a roar, he waved his sleeves, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. The rainbows intertwined and turned into a huge cage, descending. This blow was much stronger than the one he had just fought with Wang Xuanyu. Vaguely, there was also the aura of the rules of heaven and earth. Just looking at the bloody cage gave people a sense of helplessness, that there was nowhere to escape and nowhere to hide. Lin Sun took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed with a touch of determination. Buzz, the broken blade swept out, white as snow, and a clear sound resounded between heaven and earth. Impermanence and indefinite, deducing the change of the Great Way. Impermanence. Chop, the broken blade swept through the air. Everyone only felt a tingling in front of their eyes, and a touch of amazement uncontrollably emerged in their minds. They were completely shocked. What kind of chop was this? It involved the change of the Great Way, and it contained great horror. Boom, in the void, the bloody cage that enveloped Lin Sun was suddenly cut into two halves, and the bloody rain of light swept across the void on both sides. In the distance, the dark child was horrified, and his face suddenly changed. He suddenly let out a long roar, and a fan-sized blue shield appeared in front of him. Boom, however, as soon as the blue shield appeared, it was smashed. Under the impact of the terrible aftermath, the dark child was knocked out. His chest bones were broken, his whole body twitched, and blood spurted from his mouth and nose. The power of one chop was enough to shock ghosts and gods. All the people present felt their scalps numb, and they were completely stunned. Before, Wang Xuanyu was so powerful, but he was knocked back by the dark child in 2 consecutive moves. This was enough to prove that the strength of the dark child was above Wang Xuanyu. But now, as soon as Lin Sun made a move, he defeated the dark child with one chop. With this comparison, they were even more able to understand how great the shock caused by the scene before their eyes was. Only Lin Sun frowned, and his expression became serious. In this chop, he utilized the extreme inheritance, the Yazi rage, and the battle saint technique, and he slashed out with all his strength with the all-conquering might of the law of water. It could be said to be one of the strongest killing moves he possessed. He originally intended to kill the dark child with one chop. Who would have thought that the result was merely injuring the dark child? It was obvious from this that the dark child's strength couldn't be underestimated. "You actually injured me?" The dark child's blood-red hair fluttered as he looked down at his collapsed chest, and he seemed to be in slight disbelief. His peerlessly handsome face had already become extremely cold and livid. He suddenly raised his head, and his scarlet eyes stared at the distant Lin Sun as he said word by word, "I want you die." When his voice sounded out, the aura around him was like a landslide and a tsunami, and it rose steadily like an ancient ferocious beast that was dormant within his body had awakened at this moment. When his voice sounded out, the aura emanated from his body was so strong that it caused all the experts present to find it difficult to breathe, and they turned pale with astonishment. The entire Nether God sacrificial altar droned and trembled at this moment. Strands of obscure aura of the laws of the heavens and the earth could be seen with the naked eye as they started to converge in space, and they surged and surged without end. At this moment, the dark child was like a god of the heavens and the earth that controlled this expanse of the heavens and the earth. Quickly attack him. This fellow intends to utilize the laws of the heavens and the earth. The large black bird roared loudly as it flicked its hand, and the large black walk soared into the sky while flowing with hazy chaotic chi. It was like a black veil that obstructed the energy of the laws that ceaselessly converged in the sky. Bang! At practically the exact same moment, Lin Sun realized that the situation was off, and he soared through the sky and pressed out with his finger. Instant of spring and autumn. When he noticed that the black walk had actually obstructed the laws of the heavens and the earth, the dark child's eyes suddenly focused, and he almost didn't dare believe his eyes. This was the place where he'd slumbered and cultivated. Even though the laws of the heavens and the earth were unable to be controlled by him, they could be utilized by him. Yet now, a black walk had soared through the sky and actually disturbed all of this. However, before he could recover from his shock, Lin Sun's finger had already arrived from afar. In an instant, the dark child felt as if he'd experienced the passage of time, and his body and mind were enveloped by a vast and mighty force. He felt as tiny as an ant. His heart twitched fiercely before he suddenly let out a furious roar. His figure suddenly transformed into a surging river of blood, and it rumbled as it covered the heavens and the earth as it swept out and intended to drown this expanse of the heavens and the earth. The nether river's rage. At this moment, everyone in the surroundings retreated with astonishment. No matter if it was the might of Lin Sun's finger or the might of the nether river's rage, it caused their hearts and minds to be horrified. Their limbs went icy cold while great terror rose in their hearts. Bang! 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 Terrifying fluctuations resounded as they collided. It was like the heavens and the earth were collapsing, and the surging and raging river of blood was crushed. In the end, the dark child's figure appeared. Blood flowed from all 7 of his apertures, and his figure staggered and almost fell from space. He hated it to the point his eyes were bleeding. Because if this strike was capable of drawing support from the laws of the heavens and the earth, then it would be utterly impossible for it to be crushed so easily. Underworld Emperor Smelting Pot. As soon as this thing appeared, Underworld Child immediately revealed a cold and disdainful killing intent. He seemed extremely conceited and confident. At the same time, Lin Sun suddenly stopped. He felt a fatal killing intent like a dagger on his back. This pot hasn't appeared in the world for tens of thousands of years. Who still remembers its prestige? It has been lonely for too long. It's a pity that the person it wants to kill this time is such a little bug. Underworld Child sighed softly. This kind of desolate and proud attitude made many people gasp. But the next moment, they saw the big black bird holding the black pot, and with a clang, it fiercely slammed it on the smelting pot that was floating in the air. Ha ha ha, what the hell is this? Why are you still pretending? Your grandpa bird will keep this thing for you. The big black bird laughed wildly and complacently. Underworld Child was dumbfounded as if he had been struck by lightning. His lips trembled and he was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. Everyone was also stunned. Who would have thought that the smelting pot that Underworld Child regarded as his trump card would be directly hijacked by a black bird before it could show its power? Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp. What kind of treasure was the black pot in the bird's hand? Even the smelting pot couldn't resist it? You're courting death. Underworld Child was completely furious. He almost went crazy as he rushed to kill the big black bird. This smelting pot was the capital of his rise. It was not only a divine object but also sealed many great fortunes. Once it was lost, how could he rise? Go! The big black bird flapped its wings and flew away like a flash of lightning. Whoosh! Lin Sun followed closely. Originally, according to his plan, he wanted to take this opportunity to suppress Underworld Child, but the sudden escape of the big black bird made him feel something unusual. None of you can escape. With a thunderous roar, Underworld Child's figure shone brightly. Suddenly, it turned into thousands of blood-colored figures. Thousands of bodies, like an overwhelming blood-colored rainbow, it covered the void at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and at a loss. They watched helplessly as Underworld Child chased after Lin Sun and the big black bird. By the time they reacted, Lin Sun and the others had already disappeared. The big black bird's speed was incredibly fast, like a stream of light. Lin Sun ran ice-drake steps. His speed was not slow, but he couldn't catch up with the big black bird, which made him a little surprised. Behind him, blood shadows blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they chased relentlessly. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. The mean child's roar reverberated, filled with boundless hatred. Originally, he was making arrangements on the Nether God altar, intending to recruit a group of powerful subordinates to serve him and conquer the world, and he was extremely complacent. Unexpectedly, the appearance of Lin Sun and the big black bird ruined his plan. The most hateful thing was that even his smelting god pot was snatched away. This made him go completely crazy with hatred. In the distance, the blood-colored nether river surged. Arriving here, the big black bird flapped its wings and shouted, "Quick, come up, I'll bring you over." Lin Sun jumped up and stepped on the back of the big black bird. This made it very dissatisfied, and it shouted, "I told you to ride me, not to step on me." Lin Sun rolled his eyes. "I'm not interested in riding you." The big black bird, there was no time to think more. The big black bird flapped its wings and rushed over the nether river. Rumble, in an instant the nether river boiled, and horrible white bones emerged one after another, densely packed like evil spirits rushing out of hell. They rushed to kill the big black bird. Lin Sun gasped, and his scalp was numb. He couldn't imagine that if he hadn't taken the black boat at that time, it would have been impossible for him to cross the ominous nether river. Buzz in the big black bird's claw, the black pot glowed and turned into a light curtain, diffusing the killing from the nether river. The weakest of these corpses has the combat power of the king realm, and there are also some terrifying existences of the sage realm. Although they have fallen for thousands of years, the fighting spirit left by them has not been eroded. The big black bird transmitted quickly, with a trace of complacency in its voice. "If it wasn't for the fact that this black pot of mine has a powerful background, even if a saint came, it would be very difficult to suppress the attacks of these damned things." Lin Sun looked at the black pot and said, "Can I have a look at it?" The big black bird said vigilantly, "Don't even think about it. You can't escape." In the distance, the hysterical roar of the children of hell came. "This guy is really noisy," the large black bird muttered, and then it chuckled. "Alas, this god-refining gourd is an extraordinary treasure, and its origins are extremely shocking. With it, I'll be able to do as I please when I enter the ancient path of the stars in the future." Lin Sun looked back and saw that the hundreds of figures of the children of hell were still chasing after him. It seemed that they would not stop until they died. However, it was difficult to catch up with them in a short time. Because the big black bird's speed was extremely fast, like teleportation. At least in terms of escaping, even Lin Sun was ashamed of his inferiority. Whoosh, seeing that he was about to reach the other side of the nether river, Lin Sun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, the figure of the big black bird suddenly staggered as if it had been attacked. It suddenly screamed, "Boy, run." There was incomparable fear in its voice. Boom, however, the warning of the big black bird was obviously a step late. A string of black rosary beads appeared out of thin air, each of which was blooming with mysterious and complicated Buddhist characters. The Buddhist runes transformed into the silhouettes of Buddhas. There were a total of 24 Buddhas, each of which was infinitely tall, filling the sky and the earth. They were solemn and flowing with infinite Buddhist light. Tut. 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 At the same time, the sound of Sanskrit resounded, like the sound of demons and gods, exuding a sense of compassion and solemnity. Everything happened too fast. It seemed that they had been waiting here for a long time, while the big black bird and Lin Sun seemed to have walked right into the trap. In an instant, Lin Sun's body and mind were covered by endless coldness. His pores stood on end, and he felt a fatal threat of killing intent. Boom, from all directions, black Buddhist light condensed into handprints, falling from the sky, covering the universe, with an unshakable power to suppress everything. This was the means of the Great Earth Treasury Temple, and it was extremely terrifying. Lin Sun had killed the 18 sons of Xianxia in the Peerless Thunder Tribulation, so he naturally knew that this kind of fighting aura was unique to the descendants of the Great Earth Treasury Temple. Chop. At this moment of life and death, Lin Sun almost exhausted all his potential and urged his strength to the extreme. The impermanence chop rushed out. Boom, an earth-shattering collision rang out. Lin Sun only felt sharp pain all over his body. His body was hit by the Buddhist seals, and he almost fainted. He was seriously injured in an instant. However, the power of the impermanence chop also manifested, and a Buddhist shadow was slaughtered. With a swish, Lin Sun seized the opportunity and rushed out of the gap. "Heretic, you can't escape. I've been waiting for you for a long time." But before Lin Sun could take a breath, an indifferent and calm voice sounded. It was a black-robed monk with a smooth forehead and an extremely handsome face. A strange black Buddhist symbol in the shape of a lotus was branded between his eyebrows. He stood there casually, and the black Buddhist light turned into a round of light and shadow, appearing behind his head, giving people a feeling of holiness and invincibility. Ancient Buddha, Lin Sun didn't need to guess at all to recognize him. Suppress. Without giving Lin Sun any chance to take a breath, a dark alms bowl appeared above Ancient Buddha's head and shrouded Lin Sun. In an instant, Lin Sun's soul throbbed as if it wanted to escape. Dodge. The big black bird shrieked, and it was filled with extreme anxiety. Lin Sun took a deep breath and chose to retreat. Unexpectedly, a demon-subduing pestle swept out from one side of the void and smashed the void with a bang. Although Lin Sun blocked the blow, his body was shaken and sank. Boom! At this moment, a pale hand rushed out of the blood river, grabbed Lin Sun's ankle, and dragged him into the Styx River. The blood waves rolled, and Lin Sun was nowhere to be found. Ancient Buddha looked calm. From the moment he attacked, he knew that he only needed to trap Lin Sun above the Styx River, and Lin Sun would be doomed. Swish, the demon-subduing pestle and the black alms bowl flew back to Ancient Buddha's hands, and the Buddhas in the void also disappeared. How despicable you are! The 24 statues of the Buddhas, the Brahma's pure alms bowl, the fearless demon-subduing pestle, and the great silence of Zen space. Don't you feel ashamed to use them all for a sneak attack? The big black bird broke through the air, and its voice was cold and full of endless anger. How could it not be angry that Lin Sun was beaten into the Styx River under its nose? Gu Fuzi's expression was calm. He put his palms together and said, "Junior Master, this person is a heretic and can't be left alive. No matter how despicable he is, it will be a great merit if we can eliminate him." Who the hell is your martial uncle? Don't flatter yourself. Just you wait, I will destroy the Great Earth Temple sooner or later. The big black bird's eyes turned red with hatred. It flapped its wings and flew away. Gu Fuzi's expression was indifferent as he watched the big black bird leave. Then, he looked at the turbid blood river Styx and floated away. Today, he laid a trap here, painstakingly, and exhausted all means just to kill Lin Sun. Now that he had succeeded, he could leave in a huff. As for the big black bird's hatred, Ancient Buddha didn't care. As the saying went, if I don't go to hell, who will? If the heretic was not eliminated, the Great Earth Temple would never have a day of peace. Boom! Almost as soon as Ancient Buddha left, Mingzi rushed over and glanced around with his scarlet eyes. He also noticed the scene of Lin Sun's misfortune just now. He couldn't help but be shocked by Ancient Buddha's terrifying means. No matter who you are, you must die. The dark child's figure disappeared as he spoke in a low, icy voice. Under the Styx River, the turbid blood waves rolled. Lin Sun's figure was gripped by the white water and kept sinking. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Lin Sun didn't expect that he would be defeated by Gu Fuzi instead of being caught by Mingzi. Thinking of this, Lin Sun felt an indescribable hatred. From the Xitigarbha 18 sons to Gu Fuzi, they all regarded him as a heretic and used all means to target and attack him. This was too much. Lin Sun wasn't a saint without emotions and desires. How could he not be angry and hateful after being treated like this again and again? This debt must be paid with blood. Lin Sun gritted his teeth. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart, calming his mind. He was in a dangerous situation. His ankle was grabbed by a pale hand and he couldn't break free at all. Moreover, as his body sank into the murky blood-colored river, Lin Sun could clearly feel cold and violent thoughts coming from all directions and locking onto him. A sense of deathly danger surged in Lin Sun's heart. He felt suffocated and his body stiffened. He had never encountered such a dangerous and ominous thing since he stepped into the dying king realm. No one dared to cross the Styx River. But now, he was being dragged by a large hand and sinking into it. He had already tried. The sharpness of the broken blade couldn't shake the pale hand. The most dangerous thing was that he had used Impermanence Chop and Instant of Spring and Autumn in the battle with Mingzi. Although he had severely injured Mingzi, he had used up most of his strength. Then, he was ambushed by Gu Fuzi and was seriously injured. Trouble, Lin Sun frowned. He couldn't care about anything else. He grabbed several king herbs and stuffed them into his mouth, refining them to heal his injuries. Boom, the pressure grew stronger and stronger. The Styx River was extremely murky, and one could vaguely see corpses and bones floating in it. At the same time, all kinds of cold and violent auras shrouded him. This put immense pressure on Lin Sun's body and mind. He felt like he was drowning. Even raising an arm was extremely difficult. In the end, he couldn't see anything. It was a sea of blood. Cold, oppressive, weird, inauspicious. All kinds of auras intertwined, causing Lin Sun's consciousness to suffer a great impact and become blurry. In the haze, there seemed to be bursts of sobbing and complaining voices, as well as the howls of evil spirits. Some saints sighed sorrowfully. Some godfiends howled crazily. Lin Sun only felt that his mind was in a mess. It was dizzy and blurry, and occasionally, some strange fragments of images would even appear. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, there was a rain of blood, there were gods, devils, ghosts, saints, demons. All kinds of strange figures were fighting fiercely, roaring. In the end, everything became indistinct and distant. The chaotic scenes gradually turned into endless darkness. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, a wisp of dim and mottled light emerged, illuminating the darkness and making Lin Sun's drowsy consciousness come together little by little. Then, with a jolt, he regained a trace of clarity. An oil lamp stood on one side of the ground, spreading a dim yellow light and covering the area where Lin Sun was. The shadow of the lamp was very small, like a dim umbrella, which could only cover a few meters around Lin Sun. Beyond that, it was the boundless river. The river water was as dark as ink, lamp of no blame. Lin Sun's consciousness gradually became sober. He recognized this treasure given by the skeleton boatman and realized that he was intoxicated by this lamp. Lin Sun took a deep breath and sensed carefully. In the narrow area shrouded by the dim yellow light, there was nothing unusual. It gave people a feeling of calmness, stability, and peace of mind. But when his consciousness swept out of the shadow of the lamp, in an instant, the horrible cold and violent breath rushed to him like a landslide and a tsunami. In the dark water, there seemed to be countless demons and ghosts hibernating and waiting to devour people. Lin Sun decisively withdrew his consciousness. There seemed to be a ferocious and cold roar in his ears, which made him have a lingering fear and a gloomy face. There was no doubt that this was the bottom of Styx River. However, the muddy blood-colored river water had already become oppressive and dark. Moreover, without the lamp of no blame, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Lin Sun took a deep breath and thought silently for a long time. Then, he abandoned all distractions and began to meditate. It was so quiet around that even the sound of water could not be heard. The omnipresent darkness made it difficult for people to breathe. But Lin Sun didn't notice it at all. One day later, Lin Sun recovered from his injuries and returned to his peak state. He only felt that his ears and eyes were clear, refreshed and had a strong desire to survive. He looked at the lamp of no blame on one side. Its wick was as small as a bean, swaying dim and mottled light and shadow, giving people a sense of warmth. The lamp was gray and antique, like a stubborn iron that had been polished for countless years, giving people a kind of breath of the precipitation of time. At the beginning, the skeleton boatman hung such a lamp on the black boat to cross Styx River. Lin Sun reached out to hold the lamp and wanted to leave Styx River with its power. However, no matter how hard he tried, the lamp seemed to grow on the ground and didn't move at all. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed and he looked at it carefully. After a while, he finally understood the reason. Although the lamp held up the shadow and blocked the strange power in the darkness for him, it was also under the oppression of that strange power. But at the same time, it was also under the oppression of that strange power. Lin Sun's face became uncertain, and he realized a key problem. If he wanted to get out of trouble, he must first get rid of the strange power in the dark Styx River. However, with his current strength, it was impossible to do this at all. What should he do? Lin Sun was lost in thought. He was never a person who would wait for death. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. The big black bird once said that if it weren't for the black pot in its hand, even a sage couldn't suppress the strange power in Styx River. Now, Lin Sun was at the bottom of Styx River, and his strength was still far from that of a sage. It seemed that there was no hope for him to get out of trouble. But, was it really so? 3 days later, a bold idea came to Lin Sun's mind. If he triggered the tribulation thunder of immortality, could he open a way out, derived from the will of nature? Tribulation thunder was extremely strong and overbearing. It could kill the evil spirits in the world and had the power to cleanse the universe. Under the Styx River, there were piles of bones and corpses. The residual thoughts and resentment from the ancient times sank here, which made it seem strange and ominous. If he could use this opportunity to break open a path of survival, it would undoubtedly be a good choice. But at the same time, the risk was extremely high. Lin Sun couldn't guarantee whether he would be disturbed and attacked by those strange residual thoughts during the tribulation. Once there was a mistake, he would be doomed eternally, but after thinking about it, this was the only way Lin Sun could think of to get out of trouble. Well, there's still a long way to go before I trigger the first tribulation on the road to immortality. Before that, I can only practice in seclusion here. Yes, practice in seclusion. Being trapped here was like a dormant for a while. Lin Sun didn't think that he would be trapped here for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Lin Sun completely calmed down and began to plan silently. This time, he had obtained a lot of opportunities in the forbidden land of Styx River, such as the wonderful Tao fire, the sword move left by Wu Yang, nearly 100 thunder purple bamboos, and the great netherworld magic. Not to mention these, just the divine medicine and king medicine he carried were enough to support him for a long time. Buzz without hesitation, Lin Sun summoned the wonderful Tao fire and turned it into a furnace, exuding an eternal and magical aura. Clang, the broken blade rushed into the furnace in an instant, and began to be tempered and nurtured. Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and a pile of divine materials poured out, shining dazzlingly. These divine materials were all collected by him over the years. Now, he planned to use them to temper the broken blade. Lin Sun looked calm. He separated a strand of his divine awareness to control the wonderful Tao fire and put all kinds of divine materials into the fire from time to time. As a grandmaster of spiritual tattoos, Lin Sun was naturally familiar with refining weapons. Although nurturing a supreme weapon was different from refining weapons, they reached the same goal by different means. With the help of the wonderful Tao fire, it was enough for him to thoroughly temper the broken blade. The origin of the broken blade was extremely mysterious, and it had its own inheritance. But in the final analysis, it was incomplete. Lin Sun had long considered whether he should refine a new supreme weapon of King's Path or turn the broken sword into his own supreme weapon of King's Path. Now, he made a decision. Since he started cultivating, the broken blade had always exerted immeasurable power. For example, the inheritance of Yuan and Ji could only be displayed through the broken blade. If he chose a new weapon as the supreme weapon, it would be tantamount to covering the broken blade with dust and wasting God's gift. The wonderful Tao fire was shining like a furnace, constantly smelting divine materials. The broken blade floated in it and was constantly being tempered and nurtured. Lin Sun used part of his divine awareness to control and pay attention to all this, and then he no longer paid attention to it and immersed himself in his own cultivation. Now, his cultivation had reached the late stage of the King realm, only one step away from the fulfillment. What he needed to do now was to reach the extreme of his cultivation and break through. Only in this way could he trigger the first test of immortality. However, before that, Lin Sun decided to practice the great meditating magic first. If he could divide his spirit into 3 parts, each of which could control the past, present and future, it would be enough to get twice the result with half the effort for his own cultivation. For example, during cultivation, one of his spirit could be used to comprehend martial arts, one to temper his cultivation, and the last to comprehend the power of the Great Way. In the darkness, the dim oil lamp swayed. Lin Sun was immersed in meditation, unaware of the passage of time. Demon Lin was dead. This news, like a storm, swept the entire distant fire territory in just a few days, causing an uproar. Many people couldn't believe it, but with the return of the strongmen who went to the forbidden land of Styx to explore opportunities, this news was further confirmed. Demon Lin died in the pursuit of the children of Styx. He was attacked by the ancient Buddha from the earthly scripture temple and died in the Styx. For a time, many people felt sorry for him. Demon Lin was like a legend, with too many miracles happening to him. Since his debut, he had never been defeated. However, it was precisely such a monstrous and peerless figure that perished under the Netherworld River. How could one not sigh and sigh? The exploration of the Nether River bloodlands had ended, and news of what had happened had spread. 3 people were the center of attention. The first was Lin Sun. The ancient freak Wu Shanlin, the 13th Prince Wu Lingdao, and other peerless figures had all died at his hands. His achievements were dazzling and eye-catching. But it was also a pity that such a dazzling peerless figure had died in the Nether River. Anyone who heard this would not be able to maintain their composure. The second was Dark Child, a terrifying figure who had awakened from the Nether Divine Altar after slumbering for eons. His combat strength was undeniably powerful. Even Wang Xuanyu had been forced back by 2 moves. Moreover, he held the Netherworld Emperor's smelting god gourd, which sealed many heaven-defying fortunes. It was covetous, but also fearful. However, Dark Child was not invincible. Because everyone knew that demon god Lin had once heavily injured him and worked with a wretched black bird to use a black walk to take away the Netherworld Emperor's smelting god gourd from Dark Child's hands. Unfortunately, demon god Lin had died before he could enjoy the fruits of his victory. The third was Gufuzi. It could be said that the reason why Gufuzi had attracted attention was because he had single-handedly caused Lin Sun's death. Was demon god Lin strong? Yes. No matter if it was in the ancient Desolation region or the Apex region, merely the 3 words Devil God Lin was sufficient to deter all experts and cause the expressions of others to change. But in the end, he had still died in Gufuzi's meticulously planned killing trap. As such, it was difficult for Gufuzi not to attract attention. Of course, Gufuzi had been extremely famous in the past, but he was extremely mysterious, so there was little news about him. But now, he had become famous in a single battle, stepping on demon god Lin's corpse and receiving the attention of everyone. Apart from the 3 of them, there were other news that shook people's hearts, but in comparison, their influence was much less. Demon god Lin is dead. Ha ha ha, 7th brother, 13th brother, this is heaven's will. You can rest in peace. In front of facing Spiritual Mountain, 9th Golden Crow Prince Wu Lingkong was crying and laughing. His voice was sorrowful, but there was also an indescribable joy. Behind him, the experts of the Golden Crow clan all had expressions of excitement and sorrow. A single fiend god Lin had killed countless of their experts. Now that he was finally in trouble, it made them feel like they had avenged their great vengeance. All right. The heavens have eyes. That bastard is finally dead. It's good that he's dead. It's a wonderful death. Who would dare believe that demon god Lin was actually killed by someone? Ha ha ha. On this day, the successors of the 10,000 Beast Spirit Mountain, the Xuandu Dao sect, the Sea Soul race, and the moon-worshipping cult gathered together. When talking about the news of Lin Sun's death, they were all beaming with joy and gloating, as if the heaviest stone in their hearts had been removed. People say that Lin Sun is dead, but I don't believe it. Xianxia said softly. Her clothes were as white as snow, and her figure was slender and graceful. She was as beautiful as a painting. Mo Tianhe sighed and said, Junior sister, we've been waiting outside the forbidden area of the Blood River for half a month, yet we haven't seen him appear. Do you think he's still alive? Yes. It was Old Toad who answered. He was uncharacteristically calm. He stared in the direction of the forbidden area of the Styx River and said, He's my big brother. How could he die like this? His voice was low, as if he was forcibly suppressing his inner emotions. Then, he withdrew his gaze, turned around resolutely, and strode away. Where are you going? Xianxia asked. Hurry up, stop him. He's probably going to avenge Gufuzi. Suddenly, Mo Tianhe's face changed and he chased after Old Toad with Xianxia. However, when they caught up, there was no sign of Old Toad. In a gloomy swamp in the wind-friendly region. Swish, a wisp of sword insight that was dazzling like fireworks appeared abruptly, and it transformed into a myriad of strands of sword chi that enveloped down. A series of muffled groans were heard, mixed with bursts of blood and screams. After a while, silence was restored on the spot. There were 7 or 8 bloody corpses on the ground. Clang, the only man in gray standing on the spot, put away the 3-foot-long sword in his hand and turned away. Demon God Lin was dead. When he returned from the swamp and heard the news, the man in gray was stunned and couldn't help clenching his hands. Blue veins popped on the back of his hands. Back then, you treated me as a brother. Today, I will avenge you with my life. After a long time, the man in gray moved, walking alone in silence and determination. If you treat me like a national warrior, I will repay you like a national warrior. Junior sister Jingxian, Demon God Lin is already dead. Why can't you let it go? In the distant fire region, Xianxia frowned. Ever since she heard of Lin Sun's death, Xianxia had come to the distant fire region as if possessed. For 7 days and 7 nights, she didn't stop or rest. She didn't believe that Lin Sun would die. Heavy snow fell from the sky. Zhao Jingxuan's figure moved forward silently. She pursed her lips tightly, her pretty face pale, and her bright and clear eyes dim and empty. In the past, she was like a bright moon, pure and radiant. Her beauty and grace were far beyond that of ordinary women. But now, she was no longer as beautiful as before. This made Yan Zhanqiu's heart ache, and he hated Lin Sun even more. It was unforgivable that Lin Sun was dead. Of course, if Lin Sun was still alive, he would kill him himself. Among the top figures of this generation, there are only 2 people that I admire. One is Yun Qingbai. He was born with a sword bone and has unparalleled talent. He is still invincible and knows the true meaning of sword Tao. The other is Lin Sun. In a famed mountain-blessed land, Mi Hingzhen, the successor of Sun Moon Hall, said slowly, Yun Qingbai has been gifted since he was young. After entering the heavenly sword sect to cultivate, he killed decisively and rose rapidly. In terms of cultivation, he is almost invincible, enough to make his peers pale in comparison. Living in the same era as him is undoubtedly a misfortune for other experts. Originally, I thought that there was no one in this world who could compete with Yun Qingbai. But since Lin Sun rose in the ancient Desolation realm, I saw this possibility. This was undoubtedly an extremely high evaluation. The nearby successors of Sun Moon Hall were all moved. Mi Hingzhen was the leader of the younger generation of Sun Moon Hall. Only Wang Xuanyu, Yi Mo, Yan Zhanqiu, and a few others could compare to him. But now, he gave such a high evaluation of Yun Qingbai and Lin Sun. Who wouldn't be shocked? Yun Qingbai had been famous for a long time. His strength had long been known to all, which was understandable and acceptable. But there was a lot of controversy about Lin Sun. In particular, when Mi Hingzhen regarded Lin Sun as an expert who could compete with Yun Qingbai, these successors of Sun Moon Hall were a little stunned and unconvinced. You don't understand. Since Lin Sun rose to the present, he alone conquered enemies in all directions, killed his way out of many difficulties, and has never suffered a real defeat so far. This, in itself, is like a miracle. Mi Hingzhen's eyes were a little complicated. He had never paid attention to Lin Sun before. But when he began to understand more and more, he was more and more surprised. Because Lin Sun's cultivation path could absolutely be described as difficult and invincible. But he is dead after all. Someone murmured. Mi Hingzhen suddenly fell silent. After a long time, he sighed and said, if there is no demon god Lin in the world, won't the path of cultivation be boring? Speaking of this, he was slightly stunned. He glanced around and said, where is junior brother Xiao? Everyone knew that he was talking about Xianxia. Senior brother Mi, after hearing the news of demon god Lin's death, senior brother Xiao left the mountain alone. Before he left a letter. A woman came out and presented the letter. Mi Hingzhen opened it and read, I have made countless friends in this life, but only a few confidants. Lin Sun is one of them. Now that I have heard the news of his death, I will feel uneasy if I don't ask for an explanation for him. Please forgive me, senior brother Mi Hingzhen sighed softly. He was worried and gratified. The path of cultivation was long. It was a great fortune in life to have 1 or 2 confidants who could share life and death with you. The impact of Lin Sun's death was far beyond expectations. When everyone was surprised why this news was spreading in the upper 9 realms, they suddenly realized that Lin Sun's influence was enough to affect everyone's nerves unconsciously. Wasn't this also a kind of power? But it was a pity that this kind of power manifested after his death. This made many people sigh. Just like the sun in the sky, it had always been there, and people had long been accustomed to its existence. But when it fell one day and never appeared again, people would find that the sun was unique, time was merciless, and this saying was true. As time passed, the news about Lin Sun gradually began to fade. Every once in a while, there would be a sensational event in the upper 9 realms. A peerless figure rose and led the way for a while. A heaven-defying land of fortune appeared, attracting strong people from all over the world to explore. Slowly, the discussion about Lin Sun became less and less. Whenever it was mentioned, it was just a sigh of regret or a gloating laugh. The distant fire realm was the same as before, with frequent wars and bloody conflicts. On this day, a group of strong people came to Flying Star Mountain. Kill, leave no one alive. Chen, who was in the lead, had a cold look in his eyes. With a command, a group of strong people behind him swarmed out. Not long after, all kinds of sounds rang out on Flying Star Mountain, including angry roars, shrill screams, and resentful roars, divine light, light rain, Taoist sound, and treasure light intertwined on the mountain, illuminating the sky. There, scarlet blood and fierce fighting were taking place. It was like purgatory. Chen was dressed in a purple robe, and his black hair was as smooth as silk. His straight and thin figure was like a sword that could pierce the sky. The fire and the tragic scene on the distant mountain were reflected in his eyes, but it didn't cause any ripple. He seemed so indifferent and cold. After a long time, the 9th Prince of Golden Crow, Wu Lingkong, stumbled out of Flying Star Mountain. Puff, however, before he could escape, his chest was pierced by a purple sword. At this time, he saw Chen in the distance. Of course, he knew Sword Devil Chen from Crepe Myrtle Mountain in the southern mysterious world, however, he didn't understand why Chen attacked their branch of Golden Crow. Why? Wu Lingkong's eyes were full of resentment. Lin Sun had a lot of enemies when he was alive. Now he is gone, but those enemies are still free and unfettered in the world. I don't like them, so I decided to help him take revenge one by one to settle the unresolved knot in his heart. Chen's clothes were fluttering, and he said indifferently. P.S. Thank you for your concern and comfort. Goldfish's grandfather has been buried, and the old man passed away peacefully. This may be the only comfort for Goldfish's family. Tomorrow, Goldfish will take more time to restore the update. If there are any changes, she will inform you in advance. Flying Star Mountain was a scene of devastation and smoke. With the death of the 9th Golden Crow Prince, Wu Lingkong, the Golden Crow bloodlines experts who had entered the Apex domain were almost all gone. There was no chance for them to rise again. Let's go to the territory of the Xuandu Dao sect. Chen's voice was indifferent. Young master, killing the experts of the Golden Crow lineage this time has already caused a great enmity between our Crepe Myrtle Mountain and the Golden Crow lineage. If we provoke the Xuandu Dao sect again, an expert hesitated and couldn't help but speak, but he was interrupted before he could finish speaking. If Lin Sun knew I was in trouble, he would definitely do the same for me. After saying that, Chen left first. The others looked at each other, but in the end, they all followed. The Wild Elephant Mountain was where the Xuandu Dao sect was located. However, when Chen arrived, he couldn't help but be startled. It was obvious that an incomparably bloody battle had just occurred on this mountain. The mountain had collapsed, and ghastly bloodstains could be seen everywhere. Someone actually killed the forces of the Xuandu Dao sect first? Chen raised his eyebrows before making a decision. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go to the territory of the Profound Light race." However, when they arrived at the Golden Mist Mountain of the Ancient Light race, this place had become a land of blood, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Someone beat me to it again? Chen frowned, took a deep breath, and said, "Let's go to the Sea Spirit Clan's territory." All the experts that followed behind Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly, and they'd already discerned that if they didn't allow Chen to completely vent today, then he was bound to not let the matter rest. Majestic Mountain was the territory of the Sea Soul clan. Boom, when Chen arrived, he just happened to see a wavy blade light that was an entire 3 kilometers long slash down, and it slashed apart a mountain. At the same time, an imposing figure stood proudly in the void, the saber in his hand still letting out a long cry. This person wore a white robe and had crimson hair that was like fire. He was like a sun that illuminated the sky alone, and he revealed his ability to the fullest, radiated brilliant light, and possessed a domineering aura. Mad Saber, laughing at the heavens. So it's this guy. Chen's eyelids twitched. He couldn't help but ask, "Who is that? Do you need help?" In the distance, laughing at the heavens turned around and looked over. His facial features were as if they were carved by a knife, his brows were wide, and he had an imposing heroic spirit. His eyes were bright and resplendent, and they were terrifying like the edge of a blade. Laughing at the heavens couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Chen, and then he said with disdain, "They're just a bunch of scoundrels. How could they withstand a single strike from me? You're already doing me a favor by just standing there and not dragging me down." The corner of Yi Chen's mouth twitched fiercely. If it weren't for the fact that laughing at the heavens had the same goal as him, which was to avenge Lin Sun, he would never have tolerated such ridicule. He and laughing at the heavens had never liked each other since they were young. Even though they were given the title of Sword and Saber Paragon, only the two of them knew how bad their relationship was. It didn't take long for laughing at the heavens' attack to annihilate all of the Sea Soul clan's experts who were entrenched on Lofty Mountain. Even those who had escaped were killed by Yi Chen. "I will avenge Lin Sun. You don't have to intervene." Laughing at the heavens gave Yi Chen a sidelong glance. "Hee, who do you think you are? Who gave you the right to order me?" Yi Chen sneered. "No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. So you've stepped into the second tribulation of immortality. Unfortunately, I'm afraid your strength isn't enough to deal with Gufozi." Laughing at the heavens commented. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Aren't you also in the second tribulation of immortality? How dare you be so arrogant? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?" The two of them sparred with each other, and anger rose in their hearts. They were like a pair of enemies who had met on a narrow road. At this moment, someone came to deliver a message. "Young master, I just received news that someone attacked the territory of 10,000 Beast Spirit Mountain." "Who?" Yi Chen and laughing at the heavens' expressions changed. Their attention was diverted, and they asked at the same time. "It seems to be the successor of Sun Moon Hall, Xianxia." Swoosh, when they heard the news, Yi Chen and laughing at the heavens couldn't be bothered to confront each other. They both took action and rushed towards 10,000 Beast Spirit Mountain. On this day, the famed blessed lands occupied by the Golden Crow lineage, the Xuandu Dao sect, the Mystic Light Ancient clan, the Sea Soul clan, and other major forces were all breached. There were countless casualties. On that day, the distant Fire Realm was in an uproar. Especially when they learned that the Southern Profound World's Saber and Sword Paragon laughing at the heavens and Sword Demon Yi Chen had joined forces for the first time, setting off a storm of blood. Countless experts were shocked. Everything was for the sake of Demon God Lin's unfinished grudge. For a moment, the forces that originally had a grudge against Lin Sun were all anxious. Even some of the experts who had gloated over Lin Sun's misfortune were silent. They didn't dare to say anything for fear of getting into trouble. It was also at this time that people realized that although Lin Sun had died, his influence still existed. Too many things could happen in half a year. Especially in the Upper Nine Realms, which was filled with competition, blood, and slaughter. Shocking things happened almost every day. There were many outstanding people who advanced on the path of cultivation, and their realm rose steadily. Their rise was unstoppable. There were also many famous experts who met with disaster and fell like comets, disappearing from people's sight. Life and death, sorrow and joy, were playing out all the time. However, no one noticed that in different areas of the Upper Nine Realms, there was a group of people who had been looking for Gufozi. Unfortunately, since Gufozi appeared in the sticks, he disappeared without a trace as if he had evaporated from the world. At this time, it had been half a year since the news of Lin Sun's death spread. It had been 2 years since the domain of death came to the ancient Desolation realm. At the bottom of the sticks, the dim yellow light flickered, and the light was mottled. Lin Sun sat cross-legged, silent like an old monk in meditation. In his sea of consciousness, there were 3 primordial spirit dharma forms meditating. One represented the past, with a divine flower of great law above his head. It was green, and a rain of light was falling. It was like a waterfall of light, and there was a faint sound of Tao. One of them was at the center, representing the present world. The great Tao divine flower above his head was a turbid color. The rain of light that scattered down was also extremely cryptic, constantly changing. One represented the future. The divine flower of great law above his head was illusory, and the rain of light was dreamy and unreal like a bubble. The 3 primordial spirit dharma forms were all dignified, sitting in the sea of consciousness, giving people a sense of eternity through the past and the future. This was the great meditating magic, cutting the primordial spirit and dividing it into 3 corresponded to the past, present, and future of the divine flower gathering at one's head. It was indescribably mysterious, It took Lin half a year just to practice this method. Finally, Lin Sun reached a higher level and succeeded in practicing this method. At this time, Lin Sun suddenly had a wonderful feeling in his heart, as if he could produce thousands of thoughts with a single thought. He could think about the future and connect with the past. The divine soul was like a lamp, which involved the core mystery of the road to longevity. Now, Lin Sun's primordial spirit was divided into three, and he had become completely different from other King Realm strongmen in the world. But as Lin Sun thought about it, the three primordial spirit dharma forms all responded. They either studied the mystery of martial arts, manipulated the chi around them to refine their cultivation, or comprehended the profound meaning of the great law. In an instant, completely different feelings and experiences emerged all over his body, which made Lin Sun feel as if there were three people doing different things. But what he got and felt was all presented in his mind. After a while, Lin Sun couldn't help but marvel in his heart. The great meditating magic was indeed an unparalleled inheritance. Dividing the primordial spirit into three could undoubtedly save more time for cultivation. It was amazing to take care of cultivation, enlightenment, and martial arts at the same time. The broken blade has also transformed. Lin Sun opened his eyes. In the void in front of him, there was a furnace derived from the wonderful Tao fire, and a broken blade was floating in it. The blade was shining brilliantly, flowing with a magnificent white light rain, bright and holy. On the ground, most of the divine materials that were originally piled up like a mountain had been consumed. Clang, as Lin Sun thought about it, the broken blade swept out of the furnace. It was like an illusory flowing light as a feather. It floated quietly in the void, and the sharpness it emitted cut the surrounding void inch by inch, making a sizzling sound. As the light rain drifted on its surface, wisps of obscure and mysterious Taoist patterns emerged, emitting a palpitating luster. Its power is 20% higher than before. Lin Sun was very familiar with the broken blade. Now, after half a year of tempering and smelting many divine materials, the obvious changes of the broken blade naturally couldn't escape Lin Sun's eyes. 20% of its power was already very shocking. For the strong of the same generation, the difference of fighting power between them might be the difference between life and death. However, what made Lin Sun frown was that even though the power had obviously improved a lot, the broken blade showed no sign of evolution. It was still incomplete. Obviously, there was still a long way to go to restore the broken blade to its complete state. This made Lin Sun more and more certain that the origin of the broken blade must be extremely extraordinary. Next, I can start to prepare for breaking through the realm. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun abandoned the distractions in his mind and continued to put the broken blade into the wonderful Tao fire for tempering, while he himself closed his eyes to practice again. What was different from the past was that his three Dharma spirits were practicing Qi refining, Tao enlightenment, and martial arts at the same time. Distant Fire Realm, where the Distant Fire Battle Tablet was located. The Tianjiao Golden List was always on. Every once in a while, the ranking of the top 100 would change. It should be known that the competition on the Tianjiao Golden List was not only in the Distant Fire Realm, but also in other places in the Upper Nine Realms. It could be imagined how fierce the competition was. On this day, Yun Qingbai came. He stood in front of the Distant Fire Battle Tablet with his hands behind his back, his eyes deep in calm. Senior Brother Yun, I have inquired clearly that Lin Sun died under the sticks a year ago. It should be true after all kinds of information. A successor of the heaven-reaching sword sect came in a hurry and whispered respectfully. Dead? Yun Qingbai was stunned. Before coming to the Upper Nine Realms, he once said to Lin Sun in his heart, if you don't come when I become a king, I will go to find you. This was a kind of extremely firm killing intent. He couldn't tolerate Lin Sun to walk out of the domain of absolute peak alive. Who would have thought that when he came to find Lin Sun, the young man he once regarded as a must-kill target had died a year ago? Lin Sun was dead. Yun Qingbai was a little regretful. It was the first time in years that he had such a firm killing intent, but before he could take action, his opponent had already died. Yun Qingbai couldn't help but sigh that fate was making fools of people. Let's go. Yun Qingbai shook his head, put his hands behind his back, and floated away. The group of successors of the heaven-reaching sword sect followed him, feeling a little regretful. Lin Sun was dead, but not in their hands. This kind of feeling made them happy, but not completely happy. From that day on, the discussion about Lin Sun in the upper 9 realms became less and less, until no one cared about him anymore. After all, a dead man, no matter how amazing he was when he was alive, was just a pile of yellow soil, a pile of bones, dissipating in the wind and clouds. There was a lush forest outside the Styx forbidden area. A year after the news of Lin Sun's death spread, a thatched cottage appeared in the forest. Outside the cottage, there were flower beds, herb fields, and luxuriant flowers and trees. Every day, there would be a woman in plain white clothes working hard in the flower beds and herb fields. Occasionally, she would sit on a wooden stool under the eaves, rubbing a treasure cauldron in her hand, lost in thought. The woman was clean and beautiful, like the bright moon, quiet and graceful, but slightly thinner than before. Mentor Xianxia, he's already dead. How long are you going to wait here? Xianxia would appear here every once in a while, his expression becoming more and more complicated, and his state of mind becoming more and more resentful. Was it necessary to do this because of Lin Sun? He didn't understand. He didn't want to understand. There are countless opportunities in the upper 9 realms. Waiting here is equivalent to wasting your cultivation opportunities and wasting your cultivation path. Junior sister Xianxia, come with me. You still have a bright future ahead of you. Why waste your golden years for a dead person? Xianxia would try his best to persuade her every time, but every time, he would return empty-handed. This gradually made him lose his patience, and he gradually came to visit less and less. Zhao Jingxian didn't care about this at all. She never believed that he would die like this. Time flowed by like a white steed flitting past a crack. The second year of being trapped at the bottom of the Styx forbidden area was also the third year since the absolute domain came to the ancient desolation realm. Lin Sun woke up from meditation. The dim yellow innocent lamp flickered. In the void, within the cauldron formed from the myriad Tao flames, illusory multicolored light flowed like a tide. One could vaguely see a broken blade floating within, mysterious and holy. On the ground, the divine materials that were originally piled up like a small hill had long since been used up, and it was completely empty. Just by perceiving, Lin knew that the power of the broken sword had increased by about 10%. It seemed that the improvement was not as great as the first time, but Lin Sun knew that the further he improved the power of the broken sword, the more difficult it would be. Just like cultivation, the higher the level, the harder it would be to climb. Being able to increase his strength by 10% was already very good. Clang, Lin Sun waved his hand and took back the broken sword. Compared to before the seclusion at the bottom of the Netherworld River, the broken blade had become even more transparent, illusory, and holy, but it also had an extremely restrained and peerless sharpness. It looked like a jade-white flowing light that was as light as a feather, but its aura was completely different from before. Unfortunately, the broken blade had yet to transform into its complete form. This made Lin realize that for a long time from now on, if he wanted to transform the broken sword, ordinary divine materials would no longer be able to do it. Puff, Lin Sun held the broken sword in his hand and pierced a bone-deep wound on his wrist. Blood flowed out like a fountain. But in the blink of an eye, the wound was healed, and no scar could be seen at all. This was the healing power of the Immortal Way's advancement to the Tao truth. Mu then, with a thought from Lin Sun, a dragon's roar came from his body. Suddenly, his body emitted a vast, majestic, and grand dragon's power. In a trance, it was not a man sitting cross-legged, but a dragon with its head held high, a man like a dragon. The ultimate mystery of the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon was to shed the dragon, which transformed the 9 dragon sons of different forms into a real dragon, so that this inheritance also had a new transformation. At this moment, if Lin Sun was seen by other practitioners, they would probably think that he was a pure-blood descendant of a real dragon. My cultivation has also reached the mastery level. Now, I only need an opportunity to break through and trigger the thunder test. Lin Sun felt the transformation of his strength and thought silently. It had been 2 years since he was trapped at the bottom of Styx River. No matter in martial arts, enlightenment, or cultivation, he had made significant progress. Even the power of the broken sword was improved. This kind of change was undoubtedly amazing, but for Lin Sun, it was a matter of course. His spirit divided into 3 parts, so he could practice martial arts, enlightenment, and cultivation at the same time, which saved him a lot of precious time. At the same time, Xianxia's heart comprehended the Tao through the method of mind controlling and Tao, which made his cultivation progress by leaps and bounds. Even his cultivation had the support of many king and divine medicines. The effects of cultivating in the blessed enclave were even better than cultivating in the blessed enclave. The only trouble was that Lin Sun was completely isolated from the outside world when he was trapped here, so he couldn't get the news of the outside world. Come to think of it, everyone in the world thinks that I'm already dead. Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help sighing in his heart. The only way to solve the current dilemma was to break through as soon as possible. Spring passed and autumn came. Another 2 years passed unknowingly. After the fierce fighting and struggle in the first few years of the Upper Nine Realms, the power structure had become stable. All the places of opportunity had been visited by strong people from all sides. Some people had also been paying attention to some places of opportunity that had not yet appeared. The situation of the entire Upper Nine Realms had entered a relatively quiet period of dormancy. In recent years, all the strong people who obtained opportunities and treasures in the fierce competition and fighting were undoubtedly lucky. Now, these strong people had chosen to practice in seclusion to digest the opportunities they had obtained, so as to temper their cultivation. Everything was for the sake of strengthening themselves. Only by increasing one's cultivation and increasing one's battle prowess would one be able to survive in the competition in the next few years. Only then would one be able to stand above all others in the competition for supremacy. Junior sister Xianxia, do you know that someone in the Upper Nine Realms has stepped into the 5th tribulation of longevity? On this day, Xianxia came again. Looking at Zhao Jingxian sitting quietly under the eaves of the cottage, he couldn't help sighing. Then, he forced himself to cheer up and said with a smile, "It's a pity that the guy who stepped into the 5th tribulation of longevity is not at the peak of becoming a king, so there's nothing to worry about." Zhao Jingxian still remained silent. She had been waiting here for 3 years. The cottage, the herb field, the flower garden, had been meticulously renovated by her, and now it was a quiet and beautiful scenery. However, the person she was waiting for still hadn't appeared. Junior sister Xianxia, you've been here for 2 years. Do you know what you've missed? Xianxia took a deep breath and said, right now, the most dazzling figures such as Yin Qingbai, Qi Lingxiao, Bai Longting, Lin Shui, and Yi Mo have all stepped into the 3rd tribulation of longevity. But what about you? In these 3 years, your cultivation is still stuck in the king's realm. If you continue to delay like this, you will only fall behind more and more in the future. He was heartbroken. With Zhao Jingxuan's foundation and talent, if it weren't for these 3 years, even if she couldn't step into the 3rd tribulation of longevity, she could at least step into the 2nd tribulation of longevity. Zhao Jingxian turned a deaf ear to him and didn't say a word. This made Xianxia's expression flicker. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, Junior sister Xianxia, I might as well tell you that even if Lin Sun is alive, I will kill him with my own hands. What you're waiting for is destined to be a dead man. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Zhao Jingxian raised her head slightly and looked at Xianxia's departing figure. She couldn't help but sigh softly. If he was alive, how could she be qualified to be his enemy? I'd been trapped here for 4 years. At the bottom of the Styx River, Lin Sun's hair and beard were messy, but his eyes were still bright and deep. He sat there cross-legged, his heart in a daze. For 4 years, he had been alone here in seclusion. All he could see was the dark river, and only a dim yellow lamp accompanied him. No one knew what it felt like. What made Lin Sun feel helpless was that the opportunity he had been waiting for to advance had never come. He had been waiting for 2 years since the last time he reached the consummation of his cultivation. In these 2 years, he had also reached the Tao La level in the Devouring Star Way and the Immortality Way. Moreover, he had refined a Yin and Yang lotus and mastered the profound meaning of Yin and Yang. Now, he had merged the Yin and Yang into the Tai Chi Great Way, and had reached the Tao Truth level. In addition, his understanding of the impermanence chop had also reached the advanced level, and its power had also undergone earth-shaking changes. At least, his strength had changed completely, and was far from what it was 4 years ago when he was trapped here. But, the opportunity to advance still hadn't come. On the contrary, Little Silver had ushered in the tribulation of transforming into a king not long ago, and evolved into a real spirit-eating bug king in one fell swoop. Speaking of Little Silver, It had to be mentioned that in the pavilion of the burning immortal realm, Little Silver had challenged the Tao Heaven Ladder alone and obtained the 39th place. It was also because of this that he could enter the upper 9 realms with Lin Sun. However, at that time, in order to become a king, Little Silver chose to be silent, as if he was hibernating, and prepared to become a king. Not long ago, as soon as he woke up, he triggered the Extinction King tribulation and soared up, but this tribulation didn't change Lin Sun's situation. What made Lin Sun most helpless and moved was that Little Silver had the hope to leave Styx River, but this little guy chose to stay with him without hesitation. How could Lin Sun not be moved? But compared with being moved, in fact, he would rather Little Silver leave. The king medicine has been used up, and there are only 4 divine medicines left. If it goes on like this, there will be no more energy for cultivation in less than 3 months, Lin Sun frowned. Although his strength had changed by leaps and bounds in the past 4 years, his digestion was also great. Especially in this Styx River, he couldn't absorb any spiritual chi at all, and could only rely on the divine medicine and king medicine he collected. If even these cultivation resources were exhausted, his situation would definitely not be optimistic. I have to change it. Lin Sun's peerless way was unprecedented. Even when he broke through to the peerless king realm, he took the initiative to trigger heaven's retribution, therefore, his retribution was different from other peerless kings. In the past 2 years, Lin Sun was not waiting for the heaven's retribution, but for an opportunity to prove his Tao. Unfortunately, this opportunity had never come. But now, Lin Sun didn't intend to wait any longer. However, when Lin Sun got up from the ground and looked at the dim yellow lamp of no blame, he suddenly realized a problem as if he was struck by lightning. This lamp had opened up a small world for him in the past few years, protecting him from the attack of the strange power from the Styx River. But this imperceptibly made his Taoist heart dependent on it. He always thought that with this lamp, his life would not be in danger, and he could exhaust all means to find a safe way to escape. But he forgot that the lamp of no blame was just a treasure after all, a worldly possession. When he pinned the hope of ensuring his own safety on worldly possessions, how could he stand on the great way with his own Tao? How could he talk about the opportunity to prove his Tao? This was originally contrary to his pursuit of the Tao. At this moment, Lin Sun seemed to be enlightened, as if a shackle and barrier in his heart had been broken, and he was completely enlightened. If he wanted to prove his Tao, he should prove it with his own body. Lin Sun suddenly raised his head and looked at the dark river outside the dim yellow shadow of the lamp, where horror and danger were everywhere. But now, Lin Sun had no fear. Boom, he stepped resolutely and rushed out of the shadow of the lamp. In an instant, cold, violent, and terrifying thoughts swept over. The dark river suddenly boiled, as if thousands of demons and ghosts had awakened and fixed their eyes on him from a distance. Lin Sun's body, heart, and soul all throbbed, and his breath almost stopped. He felt an unprecedented great horror and danger. In just a moment, Lin Sun could clearly feel the shadow of death shrouding him. However, in his deep black eyes, there was a fierce fighting intent, which was a kind of disdainful, confident, and invincible will. It was a kind of indomitable spirit, a spirit of bravery and vigor. Fight, in his heart, it was as if a god or demon was shouting. After 4 years of tempering, Lin Sun released all the power in his body at will at this moment, reaching an unprecedented extreme. Rumble his entire person was like a bottomless abyss at the bottom of a river, boundlessly vast and immeasurably deep. Water, fire, true dragon, undying, Tai Chi. All sorts of energies surged into appearance within the abyss, and they flowed with peerlessly gorgeous and vast brilliant light of the Tao. In that instant, it was as if a god had been born at the bottom of the nether river. The underworld river was boundless. Its source was unknown, and its end was unknown. Scarlet blood surged, and it was filled with a strange and inauspicious aura. However, today was different from the past. A thick layer of black clouds had suddenly appeared in the sky and covered the sky above the nether river. A vast and oppressive aura of calamity spread out along with it. The power caused the blood nether river to become restless and rumble. In next to no time, more and more dark clouds gathered and completely covered the sky, causing this expanse of the heavens and the earth to fall into deep darkness, and it was oppressive to the point it was suffocating. This was a heavenly tribulation that was about to descend. Crack, all of a sudden, a silver arc flashed in the depths of the clouds. It was like a sharp long knife, dazzling and incomparably bright, showing the aura of destroying the world. In the Nether River, the strange power began to feel fear and panic. At this moment, no one knew how many remnant thoughts of the ancient times began to flee in panic. The heavenly tribulation represented the will of God. How could it allow evil spirits to live? Boom! The sound of thunder began to resound in the depths of the clouds. It was as dull as the war drums played by Thor, soul-stirring and stirring in all directions. Under the Nether River, there was a burst of blood-curdling screams, like the frightened cries of ghosts and ferocious spirits. This scarlet underworld river seemed to be boiling, exploding. Waves surged, the tide swept into the sky, extremely turbulent. Under the Nether River, Lin Sun was bathed in the bright light of the Tao. He suddenly raised his head and murmured, "My tribulation is coming." Before his voice died away, he had already rushed up violently. The lamp of no blame also left with him. Whoosh, above the Nether River, a bright figure swept out. He stood under the thick black clouds with his hands behind his back. His clothes were fluttering, and his black hair was dancing wildly. After being trapped for 4 years, he triggered an opportunity to prove Tao and reappeared in the world. However, Lin Sun had no time to be excited and sigh with emotion. Because the tribulation of immortality in front of him was imminent. Boom, in the rolling clouds, the thunder and lightning shook the world, the river boiled, and the void was disordered and almost collapsed. The land was completely covered by the power of heaven. Will it be the 3 tribulations at the same time? Suddenly, Lin Sun's black eyes shrank, and he looked shocked. The 9 tribulations of immortality were divided into 3 disasters and 6 disasters. The so-called 3 disasters were the disaster of the mind, the disaster of the soul, and the disaster of the body. They were aimed at the heart, soul, and body of the practitioner respectively. The 6 disasters referred to the difficulties of 7 emotions, 6 desires, karma, cause and effect, fate, and longevity. Every time a practitioner passed a tribulation, he could advance a realm on the road of immortality, and his life essence and cultivation would also undergo a new transformation. As the saying goes, one tribulation is different from the world, and every step of immortality is difficult. However, Lin Sun didn't expect that the tribulation he had been waiting for would come with 3 tribulations at the same time. In the depths of the clouds, there was silver thunder surging like a silver sword. This tribulation thunder was called the mind disaster thunder. There was a purple thunder roaring like a purple rainbow. This tribulation thunder was called the soul disaster thunder. There was a red thunder rolling like a furnace. This tribulation thunder was called the body disaster thunder. In this way, it could be concluded that the 3 tribulations appeared at the same time at this moment. I was worried that I had delayed a lot of time to advance in the past 4 years. I didn't expect that it would come to me voluntarily now. After calming down, Lin Sun smiled, with a kind of invisible arrogance. Boom, as if it was irritated by Lin Sun's words, there was a silver mind disaster thunder as thick as a house in the depths of the clouds. Following that, the purple soul thunder and the red body calamity thunder burst forth. The heavens and the earth seemed to be unable to endure the slaughter of such might of the heavens, and it suddenly rumbled and fell into disorder like a crumpled piece of paper. Lin Sun didn't dodge but rushed up. His state of mind, soul, and body were attacked by different kinds of tribulations in an instant. In his state of mind, there were demons in chaos. Inside his soul, there were thousands of blades tearing. On his body, there were arrows shooting at him. In just a moment, Lin Sun's skin burst into pieces inch by inch. Blood flowed, and his state of mind cracked like a mirror. And his soul was like a lamp that was about to be extinguished in the wind. How could the power of the 3 tribulations be ordinary? Now, they acted on Lin Sun's body, mind, and soul at the same time. That kind of blow brought him to the brink of death in an instant. Illusion, pain, and dizziness flooded his whole body, making Lin Sun couldn't help roaring like a beast. Most of his peers were afraid of the power of Devil Lin. But who knew the price he had to pay in order to possess such great power? Just like the 3 tribulations, no one could bear them at all. Moreover, the tribulations for Lin Sun were completely different from those for others. Each of them was peerless. When the 3 tribulations came together, the threat was absolutely enough to make the world tremble. Break! In the roar, Lin Sun's 3 Dharma forms of primordial spirit ran the great meditating magic at the same time. His state of mind had long been as firm as a knife, which could cut the sun, moon, ghosts, and gods. It was not comparable to the mirror at all, so it was impossible for it to crack and collapse so easily. As he released his cultivation to the extreme, the killing tribulation was also resolved. In the dazzling lightning, Lin Sun's body was scorched and he was panting. Although he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he blocked the killing tribulation after all. A divine medicine was swallowed by Lin Sun without hesitation. The profound meaning of immortality, which had already reached the level of Tao, was also activated. In just a few breaths, Lin Sun recovered to his original state. Moreover, his body, heart, and soul had obviously become stronger after the impact and tempering of the thunder tribulation. Boom! In the tribulation cloud, 3 kinds of thunder tribulation were rolling. Silver, purple, and red intertwined, rendering the world magnificent and colorful, dazzling. Crack! Another thunder tribulation fell from the sky. Vaguely, the sound of killing resounded like the roar of 100,000 celestial soldiers charging. Undoubtedly, the thunder tribulation had become stronger. However, Lin Sun was no longer afraid. He took a deep breath, and his whole body was glittering and flowing with the light of Tao. His whole body was like a surging volcano, releasing all his strength. Rumble! Soon, he encountered danger again. His tendons and bones were broken, and his soul and state of mind were on the verge of collapse. This thunder tribulation was extraordinarily heaven-defying and abnormal. Even if it was seen by other peerless King Realm experts, they probably couldn't believe that there was such a terrifying tribulation in the world. All of this was because the path Lin Sun took was different from the ancient times, different from the world, and extraordinary. It was a path that only belonged to him, therefore, the tribulation he faced was destined to be completely different. This time, Lin Sun only recovered half of his injuries before he faced the third thunder tribulation. No matter how hard he tried, he was almost obliterated in the end. His whole body was struck into the Styx River, and his body, soul, and state of mind were on the verge of collapse. The pain had already transformed into numbness. At this moment, he'd become indifferent and forgotten about life and death. In Lin Sun's heart, only an unyielding will was supporting him. In the following period of time, the might of the thunder tribulation grew more and more terrifying, and the hardships and blows Lin Sun suffered grew more and more severe. But from the beginning until the end, he'd never given up. Even if his body, heart, and soul were obliterated in the end, he still intended to fight until the end. Bang! After an unknown period of time, when he survived another thunder tribulation with great difficulty, Lin Sun's body had collapsed completely, and his 3 soul forms had dimmed and split apart. Death was so close to him. This wisp of willpower was integrated with his soul, state of mind, and body. It seemed to be able to be erased at will. But in the face of the great horror of life and death, it didn't waver at all. However, from this moment on, in the depths of the clouds, there was no more thunder, and even the sound of thunder was silent. Only the sky was full of lightning, silver, purple, and red, magnificent and gorgeous. Is it over? Lin's wisp of willpower was stunned. It was indeed over. The dark clouds began to disperse gradually, and the heaven's power that enveloped the world was receding at an amazing speed. The brilliant lightning all over the sky seemed to be attracted and shrouded Lin's wisp of willpower. Suddenly, the surging vitality emerged and turned into a bright halo. Lin's wisp of willpower was bathed in it and was transforming at an amazing speed. At this point, Lin Sun could believe that he had survived this unprecedented catastrophe. The lightning was like a light rain, bright and holy. Vaguely, Lin's body began to condense and regenerate. His soul also began to be reconstructed. A quarter of an hour later, the lightning all over the sky dissipated, revealing a slender, dignified, and tall figure. Every inch of his body seemed to be carved out of flawless mutton-fat jade. In his pores, there was dense Taoist light, flowing with wisps of faint brilliance, with a kind of restrained and holy aura. His thick black long hair, crystal clear, hung down to his waist, fluttering in the wind. Looking at his face, his black eyes were as deep as the abyss, and his facial features were angular. There was a trace of firmness and calmness in his handsome face. In his body, the Taoist seed took root like the root of heaven and earth. The surging spiritual power circulated in his body along a mysterious track, making a thunderous roar. In his sea of consciousness, 3 primordial spirit forms sat upright, solemn and dignified. Each of their heads was covered with a divine flower of the Great Way, sprinkling different hazy light rain. What was different from the past was that behind the three primordial spirit forms, there was a looming abyss, as ethereal as the Great Way, giving people a heart-palpitating aura. Longevity Dharma form, anyone who passed the tribulation of longevity and took root in the Taoist seed would condense a Dharma form in his soul. 3 tribulations of the longevity realm. While murmuring, Lin Sun suddenly raised his eyes, which were like a pair of sharp lightning, tearing the sky. On the other hand, Lin Sun's body emanated an extremely great and unparalleled might, and it caused the tribulation clouds in the sky that hadn't completely dispersed to be instantly crushed into powder. The surrounding void was wailing, as if it was submitting to him. He had been trapped for 4 years. Now that he had broken free, he had broken through the 3 tribulation of longevity and was reborn from death. He was like a fish leaping over the dragon gate and completely transforming into a dragon. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel excited, and he couldn't help letting out a long roar. His voice was like a dragon that resounded throughout the universe. When looked at from afar, the young man who stood towering in the sky was like a reborn god, and the peerless elegance he emanated caused the heavens and the earth to dim in comparison. Gufuzi, Yunqing Bai. All of you probably think that I'm dead. After a long time, Lin Sun restrained his aura and regained his transcendent temperament. His black eyes were calm as he looked into the distance. It's been 4 years. What has become of the upper 9 realms? Whoosh, Lin Sun took a step forward and disappeared into thin air. In the 5th year after the domain of despair descended on the ancient desolation, Lin Sun escaped from the bottom of the Styx River and returned to the world, in the depths of the dark forest. A group of strong figures appeared, led by a black-cloaked young man with dashing eyebrows and starry eyes. He was Wang Ziying, the future leader of the Huangting sword sect in the southern Xian world. Stop. Suddenly, the black-cloaked young man waved his hand and said with a cold smile, I have something to say before we act. Everyone was awestruck. This time, our target is Zhao Jingxian, the future leader of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure. This woman has a close relationship with Lin Sun. She has never believed the news of Lin Sun's death, so she set up a hut here and waited for 4 years. Someone couldn't help but sneer, this woman is really chaste. She might as well live a happy life with me instead of being a widow for a dead man. The others all laughed. Wang Ziying said leisurely, our task is to capture this woman alive and present her to His Highness. You also know that although Lin Sun is dead, His Highness' hatred cannot be quelled. Capturing this woman can also let His Highness vent his anger. However, I heard that this woman is an influential figure in the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure. If we do this, I'm afraid we will offend the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure. Someone said hesitantly. Wang Ziying said disdainfully, in the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure, only Yan Zhanqiu is feared. The others are nothing. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. That's easy. Brother Wang, let's act quickly. I can't wait any longer. This woman is Demon God Lin's confidant. After we capture her, if we can. A young man with long and narrow cheeks revealed an excited and lascivious smile. Demon God Lin, how glorious was he, although he was already dead, if they could humiliate and play with his woman, that feeling, just thinking about it made them excited. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but laugh again. Wang Ziying frowned and scolded, be careful. This woman is to be offered to His Highness Underworld Child. If anyone dares to touch her, don't blame me for being rude. Sigh, if this woman really falls into His Highness Underworld Child's hands, I'm afraid she will be ravaged to death. You should know that Lin Sun was the one who ruined His Highness Underworld Child's plans. Even the smelting god pot was snatched away. How can His Highness Underworld Child not hate him? It's a pity that Lin Sun died 4 years ago. Someone sighed. Cut the crap. Let's go. Wang Ziying said coldly. He hated Lin Sun to the core. Back at the Three Life Rock, he originally wanted to cooperate with Lin Sun to deal with the powerhouses of the Greater One Taoism sect. Who would have thought that Lin Sun would directly reject him? In the end, in order to survive, he and his companions had no choice but to lower their heads and be humiliated by Lin Sun for extorting several divine herbs. In this operation, the reason why Wang Ziying had targeted Zhao Jingxian was also because he wanted to take revenge. Although Lin Sun was dead, he could still take revenge on his woman, right? This was Wang Ziying's mentality. Thinking of this, Wang Ziying suddenly said, furthermore, even if he is alive, he is destined to be killed by his highness underworld child. His words were full of resentment. The group moved forward. Not long after, a straw hut appeared in their sight. The straw hut was clean and tidy, with a herb garden and flower field in front of it. A figure of a woman was sitting under the eaves of the straw hut, lost in thought. Zhao Jingxian? Wang Ziying took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. The woman did not answer. She just raised her head and looked over with a pair of clear eyes. Her eyes were empty and lonely. Wang Ziying's heart trembled inexplicably. It was as if he was not facing a beautiful woman, but a body without a soul. What are you looking at? Let me tell you, come with us obediently, or today will be the day of your death. A young man scolded. So beautiful. The young man with long and narrow cheeks revealed a lustful and infatuated look, and his eyes unscrupulously sized up Zhao Jingxian. At the thought that this was the woman of the famous Lin Sun, there was suddenly an indescribable excitement and tyranny in his heart. The woman turned a deaf ear to all this. She withdrew her eyes, lowered her head, and said, I'm already a living dead. Why should I be afraid of life and death? Her voice was dry and low, as if she had not spoken for a long time. A living dead, Wang Ziying was stunned, and then her face darkened. She said, stop pretending to be mysterious. Let me tell you, even if you are a corpse, you must come with us this time. The others gasped. They did not expect that a person like Wang Ziying would say such cruel words. Did she want to see Lin Sun alive or dead? Zhao Jingxian said no more. She had been waiting for 4 years, sitting here day and night. Her heart had already sunk into darkness. She was not stupid. She would not blindly believe that Lin Sun was still alive. But it didn't matter anymore. Over the past 4 years, she had been thinking about a question. Why did she choose to search and wait desperately when she learned of Lin Sun's death? Why didn't she want to believe that he had died? The answer had already been there the moment she decided to stay here and guard the place. But it was too late to understand. She regretted. She regretted that she didn't take this answer seriously a long time ago. The thatched cottage was quiet. The beautiful figure sitting under the eaves was also unusually quiet. From beginning to end, there was no panic, fear. It was as if, as she had said, they were merely living dead, so how could they fear life and death? But this was not what Wang Ziying wanted to see. In his mind, Zhao Jingxian should tremble and beg for mercy, or resist angrily and strongly. This was what he wanted to see. Only in this way could he have the pleasure of revenge. But now, there was no such thing at all. This made Wang Ziying feel a kind of unspeakable annoyance and loss in his heart, but also an unspeakable anger. He waved his hand and shouted, Go, take her down. The other strong men had been waiting impatiently. Hearing this, they rushed to the thatched cottage without hesitation. Boom, the fences surrounding the thatched cottage were smashed to pieces. The flower beds and medicinal fields that were blooming with all kinds of fresh flowers were also ruined to the point of devastation. The thatched cottage shook violently and finally collapsed. Originally, this place was quiet and secluded, but now everything was destroyed. Zhao Jingxian never wavered from beginning to end. In her hand, she held a treasure cauldron, which was branded with the pattern of 9 dragons flying. This was the treasure cauldron of 9 dragons, which was refined by Lin Sun for her. Because of this treasure, she met him in Green Deer School for the first time. At that time, she disguised as a man. She was clean, elegant, high-spirited, and her clear eyes were as bright as stars. At that time, he was just a spiritual tattooist who had just been hired in Green Deer School, and he was still a little practitioner with low cultivation. At this time, he had been silent for 4 years, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. At this time, she was not afraid of death for 4 years. Chi, a strong wind came. It was the young man with long and narrow cheeks, with a kind of fanaticism, lust, and greed in his eyes. The attack was close at hand. Zhao Jingxian was still oblivious. She sat there like a beautiful statue. The beauty was right before his eyes. What was rare was that she seemed to have given up on resisting and was waiting for death to arrive. This caused the young man with a narrow and long face to be excited to the extreme. Just think about it, this was Devil God Lin's woman, and she was about to become his prey. All of you deserve death. But right at this moment, a voice that revealed bone-piercing coldness resounded out, and it seemed capable of freezing one's soul. At the same time, a strand of peerlessly copious killing intent rumbled and swept over like a tsunami, and it suffused the heavens and the earth. The space there was suddenly in disorder. The rocks and trees in the vicinity rumbled and transformed into powder. No matter if they were strong or weak, all the living beings that lay dormant in an area of 500 kilometers lay prostrate on the ground and shivered. The young man with a narrow and long face was shocked in his heart while his entire body went cold, and he felt an unprecedented lethal threat. It seemed as if so long as he dared move in the slightest, he would suffer a calamity, but when he was less than a foot away from her, he was able to catch that beautiful prey. The strong unwillingness caused his eyes to turn red, and in the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to continue. Bang, but as soon as his arm stretched out, it rumbled and exploded into pieces, causing his flesh and blood to evaporate. The extreme intense pain caused him to let out a shrill cry that was like the howl of a wild beast, and his figure suddenly retreated explosively. Bang, but at the instant his figure retreated explosively, it was as if he'd suffered the crushing of a divine mountain, and his entire body exploded apart while his flesh and blood sprayed into the surroundings. However, the strange thing was that not a single drop of the blood splattered onto that beautiful figure. Shit. It was also at this moment that Wang Ziying and the others recovered from their shock. All of their expressions turned grim while their minds shook, and they didn't hesitate in the slightest to choose to retreat. Everything had occurred too quickly. It was swift to the point even they weren't able to rescue him before the young man with a narrow and long face had already perished. Most terrifying of it all was that from the beginning until the end, they hadn't locked onto the tracks of the enemy. Rumble, this expanse of the heavens and the earth was dim while space surged and fell into disorder, and peerless killing intent descended like a raging sea. In their days, all of them felt as if they were in a hopeless situation in purgatory. It was also at this moment that they saw the enemy. It was a tall and handsome figure. His back was facing the crowd, and his gaze was fixed on the woman who was sitting there quietly like a beautiful statue. It was just a back view, but it gave Wang Ziying and the others a suffocating pressure. It was as if the person standing there wasn't a person, but a demon god. This man was naturally Lin Sun. As soon as he left the Nether River Forbidden Area, he was about to leave, but to his surprise, he sensed the fluctuations of battle. When he arrived, he immediately recognized Zhao Jingxian. When he noticed that she was besieged, Lin Sun felt as if his heart had been cut by a knife, producing an unspeakable anger. This was the outer area of the Nether River Forbidden Area. How could he not see that Zhao Jingxian had been waiting here for him for 4 years? This had exceeded his expectations, and it caused him to feel indescribably moved. His emotions surged like a tide and ceaselessly battered his mind. A person had built a hut here, waiting for his return, for years. Even if Lin Sun was an idiot, he knew how precious this friendship was. Because of this, when he saw Wang Ziying and others attacking Zhao Jingxian, Lin Sun felt unprecedented anger. Fortunately, he came in time. It was possible to stop all this in time. If he came a little later, Lin Sun couldn't imagine the consequences, but at this time, when he saw Zhao Jingxian in front of him, Lin Sun was stunned. Jingxian? He opened his mouth, but the woman in front of him didn't realize it. She sat there in a quiet posture, motionless. She was like a clay statue. For a moment, Lin Sun's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart twitched fiercely. He had a bad feeling. The woman's black hair was as black as ink, and her beautiful face was calm. Her eyes were fixed on the treasure tripod in her hands, and her expression was indescribably serene. But Lin Sun opened his eyes wide, as if he still couldn't believe it. Deep in his heart, there was an unspeakable emotion fermenting, which stimulated his hands to tremble unconsciously. What on earth happened? Lin, demon god Lin. Suddenly, a scream rang out. In the distance, Wang Ziying and others finally recognized the identity of the person. They were so shocked that they couldn't believe their eyes. Wasn't this guy dead? Why could he still appear? No, this can't be true. For years ago, Lord Mingzi saw him fall into the Styx River with his own eyes. It's impossible for him to be alive. Wang Ziying's face was gloomy, and he shouted, "Tell me, who are you? Why did you pretend to be Lin Sun, the dead man? It's you who killed Xianxia." At this moment, Lin Sun turned around and looked at them. Wang Ziying and others were stiff all over. At this moment, they saw Lin Sun's appearance clearly. It was so familiar that it couldn't be fake. Many people shivered all over, and their hair stood on end. A guy who had been confirmed dead for a long time appeared in front of them alive 4 years later. That kind of shock made them a little confused for a moment, and they couldn't accept it. How could it be possible? Don't panic, everyone. He can't be Lin Sun. Wang Ziying took a deep breath and said, gritting his teeth. Why did you do this? Lin Sun's voice was low and hoarse, and his black eyes were terrifyingly cold. All the strong men who were swept by his eyes felt a chill in their hearts, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. If it wasn't Demon God Lin, who else could have such a terrifying aura? Ridiculous. Do you think you can scare us by pretending to be Demon God Lin? Everyone, let's attack together and kill this eyesore. Wang Ziying shouted. Yes, this guy must be a fake. Kill. The other strongmen were emboldened. They were afraid of Demon God Lin, not a fake. Boom, they attacked, and each of them displayed their real unique skills. You deserve to die, Lin Sun murmured in a bone-chilling voice as he stepped out. Bang! 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 As soon as those strongmen rushed halfway, their bodies stopped there as if they were imprisoned. Then, they exploded one by one, and blood and dismembered bodies poured down, dyeing the void red. Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it. He stepped forward, and his black eyes were like a deep abyss that seemed to be able to swallow people's souls. Only Wang Ziying was left in the field. However, at this moment, he was completely dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open, and his whole body was trembling as if he was having a cramp. His face was blue and white. Among his companions, several had stepped into the dying king realm, and many of them had passed the longevity tribulation. Among their peers, they could be regarded as the elite force. But now, they were all dead. From the beginning to the end, the man in front of him didn't do anything at all. He just took a step forward, and all his companions died tragically. This bloody scene made Wang Ziying's mind go blank. How was this possible? He really couldn't think of anyone in the upper 9 realms who could do this. Don't come over. Lin Sun's figure was getting closer and closer, and Wang Ziying suddenly woke up from his stupor. He retreated in panic as if he was frightened. However, his face was extremely pale, and he looked at Lin Sun as if he was looking at death from hell. Tell me the reason, and I can let you die quickly. Otherwise, I promise that you will spend the rest of your life begging for death. The low and hoarse voice was without a trace of emotion, but it made Wang Ziying's knees weak, and his mind on the verge of collapse. I'll tell you. Wang Ziying had never imagined that when facing an opponent, she would actually be in such a sorry state, terrified, and despairing state. He didn't even have the idea of resisting. Lin Sun stopped and stared at him indifferently. Wang Ziying didn't hesitate to tell the whole story of capturing Zhao Jingxian alive and offering him to the son of hell. Lin Sun's eyes suddenly burst out with deep hatred, and he said, "It's already confirmed that I'm dead. Do you still want to retaliate against those close to me?" His voice was getting lower and lower. Are you really Lin Sun? You're still alive. Wang Ziying's eyes were wide open, and his pupils were bloodshot and almost burst. He couldn't believe it. Immediately, he gasped for breath and showed an expression that seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. He said in a hoarse voice, "Ha ha ha, you're still alive. God is really blind to let you, the scourge, come back to life again." He seemed to be out of control, staring at Lin Sun with resentment. But so what? Even if you're alive, you'll be killed by the son of hell. Well, Gufozi won't spare you either. Lin Sun was expressionless. Look at you. You've been dead for 4 years, but you can't even protect your own woman. How sad it is. It's a pity that if you hadn't suddenly appeared, that woman would have been captured by us and suffered humiliation and torture. Wang Ziying looked dejected again. He was indeed out of control, as if he had gone mad. Crack, the next moment, Wang Ziying's neck was twisted. His face looked crazy and ferocious before he died. Lin Sun turned around and didn't look at him again. In the distance, the ground was full of scars. The collapsed fence, the messy herb garden and the flower field had all withered. Even the thatched cottage had collapsed. It could be imagined that in the past 4 years, this place was like a quiet and secluded place. She had been waiting here silently and never changed her mind. She must be thinking that he couldn't be defeated like before. Naturally, it was impossible for her to die. Once again, he looked over at the beautiful figure who was sitting there quietly and had not moved at all from the beginning to the end. He saw the tranquil and affectionate look in her eyes when she gazed at the treasure cauldron of 9 dragons. He saw her beautiful face that had become thin unconsciously. Lin Sun only felt that his chest was blocked by a stone, and it became difficult for him to breathe. Xianxia. He stepped forward and held her figure tightly in his arms. There was a kind of unspeakable emotion in his heart. Before entering the domain of absolute peak, he had gone to the holy land of spiritual treasure to invite Zhao Jingxian to act with him, but he was a step late. Later, he looked forward to meeting her again in the domain of absolute peak. But who would have thought that the first meeting after so many years would be like this? You'll be fine, absolutely not. No one can let you leave me unless I agree. Lin Sun held Zhao Jingxuan's warm and soft body in his arms and took several deep breaths to suppress the surging emotions in his heart. Then, he concentrated all his thoughts on Zhao Jingxian to sense and investigate her. P.S. There's no more for tonight. I've just calculated that Goldfish owes 7 chapters, which will be made up one by one in the future. In Zhao Jingxuan's sea of consciousness, wisps of purple mist lingered like divine chains, completely sealing her soul. The purple mist was extremely obscure, and when it rolled, it reflected dense Taoist patterns. No matter how hard Lin tried, he couldn't see through the mystery of the purple mist. He only knew that if he cracked it by force, it was very likely that Zhao Jingxian would never wake up again. Master, this is the power of the 6 god sealing seals, which is said to be unsolvable. Even sages can't crack it. Only the soul of the caster can wake up after going through the 6 reincarnations. Suddenly, Little Silver opened his mouth and saw through the mystery of the purple mist. Lin Sun was stunned, and then his expression became extremely complicated. Unsolvable? How long would he have to wait? Master, is she the mistress? Little Silver asked. Lin Sun was silent and didn't answer. When Zhao Jingxian woke up, he would give himself and her a clear answer. Holding his beloved in his arms tightly, Lin Sun's originally manic and tumbling emotions gradually calmed down. He couldn't help recalling the scenes of the past. At the edge of this forest, Xianxia came again. He was dressed in white, and his appearance was handsome. He had the bearing of a phoenix, and his bearing was extraordinary. Behind him were a group of descendants of the holy land of spirit treasure. There were men and women, and all of them had powerful auras and extraordinary momentum. Among them, there were several extremely powerful supreme kings. However, there was a hint of hesitation between Xianxia's eyebrows at this moment. When he was young, he had cultivated with Zhao Jingxian in the holy land of spirit treasure, and he had always been by her side with love. How could Xianxia not be angry when he saw the woman he liked spend years waiting for a dead man? No hate. What annoyed him most was that Zhao Jingxian knew his feelings, but she had always been indifferent to him. Who could understand this feeling? Xianxia's identity, status, cultivation, and talent were all top-notch in this generation. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as he wanted, there would be countless beauties throwing themselves into his arms with a wave of his hand, but Zhao Jingxian didn't care. Well, I'd rather offend junior sister Jingxian and take her away this time. Lin Sun is dead. She can't waste her youth like this anymore. Suddenly, Xianxia took a deep breath and made a decision. Without any hesitation, he headed toward Zhao Jingxuan's secluded residence. Not long after, Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cold light. Strands of piercingly cold killing intent that hadn't dispersed still remained in the nearby 500 kilometers, and this caused his heart to constrict while his expression changed slightly. Is someone trying to harm junior sister Jingxian? Killing intent surged in Xianxia's heart as he quickened his pace. Soon, he arrived at the place where Zhao Jingxian lived in seclusion. However, this place had changed completely. The grass hut had collapsed and the ground was soaked in dark red blood. The air was still filled with the smell of blood. Before this, there must have been an extremely intense battle erupting here. After that, Xianxia saw Lin Sun with a single glance. At this instant, his pupils constricted, and his heart skipped a beat. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. A dead person, how could he come back to life? Even with Xianxia's composure, he almost cried out involuntarily. However, when he saw the beautiful figure in Lin Sun's arms, Xianxia couldn't control himself anymore. Junior sister Jingxian. Xianxia's eyes turned red with anger. The successors of the numinous treasure Holy Land behind him were also stunned as they looked at the scene before them in disbelief. Demon God Lin was still alive. For years ago, news of Lin Sun's death spread like a hurricane in the upper 9 realms, causing a huge uproar. Including the successors of the numinous treasure Holy Land, they found it hard to believe and were shocked at the beginning. After all, regardless of whether they were friend or foe, they couldn't deny that Lin Sun was definitely a legendary and tyrannical figure. Who wouldn't pay attention to him dying just like that? However, after confirming the news of Lin Sun's death, the successors of the numinous treasure Holy Land felt a sense of schadenfreude. They secretly praised the heavens for having eyes. The reason was very simple. In the ancient Desolation realm, demon god Lin had once wreaked havoc in the numinous treasure Holy Land and killed many of their fellow disciples. How could they not be happy to see their enemy in trouble? But no matter how hard they racked their brains, they didn't expect that 4 years later, a dead person whom they had almost forgotten would actually appear in front of them alive. This was no different from seeing a living ghost. Lin Sun woke up from his contemplation and naturally recognized Xianxia and the others. He even saw Xiaoran, Yun Che, Wen Xiang, Su Xingfeng, and a few other acquaintances. After not seeing each other for many years, Lin Sun discovered that Xianxia had already stepped into the 3 tribulations of longevity realm, and Xiaoran, Su Xingfeng, and the others were also in the Extinction King realm. Speaking of which, they were all Lin Sun's enemies. But at this moment, Lin Sun was in no mood to care about them. No matter what, they were still Zhao Jingshuan's fellow disciples. Now that Zhao Jingxian had fallen into a deep sleep, Lin Sun didn't know when she would wake up. He also didn't want to take revenge on her fellow disciples in front of her. Put down junior sister Jingxian. Xianxia's face was cold, and his killing intent burst forth. The others also looked unfriendly. They all knew how much Xianxia liked Zhao Jingxian, but now, Zhao Jingxian was tightly held in the arms of their enemy, Lin Sun. How could they tolerate this? Lin Sun frowned, and his black eyes were cold. He said, for Jingxian's sake, I won't make things difficult for you. Now, please leave. Xianxia's face turned livid, and he laughed in anger. I haven't settled the score with you yet, and you still dare to order us around? You're really arrogant. His voice was filled with thick killing intent. Lin Sun, it's indeed surprising that you're still alive, but do you think this is still 4 years ago? Xiaoran said coldly. Put down senior sister Zhao, and we can give you a chance to atone for your sins. Su Xingfeng and the others also spoke up. 4 years was enough to change too many things. Be it Xianxia, Xiaoran, or the others, their strength had all undergone earth-shaking changes during this period of time. This made them fearless when facing Lin Sun. Don't make a mistake. Lin Sun had always been patient, but now, because Zhao Jingxian had sealed her divine soul, his state of mind had always been in a state of imbalance. The reason why he didn't make a move right now was because he was forcibly suppressing himself. Lin Sun. Suddenly, Xianxia roared, and his figure floated into the air. Boom! Behind him, the void suddenly exploded, an endless blazing Taoist light burst forth, causing the heaven and earth to lose their color. A longevity Dharma idol appeared, like a god supporting the heaven and earth, and it shone brightly. On Xianxia's body, shadows of true dragons appeared, causing his power to soar to the extreme, and it was boundlessly terrifying. Rumor had it that Xianxia's mother's family was of the true dragon bloodline. Looking at this scene, it seemed to be true. At this moment, he stood in midair, pointed at Lin Sun from afar, and said, if you have the guts, put down junior sister Zhao Jingxian and come fight me. I'll let you know how weak you are. His words were like thunder, resounding through the universe. At this moment, Xianxia was like a god riding on a dragon, with an unparalleled spirit. Lin Sun, did you hear that? If you have the guts, put down senior sister Zhao and fight senior brother Yan openly. Xiao Ran and the others said coldly. Obviously, they weren't afraid of Lin Sun, but they were afraid that Lin Sun would use Zhao Jingxian to threaten them. Lin Sun also understood the meaning of their words, and his black eyes instantly became incomparably cold. He put Zhao Jingxian aside lightly, and then slowly stood up. It was just a simple action, but an unparalleled power suddenly spread out from Lin Sun's body, as if a demon had awakened at this moment. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense. Seeing that you care so much about Jingshuan's safety, I can spare your lives, but, you can be spared from death, but you can't escape punishment. Today, if I don't force you to kneel on the ground, I, Lin Sun, will be at your mercy. Lin Sun said coldly. His words were extremely domineering. But to Yan Zhanqiu and the others, it carried a strong sense of humiliation. Immediately, Su Xingfeng couldn't hold it in anymore, and said angrily, arrogant. Even now, you're still so arrogant and reckless. You really deserve to die. Yan Zhanqiu was completely enraged. Tut. He suddenly let out a Dao sound. The shadow of a true dragon condensed, and its body was like a winding mountain. Its scales shone brightly, and it raised its head and roared. The dragon patterns on its head were clearly visible. Lin Sun, you're just a thief who secretly learned the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon. Today, I'll completely destroy you. With a roar, the true dragon in the void rushed toward Lin Sun. Lin Sun raised his eyes, and his pupils were cold. In his body, the ultimacy of the true dragon ran, and dazzling symbols of tribulation emerged and surrounded Lin Sun. At the same time, a vast, ancient, and majestic dragon power also burst out from Lin Sun's body, eyes. With a dragon roar, the symbols of tribulation turned into a true dragon and soared into the sky. In 4 years, Lin Sun's control of the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon had already reached the level of dragon transformation. He was like a true dragon, and every move he made contained the power of a true dragon. Boom! The true dragon in the sky was directly torn apart by the claws of the true dragon that Lin Sun had manifested, and a rain of light exploded. What? Xiao Ran and the others' expressions changed. Everyone in the upper 9 realms knew that Yan Zhanqiu's combat strength was so strong that he had already entered the ranks of the Tianjiao Golden List, and could be regarded as one of the top giants on the road to immortality, but now, as soon as he made a move, he suffered a defeat. The most incredible thing was that the Tao that Lin Sun used actually originated from the bloodline of the true dragon, but it was obviously stronger than Yan Zhanqiu's. Yan Zhanqiu was furious. Of course, he knew that Lin Sun used the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon, but he didn't expect that Lin Sun had already mastered this inheritance to such a level. This was the forbidden inheritance of the true dragon bloodline, and only the descendants with the bloodline of the true dragon could cultivate and master it. How did Lin Sun master it? Boom! Before Yan Zhanqiu could react, Lin Sun had already stepped into the void. In front of him, the true dragon raised its head and swung its tail, emitting a terrifying dragon power that made the heaven and earth tremble. I want you to die. Yan Zhanqiu's eyes were bloodshot, and he rushed out violently. His aura also completely erupted to the extreme in an instant. In the sky, the battle had completely erupted. From afar, it looked like 2 dragons were biting and killing each other. The terrifying dragon might was like a landslide and a tsunami, spreading in all directions. The rumbling dragon roars resounded throughout the entire universe. The ancient trees, rocks, and vines in the surrounding 500 kilometers were all affected, and they collapsed and exploded into pieces before transforming into powder that drifted in the air. Even the clouds in the sky had already collapsed. The void was in a mess, and the sound of explosions rang out incessantly. Kill! Yan Zhanqiu's long hair danced wildly. He was like a mad demon as he performed the Tao and Dharma. Every move he made was filled with the power to destroy heaven and earth. After all, he was a supreme king who had stepped into the 3rd tribulation of longevity. Not only was he extremely talented, but his combat strength could also be said to be shocking. He was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Wang Xuanyu, Yi Mo, Mi Hengzhen, and the others, and was regarded as one of the strongest powerhouses of the younger generation. His body glowed, and the dragons burst forth, whistling through the universe. The power was extremely dazzling. Although Xiaoran and the others were shaken, they couldn't feel happy at all. The reason was very simple. Although Yan Zhanqiu was ridiculously powerful, he was firmly suppressed by demon god Lin from the beginning of the battle. Until now, it was still the same. From afar, Lin Sun's figure was like a dream, emitting a thick and boundless dragon might. Every move he made was like a dragon shuttling through the clouds, invincible and invincible. Under his attack, all of Yan Zhanqiu's attacks were as fragile as paper. Bang! Suddenly, Yan Zhanqiu was struck by the dragon's tail, and his body was sent flying over 30 meters away. The clothes on his chest were torn apart, and a horrifying bloody wound was left on his exposed skin. Impossible, how did you master the secret of shedding dragons? Yan Zhanqiu's mind shook, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Previously, he was peerlessly arrogant, and he seemed to have a domineering attitude. His elegant demeanor was terrifying. But now, he seemed angry and anxious, and he was in a state of disbelief. There are still many things you don't know. If you don't know, you'll only make a fool of yourself. In his calm voice, Lin Sun had already rushed forward. His figure was like a dragon, and so was he. He had the majesty of a dragon who dominated the mountains and rivers and roared proudly in the world. Being trapped at the bottom of Styx River for 4 years, and then passing through the unprecedented 3 tribulations, Lin Sun's combat power had long been incomparable with that of the past. As for the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon, he had learned from Zhao Jingxian that this inheritance was left behind by Master Lu and was sealed in the 9-dragon steel. Lin Sun had never encountered any difficulties ever since he started cultivating this method, so he didn't understand why Yan Zhanqiu was so agitated. However, if Yan Zhanqiu were to look at him the same way he did 4 years ago, then he would be making a huge mistake. Kill! Yan Zhanqiu roared in rage and unleashed everything he had learned in his life. Many years ago, in the competition of the Junior Tycoon ranking, as a bystander, he looked down on Lin Sun. Even though he was amazed by Lin Sun's potential at that time, he didn't regard Lin Sun as a worthy opponent. But in a short period of a few years, this young man that he didn't take seriously in the past had grown to such an extent. This caused him to feel slight disbelief, and he was unable to accept this. Bang! A moment later, Lin Sun directly smashed Yan Zhanqiu into the void with the Swanee seal, causing him to fall to the ground in a sorry state. How is this possible? Xiaoran and the others were speechless, their hearts clutching. You deserve to die. With a roar, Yan Zhanqiu dashed up violently with disheveled hair and continued his slaughter. However, his handsome face had become vaguely ferocious, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His whole body emitted an incomparably violent aura. Bang! But not long after, he was knocked into the air again, and the bones in his right arm were broken. His whole body fell down like a broken sandbag. The faces of Xiaoran and the others were extremely ugly. Previously, they were all conceited and thought that their strength had undergone a tremendous transformation in the past 4 years, so they didn't have to fear Lin Sun. But now, they realized that Lin Sun's combat power had also undergone a transformation in the past 4 years, and he was many times stronger than 4 years ago. Just like now, even Yan Zhanqiu was no match for him. Ah! Yan Zhanqiu's long hair danced wildly, and smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. There was an indescribable sense of shame in his heart. How could he believe that a young man whom he had once looked down upon had now possessed combat power that could even injure him? Boom! He took out his treasures and continued his slaughter. It was as if he had gone completely mad. Quick, let's attack together! Xiaoran shouted and took the lead to attack. He could tell that the current Lin Sun was no longer someone whom Yan Zhanqiu could contend with. If they didn't attack together, the consequences would be dire. Kill! Yun Che, Wen Xiang, Su Xingfeng, and the others attacked without hesitation. For a moment, the light of treasures and Taoism interweaved, and a dazzling glow swept towards Lin Sun from all directions. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, and he said calmly, "A group attack again. Don't you feel ashamed? Or is this how the descendants of the Lingbao Holy Land act?" Yan Zhanqiu and the others' faces darkened upon hearing this. How could they not feel ashamed and resentful after being mocked like this? However, they knew very well that if they didn't make a move now for the sake of face, it would be their turn when Yan Zhanqiu was defeated. Unfortunately, they didn't understand the gap between them and Lin Sun at all. Boom, suddenly, Lin Sun's body glowed, and an impassioned dragon roar resounded around him. A total of 9 illusions of true dragons burst forth between heaven and earth. 9 dragons emerge, universe change, in an instant, the attacks that besieged Lin Sun all collapsed with a loud bang. As for Xianxia, he was crushed to the ground by the 9 dragons. Blood spurted from his mouth and nose, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get up. He couldn't even raise his head. Xiao Ran and the others stiffened, and their hearts were replaced by great terror. Only then did they realize that Lin Sun had been holding back during the battle with Xianxia just now. This was undoubtedly too horrifying. It's your turn. Lin Sun's cold eyes emitted lightning, and his aura changed. He replaced the law of dragons with the law of water and performed the 9 strikes for shaking the heavens. In an instant, incomparably resplendent fist force whistled through the void, containing indestructible power. Wherever the fist force passed, cracks appeared in the void, and the sound of explosions was like thunder, so piercing that it almost burst one's eardrums. Xiao Ran and the others were also very strong. Being able to step into the absolute peak realm had already proved their strength. But compared to Xianxia, they were still far behind. At this moment, even though they had besieged Lin Sun together, it only took a moment for them to be smashed into pieces by the fist force, and they were thrown off their feet, screaming in agony. Not long after, Xiao Ran and the others were all suppressed. One by one, they crawled on the ground with serious injuries, and looked extremely miserable. At this moment, Lin Sun floated down from the void, and his black eyes swept across the crowd like lightning. He said, I didn't want to kill you this time for the sake of Jingxian. I hope you can remember this lesson. If you continue to be so thick-headed in the future, you won't be so lucky anymore. After saying that, he didn't even bother to look at Xianxia and the others, and went straight to Zhao Jingxian. At this moment, he had already restrained his aura, and the cold murderous intent in his black eyes was replaced by a touch of gentleness and regret. Jingxian, I'll take you away from here. Lin Sun didn't say much. He carefully carried Zhao Jingxian, placed her in the wordless pagoda, and then strode away. From the beginning to the end, he didn't pay any attention to Xianxia and the others. Damn it. After a while, the place returned to silence, and Xiao Ran let out a resentful voice, gritting his teeth so hard that they almost broke. The expressions of the others were also extremely ugly. This time, they could be said to have suffered a crushing defeat. If news of this were to spread, they would definitely become a laughingstock in the upper 9 realms, and it would be difficult for them to raise their heads again. Who could have imagined that not only is Lin Sun still alive, but his combat strength has also become so terrifying? There were also people with bitter expressions. In the previous battle, Lin Sun easily won and suppressed them, and it was obvious that he didn't use his full strength. Facing such an enemy, it was simply hopeless. Senior Sister Zhao has been taken away by him. What should we do? Someone said hesitantly. Then, everyone turned to look at Xianxia in unison. At this time, Xianxia's hair was disheveled, his body was covered with dust, and his mouth and nose were stained with blood. He looked extremely miserable and embarrassed. But surprisingly, his expression had returned to calmness, and only the occasional flash of cold light in his eyes proved that his heart was not as calm as it seemed. A loss is a loss, there's nothing to say. After a long silence, Xianxia said in a deep voice, as for junior sister Jingxian, speaking of this, there was an obvious flash of pain on his face. He suddenly took a deep breath and said resolutely, even if she is with him now, the two of them are destined to be separated in the future. Lin Sun doesn't know how noble junior sister Jingxian is. If he dares to have bad intentions, sooner or later, a great disaster will befall him. This was not to vent the depression and hatred in his heart. But he knew that if Lin Sun wanted to become Zhao Jingshuan's Taoist companion, he was destined to encounter an unbearable blow. Senior brother Yan, what should we do now? Su Xingfeng asked. Lin Sun has disappeared for 4 years. Now that he has returned to the upper 9 realms, he will inevitably set off a big storm. Whether it is Ming Child or Gu Fozhi, if they know this news, they will not sit still. Yan Zhanqiu's eyes flickered. We just need to wait for a good show. Everyone thought for a while and agreed with him. For years ago, it was Gu Fozhi who personally set up a trap to sink Lin Sun under the Styx River. If he knew that Lin Sun was still alive, how could he remain indifferent? Similarly, Ming Child's hatred for Lin Sun was no less. Recently, the Upper Nine Realms has been peaceful. All the major forces are dormant, and many strong people are quietly improving and breaking through their own strength. But this peace is bound to be broken with the reappearance of Lin Sun. Xianxia took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "I'd like to see how Lin Sun will face those enemies." In fact, after saying so much, he just didn't want to admit one thing. That was, after today's defeat, he had lost the idea of fighting against Lin Sun deep in his heart. P.S. Some people still remember that Goldfish said that there would be an outbreak in the middle of the month, but everyone also knows that what happened to Grandpa Goldfish has caused a setback in the plan made at the beginning of this month. The sky was blue and cloudless. Lin Sun walked in the void, his clothes fluttering in the wind. After 4 years, Lin Sun returned to the distant fire realm again. Feeling the rich spiritual energy between heaven and earth, Lin Sun couldn't help but be in a trance. But very soon, his gaze returned to being as calm as an ancient well. Zhao Jingxian had sealed her soul with the 6 god seals and was in a wonderful sleep. Her life was not in danger, which made Lin Sun feel a lot more at ease. Because Xie had also slept like this, but now it was Zhao Jingxian. "As long as I'm alive, I'll definitely wait for you to wake up," Lin Sun murmured in his heart. In the wordless pagoda, Zhao Jingxian lay quietly on a jade platform polished from jade, her slender and fair hands holding the 9-dragon cauldron. Her black eyebrows were like ink, and her facial features were delicate and moist as if carved from fine jade. Her face was slightly thin, but she looked even more beautiful. Her cherry lips were slightly pursed, and her expression was serene and quiet. No one knew if she heard Lin Sun's voice, but a drop of tear fell quietly from the corner of her eye and evaporated. "Fellow Taoist, may I ask which blessed land Xianxia School is based in?" On the way, Lin Sun met a group of cultivators who were picking spiritual herbs. "Xianxia Mountain, about 13,000 kilometers to the east, thank you." After getting a definite answer, Lin Sun nodded to express his gratitude, and then his figure flashed away. After 4 years, the Upper Nine Realms had become completely different. Lin Sun planned to go to Xianxia School to find Xianxia and ask about some things. At the same time, he wanted to inquire about Old Toad's whereabouts. "Why do I feel that guy looks like a person?" Among the cultivators who were picking spiritual herbs, one of them said doubtfully. "Who?" "Demon Lin." As soon as these 3 words came out, there was a sudden silence. This nickname represented a fierce person who was once famous all over the world, but immediately, there was laughter in the field. "Don't make trouble, Demon Lin died 4 years ago." "If that person is Demon Lin, I can eat shit." The others were also amused and laughed. Only one person was still puzzled and murmured, "But, that person really looks like Demon Lin." Xianxia Mountain was one of the most famous blessed lands in the distant fire realm. Since the opening of the Upper Nine territories, this mountain had been occupied by the profound Sikh sword school. Even though it had experienced a few years of war, Xianxia Mountain was still under the control of the profound Sikh sword school. But recently, the situation of the profound Inquisition sword house was quite tense. "This is already my 3rd time here. Brother M.O., Miss G, as the saying goes, no more than 3 times. Please don't make things difficult for me." Qi Yunfeng sat cross-legged before a table within a grand hall on Meditation Mountain, and his brows were knit together tightly as he gazed at Mo Tianhe, Ji Xingyao, and the other disciples of the Profound Inquiry Sword School. The atmosphere in the hall was gloomy. Everyone, including Mo Tianhe and Ji Xingyao, looked gloomy. Their hearts were filled with anger and heaviness. Qi Yunfeng was an ancient freak from the profound Nether Divine Palace. He was extremely talented and had a strong foundation. However, such a prodigy had already pledged allegiance to the underworld last year and became one of the underworld's 12 generals. The underworld had appeared 4 years ago, and it was established by the mysterious Nether child that had emerged from the Nether god altar. During these 4 years of time, the underworld had risen domineeringly under the Nether child's leadership, and it was now a colossus that could be ranked at the number 1 position in the distant fire realm. There were 12 generals, 36 protectors, and all the disciples of the various powers under its command. It could be said to be filled with experts. Even if it was in the entire Upper Nine territories, the underworld was renowned, and it was sufficient to cause no power to underestimate it. Originally, all of this had nothing to do with the Profound Inquisition Sword School. But not long ago, Qi Yunfeng had personally come looking for them, and he represented the will of the Nether Child with the intention of subduing the Profound Inquisition Sword School and submitting to the underworld. This was naturally refused by Ji Xingyao, Mo Tianhe, and the others without the slightest hesitation. As the disciples of the number one sect in West Heaven Dimension, how could they be willing to submit to the underworld? However, Qi Yunfeng wasn't discouraged. When he came for the second time, he promised a great deal of extremely tempting benefits, and he even gave orders without leaving a trace. If the Profound Inquisition Sword School just refused, then it would probably be viewed as a thorn by the underworld, and its future would be worrying. However, Ji Xingyao still refused flatly. There was no room for discussion in this matter at all. This time it was the third time that Qi Yunfeng had come here, and he directly laid all his cards on the table. Things couldn't be done more than 3 times, so he had to put an end to this matter. Qi Yunfeng, to think that you're a reputable figure, yet you're willing to become the lackey of another now. How disappointing. Ji Xingyao's voice was chilly. Miss Ji, that's because you don't understand the resources and reserves of His Highness the Nether Child. Following behind him is sufficient for you to obtain unimaginable fortune and benefits. Qi Yunfeng didn't mind the ridicule in Ji Xingyao's words at all, and he said calmly, moreover, the competition in the upper 9 territories has become even more brutal. Only by advancing and retreating together with His Highness the Nether Child might we be able to continue rising up. He paused for a moment and continued. Small fries are bound to be unable to survive. I presume all of you are clearly aware that numerous powers with inferior strengths in the upper 9 territories have already been swallowed by the various overlord powers. Do all of you think that the Profound Inquisition Sword School can stay out of this with its current strength? These words caused the atmosphere in the hall to become even more deathly silent and oppressive. Bang, Mo Tianhe slapped the table before him into pieces, and he said with an icy cold expression, Qi Yunfeng, to think that I took you to be a friend in the past. Never had I imagined that you would actually become so shameless now. Let me tell you, I'm not interested if you like to be the dog of another. In an instant, the hearts of everyone shook. However, Qi Yunfeng's face sank, and he said with an emotionless expression, Brother Mo, if I didn't take you to be a friend, do you think I would have come over to persuade you 3 times in succession? Face is something that you have to fight for. If you continue to be thick-headed, then Xianxia Mountain will probably have a new owner from today onward. This was equivalent to completely shedding all pretenses. In an instant, all the disciples of the Profound Inquisition Sword School couldn't sit still any longer, and their expressions changed indeterminately. In other words, if we refuse again today, then you'll become enemies with us? Ji Xingyao took a deep breath and asked coldly. At this moment, Qi Yunfeng sighed lightly and said, to tell you the truth, the surroundings of Xianxia Mountain have already been controlled by the forces of my nether earth. If all of you don't give me a satisfactory answer, then, a calamity of blood might descend here. Just these words alone were like a cold torrent that caused the atmosphere in the entire hall to instantly freeze. Everyone's breathing stopped while their expressions turned grim. Only now did they realize that Qi Yunfeng had actually come prepared. You're going too far. Mo Tianhe was furious, and he almost gnashed his teeth into pieces. Brother Mo, please calm your rage. This is a last resort. Not to mention that I'm only acting on orders, so I hope you don't make it difficult for me. Qi Yunfeng was very composed, and seemed as if victory was within his grasp. Aren't you afraid that we'll detain you? Asked Ji Xingyao. Qi Yunfeng grinned. Since I dared to come here, do you think I wouldn't have considered that? Everyone, I'll say it again, I really don't want to become enemies with all of you. Ji Xingyao went silent while her beautiful face flickered indeterminately. On the other hand, the eyes of Mo Tianhe and the others were filled with hatred. Never had they imagined that there would actually come a day when their Profound Seek Sword School would be coerced like this. They're simply going too far. This time, including me, there's a total of 4 generals and 8 protectors from my netherworld. If we use force, then we'll be able to swallow this place in less than 15 minutes. Qi Yunfeng spoke once more, and the contents of his words caused everyone to shudder with fear. So, I hope that all of you can reconsider. Please don't be impulsive and ruin the future of the Profound Seek Sword School in the region of Ultimatum. The atmosphere in the hall grew even more silent. However, right at this moment, a wave of footsteps resounded from outside the hall. The person hadn't arrived when a panicked voice resounded. "Senior brother Poison, can you come out for a moment?" It was Xianxia. Just like Qi Yunfeng, she was from the profound Nether Divine Palace. At that time, she'd once headed to the Nether River Forbidden Area with Lin Sun and the others to search for fortuitous encounters. Qi Yunfeng frowned and said, "What's the matter?" The gazes of Ji Xingyao, Mo Tianhe, and the others were drawn over as well. They acutely noticed that Xianxia's expression at this moment actually carried indescribable panic and absent-mindedness, and she seemed as if she'd encountered something she couldn't understand. Xianxia was a little hesitant. "Just say it," Qi Yunfeng said expressionlessly. He was about to completely frighten Mo Tianhe and the others and reap the fruits of victory, but he was interrupted by Xianxia. He was quite unhappy in his heart. Xianxia's beautiful face was gloomy and her voice was bitter with a kind of trance. Fellow practitioner Lin Sun is here." Qi Yunfeng was stunned at first, and then his whole body stiffened. The wine cup in his hand that he had just picked up trembled, and the fragrant wine spilled. But he didn't notice it at all. Instead, he asked in astonishment, "Who did you say?" Ji Xingyao and the others were also stunned. In the past 4 years, the name of Lin Sun had rarely been mentioned. But now, Xianxia actually said that Lin Sun was here. How could it be possible? Xianxia was also in a trance. Being stared at by Qi Yunfeng, she had to bite the bullet and said, "It's fellow practitioner Lin Sun. He's still alive." Crash, the table in front of Qi Yunfeng was suddenly overturned, and the wine cups and cups were scattered on the ground. He suddenly stood up with a gloomy face and reprimanded, "Nonsense. 4 years ago, he was already a dead man. How could he show up again?" Xianxia shivered all over and said, but it's true. He is at the foot of the mountain now. It's absolutely true. It's impossible. Qi Yunfeng said flatly. There was a kind of unspeakable irritation in his heart, and he was no longer as calm and composed as before. 4 years ago, he had witnessed how Lin Sun showed great power on the divine nether altar and forced Ming Child to retreat. He was extremely fearful of this person. But he didn't expect that he would hear the news of this person again at this time. Moreover, he was still alive. How could it be possible? At this time, Ji Xingyao and Mo Tianhe were also surprised and doubtful. Could it be that Lin Sun was really not dead? If that was the case, it was a piece of good news. At the thought of this, Ji Xingyao and the others were refreshed. They all knew how powerful Lin Sun was. If he could help, they might be able to solve the current dilemma. Suddenly, Qi Yunfeng glanced at Ji Xingyao and the others and said coldly, "Even if Lin Sun is alive, he's bound to be unable to save all of you. Don't forget that Cultivation Mountain has been surrounded by the forces of the underworld." The expressions of Ji Xingyao and the others changed slightly. According to what Qi Yunfeng said, the underworld had sent a total of 4 divine generals and 8 protectors this time, and it was a force that could make anyone's heart tremble. Those who could become divine generals were all formidable figures who had stepped into the 3rd tribulation of the longevity realm. For example, Qi Yunfeng, an ancient freak who had walked out of the Xianming divine mansion in the Saint Retreat, was only ranked among the 12 divine generals of the underworld. On the other hand, although the protectors of the underworld were slightly inferior to the divine generals, they were also peerless kings who had passed the longevity tribulation, and their combat strength couldn't be underestimated. It was no exaggeration to say that the forces that had besieged Cultivation Mountain today were sufficient to make these descendants of the profound sword school despair. As for Lin Sun, even if he was really alive, he was only one person after all. How could his appearance change the situation of Cultivation Mountain? Thinking of this, the wisp of hope that had just risen in the hearts of Ji Xingyao and the others dimmed, and their hearts sank to rock bottom. Qi Yunfeng had regained his composure at this moment, and he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Fighting the underworld, it was like hitting a rock with an egg. Let's go and see if it's really Lin Sun. Qi Yunfeng turned around and walked out. Xianxia hurriedly followed him. Ji Xingyao and Mo Tianhe looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. Let's go and have a look as well. If it's really Lin Sun, then quickly persuade him to leave. We can't involve him in the affairs of the profound sword school. Mo Tianhe said in a low voice. Xianxia nodded. It should have been a happy thing to know that Lin Sun was still alive, but now she couldn't feel happy at all. Cultivation Mountain was thousands of meters high, and it was steep and lofty. At this moment, Lin Sun stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up at Cultivation Mountain for a while. He suddenly said, "Tell me, what exactly are you here for?" Jean Lucio's expression changed indeterminately, and he was hesitant. Back in the Styx Forbidden Land, Lin Sun had given him and Yin Shui each a ball of origin Taoist fire, which made him feel grateful to this day. But now, he couldn't face Lin Sun. There are many experts hiding in the vicinity. I can sense that they are extremely hostile towards me. Lin Sun stared at Jean Lucio quietly with his dark eyes. His divine soul was so powerful that he instantly captured many abnormalities in the nearby area. Brother Lin, listen to my advice. You should leave as soon as possible. Times are different now. There are many things you don't understand. Jean Lucio lowered his head, not daring to meet Lin's eyes. He didn't know how to explain to Lin Sun about Qi Yunfeng submitting to the underworld. Get out of my way. A cold light suddenly burst out of Lin Sun's eyes, which made Jean Lucio tremble. He hurriedly said, Brother Lin, you mustn't act rashly. Cultivation Mountain has already been surrounded, and it'll be extremely dangerous if you head over now. After saying that, his heart thumped and he cursed inwardly. When he looked up, he saw that Lin Sun's face had become cold. For the sake of our friendship in the past, I won't argue with you. Now, get out of my way. Lin Sun's voice was calm, but there was a kind of intimidating power in it, which made Jean Lucio feel cold all over and subconsciously step aside. How dare you? But at this moment, a thunderous shout sounded. With the voice, a figure rushed out. His whole body was like a burning flame, exuding violent momentum. It was a young man with a gloomy face and a fiery robe. Jean Lucio's face changed greatly, and he exclaimed, Protector Xuefeng, please stop. Xuefeng, one of the 36 protectors of the underworld, was a top figure from the Snow Fire Condor. He was bloodthirsty and ruthless, and had the combat power of the second tribulation of longevity. Who do you think you are? How dare you order me? Xuefeng's voice was cold. He didn't care about Jean Lucio at all. As soon as he rushed out, he chopped at Lin Sun with his palm and fingers like knives. However, Lin Sun's figure disappeared at this moment. What? Xuefeng was stunned. Crack, at the same time, a big hand appeared behind him and crushed his neck. He completely lost consciousness and died on the spot. Jean Lucio was stunned. In his eyes, Lin Sun just flashed in the air and killed Xuefeng with a raise of his hand. From the beginning to the end, Xuefeng didn't have time to react. It was too easy, like killing an ant. When he looked at Lin Sun again, Jean Lucio's eyes had become completely different. Xuefeng was a peerless king of the second tribulation of longevity, but he was killed by Lin Sun in an instant. What? What a cruel method. It seems that it should be the real demon god Lin. I didn't expect that he is still alive. A burst of noise sounded in all directions. Many figures walked out from the darkness. They were densely packed, and there were at least 10 of them. Each of them had a strong aura. Especially the 2 men and 1 woman, who stood there made the wind and clouds change, the world tremble, and the void wail. These were 3 immortal generals of the underworld, and each of them had a strong combat power that was not weaker than the 3 tribulations of longevity. In addition, the others should not be underestimated. It could be said that in the distant fire realm, just this force in front of them was enough to make any force feel afraid. As soon as they appeared, they fixed their eyes on Lin Sun. There was surprise, confusion, and coldness on their faces. In fact, they recognized Lin Sun as soon as he arrived, but they didn't expect that this young man, who was thought to be dead 4 years ago, was still alive. This was obviously incredible. But now, with Lin Sun killing Xuefeng with 1 blow, they finally dared to conclude that the person in front of them must be demon god Lin, only he would have the guts to act so fearlessly in front of them. Haha, interesting. A dead man appeared after 4 years. Lin Sun, do you want to tell us where you have been hiding in these 4 years? The female general in the lead chuckled. She was wearing a colorful dress, charming and enchanting. Her skin was snow-white and delicate, and her peach blossom eyes were watery and charming. Her name was Yu Liangyin, an ancient freak whose foundation was absolutely not inferior to Qi Yunfeng. She was also a devil who killed without batting an eye. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Hiding, that was a good word. Jean Luxiu looked at Lin Sun with a worried expression, but he was surprised to find that Lin Sun didn't look at Yu Liangyin and the others from the beginning to the end. It seemed that he had directly ignored their existence. Jean Luxiu, now, can you tell me what happened here? Lin Sun's voice became colder and colder. Jean Luxiu swallowed his saliva with difficulty. When he was about to speak, he heard a hearty laughter coming from Xianxia Mountain. Ha ha ha, it's really Brother Lin. It's really unexpected. Qi Yunfeng's figure appeared out of thin air, looking down from the void with a smile on his face, but his eyes seemed unscrupulous as he looked Lin Sun up and down. Beside him, Xianxia felt uncomfortable and didn't dare to look at Lin Sun. Like Jean Luxiu, she felt a trace of guilt in her heart and couldn't face Lin Sun. I didn't expect to see you again in the territory of Xianwen Sword House today. Lin Sun looked cold. As early as in the Forbidden Land of Styx, Qi Yunfeng's performance repeatedly disappointed Lin Sun, but Lin Sun didn't care about it. Everyone had his own ambition, and he couldn't ask Qi Yunfeng to be of one mind. But now, in the action of besieging Xianxia Mountain, even if Qi Yunfeng wasn't the mastermind, he must be an important figure. This made Lin Sun despise him. No matter what you think, to tell you the truth, we're here to discuss an important matter with Xianwen Sword House. If Brother Lin is interested, why don't you stay and listen with us? Qi Yunfeng smiled calmly. For years ago, he didn't dare to talk to Lin Sun like this. Things changed with the passage of time. Everything was different now. Lin Sun, don't listen to his nonsense. Go. Qi Yunfeng has become a minion of Ming Child, and this time he came to annex the forces of Xianwen Sword House. Suddenly, a chilly voice resounded. Then, Lin Sun saw Xianxia. She was still as beautiful as before, like a fairy coming out of a painting. However, at this moment, her face showed hatred, anger, worry, and other expressions. She seemed to be very emotional. At the same time, Mo Tianhe and a group of successors of Xianwen Sword House also appeared one after another. Qi Yunfeng frowned when his purpose was exposed, but he didn't take it seriously. In his opinion, Lin Sun's arrival was unable to change everything in front of him. He was even a little happy. He thought to himself that if he could capture Lin Sun and offer him to Ming Child, it would definitely be a great contribution. I see, Lin Sun finally understood. When he looked at Qi Yunfeng and others again, his eyes had become cold and deep. After 4 years, Taoism fellow Qi really makes me look at you with new eyes. Lin Sun said indifferently. Qi Yunfeng laughed. People change. Didn't we come to the apex region this time for the sake of seeking a great change on our path towards the Tao? Lin Sun said, no, I mean you've changed. You've become too shameless and shameless. Qi Yunfeng's face suddenly darkened, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Why do you talk so much nonsense with him? Go. Xianxia frowned and was worried. Go? Is it possible? Qi Yunfeng sneered, since you're here, don't leave. I believe Lord Ming Child will be very surprised if he can see you after 4 years. At the foot of the mountain, Yu Liangyin and others couldn't help laughing with a confident attitude. It was indeed an unexpected surprise to meet Lin Sun, who had disappeared for 4 years, on this crusade against Xianwen Sword House. All of them were clearly aware of how Lord Nether Child couldn't forget Chen Shi. To Lin Sun's surprise, at this time even Jean Luxiu and Xianxia also transmitted their voices to persuade him to leave quickly to avoid accidents. This made Lin Sun understand that perhaps Qi Yunfeng had completely changed, but at least Jean Luxiu and Xianxia still kept a conscience. Lin Sun decided to stay. Both Xianxia and Mo Tianhe were in a daze. They were both anxious and moved. Lin Sun didn't have to do this, but he chose to stay, which undoubtedly showed that he regarded them as his friends. Qi Yunfeng sneered, Brother Lin, you are so bold. After 4 years, you are more elegant than before. However, since you choose to stay, you'd better not do anything stupid. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will get into trouble. He was very confident, and his words carried a hint of wisdom in them. Of course, there was also a threat. Ho ho, Yu Liangyin and others all laughed. Many people looked at Lin Sun provocatively. I think, with this guy's temper, he will definitely do something stupid. For example, just now, he killed fellow practitioner Xiafeng because of a disagreement. A black-clothed young man who was as strong as an iron tower said in a muffled voice, in this case, it's useless to talk nonsense. It's better for me to kill fellow practitioner Lin Sun who has come back from the dead. There was a touch of fanaticism in his voice, as if he was staring at his favorite prey. The black-clothed young man was Tua Teng, one of the 12 generals of the underworld. He was addicted to fighting, and his favorite thing was to hunt down well-known outstanding peers. Now, he was staring at Lin Sun. Si Yunfeng frowned, but he didn't stop him. As one of the 12 generals, although he was responsible for this action, he couldn't really command Tua Teng and Yu Liangyin. It's good to let this guy test Lin Sun's strength. Si Yunfeng's eyes flickered. After 4 years, he was confident that he was not afraid of Lin Sun's threat. But out of caution, he didn't dare to kill Lin Sun directly. After all, Lin Sun used to make him feel extremely afraid. How about it? Do you dare to fight with me? Don't worry, I promise I won't kill you. Tua Ting's eyes were gloomy, exuding an excited and violent aura. How dare you? Mo Tian's face darkened. How about we play together? He didn't like these guys. They regarded Lin Sun as a fish on the chopping board, like a cat playing with a mouse. He couldn't stand their arrogant attitude anymore. Don't be anxious. Wait for me to slowly torture this whatever demonic god Lin to death, then I'll deal with you. Tua Ting grinned, his words extremely arrogant. However, everyone knew that he had the right to be arrogant. As one of the 12 generals of the underworld, his cultivation had already reached the 3rd tribulation of longevity. Moreover, he was an ancient freak himself. His backing was great, far surpassing his peers. Brother Mo, calm down. I haven't shown myself in the world for 4 years, and now any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to provoke me. Since this animal is courting death, then I'll naturally slaughter it myself. Lin Sun opened his mouth. His voice was indifferent, but it resounded clearly in the audience. Gasps could be heard from the audience. Lin Sun had to admit that although he had been silent for 4 years, his unscrupulous nature had not changed at all. Tua Ting's expression had already turned gloomy. Cats and dogs? Evil creature? In the upper 9 realms, who dared to slander and humiliate him like this? No. I've changed my mind. This time, I'll let you die a horrible death. He stretched out a hand and pointed at Lin Sun in the distance, his eyes full of boiling killing intent. Boom, as he spoke, Tua Ting's figure flashed, and he was like a god of berserkers that had descended into the world. His robust body that was like an iron tower glowed, and a gigantic totem Dharma idol floated up into appearance behind him, causing the world to instantly darken while droning and wailing. Many people held their breath and retreated, lest they would be affected. They all knew that Tua Ting was a battle-crazed lunatic. Once the battle started, he would not recognize his friends. Go to hell. With a roar, heaven and earth roared. Tua Ting waved his fist, and a blood-red fist force burst out, evolving into horrible visions such as limitless purgatory and white skeletons. Even the void was collapsing. This punch was domineering and had the power to shock the soul. Many strong men felt a stinging pain in their eyes and their hair stood on end. This was the supreme king of the 3rd tribulation of longevity. After passing the calamity of soul, heart, and body, the nature of his life had already become completely different. Just like this punch, most people in the field were afraid of it. Boom, Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. He stood still, only his right palm clenched into a fist and burst out in the void. It was simple, neat, and gave off a feeling of returning to simplicity. It was otherworldly. But when this punch swept out, the blood-red fist force suddenly showed a trace of sluggishness, and then it buzzed as if it could not bear the burden. In the end, it exploded with a bang, and the sky was full of blood-red light rain. But Lin Sun's fist force did not lose momentum and rushed over at an incredible speed. All of this happened very fast, although it seemed slow. When Tua Ting reacted, Lin Sun's fist force had arrived. Bang! In the next moment, his body that was robust like an iron tower was forcefully blasted flying, and the muffled bang caused the hearts of everyone present here to jerk fiercely while their expressions changed slightly. One punch sent an underworld general flying. Looking up, Tua Ting's chest armor was broken, and there was a sunken fist mark. His chest was almost broken. His face was red and ferocious, as if he couldn't believe it. Then he grinned and said, "Good. It's satisfying to hunt prey like you. If you are too weak, it will be disappointing." Boom, his aura suddenly changed, and strange blood-colored Dao patterns appeared around his body. The totem Dharma idol appeared behind him, and his blood chi shook the heavens. And in his hand, a blood-red spear appeared. With a slight shake, it rushed to Lin Sun again. "Unfortunately, you are still too weak for me," Lin Sun said indifferently. His clothes were fluttering, and he stepped into the void. His fist force was like lightning and bubbles, with an indescribable sense of mystery. "Do you look down on me?" Tua Ting's face was gloomy. While talking, Lin Sun's fist force had already burst out and smashed on the blood-red spear. Buzz, the blood-red spear let out a shrill whine, which made many strong people feel a stabbing pain in their souls and almost coughed up blood. Tua Ting flew out like a sandbag, with blood spurting from his mouth and nose. Lin Sun's fist force seemed to be invincible, and he was seriously injured in an instant. Swish, almost at the same time, Lin Sun rushed out at a faster speed than Tua Ting. Another punch fell from the sky. Bang! Although Tua Ting tried his best to resist, Lin Sun took the initiative. Tua Ting's arms exploded directly, and then Lin Sun's fist force hit him. Tua Ting hit the ground hard like a meteorite, creating a big pit. The soil splashed and the earth shook. "I don't look down on you, but I have never taken you seriously. Are you satisfied with my answer?" Lin Sun floated down in front of the big pit, looking down at Tua Ting in the pit with a cold look. Clang! At this time, the blood-red spear that had been blown away by Lin Sun's fist force fell from the air and stuck on the ground, shaking. It could be imagined how fast this series of attacks was. P.S. This chapter is a little short. I'm really hungry. I'll write 2 more chapters in the evening after the goldfish has dinner. Yes, I'll write 2 more chapters in the evening. The whole place was silent, not a sound could be heard. The battle had ended in just a few blinks of an eye. From the beginning until the end, Buddha Ting had been completely crushed and hadn't been able to resist at all. This was too shocking. Everyone's mind went blank for a moment. Over the past 4 years, the strength of every expert present had improved by leaps and bounds. This was also the reason why Qi Yunfeng and others dared to provoke Lin Sun. However, they didn't expect that Lin Sun's combat capability had become completely different in the past 4 years. This was beyond their expectations. As far as everyone knew, Lin Sun was attacked by Gu Fozi and died under Styx River 4 years ago. Being able to come back to life was already astounding and difficult to imagine, let alone the transformation of his combat strength. Qi Yunfeng's heart tightened, and he said, "Brother Lin, you, puff." Before Tua Ting could finish speaking, Lin Sun made his move and chopped off his head. His movements were clean and neat, and a mass of scarlet and hot blood splashed out. Not even Tua Ting's nascent divinity had been able to escape. In an instant, the atmosphere here was deathly silent. No matter if it was Ji Xingyao, the other disciples of the Profound Inquiry Sword School, or the experts of the Nether Earth like Qi Yunfeng, all of their pupils had dilated while shock arose in their hearts. Tua Ting was a warrior, an ancient freak with the cultivation of the 3rd tribulation of longevity. He was killed just like that. For a moment, everyone's expression changed. "So, you've already stepped into the longevity 3rd tribulation realm during the 4 years you disappeared. No wonder you're so confident and fearless." In the silent atmosphere, Qi Yunfeng's expression was gloomy. His eyes flickered as he spoke coldly. His voice was filled with sudden understanding, shock, and fear. 3 tribulations of longevity. Quite a number of people reacted at that moment and could not help but gasp. Not only had Fiend God Lin revived from the dead, but his combat strength had also undergone a complete transformation. For a time, everyone looked at Lin Sun with different eyes. The experts of the underworld were furious. On the other hand, Ji Xingyao and the others felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and the worry in their hearts had been completely replaced by a wisp of indescribable happiness. A general like Tua Ting was the strongest person in the underworld Earth's forces. But in Lin Sun's hands, the Tua vine was as vulnerable as clay chickens and pottery dogs. In this way, even if Lin Sun was alone, as long as he was there, he had the ability to solve the predicament of Xianwen's sword house. Xianxia and the others understood this, and so did Yunfeng and the others. They couldn't remain calm in their hearts. Which Tom, Dick, or Harry wants to challenge me? Lin Sun's black eyes glanced at the audience. His clothes and thick black hair fluttered in the wind, giving him a kind of overlooking the crowd. If Lin Sun dared to say so before, he would be regarded as arrogant and reckless. However, things were different now. Even so, the experts of the underworld still felt angry and aggrieved when Lin Sun treated them like cats and dogs. Lin Sun, don't be arrogant. You are only one person. No matter how strong you are, how can you fight against the underworld? An underworld law protector rank expert shouted. Thump, however, as soon as he finished speaking, he stopped breathing. His body stiffened and he fell to the ground. The hearts of everyone shook. They'd discerned that even though this person's body was completely unharmed, his soul core had been destroyed. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun didn't make a move at all. He didn't even look at this person. Are you bullying me with numbers? With me here, how can I let you do as you wish? Little Silver appeared out of thin air. His handsome face was full of arrogance and coldness. Even his voice was cold and emotionless. Everyone's pupils constricted as they realized that Little Silver was extraordinary. He clearly hadn't passed the longevity tribulation, but he just silently killed a supreme king of the longevity realm. Demon God Lin was already so powerful that it made people's hearts tremble. Now, there was a white-cloaked man with an extremely strange aura and abnormal combat strength. It was very terrifying. In fact, even Lin Sun was a little surprised at this moment. His eyelids twitched. Although he knew that Little Silver had also set foot in the Extinction King realm, he didn't expect that Little Silver, who had evolved into a god-devouring bug king, could kill a supreme king of the longevity realm. Even Lin Sun was surprised by such means. The hearts of the experts of the underworld became heavy, and they were no longer as confident and domineering as before. Since Lin Sun appeared until now, he'd first easily crushed Protector Xuefeng to death, and then crushed Tua Ting General easily. Yet now, just a white-cloaked man by his side had unexpectedly killed one of their protectors. This was like a series of heavy hammers that smashed fiercely on their hearts, causing their fighting spirit to start shaking. They realized that the situation had changed with Lin Sun's arrival. On the other hand, Xianxia and the other disciples of the Profound Inquiry Sword School couldn't help but reveal joy on their faces. Of course, they could see that the situation had turned around. Brother Lin, are you going to become enemies with the underworld? Si Yunfeng took a deep breath and spoke with a gloomy expression. He was very unwilling. Earlier, they were about to force the Profound Inquiry Sword School to submit, but who would have thought that Lin Sun's arrival would be like an unexpected disaster that completely disrupted their plans? How could he be willing to accept this? So what if I'm enemies with the underworld? Do you, Qi Yunfeng, think that I will be threatened by you? Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. Forget it. I'll give you face today. Let's go. Si Yunfeng's face was livid. He was very decisive. Realizing that the situation was not right, he immediately chose to retreat. Go? Did I agree? Lin Sun's words made Si Yunfeng's heart skip a beat, and his expression immediately changed. He said sternly, Lin Sun, I've given you enough face for the sake of the past. Don't be so ungrateful. Do you know how terrible the consequences of offending the underworld will be? Although it was a threat, it was also a fact. In the upper 9 realms, the forces of the underworld were like overlords, and their rise was eye-catching and almost unstoppable. In the past 4 years, under the threat of the underworld, countless forces had either chosen to surrender or be directly annexed. The Profound Inquiry Sword School was powerful enough, but it was forced into a predicament today. If Lin Sun hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. When they heard this, Mo Tianhe and Ji Xingyao calmed down. After weighing the pros and cons, they really didn't want Lin Sun to form an irreconcilable blood feud with such a great force. But before they could persuade him, Lin Sun had already said with a sneer, if it wasn't for the past, do you think I could tolerate your nonsense until now? Also, the underworld has already offended me. Sooner or later, I will personally settle the score with the underworld child. At the end of his words, his voice carried a touch of biting cold killing intent. Why did Zhao Jingxian choose to seal his own soul? He was forced to do so. If Wang Ziying and the others hadn't forced him that day, how could such a thing have happened? And Wang Ziying and the others were also the lackeys of the underworld child. There was a silence in the field, and everyone gasped. After disappearing for 4 years, as soon as Demon God Lin came back, he wanted to settle the score with the forces of the underworld led by the underworld child. If this was spread out, it would definitely cause a storm in the upper 9 realms. Si Yinfeng was a little flustered and exasperated, or in other words, he was frightened by the killing intent revealed in Lin Sun's words, so he seemed surprised and angry at the same time. Enough! Lin Sun suddenly rose into the air, and his whole body glowed. An invisible and terrifying aura also spread out in all directions. All of a sudden, the wind and clouds surged, and the world changed. Let's fight. In a calm and indifferent voice, Lin Sun moved like lightning, like a flowing rainbow, and was untraceable. Puff, several underworld strongmen who were closest to Lin Sun were beheaded in an instant, so there was only a muffled sound. Then, heads rolled down, and blood sprinkled in the void. At the same time, people saw clearly that it was a broken blade, but it was illusory, as light as a feather, holy and ethereal. Kill! Si Yinfeng's eyes were red, and he realized that if he didn't fight, it would be impossible for him to leave safely. He rushed up violently. However, at the moment, he was at the top of Kongsha Mountain, and Mo Tianhe, Ji Xingyao, and the others were standing near him. The moment he moved, Mo Tianhe and Ji Xingyao also attacked. They hated Si Yinfeng to the core. Cut the crap. The battle has finally begun. Because of me, my God-Eater insect lineage has gained an unprecedented Supreme King. We will naturally live up to the reputation left behind by our ancestor. As he murmured, Little Silver, who looked extremely cold, disappeared into thin air. Puff, at the same time, a strong man of the underworld, who was dozens of feet away from Little Silver, died silently on the spot. His divine soul was smashed by the incomparably sharp sword intent. Puff. Very soon, another protector-level powerhouse was caught off guard and had his divine soul destroyed. This was the horror of the spirit-eating insects. When they attacked, they were invisible, and ordinary people couldn't detect them at all. And their attacks were like the most ruthless assassins in the world. Once they attacked, they would definitely kill with one blow. They killed one person in 10 steps and left no trace for 1,000 miles. Boom, in the battlefield, Lin Sun launched an attack as well. His figure was brilliant as he swept through the world, and the attacks he released with every single move he made carried a might that was sufficient to make ghosts and gods retreat. When looked at from afar, everywhere he passed, the bodies of numerous experts would explode into pieces, and he seemed to be sweeping through everything before him with a peerless and invincible bearing. For a time, the field was filled with blood and screams. It was chaotic. It was not that those underworld strongmen were weak, but that Lin Sun had become so powerful that they could only look up to him. Under such circumstances, killing them was no different from tearing paintings. Go to hell. Suddenly, a cold and delicate voice sounded. Yu Liangyin, one of the 12 generals of the underworld, attacked. She looked charming and enchanting, but she was carrying a huge black iron all in her white and slender hand. As she waved it, black light swept out and the void burst. The power of killing was extremely fierce and terrible. She attacked Lin Sun from behind at an incredible speed. Buzz, however, as the broken blade appeared like a rainbow, Lin Sun performed the birth and destruction cut. First, her black iron pillar, which had been cultivated for several years, was easily cut into 2 pieces. Then, from between her eyebrows, a line of blood extended straight through the bridge of her nose, red lips, neck, chest, abdomen. During the battle, Ji Xingyao glanced at the foot of the mountain worriedly. A group of underworld powerhouses gathered there. What would happen to Lin Sun, who was among them? It was this one glance that allowed her to witness an incomparably bloody scene. Yu Liangyin, this extremely enchanting and charming peerless beauty, had her body split into 2 at this moment, and it was split straight down the middle. This kind of death was undoubtedly exceptionally bloody when it happened to a beautiful and charming woman. Ji Xingyao's clear eyes couldn't help shrinking, and she almost cried out. Yu Liangyin was not only a charming beauty, she was also an ancient freak with extremely ruthless methods. But she was killed just like that. This guy is getting more and more abnormal. Ji Xingyao muttered in her heart. At the foot of the mountain, the battle was fierce, and blood was everywhere. Some people fled in panic, but halfway there, they were either killed by broken blade or killed by little silver. This undoubtedly caused them to feel despair. In addition to Yu Liangyin and Tua Ting, there was also a warlord among these underworld powerhouses. It was a thin and powerful swordsman with a bloody sword in his hand. The aura he showed was even stronger than that of Yu Liangyin and others. But to Lin Sun's surprise, as soon as the battle began, the young man named Zhan Yuan fled decisively. Moreover, he used a secret treasure, so his speed was extremely fast. Even Lin Sun and Silver missed him. However, Zhan Yuan's escape further accelerated the speed of these underworld powerhouses' defeat. Soon after Yu Liangyin was killed, the field was full of broken corpses. Except for Zhan Yuan, all of them were killed. The strong smell of blood filled the void, which was extremely pungent. This was like a scene from purgatory. Standing in it, Lin Sun, who was spotless, seemed out of place, but also had a shocking impact. On the top of the mountain, the battle had also ended. Qi Yunfeng, who was alone, was besieged by Mo Tianhe, Ji Xingyao, and other descendants of Xianwen's sword house. He couldn't hold on at all, and it didn't take long for him to kneel down. Previously, Qi Yunfeng was confident of winning, talking and laughing calmly, and didn't take anyone seriously at all. At this moment, he was kneeling on the ground. His clothes were tattered and dyed with blood, his hair disheveled, and his entire body was covered in severe injuries. Even breathing was difficult for him. When they noticed Lin Sun walking over, all the disciples of Profound Ask Sword School nearby revealed a solemn expression, and they revealed expressions of admiration as they took the initiative to make way for him. For years ago, Lin Sun was already all-powerful and was regarded as Demon Lin, which made people pale at the mere mention of him. Yet now, he'd come back to life. It was like he'd undergone rebirth, and he was even more elegant than before. Oh, I've calculated everything, but I didn't expect that Lin Sun is still alive. God is really blind. Qi Yunfeng raised his head with great difficulty. His face was covered in bloodstains, and it was hideous and warped. His voice was filled with unwillingness and hatred. Yes, he thought that today's defeat was entirely due to Lin Sun. The great Tao is like the heavens. Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of the heavens by venting your resentment like this? Lin Sun glanced at him with no pity in his heart. Humph, we cultivators have always taken the path of defying the heavens. Who has ever feared the heavens? Lin Sun, don't be complacent. You probably don't know that the son of hell has already stepped into the fourth tribulation of immortality, and he possesses numerous great fortunes. If he finds out that you're still alive, then you won't be far from death. Qi Yunfeng spoke resentfully. Bang! Mo Tianhe was furious, and he kicked Qi Yunfeng away, causing him to lie on the ground in a sorry state. You're about to die, yet you still don't repent. You're simply disappointing. Haha, the winner takes all. I wasn't able to defeat your Profound Ask Sword School this time, but I won't be able to in the future. Qi Yunfeng sneered ferociously. Killing intent flashed in Mo Tianhe's eyes, but he was stopped by Lin Sun. He looked down at Qi Yunfeng and said, You're heartless, but I can't be unjust. Don't you hold the son of hell in high regard? Let me see how the son of hell will treat a loyal lackey like you if you don't have this cultivation. What are you going to do? Qi Yunfeng screamed. Bang! Lin Sun kicked Qi Yunfeng and crushed his Tao seed. In this way, Qi Yunfeng's cultivation was completely destroyed. Even if his primordial spirit could leave its shell and possess someone else's body, it would be difficult for him to seek immortality. All of a sudden, Qi Yunfeng seemed to have aged countless years. He was stunned, and it took him a long time to let out an extremely shrill roar. Lin Sun, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Don't forget that in addition to the son of hell, there's another ancient Buddha who regards you as a thorn in his side. His voice was hoarse, angry, and resentful. Bang! Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and Qi Yunfeng flew out directly and disappeared in the distant sky. Why didn't you kill him? Ji Xingyao couldn't help asking. Do you think the son of hell will still treat a useless man like before? It won't be long before this guy will taste the taste of living a life worse than death. Lin Sun said casually. His words made everyone present shudder with fear. Indeed, losing his cultivation in the upper 9 realms was definitely 10 times or even 100 times more painful than killing Qi Yunfeng on the peak of Kongsha Mountain, in a magnificent hall. This time, it's all thanks to you, Brother Lin. Please accept my bow. Mo Tianhe stood up and bowed. Seeing this, the others also stood up and bowed. With Lin Sun's arrival, a dangerous predicament was simply and rudely resolved. How could these descendants of Xianwen Sword School not be grateful? You don't have to do this. Please take a seat. Lin Sun said hurriedly. When everyone was seated, he said, I'm here to inquire about something from you. Is it related to fellow practitioner Jin Dui? Ji Xingyao's eyes lit up. She guessed correctly. Lin Sun nodded with a smile. When he learned of your death, he left alone without hesitation. According to our speculation, he should have gone to find the trace of ancient Buddha. Ji Xingyao couldn't help but feel a little apologetic when she said this. It's also my fault that senior brother Mo and I didn't stop him in time. Lin Sun waved his hand and said, it's not your fault. I know old Toad's temper. If he wants to leave, none of you can stop him. But, have you heard any news about him in the past 4 years? Ji Xingyao shook her head. Mo Tianhe said abruptly, according to my judgment, fellow Taoist Jin should be fine. Because since Brother Lin vanished 4 years ago, Gu Fuzi seemed to have vanished into thin air as well. In the past 4 years, many people have been looking for ancient Buddha, but without exception, all of them have found nothing. Lin Sun was stunned. Ancient Buddha also disappeared? Then have you seen the big black bird? Lin Sun asked again. You mean the bird that snatched the Ming child's refining pot of Hell Emperor? Yes. The bird's whereabouts are unpredictable. It has appeared several times in these years, and every time it appeared in some dangerous places of fortune. Ji Xingyao said quickly, but, as far as I know, Ming child has taken back the refining pot of Hell Emperor from the bird. Lin Sun frowned. Even the big black bird couldn't keep the refining pot of Hell Emperor. In the following conversation, Lin Sun also learned some of the things that happened in the upper 9 realms in the past 4 years. For example, Laughing in the Heavens, Sword Devil Yi Chen, and other orthodoxies such as Golden Crow, Sea Spirit Clan, and Beast Spirit Mountain. For example, Yun Qingbai once appeared in the distant Fire Realm. For example, Yu Jianming crossed the upper 9 realms with his sword to inquire about the trace of ancient Buddha. For example, Xiaoqinghe, the successor of Sun Moon Hall, acted alone to avenge Lin Sun. When Lin Sun learned these things, he couldn't help but feel touched and warm in his heart, but he couldn't help but worry about them. Lin Sun knew very well what kind of risks they would bear by doing so. In addition, Ji Xingyao also talked about some major events that happened in the upper 9 realms. For example, Yun Qingbai ranked first on the Tianjiao Golden List 3 years ago, and this record had been maintained until now, and no one had ever broken it. Even some busybodies directly praised Yun Qingbai as the first in the absolute peak territory. For example, after several reshuffles in the upper 9 realms, the strong who could survive had obtained a lot of benefits and opportunities in these years, and their strength had improved by leaps and bounds. In the first few years, the strong who entered the upper 9 realms competed for the sake of becoming a king. Being able to reach the peerless king realm was already enough to run amok. But now, there were thousands of peerless kings who had stepped into the third tribulation of longevity, and existences at the level of Mingzi had already passed the fourth tribulation of longevity. When Lin Sun learned this, he also sighed with emotion in his heart. In just 4 years, so many changes had taken place. Batch after batch of peerless kings had advanced triumphantly on their respective paths. If this happened in the outside world, it would be absolutely unimaginable. But in the upper 9 realms where there were many opportunities and fortunes, it was actually not uncommon. This was almost the 5th year since the absolute peak territory came to the world. In about 4 years, everything would come to an end. It could be foreseen that in the following time, the competition would only become more and more cruel. Although Lin Sun had now stepped into the third tribulation of longevity, he didn't dare to slack off after learning this news. Cultivation was like sailing against the current. If you didn't move forward, you would fall back. He understood this truth very early on. Brother Lin, are you going to settle accounts with ancient Buddha? Mo Tianhe asked. Or to settle accounts with Mingzi? Ji Xingyao was also curious. Lin Sun shook his head, there's no need at all. When they know that I'm still alive, they will naturally take the initiative to find me. Everyone pondered for a moment and came to a realization. Indeed, at present, no one in the upper 9 realms knew that Lin Sun was still alive, but it wouldn't be long before the news about Lin Sun's survival would sweep across. At that time, how could the experts who once had a grudge against Lin Sun, whether it was Mingzi, ancient Buddha, or others, sit still? For now, I want to stay here for the time being. I wonder if you are willing to take me in? Lin Sun asked. Of course. Mo Tianhe laughed heartily. Xianxia took a deep look at Lin Sun with a smile on her lips. She knew that the reason why Lin Sun stayed was that he was worried that the forces of the underworld would come again, so that the profound sword house would fall into trouble again. If he was in charge, it would be a deterrent that couldn't be ignored. This was the Lin Sun she knew. Even if he was helping others, he would never leave a trace. P.S. The 3rd chapter will be sent as a supplement. Then he made a plan. If there was no accident, Goldfish would make up all the 6 chapters she owed within next week. From that day on, Lin Sun temporarily settled in Xianxia Mountain. Qingsang Peak. Green bamboos, ancient rocks, waterfalls, old vines, and clear streams were picturesque, just like a fairyland. The Xianxia Mountain was one of the most famous blessed lands in the distant Fire Realm. Spirit veins gathered there, and it was a beautiful place. The dwelling place Xianxia arranged for Lin Sun was a place where the original spirit of Xianxia Mountain was rooted, which was of great benefit to cultivation. The bamboo forest was lush and green, and a stream gurgled through the bamboo forest, adding a touch of tranquility and vastness. Lin Sun sat on the bank of the stream in the bamboo forest, holding a palm-sized formation stone stained with blood on its surface. In the eyes of a King Realm strongman, this stone couldn't be seen through, but for spiritual tattooists, it was a treasure. Because of the extremely profound prohibition power involved, there was actually another world inside this stone. In the eyes of spiritual tattooists, this stone had another name, Tao Prohibition Stone. At this time, Lin Sun was concentrating on this treasure. When he crossed the Boundary River for the first time and arrived at Green Flame City on the border of Dongxing Realm, Lin Sun accidentally got this treasure from a stall selling treasures. But he had been busy these years, and this thing had been put in the wordless pagoda and almost forgotten. It was only when Lin Sun checked his treasures recently that he picked it up again. In addition to this strange Tao Prohibition Stone, Lin Sun also got a black cocoon from a dissected meteorite at the Stone Appraisal Convention held in Green Flame City. In the cocoon, there was a silent larva of sky-splitting butterfly. Its aura was extremely strange and terrible, like a king from the depths of the abyss, which made people's hearts palpitate. At that time, this creature was mistakenly thought to have lost its vitality, which benefited Lin Sun. According to Little Silver, it was more difficult for the larva of sky-splitting butterfly to evolve than spirit-eating bugs, because it needed a unique cloud grain crystal to breed it. Cloud grain crystal, a priceless divine material born in the rules of space, had long been extinct in the ancient Desolation territory. Because of this, the cracked demonic butterfly's cocoon had always been like a stubborn stone, being placed in the wordless pagoda all these years to gather dust. Lin Sun had collected a lot of heavenly and earthly treasures since he started his cultivation, but he had never seen the cloud-patterned crystal. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. However, according to Little Silver's speculation not long ago, cloud-patterned space crystals might exist in the upper 9 realms. If Lin Sun could find this thing, he wouldn't need to trouble him at all. Little Silver could help raise and take care of the demonic crack butterfly's evolution. The bamboo forest was tranquil. As the mountain breeze blew, it produced a rustling sound that was like the sound of nature. Beside him, a clear stream flowed, tinkling. Casually sitting here would cause one to completely forget about the world. At this time, in Lin Sun's mind, there were a lot of pictures made up of spiritual tattoo formations, which were dense and vast like the sea. This was the spiritual rune inheritance hidden in the Tao Restriction Stone. Tao Pattern Quintessence. I have devoted my whole life to the study of spiritual tattoos. What I have learned is engraved here. I only hope that it will be passed on and I will have no regrets. Spiritual tattoos are the manifestation of Tao patterns. In ancient times, our ancestors observed the veins of all things in the world and understood the way of spiritual tattoos and traced back to their origin. All kinds of spiritual tattoos and formations are the veins of the Great Way. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. He had learned spiritual tattoos from Master Lu since he was a child, and he had heard Master Lu say that all changes were the same. Spiritual tattoos were ever-changing and claimed to have infinite possibilities, but if one peeped into their true essence, he would find that they were nothing more than the veins of the Great Way. The exposition of spiritual tattoos in Tao pattern quintessence was exactly the same as Master Lu's. Therefore, Lin Sun looked forward to Tao pattern quintessence even more. Tao patterns, the origin of spiritual tattoos, are in harmony with the Great Way, such as wind, cloud, thunder and lightning, yin and yang and the 5 elements. They are as small as the leaves of plants, but they also have veins. They are as big as the stars in the universe, but they also follow the orbit. Therefore, there is no difference between high and low. They are all images of the Great Way and can deduce the truth of all things in the world. When we study Tao patterns, we can use them to control the power of heaven and earth with the help of spiritual tattoos. However, the Great Way is unpredictable, and Tao patterns are obscure and indescribable. Gradually, Lin Sun became more and more serious, and his mind became more and more focused. Soon, he was immersed in it. Rather than saying that the Tao rune quintessence was an inheritance to study spiritual runes, it would be better to say that it was a scripture of the Tao rune quintessence. An ordinary spiritual tattooist was bound to be disappointed, because there was no specific method of spiritual tattoos in this scripture, so he couldn't copy and practice it. But for Lin Sun, Tao pattern quintessence was priceless. With his current attainments in spiritual tattoos, he might be able to control the royal forbidden formation with ease, but he couldn't go further. It was like a bottleneck, which made it difficult for him to break through. But the emergence of Tao pattern quintessence provided him with a possibility to make a breakthrough in spiritual tattoos. Now, Lin Sun was already a grandmaster of spiritual tattoos. If he went further, it would be a whole new realm. Tao pattern master. Tao pattern and spiritual tattoos were only one word apart, but they represented 2 completely different concepts. Anyone who could become a Tao pattern master had seen through the essence of spiritual tattoos and began to trace back to the origin to study Tao patterns. It could be said that such people had gone beyond the scope of spiritual tattoos and began to explore the essence and mystery of spiritual tattoos. Lin Sun hadn't met a Tao pattern master in all these years of cultivation. It could be imagined that at least in the ancient Desolation realm, Tao pattern masters were absolutely rare. At this time, Lin Sun had made a judgment: the extraordinary person who wrote Tao pattern quintessence must be a Tao pattern master. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such a profound understanding. Writing a book was something that anyone with some knowledge could do. But if he could write a book into a scripture, he would be no different from becoming a sage. Although there was only one word in the scripture, it contained a great universe. Lin Sun had a hunch that if he could thoroughly understand Tao pattern quintessence, he could definitely break through a new level in spiritual tattoos. At that time, it should not be difficult to set up a formation to trap and kill the peerless figures who had passed the longevity test. Of course, Lin Sun had another consideration. It was impossible for him to stay in Xianxia Mountain all the time to help Xianwen Sword House resolve the invasion of foreign enemies. But before he left, he could set up a restrictive formation that could intimidate the enemies of the Xianxia Mountain. "What are you doing, Brother Lin?" On the main peak of Xianxia Mountain, Mo Tianhe couldn't help asking. "Cultivating," Xianxia said casually. Mo Tianhe was stunned for a moment, and then he praised, "Heaven rewards the diligent. Brother Lin, you must have a deep understanding of the meaning of cultivation. Compared with you, it's enough to make me feel ashamed." Xianxia rolled her eyes and said, "Why didn't I see that Brother Mo has also learned to flatter and flatter?" Mo Tianhe laughed and didn't take it seriously. In the past, he might have been prejudiced against Lin Sun, but now he regarded Lin Sun as a friend, and some small grudges in the past had disappeared. "Brother Mo, Lin Sun is staying in Xianxia Mountain. It can be foreseen that there will be many troubles in the following days. We can't be careless," Xianxia reminded him. Mo Tianhe was shocked and nodded to show that he understood. After 4 years, Lin Sun came back alive. This news, like a hurricane, spread throughout the distant fire realm at an exaggerated speed, and suddenly made the relatively quiet atmosphere explode. "Demon Lin is still alive? How is this possible?" Many people were confused and couldn't believe it. For years ago, all kinds of news about Lin Sun's death were overwhelming, and it caused a sensation in the whole Upper Nine realm. But now, there was news that Lin Sun came back to life and came back with a strong momentum. No one could believe it for a moment. Impossible, this is absolutely false news. Many people questioned it and thought it was just a rumor. In any case, the news spread completely. The reason was nothing more than one word: fame. For years ago, Demon Lin's name was like the sun shining alone in this area. He was well known to the world. Both enemies and friends had to admit that he was powerful. In particular, what happened to him was like a legend. Although Lin Sun's name had gradually disappeared in people's eyes in the past 4 years, it was still unforgettable. Therefore, when the news came out that Lin Sun came back alive, it could be imagined how great the sensation it caused was. For a moment, the situation that had fallen into a short period of peace was completely broken with the news. Many forces were alarmed and many strong people were in an uproar. It's true. On that day, the forces of the underworld besieged Xianxia Mountain, trying to force the Xianwen Sword House to surrender, but because of Lin Sun's appearance, the plot of the forces of the underworld was destroyed in one fell swoop. When this specific news came out, coupled with the places and deeds that could be used as reference, it immediately caused an uproar in the distant Fire Realm. Following that, more and more specific news spread. The forces of the underworld were all defeated. Among them, 3 divine generals died, 1 escaped, and the others were killed. The underworld was a behemoth in the current Upper Nine realm, and its rise was unstoppable. But now, all 4 of his immortal generals had been defeated, and this was astounding. Demon Lin has stepped into the 3rd retribution of longevity. When they heard this news, many large forces were restless and could not remain calm. After disappearing for 4 years, not only did Demon Lin come back to life, his combat strength was also incomparable to before. Countless angry roars sounded in the place where the forces of the underworld were entrenched. They wanted to immediately move out and kill Lin Sun. There was no problem with Lin Sun coming back alive. But his return was accompanied by a storm of blood that killed the strong people of the underworld. This was bound to be a great blow to the current power of the underworld. He's actually still alive. A scourge lives for 1,000 years? Now that this fellow has returned, it can be foreseen that the distant Fire Realm is destined to not be peaceful. At this point, everyone was sure that the news of Lin Sun being alive could not be false. Many people even began to speculate what kind of storm Lin Sun's appearance would cause. What was certain was that this storm would definitely not be small. P.S. Thank you WJH6999 and the other children for their tips and monthly tickets. Some children said that the first update last night had too few words, so it could not be considered a supplementary update. In the mountains and fields, Yu Jianming's chest was filled with joy. On the ground, several opponents had fallen to the ground with despair on their faces. Yu Jianming, a solitary swordsman, was so powerful that it made people's hearts tremble. He rose from obscurity and became famous in killing and bloodshed. Until now, in the Upper Nine realms, Yu Jianming had become a very famous swordsman. Anyone who made an enemy of him had all been turned into a pile of bones. However, to the astonishment of these desperate opponents, Yu Jianming suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed, then put away his sword. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll spare you. Before his voice died away, he had disappeared, leaving a group of strong people looking at each other with lingering fear. It's a pity that for 4 years, I haven't found any clues about Gufozi for you. On a cliff, Yu Jianming stood and looked at the sea of clouds in the distance with a trace of regret in his heart. If I had known it, I wouldn't have overstepped my authority. Yi Chen murmured. But in his heart, he was indescribably happy. Lin Sun was still alive. Gufozi has been hiding for 4 years. If he knows you are alive, he will show up sooner or later. Laughing at the heavens smiled brightly. He knew that with Lin Sun's character, he would definitely go to Gufozi to settle accounts. Even if others wanted to intervene, Lin Sun would not agree. Hey, junior brother Xiao, why are you willing to come back? Don't you want to meet Lin Sun? Mi Hengzhen joked. Xiaoqing had touched his nose and then smiled. As long as I know he is alive, it doesn't matter whether I meet him or not. Mi Hengzhen raised his thumb and said, when the matter is done, leave in a huff. Xiaoqing has smiled bitterly, but he also saw that Mi Hengzhen seemed to be in a good mood after learning that Lin Sun was still alive. Mi Hingzhen rarely joked with him like this before. It's been 4 years. The situation has changed. Even if Lin Sun is alive, he can only behave with his tail between his legs. Similarly, some people sneered and were not optimistic about Lin Sun. Lin Sun is like a flood dragon. If he comes out, he will definitely stir up trouble. Those who have a grudge against him are bound to take action. Someone analyzed the situation. Demon God Lin's reputation was built from his battles. It was common knowledge that he had many enemies. For example, Ming Child, Gu Fuzi, Hidden Void Mountain. Go and investigate Lin Sun's movements. As the news of Lin Sun's survival spread, many forces couldn't sit still and sent their forces to investigate the specific movements of Lin Sun. Senior Sister Ji, Senior Brother Mo, the situation doesn't look good. Currently, many experts from various forces have appeared near our Xianxia mountain. A disciple of the Profound Inquiry Sword School reported with a worried expression on his face. They're just a bunch of spies. Don't bother with them. Ji Xingyao appeared very calm. The moment Lin Sun chose to stay on Xianxia mountain, she'd expected such a scene to occur. After all, he'd returned alive. Junior Sister Ji is right. As long as they don't provoke us, we don't have to pay attention to them. However, it's best that we don't go out in the near future to avoid any mishaps. Mo Tianhe said solemnly. Presently, the gazes of the entire distant fire territory had started to focus on Xianxia mountain, and it could be foreseen that such a situation would continue to ferment in the near future. Mo Tianhe couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This is the power of fame. Every single move of yours is watched from all directions, and it's imperceptibly stirring up a storm. Flattery again. Ji Xingyao glanced sideways at him. Mo Tianhe was speechless. At this moment, Xianxia mountain was like the eye of a storm. It seemed calm, but a storm was brewing. On Xianxia mountain, even though Ji Xingyao and Mo Tianhe were calm, they had no choice but to carefully arrange all defensive measures. For example, forbidding the disciples of the sect from going out. For example, making preparations to welcome the storm. As time passed, more and more cultivators gathered outside Xianxia mountain, and all of them were watching nervously. Demonic God Lin's return this time annihilated a force sent by the underworld. I can foresee that the underworld will definitely counterattack. Exactly. If they admit defeat just like that, then not only will the reputation of the underworld plummet, even the Nether Child will be seen as not daring to go against demonic God Lin. Just wait. When the forces of the underworld make a comeback, we'll be able to determine exactly how powerful Lin Sun is. Such discussions continued to take place. No one could ignore demonic God Lin's reappearance. This atmosphere of an impending storm lasted for several days. But what was strange was that not only did Lin Sun not appear from Xianxia mountain, but even the experts of the forces of the underworld did not come. For a time, many experts were shocked and bewildered. In the bamboo forest on Xianxia mountain, Lin Sun scooped up a handful of water from a stream, which turned into sparkling and resplendent water droplets. With a thought from Lin Sun, these water droplets suddenly turned into threads of water, which formed a well-proportioned and mysterious formation diagram in the void. Buzz, as soon as the formation was formed, it emitted a strange fluctuation, and the dense spiritual energy in the entire bamboo forest gathered from all directions. More and more spiritual energy gathered, and it turned into spiritual liquid in the formation diagram, which flowed down like a small waterfall. Suddenly, there was a gasp in the distance. No one knew when, but Mo Tianhe had arrived here and witnessed the scene. This caused him to be shocked. The means of spiritual tattooists had always been known for their ingenuity, which was mysterious and unpredictable. But everyone knew that if a spiritual tattooist wanted to set up a formation, he had to rely on tools such as formation plates, formation flags, formation runes, and so on. But now, Lin Sun casually turned a handful of water into a spirit-gathering formation, which absorbed the spiritual energy of this world. How could Mo Tianhe not be shocked by such a means? A title came to his mind involuntarily, Taoist Tattooist. Splash! The formation diagram dissipated and turned into water again, falling into the stream. Brother Lin, is this the means of a Taoist tattooist? Mo Tianhe couldn't help asking. Lin Sun shook his head. It's not good enough. A real Taoist tattooist could set up a royal forbidden formation by raising his hand, which contained the magical power of the Great Way. But Lin Sun could only set up some ordinary spiritual formations, which were far from being able to set up a royal forbidden formation. But this was already a good start, and this was also the benefit that Lin Sun gained from comprehending the understanding of Taoist tattoos these days. "Brother Mo, is there anything I can help you with?" Lin Sun stood up from the stream and asked. "The situation has been a bit abnormal recently." Mo Tianhe frowned and told Lin Sun all the things that had happened these days. "Do you think Mingzi will be too afraid to come?" Lin Sun asked. Mo Tianhe shook his head. "What a joke. The underworld was famous in the upper 9 regions. How could Mingzi let it go after suffering such a big loss in Lin Sun's hands? This proves that the dark child is either delayed by some important matter, or he's preparing a surefire method to deal with me," Lin Sun said casually. Lin Sun was not afraid of Mingzi at all. The reason why he chose to stay here was that he wanted Old Toad, the big black bird, Alu, Yu Jianming, and Xiaoqing to know where he was. These days, Lin Sun gradually learned that laughing at the heavens, Yechen, and the others were relieved after learning that he was still alive. But to Lin Sun's surprise, there was no news from Old Toad and the big black bird. This was what worried him. "Lin Sun, someone came and asked you to go out and meet him." Xianxia hurried over from a distance with a strange look on her face. "Who?" "Yu Lingkong." Xianxia spat out 3 words. Lin Sun immediately understood why Xianxia's expression was so strange. If he remembered correctly, Yu Lingkong, a peerless figure from the pure land of longevity in the South Xian world, had been in love with Xianxia for a long time. What is he doing here? Is he going to take revenge? Lin Sun sneered. It wasn't that he looked down on Yu Lingkong, but he had already left Yu Lingkong behind in the competition of the junior giants. "I don't know." Xianxia curled her lips. Of course, she knew that Yu Lingkong had always been in love with her. Unfortunately, she had never had a good impression of Yu Lingkong. As a matter of fact, it was in order to avoid Yu Lingkong that she met Lin Sun in the Pine Mist martial arts field by chance. "Then I'll go and meet this old friend." Lin Sun made a decision after thinking for a while. Outside the Kongsha mountain, Yu Lingkong stood there, wearing a feather robe, a high crown, and a jade belt around his waist. He looked outstanding. He was waiting quietly with mixed feelings. This time, he had to come. In the distance, many people were paying attention to all this. They were a little surprised. They didn't expect that Yu Lingkong jumped out first before the underworld earth came. He also came to seek revenge on demon god Lin. In the past, Yu Lingkong was also a rising star of the current generation. He was famous all over the world. Not only was he from a noble family, but his talent was also amazing. But now, with the passage of time, although he was still dazzling, he was still inferior to Yan Zhanqiu, Wang Xuanyu, Yi Mok, and Mi Hengzhen. Not to mention compared with demon god Lin. But Yu Lingkong was here. What was he here for? Everyone was puzzled. He came out. Suddenly, someone cried out. At this time, Yu Lingkong suddenly raised his head and saw a handsome figure coming out of the mountain gate. He was dressed in a white robe and his black hair was fluttering. His appearance was so familiar that Yu Lingkong couldn't help but roll his heart. However, when he thought of the purpose of this trip, his state of mind became firm again. It's really demon god Lin. He's really still alive. In the distance, the strong people who were scattered and observing in the dark were all restless. Although all kinds of news had proved that Lin Sun was still alive, it was the first time they saw Lin Sun with their own eyes. For a moment, all eyes fell on Lin Sun with different expressions. Demon god Lin, for 4 years, when everyone thought this legendary figure fell like a comet, he returned to people's sight in a strong manner, stepping on the dead bodies of the strong people of the underworld. Lin Sun was keenly aware that hundreds of eyes in the nearby area fell on him from different directions. But he didn't care. Why are you looking for me? Lin Sun looked at Yu Lingkong. After not seeing her for many years, she had already stepped into the second tribulation of longevity realm. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel somewhat wistful. Amongst all the experts that had participated in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival all those years ago, Yu Lingkong was an existence that no one could overlook. On the ranking of minor giants, Yu Lingkong was in the top 10, but he was no longer as dazzling as before. Had he become weaker? No. In the entire world, there were many people who were more dazzling than Yu Lingkong. At this moment, Yu Lingkong's expression was very calm. He said, I am here because I want to fight against you and break the barrier in my heart. I hope you can fulfill my wish. There was a burst of laughter in the distance. Everyone was able to discern that Yu Lingkong's challenge seemed to be overestimating his ability, and they even wondered if he was an idiot. Wasn't he purely looking for a beating? Even Xianxia couldn't help but be stunned, and a wisp of a complicated expression flashed between her brows. Back then, Yu Lingkong's elegance was unparalleled. Yet now, because of a single challenge, he was ridiculed by others. How could such a change not cause others to sigh with emotion? Aren't you worried that I'll kill you? Lin Sun asked. If I die in battle, I will have no regrets. Yu Lingkong seemed as if she didn't notice the laughter in the surroundings, and she said calmly, since I lost at your hands during the Dao Lantern discussion, a barrier has already appeared in my heart. Up until now, this barrier is like a malignant tumor, and if I don't eliminate it, it will surely obstruct my path towards the Dao. Lin Sun said, I see. I hope you can fulfill my wish. Yu Lingkong put on a solemn expression and cupped his fists. He had changed. He didn't have that arrogant and disdainful attitude from before, and he had become reserved and solemn, like a heavy sword without a sharp edge. He was simply like a completely different person from before. It should be noted that Lin Sun had every reason to kill him in the past. However, he was not afraid and came to fight alone. Gazing at Yu Lingkong for a moment, Lin Sun finally nodded. Come with me. He turned around and returned to Kongzhi Mountain. Yu Lingkong was taken aback, but she didn't back off. She followed him. Everyone in the distance looked at each other. Did Demon God Lin agree to accept Yu Lingkong's challenge? 15 minutes later. On Green Mulberry Peak, Yu Lingkong was crushed to the ground. He was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. But to his surprise, Lin Sun didn't kill him. Have you broken your inner demons? Lin Sun asked. Yu Lingkong wiped the blood off the corner of her lips. Enduring the pain all over her body, she stood up with difficulty and said, it will be cured in less than 3 days. There was an unprecedented sense of ease in his voice. No one knew what sort of pain he'd suffered in these past few years. Because the crushing defeat at that time was like a shadow that wore down his Dao heart and will. Even though he had become a top cultivator at the second tribulation of the longevity realm, Yu Lingkong knew that his state of mind was still unstable. There was a possibility of going berserk at any time. Rather than dying from the invasion of the heart demon, it was better to have a good battle and completely end this karma. Thus, he came. At this moment, he was defeated, but to him, it was like he'd escaped from a shackle, and he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. You can leave. Lin Sun glanced at him. Yu Lingkong was stunned. With a complicated expression, he couldn't help asking, why? Lin Sun said, the grudge between you and me arose from fighting for opportunities. Besides, you're the one who failed every time. Since you chose to end it today, why should I haggle over every ounce and take your life? It's unnecessary. It was unnecessary, that was Lin Sun's idea. Yu Lingkong fell silent. After a long time, he cupped his hands and said, thank you for your help. Lin Sun also cupped his hands and didn't say anything more. If you want to find Gufozi, maybe you can go to the Buddha land to have a look. Before leaving, Yu Lingkong suddenly said. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and remembered the name. When Yu Lingkong left, his clothes were stained with blood and he looked extremely embarrassed. This scene was witnessed by countless practitioners. However, no one had expected that Demon Lin, who was famous for his ferocity, would let Yu Lingkong go. Aren't you worried that after he gets rid of the inner demons, his cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds and he will come to you for revenge? Xianxia was also puzzled. As long as I'm stronger than him, why should I be afraid of revenge? Lin Sun said casually. The enemy's threat would only be a spur for Lin Sun to not be complacent and slack off. Of course, according to his judgment, it was impossible for Yu Lingkong to have the idea of revenge in the future. Because Yu Lingkong had changed. People would change. Like Yin Feng. Like Yu Lingkong. It was just that their changes were different. In fact, Lin Sun had also changed over the years. When he was young, he bore the burdens. Although he was hot-blooded and unscrupulous, all his purpose was to be good to himself. Now, after experiencing so many hardships and growth, he was different from when he was young. His mentality and perspective were also different. Miss G, do you know where the Buddha land is? Lin Sun asked. The Buddha land? It's a very famous forbidden area in Zhen Mountain territory. It's extremely strange and ominous. Someone once saw a Buddha tower made of countless bones there. It's 3,000 stories high. Every night, there will be a horrible and strange phenomenon. Xianxia said quickly, over the years, many strong people have gone there to explore, but they either died or came back empty-handed. Lin Sun nodded and thought that if Gu Fozhi was hiding there, it would be difficult to find him. Why, are you interested in that place? Xianxia asked curiously. Not for the time being. Lin Sun shook his head. He needed to wait for a while to see if he could get any news about Old Toad, the big black bird, and Alu. At the same time, he needed to get rid of some enemies first. For example, Mingzi. In fact, Lin Sun had another idea deep in his heart. How would Yan Qingbai feel when he learned that he was still alive? Would he dare to come and fight with him? Of course, even if Yan Qingbai didn't come in the end, Lin Sun would go to him, Yunluo Mountain. The place where the forces of the underworld occupied. Zhang Yuan frowned, feeling a little anxious. There was a black underworld hall not far away from him. It was the place where Mingzi cultivated in seclusion. A few days ago, he, Si Yunfeng, Yu Liangyin, Tua Teng, and the others had gone to Xianxia Mountain to force the Profound Sword School to submit. But because of Lin Sun's appearance, they were almost wiped out. If Zhang Yuan hadn't reacted quickly and escaped decisively, he would have been doomed. At this moment, when he thought of the momentum that Lin Sun had displayed that day, Zhang Yuan felt a chill in his heart. Therefore, as soon as he returned, he waited here with the intention of reporting this news to the Mingzi. Unfortunately, Mingzi was in seclusion. Over the past few days, Zhang Yuan could clearly feel that the reputation of the forces of the underworld had suffered an unprecedented blow after their failure this time. Even the outside world was waiting to see the underworld become a joke. If they didn't take any concrete action, the outside world would only think that the rise of the underworld had come to a premature end. When that time came, what would the forces that had pledged allegiance to the underworld think? Why hasn't Lord Mingzi appeared yet? Si Yunfeng paced back and forth angrily. Zhang Yuan glanced coldly at Si Yunfeng. He's just a piece of trash. Does he really think that Mingzi will treat him like before? What are you looking at? Si Yunfeng was furious. My cultivation has been crippled, and you're not much better off. Aren't you embarrassing yourself by retreating without a fight? If you dare say another word, I'll kill you right away. Zhang Yuan spoke coldly. Her words caused Si Yunfeng's face to turn pale, and his heart was filled with indescribable anger and grievance. But in the end, he shut his mouth. Zhang Yuan grunted coldly, and deep disdain flashed through her eyes. At this moment, Si Yunfeng suddenly felt an indescribable sense of defeat and dejection. In the past, he was so glorious, but now he'd actually fallen to a state where he had to rely on others to protect his life. This difference caused him to be on the verge of collapse. Regret, his intestines were green with regret. Unfortunately, it was too late for regret. At this moment, the closed door of the underworld hall not far away suddenly opened, and an extremely dignified and slender figure bathed in dim Taoist light stepped out. As he strode forward, the heavens and earth darkened, and a suffocating pressure spread out. Mingzi had broken out of seclusion. Lin Sun is still alive? Good, good, good. I've always regretted the enmity of those years. Today, my wish can finally be fulfilled. When Mingzi learned from Zhang Yuan what had happened in Xianxia Mountain, he exuded a terrifying and boundless killing intent. As for how many people were killed by Lin Sun in this action, Mingzi didn't care at all. He was confident that as long as he was there, the rise of the underworld was destined to be unstoppable. As for the subordinates he lost, he could just replenish them in the future. Your Excellency, please help me. Si Yunfeng prostrated on the ground, weeping bitterly. Now, his only hope was Mingzi. Mingzi suddenly frowned, and a touch of annoyance emerged in his heart. But he still said, "Don't worry." since you're the general of the underworld, I won't let you be disabled like this. In the future, I'll help you find a body and possess it with a secret method. It'll be enough for you to recover your combat strength. This was a means to buy people's hearts. Even though he couldn't wait to kick Xi Yunfeng away, he couldn't do so. Otherwise, it would inevitably disappoint those strong people who had pledged allegiance to him. If the people's hearts were scattered, it would be difficult to lead the team. Thank you, Your Excellency. Xi Yunfeng was overjoyed and grateful. Zhang Yuan sneered in her heart. The possession was successful, but how could it be so easy to integrate the Tao seed and Taoism of others? Even if he recovered his combat strength, it was destined that it would be difficult for him to set foot in a higher realm in the future. Of course, Xi Yunfeng also understood this, but he didn't care. He had already experienced the feeling of being a waste, and he didn't want to be tortured like this anymore. Zhang Yuan, I'll give you 3 days to gather people. 3 days later, go with me to Xianxia Mountain to kill Lin Sun and wash Xianwen's sword house with blood. Mingzi put his hands behind his back, and his eyes were dim. Around him, the boiling killing intent was like a surging flame, extremely frightening. 3 days from now, Ming Hun would lead the experts of the underworld to slaughter Lin Sun and bathe the profound Inquisition sword house in blood. On that very day, this news swept out like a storm, and it caused an uproar and exclamations of surprise. After so many days, has Ming Hun finally decided to attack? Let's go take a look. Ming Hun possesses the combat strength of the fourth tribulation of longevity realm. Although he hasn't been tested, it shouldn't be difficult for him to rank in the top 30 with his strength. As for exactly how strong he is, it'll naturally be obvious after this battle with Demon God Lin. Some top figures couldn't sit still any longer, and they rushed towards Xianxia Mountain from various places. For a time, the number of cultivators in the vicinity of Xianxia Mountain had obviously increased explosively. What's that? Someone exclaimed as he saw a golden-winged roc soar into the sky. Its wings cast a shadow that covered the mountain range, and it was coiled with dazzling golden light. Swoosh, when the golden-winged roc landed on the ground, it had transformed into a young man with an ordinary appearance. Only his eyes were dazzling golden. Young golden-winged roc king. Many people gasped. Just like Ming Hun, this young golden-winged roc king was an ancient freak that had appeared out of nowhere in the absolute nothingness domain, and his combat strength was peerlessly formidable. However, he kept an extremely low profile, and he was elusive like a dragon. But now, he had come to Xianxia Mountain as well. Bang, an immortal phoenix let out a clear cry. When its wings flashed through the sky, even space collapsed and rumbled like thunderclaps. As soon as it appeared, a gorgeous and pure rain of light sprayed down, and it transformed into a woman with a tranquil and otherworldly appearance. A descendant of the immortal phoenix lineage, the heir of Mishra Palace, Lorga, this was yet another incomparably dazzling heaven's proud daughter. Haha, it's really bustling today. Along with a roar of laughter, a figure tore through the sky on an azure ray of sword light. It was a tall and slender man. He wore a black robe, had snow-white hair, and a handsome face that seemed as if it had been carved by a knife. A wave of restlessness arose in the surroundings as they recognized this person as the heir of the Origin sect, Yi Mok. These scenes played out successively in the following period of time, and it caused the nearby cultivators to be dazzled and dizzy. In the past, it was difficult to even see a single dazzling figure, yet now, they actually came one after another. Who had ever seen such a grand occasion? This battle, no matter who wins or loses, is destined to be the center of attention and cause a sensation in the entire Upper Nine Realms. Everyone had a feeling that when the Nether Child arrived with his army, the curtains to an unparalleled battle would be drawn. However, most people were worried about Lin Sun. Everyone knew that Mingzi had already stepped into the fourth tribulation of longevity realm. Putting everything else aside, just as cultivation alone was enough to suppress Lin Sun, under such circumstances, did Lin dare to accept the challenge? Of course, everyone knew that whether Lin Sun dared to fight or not, Ming Child was bound to kill him. During this period of time, the Upper Nine Realms has been in a relatively quiet situation. Who would have thought that Lin Sun would come back alive and set off waves again? He is really a demon-like figure. Many people sighed with emotion. The situation in the outside world changed. On Xianxia Mountain, all the disciples of the Profound Pursuit Sword School had heavy thoughts in their hearts. and they had solemn expressions on their faces. The army led by the Nether Child was about to invade. How could they not be nervous? But to Xianxia and Mo Tianhe's surprise, in such a tense situation, Lin Sun strolled up and down Xianxia Mountain as if nothing had happened. Sometimes, he picked a few wildflowers, and sometimes, he waved his sleeves to uproot ancient trees and move them to other places. Sometimes, he stretched out his hand and grabbed a large piece of cloud, covering the rocks and ancient rocks. From time to time, he would dig a hole in the depths of the cave with clanking sounds. In a short period of 2 days, the originally beautiful and secluded Xianxia Mountain had changed completely, and it was in a state of disorder. Brother Lin, if nothing unexpected happens, the army of the underworld will come under the leadership of the Nether Child tomorrow. What do you think we should do? Mo Tianhe said worriedly. This was the 6th time he had come to see Lin Sun. Didn't I say that you don't need to do anything? Just stay on the mountain and watch the show. As Lin Sun spoke, he grabbed a basin-sized lapis lazuli and inserted it into a newly dug rock crack. He looked leisurely, which made Mo Tianhe smile bitterly. Brother Lin, it's time for you to tell me what you're planning, isn't it? You'll know when you see it. Lin Sun showed a secretive smile. In the end, Mo Tianhe sighed and turned away. Although Lin Sun said that they should just sit and watch, how could they sit still? Now, many powerful figures gathered near Xianxia Mountain. It could be said that undercurrents were surging and a storm was coming. No one could stay calm when they saw such a scene. What did he say? In the hall, Xianxia asked. He told us to watch the show without doing anything. Mo Tianhe felt a headache. Then we'll just watch the show. Xianxia seemed to be relieved and relaxed. She said slowly, you don't know Lin Sun, but I do. Why is this guy regarded as a devil? It's simple. In one word, he can do what others can't. But that's the army of the underworld, and the children of the underworld are coming in person. Mo Tianhe frowned. He trusted Lin Sun's ability, but the seriousness of the situation made him worried. Xianxia smiled and said no more. Only those who knew Lin Sun's past would know that Lin Sun had experienced many dangerous situations like this in the past, but he was still alive and well. This time, could Lin Sun create another miracle that ordinary people couldn't? Xianxia was not sure. But she would rather believe that Lin Sun could do it. Rumble on the 3rd day, heaven and earth trembled violently. A thunderous roar sounded from a very far place, which made the wind and clouds change color and the earth tremble. It was like a torrent of thousands of troops and horses, sweeping over the world. They're coming. In an instant, all the people who had been waiting near Xianxia Mountain were alarmed and released their divine senses to spread out. In the distance, ferocious birds flashed through the sky, ferocious beasts galloped, and cultivators surged over in a formidable array like a tide. One could vaguely see that the sky above the army was surging with baleful aura, and it transformed into various terrifying phenomena that caused the heavens and the earth to dim. A shapeless killing intent swept over in all directions. Instantly, the expressions of many people changed, and their hearts trembled. From afar, the army of the underworld consisted of at least 1,000 people, and the weakest was at the King Realm. Moreover, peak King Realm cultivators were common. Someone sneered, the underworld has annexed dozens of forces of various sizes in the past few years. Isn't it normal for them to possess such strength? Unfortunately, in the end, they're just a motley crew. If the son of hell is killed, the forces of the underworld will definitely scatter. Many people agreed in their hearts. Although the rise of the underworld was shocking, it wasn't a monolithic force, and it was formed by cultivators from different forces. Once something happened to the son of hell, these forces that had submitted to the underworld would definitely collapse. However, it was too early to speak of all of this now. Regardless of whether they admitted it or not, the forces of the underworld were like the sun in the midday sky right now. He really does possess extraordinary natural talent, and he innately possesses great karmic luck. At the same time, the gazes of some top-rate figures had locked onto the person in the lead of the underworld army. It was the son of hell. His figure was extremely slender and dignified. He wore a black robe with wide sleeves, had a cold and proud expression, eyes that were deep like hell, and his entire body was covered in strands of an obscure and cold glow. Even though he was just a single person, he possessed an arrogant aura that shook the world. In an instant, he'd become the center of attention. The army followed behind him, and their imposing aura shot into the sky, causing his imposing aura to seem even more extraordinary. The crowd in the vicinity of Void Hibernation Mountain automatically moved aside, and they didn't dare obstruct the army at all. In the end, the underworld army stopped before Void Hibernation Mountain. The atmosphere here became peerlessly murderous. The originally clear sky had become dim at this moment, and it was filled with surging baleful energy. If it was an expert below the king realm, then that expert wouldn't dare stand here at all. Merely the terrifying pressure emanated by the army was sufficient to crush them into pieces. Today, my underworld intends to kill Lin Sun here and wash Void Hibernation Mountain with blood. It's best for unrelated people to stand further away. Amidst the silence, the son of hell's voice was low and rumbled like a thunderclap. The hearts of many cultivators constricted, and they instinctively moved a little further away. On the other hand, figures like the young Rock King and Emo had their own means to rely on, so they wouldn't be deterred by a single sentence. I know that all of you've come to watch the show. However, let me warn you beforehand. Anyone who dares to interfere in the battle later will be a mortal enemy of my underworld, and they'll be killed without mercy. The son of hell's gaze swept through the surroundings with a cold expression. He'd naturally noticed that there was no lack of top-rate and ruthless figures here, and that was why he'd warned them. Fight quickly. Don't waste everyone's time. Suddenly, an impatient voice resounded. Everyone was shocked, and they raised their heads to look over. After that, they came to a sudden understanding because it was the young Rock King who'd spoken. The son of hell's underworld glanced at the young Rock King and didn't say anything. After that, he strode forward with his hands behind his back, and his eyes suddenly looked towards Void Hibernation Mountain in the distance while a loud shout came from his mouth. Lin Sun, get the fuck out here and die. His voice shook the 9 heavens and the surroundings. For a time, the heavens and the earth were filled with surging echoes. The piercingly cold killing intent seemed to be material, and it caused the void to collapse while the nearby rocks and plants were instantly crushed into powder. All the experts looked towards Void Hibernation Mountain in unison. Listen to me. All of you stay here and don't step out of the mountain no matter what. On Void Hibernation Mountain, Lin Sun instructed seriously. Xianxia, Mo Tianhe, and all the other disciples of the profound Ask Sword School had worried expressions on their faces. The forces of the underworld seemed to have turned out in full force this time, and the situation was even more dangerous than they'd expected. This caused Xianxia to lose her composure. But in the end, under Lin Sun's firm and resolute attitude, they agreed in unison. Don't worry. No matter how powerful the forces of the underworld are, they're just a group of old demons and clowns that can't withstand a single blow. Lin Sun sneered, and then he turned around and soared into the sky. Right at this moment, the son of hell's peerlessly icy cold voice resounded through the heavens and the earth like thunder. When compared to what Lin Sun had said just now, Xianxia and the others were agitated, and they couldn't help but clench their fists tightly. Under the gaze of countless people, Lin Sun walked out of the gate of Xianxia Mountain alone. Suddenly, some strong people who had just arrived in the last 3 days were restless. It was really Demon Lin. Was he going to fight alone? Demon Lin, Yi Moha murmured in his heart. His eyes were like lightning, staring at Lin Sun. He had heard a lot of rumors about Lin Sun before, but this was the first time he saw Lin Sun with his own eyes. After looking at Lin Sun for a while, he nodded to himself. Lin Sun had a kind of momentum that could only be honed by killing for a long time, which made him feel that he was a kindred spirit. I haven't seen you for many years, Loka was in a trance. She had met Lin Sun several times and got along well with him. Before she came here this time, she had made up her mind that if Lin Sun met with an accident, she wouldn't mind offending Mingzi. Golden-winged Rock King sneered and seemed to be a little disappointed. He shook his head and said, I thought you were a fierce man with 3 heads and 6 arms, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. In his perception, Lin Sun's breath was actually very strong, but it was a little worse than what he had imagined. In addition, there were many discussions in the field. They were all speculating whether Lin Sun was sure to win this time or he had no other choice. Are you going to die alone? In the void, Mingzi's eyes were like lightning, and his voice was cold. He was tall and slender, surrounded by wisps of obscure and cold Taoist light. Standing there, he was like a god of the underworld with an extremely terrifying momentum. Yes, I can send you to die alone. Lin Sun nodded with a calm look. He stood there, floating in the air, without any arrogance or disdain. This was related to his cultivation path. When he was restrained, his body and mind were as firm as a rock, as tranquil as a calm lake, with an air of transcendence. But once it broke out, it would be earth-shattering like an immortal sword breaking through the sky. Ho ho, you joined hands with that bird and took my treasure by surprise, which made me hate you to this day. Today, it's time to put an end to it. Mingzi chuckled, with deep hatred and killing intent in his eyes. When I kill you, Kongjia Mountain will be turned into a wasteland and covered with blood. Lin Sun answered, it depends on whether you have the ability. Sir, please use your thunderous methods to kill this fiend as soon as possible. A demon god Lin who has already become a thing of the past doesn't have the right to fight with you. Sir, why don't I take action and kill this brat? Sir, kill him. The experts of the underworld earth shouted, killing intent surging. They had incomparable confidence in the underworld child. In their eyes, the underworld child was an existence similar to the child of heaven. Killing Lin Sun was only a matter of time. On Mount Kongjia, Xianxia and the others were watching with nervous expressions, and the space between their brows was filled with worry. Could Lin Sun really make it? Whoosh, as Ming Child's eyes opened and closed, two beams of cyan light burst out and suddenly turned into a pair of cyan swords. The swords crisscrossed in the void and slashed at Lin Sun with a clanging sound. Everyone was alarmed. A great battle was about to break out at this moment. He merely raised his eyes, yet such a terrifying phenomenon appeared. Divine swords crisscrossed, and they contained terrifying destructive power that was shocking to the extreme. Underworld light eyes, someone exclaimed. This was an innate and extraordinary talent. Anyone who possessed it would be a genius that inherited the heavenly fate. Many people were already aware that demon god Lin had encountered an extremely terrifying opponent this time. Moo. It was as if a true dragon's roar resounded in the void, causing everyone's soul to tremble and their blood to boil. An ice-hornless dragon transformed into a true dragon beneath Lin Sun's feet. It soared into the sky and emitted a fierce dragon's might and light that obliterated the pair of divine swords. It continued charging at the underworld child. Bang, strands of obscure and cold light of the Tao floated up into appearance in front of the nether child, and they condensed into a precious rock that was inscribed with the ancient characters 3 lives. It instantly crushed the true dragon that pounced over, causing a rain of light to explode. Sir, there's no need to hold back. Kill him. The experts of the underworld all shouted. It was as if they were the ones fighting on the battlefield. They were completely immersed in it, and they looked hot-blooded. The nearby people's emotions were stirred up as well. They held their breaths and watched nervously. After disappearing for 4 years, you were able to step into the 3rd tribulation of longevity. It seems like you've obtained quite a lot of opportunities. However, in my eyes, it's still not enough. The underworld child circulated his cultivation, and his figure swept through the air. He was like an attack from the god of the underworld. With a monstrous cold aura, he swooped down towards Lin Sun with unparalleled divine might. At this moment, the world returned to silence. Everyone shut their mouths, and the clamor in the field disappeared. Everyone's attention was focused on the battlefield. The underworld child attacked, displaying unparalleled divine might. His demeanor caused everything in the world to dim in comparison. It was enough to shake mountains and rivers. On the other side, Lin Sun had already attacked. Originally, his aura was ethereal and otherworldly, but the moment he attacked, he was like a true dragon that had come out of its abyss from hibernation. His entire body rumbled, and he drove the momentum of the world with boundless Tao light. Rumble, the two collided. It was like the sun and moon were clashing, like a battle between gods and demons. The void within 1,000 feet instantly collapsed and exploded. There was resplendent Tao light everywhere, and there was raging killing intent everywhere. It swept through the universe like it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Many experts cried out in alarm and retreated in panic. They felt a piercing pain in their eyes because the collision this time was too shocking and beyond imagination. The underworld child's cold Tao light was like purgatory, and it slaughtered the universe. On the other hand, Lin Sun's strength was like a true dragon that had come out of its abyss, and it roared proudly through the heavens and the earth. One was like a god of the underworld, and the other was like a demon. They fought in the void, causing numerous terrifying phenomena to appear, and the sound of the Tao shook without end. Bang! After an earth-shattering bang, the two separated, and they each stood in a different direction. Their auras were even more blazing and ferocious. A tie, the first collision, caused everyone to feel dizzy, and their hearts shook. Clang! 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 Along with an ear-piercing sound, 9 bronze spears appeared behind the underworld child. All of them were ancient and heavy, and they were dyed bright red. The aura they emitted was filled with the aura of death and was hazy. It caused one's scalp to go numb just from looking at it from afar. There was no doubt that this set of spears had a shocking origin. At the same time, 9 tribulations that seemed as if they were cast from divine gold appeared around Lin Sun's body. They lined up together and attacked with a bang. Boom! In an instant, the spears weaved in the void, the dragon power surged, and the Tao light erupted. One could vaguely see the Ashura of the underworld holding the spears and terrifying ancient fierce beasts such as the ice dragon, Swanee, and Basha appearing. There was the sound of the underworld like thunder, the roar of the dragon, and the vision of mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and a rain of blood. Between the two, all kinds of forces collided, and the power of law roared like a tide. So strong. Is this the real battle between giants? Many people's expressions changed, and their souls trembled. Just looking at it from a distance made their hair stand on end, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. If they were in it, they would probably be killed in an instant. The expressions of top figures such as the young golden-winged Rock King and Emil also became serious, and they were fully focused. Such a duel, even in the upper 9 realms, could be said to be unparalleled and rare. It was too rare. In the void, one person was bathed in the light of the underworld, like a god of the underworld coming out of purgatory. The other person was like a demon, running amok and murderous. The two clashed fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged more than 100 blows. The battle was so grand that it attracted the attention of everyone present. One had to admit that the underworld child was so powerful that it made one's heart tremble. He was far from what he was 4 years ago. But at the same time, the battle strength that Lin Sun displayed also caused countless people to look at him and be moved. After disappearing for 4 years, he was able to compete with the underworld child with the cultivation of the 3rd tribulation of the longevity realm. This in itself was unbelievable. Every inch of Lin Sun's skin was gushing with dazzling Tao light. In the end, his entire body was like a chaotic furnace, burning fiercely with shocking destructive power. The two fought from the sky to the ground. They fought fiercely, and blood spilled from time to time. This was the most powerful opponent that Lin Sun had encountered since he stepped into the 3rd tribulation of the longevity realm. He did not dare to let his guard down. Even so, he was injured in the battle, especially the 9 spears in the hands of the underworld child. They could be called divine weapons. They were incomparably sharp, and every time they attacked, the spears would explode into powder. If it were any other powerhouse, they would be killed immediately. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their hearts were in their throats. This was because they could see that Lin Sun was injured in the battle. His body was bleeding, which was shocking. In the past, demon god Lin was invincible and invincible. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the strength of the underworld child was. He was indeed an ancient freak from the Styx forbidden area. He was extremely powerful. Of course, some people noticed that the underworld child was not feeling well either. His body was trembling slightly, and his face was slightly pale, but suddenly, Lin Sun pressed out a finger. It was as if the power of the spring and autumn period had gathered. It was vast and mighty, and those who went against it would die. Instant of spring and autumn, many people were shocked. The eyes of top figures like the young golden-winged Rock King lit up, and they shone brightly. Poof, if it were any other opponent, they would have been completely crushed by this one finger. But in the end, the underworld child was only injured. He staggered back from the impact of the finger and couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood. But at the same time, a bloody mark appeared on Lin Sun's chest. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and his bones could be seen. This was a wound caused by a spear. Both of them were injured, and it was hard to tell who was better. But everyone knew that Lin Sun's performance was amazing enough in comparison. Because his cultivation was 1 realm lower than that of the underworld child, but he could compete with the underworld child in the battle. This was too amazing. Clatter on the underworld child, blazing Taoist light rose up, and the injuries all over his body were healed in an instant. This scene caused everyone to be flabbergasted. This sort of method of recovery was simply heaven-defying. How could they continue fighting like this? Who could be his opponent? But then, people were surprised to find that with a layer of obscure Taoist light flowing on Lin Sun's body, his injuries were healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone was shocked and speechless. The two of them had fought for hundreds of times and were both injured. But now, they had both recovered. It was incredible. Humph. The test is over. Next, I will tell you what it means to say that there is always someone better. The underworld child's face was cold, and a string of obscure and complicated syllables came out of his lips, like the wind from the depths of the netherworld. Rumble as Ming Child's aura rose, the surrounding world seemed to be reversed, producing a terrible roar that made people cough up blood. 8 ghostly skills. Golden-winged Rock King was shocked. At the same time, many people exclaimed because they recognized that this was a lost technique that had been lost for thousands of years. No one had expected that it would be controlled by Ming Child again at this time. Many people couldn't calm down and sighed. The Dark Child was indeed a prodigy that was accompanied by great luck. He had even cultivated this kind of world-suppressing ultimate art that had been lost for a long time. It was simply too shocking. The so-called 8 ghostly gods were 8 kinds of divine spirits that were integrated with their bodies. When they fought, they seemed to be blessed by the power of the gods, which was extremely terrifying. It was said that when this technique was cultivated to the extreme, it was enough to condense a real netherworld purgatory. With the power of the 8 gods as the guide, it could suppress and kill all enemies. At this moment, many majestic figures appeared in the void behind the underworld child. They were like gods that came from beyond the heavens and were filled with great majesty. Boom! Ming Child waved his fist and burst out infinite visions. Vaguely, the roar of the gods resounded, shocking the world and making ghosts and gods weep. Suddenly, Lin Sun seemed to be in a stormy ocean and would be drowned and killed by the horrible fist energy at any time. Many exclamations sounded in the field. Even Xianxia, Mo Tianhe, and others on Kongsha Mountain changed their faces suddenly. Was this the real combat power of Ming Child? It was so terrible. Tai Chi. In the surging fist energy, Lin Sun held up his hands and punched in the void. His right hand triggered the power of extreme yang, and his left hand reversed to draw the power of extreme yin, which was as dark as ink. His movements were simple and plain, deducing the natural trajectory. Buzz in an instant, a round of yin and yang Tai Chi pattern emerged. It was clear and turbid, black and white, like the origin and the end in a cycle, showing infinite perfection. The surging fist energy was so horrible, but it was blocked by the Tai Chi pattern and destroyed inch by inch. A rain of light splashed like a waterfall. Everyone's hearts trembled. Tai Chi. One of the 99 great ways to heaven. But no one expected that Lin Sun would use this wonderful power to dissolve the 8 ghostly skills. Boom! In the void, when the Tai Chi diagram collapsed, the fist force also disintegrated. The Tai Chi Great Tao is indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Dark Child's expression was cold. His divine might shook the heavens as he exuded an aura of invincibility. As he spoke, he'd already soared into the sky while numerous images of gods coiled around him, causing him to seem like a god of the underworld that had descended to the world. Boom! He started to execute the netherworld 8 divine techniques without restraint, and every move revealed the might of collapsing the heavens, destroying the earth, and throwing the world into chaos. Suddenly, Lin Sun fell into a passive position, and his edge was suppressed. Even though the grand Tao of Tai Chi had been attained to the state of Tao truth by him, it was inferior to the might of the Tao laws in the end. At this time, when it was used by Lin Sun, it could only show a passive defense posture, and could not fully exert the real power of this supreme way. The battle raged on without end. But everyone knew that Lin Sun would be completely suppressed sooner or later. He was in a precarious situation. He's a longevity third tribulation eminence after all. It's already astonishing that he can fight with Underworld Child to this point. Even if he's defeated and killed, it won't damage his reputation when he was alive. Someone sighed. Lord Underworld Child is invincible. Who can compete with him? The experts of the underworld all shouted excitedly. How could this be? Xianxia and the rest stiffened, and they looked gloomy. Boom, Lin Sun was blasted back with another strike, and his figure was swaying. That's all? You still dare to call yourself a demon god? That's the biggest joke in the world. Underworld Child's voice was cold, and his movements weren't slow at all. He tore through the air and attacked. Lin Sun was only a longevity third tribulation eminence, but he was able to fight with him to this point. This made him rather angry and humiliated. At this moment, he had the upper hand, so he naturally wouldn't give Lin Sun any chance to catch his breath and recover. You're boasting shamelessly. I'll let you see my true strength. As soon as Lin Sun said this, everyone was stunned. Countless people were in an uproar. They were all shocked. Could it be that Lin Sun hadn't used his true strength until now? If that was the case, it would be too horrifying. Boom, the aura around Lin Sun suddenly changed. His entire body's essence, qi, and spirit seemed to be boiling, and it shone brightly. Rays of light rained around him like divine halos. Kill. His cold eyes were like lightning as he charged forward. At this moment, the fury of Yazi and the Battle Saint technique were all activated and operated by him. Bang! As soon as they clashed, the originally unstoppable Underworld Child was shaken by Lin Sun's punch. His body trembled violently, and he flew backward. Everyone was silent. Everyone's eyes widened. This demon god Lin had indeed become different. This is interesting. Yi Moha was excited. If Lin Sun had been suppressed like that just now, he would have felt a little disappointed. Do you think I didn't hide my combat strength? In the void, Underworld Child was furious. He let out a long roar and attacked again. Boom, the two of them clashed fiercely again. Between them, divine power surged, and laws interweaved. The tide-like sound and light of Tao transformed into a shocking phenomenon, and they fought fiercely there. There were signs of chaos, ruin, and destruction between heaven and earth. Both of them performed their own techniques, and they displayed peerless combat strength that was far beyond ordinary understanding. It was like a needle against an awl, and it was terrifying beyond compare. This was a peak battle that could shock the world, and it was rare to see it in the past. The spectators retreated more than once because the destructive force produced by such a battle was too terrifying. Once one was involved in it, one would absolutely be in danger of death. We all underestimated Lin Sun. His achievements on the peerless path have already reached an unimaginable level. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be evenly matched with Underworld Child under the circumstances that there's a difference of one realm. Some top figures whispered. For example, the young golden-winged rock king, Yi Moha, Loka, and the others had already acutely judged this, and it caused them to be moved and have different expressions. On Kongsha Mountain, Xianxia and the others' tense emotions eased a little. The formidable combat strength Lin Sun had displayed had surprised them as well. In the battlefield, along with a loud bang, Lin Sun and Underworld Child were separated. Both of them were covered in blood, and they staggered and were injured. Underworld Child's eyes were scarlet, and his face was terrifyingly cold. He hadn't expected that Lin Sun could persist until now. On the other hand, Lin Sun's clothes were in tatters, his long hair hung loosely, and his eyes were dark and cold like an abyss. He'd similarly never imagined that Underworld Child would actually be so difficult to deal with. Piercingly cold killing intent and peerless imposing auras collided between the two of them, and it caused many cultivators to feel suffocated. The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone held their breaths in concentration, and they didn't speak a single word as they watched anxiously. Clang, the 9 blood-red bronze spears floated up into appearance while Underworld Child roared like a thunderclap, and his blood-red long hair flew backwards. Kill. His body was enhanced by the energy of the divine images, and he controlled the 9 blood-red spears to attack once more. His imposing aura had actually become much stronger once more. This fellow really concealed his strength well. The eyes of many people focused while even some top figures in the surroundings became vigilant in their hearts. The strength Underworld Child revealed had exceeded their estimations time and time again. Clang, at the same time, the broken blade flashed forward. It was jade white like an illusion, light like a feather, and pure to the point it seemed unreal like a bubble, yet it emanated a peerless edge. The broken blade, this was Lin Sun's weapon, and it was known to everyone since a long time ago. It was extremely miraculous and formidable. Earlier, some people were puzzled why Lin Sun hadn't utilized the broken blade for so long. Now, they finally understood that it wasn't that Lin Sun didn't want to utilize it, but it wasn't the right time. Just like Underworld Child, he'd always been concealing his strength. This was like a game of chess. When both sides were evenly matched, no one would completely expose their trump cards at the first possible moment. In that way, it would be equivalent to being seen through by the enemy. Of course, this was under the circumstances that both sides were evenly matched. If it was any other side that was slightly weaker and dared to hold back, then it would absolutely be no different than courting death. Bang! 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 The sound of weapons colliding resounded in the sky as the broken blade and the 9 blood-red bronze spears collided intensely, and their aura of slaughter covered the heavens and the earth. The situation of the battle was clearly even more formidable than before. Some cultivators with slightly weaker strengths were shaken to the point their ears droned while they saw stars before their eyes, and they almost fell to the ground. Only those top figures were able to maintain their calm at this moment. It wasn't long before a wave of exclamations resounded in the surroundings. Because they all saw clearly that under the attack of the broken blade, the 9 bronze spears had been chopped to the point that there were many cracks, and they were wailing incessantly. It was certain that the broken blade was more powerful than the 9 spears in terms of the strength of the treasures. Underworld Child's face was livid, and the killing intent in his heart became more and more violent. Up to this point, he hadn't been able to kill Lin Sun, which had already caused him to lose face. At this time, his 9 spears were still damaged in the battle, which made him even more shocked and furious, and his heart was bleeding. This set of spears was an incomparably rare and precious treasure. It possessed an extremely ancient heritage, and its origin was equally astonishing. Once it was damaged, it was almost impossible to repair it. This broken blade, I'm taking it. In the roar, Underworld Child's blood-red hair danced wildly, and his power was like the sea that swept through the world. But in just a moment, with a loud crack, a blood-stained bronze spear was broken. Everyone present was shocked. Was Lin Sun going to counterattack? Damn you! Underworld Child became more and more furious, and his eyes almost popped out. But in the following battle, spears were broken one after another, which made him furious as if his heart was being cut by a knife. But the broken blade was not damaged at all. In this regard, many people secretly marveled at it, realizing that this treasure of Lin Sun was absolutely an incredible magic weapon. In the end, the Nether Child put away the remaining 5 spears. Even then, these 5 spears were riddled with injuries and had suffered severe damage. Just when everyone thought that Underworld Child was going to be suppressed by Lin Sun, unexpectedly, he took out a blood-red sword. Bang! In the confrontation with the broken blade, this sword, which was only 1 foot long and 2 fingers wide, was as red as blood, showed unparalleled fierce power and was not damaged. This guy really has a lot of treasures. Many people sighed secretly, but their eyes flashed with envy and jealousy. P.S. Thank you for the monthly tickets of Shoot Out of Grace and other children's shoes. Clang! 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 The broken blade and the blood-red sword collided, producing a deafening sound. This caused everyone to be moved. Undoubtedly, the origins of this blood-red divine sword were extremely extraordinary. If one looked carefully, a river of blood could be faintly seen floating within the sword's blade that was 2 fingers wide, and the corpses of fiend gods floated and were buried within the river. It was an extremely horrifying scene. As the sword swept out, the blood river released a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to annihilate all vitality. Mingi. In an instant, Lin Sun recognized the sword. It was the blood-red Mingi that had trapped him for 4 years. It was just a sword, but it contained the aura of the Netherworld River. This was too shocking. Yuan Killer Sword! Someone cried out in surprise. Then, there was a sound of gasping in the field. There was an extremely mysterious legend in the ancient Desolation territory. At the beginning of the ancient times, there was an orthodoxy called the Blood Abyss sect. There were 2 swords in this orthodoxy. One was called Yuan Killer, born in the Blood Abyss River. The other was called Avicii, born in the Blood Abyss Purgatory. These 2 swords were congenital magic weapons and the most precious treasures of the Blood Abyss sect. Only sages could bring out the true power of these two swords. The most terrifying thing was that killing enemies with these two swords was not stained with karma. It was enough to make sages extremely afraid. If the sword in Mingzi's hand was the legendary Yuan killer sword, it would be too shocking. It was enough to make any sage jealous and covetous. It should be the Yuan killer sword, but its power seems to be heavily sealed. Otherwise, its power should be far more than this. Yi Maha's eyes were like lightning, and he was also amazed. In the absolute domain, there is no sage. Fortunately, this sword is sealed. Otherwise, I'm afraid Mingzi would not dare to use it so openly. The eyes of some top figures flickered. The Yuan killer sword is an incomparably fierce sword that can make even sages pale. In the ancient times, this sword has drunk the blood of countless sages and has many legends. Someone whispered, but I'm more curious about what kind of treasure the broken blade in Lin Sun's hand is. It can even fight against the Yuan killer sword. For a moment, everyone had different thoughts. They were all attracted by the treasures used by Lin Sun and Underworld Child. Kill. Ming Child's might was disdainful. He controlled the Origin Massacre sword to slaughter the heavens and earth, and he possessed an unmatched and unstoppable sharpness. Everyone was just guessing, but Mingzi was very clear that this sword was Yuan too. However, he had hoped to suppress Lin Sun with this treasure. Unexpectedly, he could only tie with Duanren. This made him realize how terrifying Broken Blade was. It was precisely because of this that at this moment, he was unprecedentedly serious and went all out, and he didn't dare underestimate his opponent like he did before. But at this time, Lin Sun did not hesitate to use the inheritance of extreme. In an instant, the might of the Broken Blade skyrocketed, as if it had awakened from a deep slumber. The brilliance it revealed caused the entire area to be torn apart like a piece of cloth. On the other hand, many cultivators in the distance felt a piercing pain in their eyes while their hearts and minds were horrified by this sharp light. Clang! In an instant, the Origin Massacre sword was fiercely shattered, and it flew backward with a loud bang. Although the origin of this sword was terrifying, it was a sealed congenital holy weapon after all. Moreover, a battle of this level couldn't be decided by a single treasure. Puff, caught off guard, Mingzi immediately coughed up blood, and his face suddenly turned pale. Damn it! He roared furiously, and his eyes were scarlet as he charged forward again. There was a commotion in the field. They were all shocked by this unexpected change. Even if he used the Origin Massacre sword, he still couldn't suppress the rhythm of Lin Sun's counterattack. The underworld powerhouses were even more stunned, and they forgot to cheer for Lin Sun. At this moment, Mingzi was obviously completely infuriated, and he had become even stronger and more terrifying than before. His power caused the expressions of some top figures to change. However, Lin Sun didn't intend to hold back at this moment. Along with a clear cry that resounded through the world, when the broken blade swept out, the world returned to silence, and everything seemed to be still at this moment. Silence / puff, a string of scarlet blood splattered, and a bone-deep wound appeared on Mingzi's shoulder. His entire arm was almost cut off. Under the pain, Mingzi's handsome face became distorted. He couldn't believe it. Up until now, there had been more than 1,000 rounds, but the situation was faintly out of his control. Previously, he had seized the initiative and occupied an absolute advantage, steadily suppressing Lin Sun. Even so, it still made him feel humiliated. This was because Lin Sun was one realm weaker than him. But now, Lin Sun, who was originally suppressed by him, not only gradually turned the situation around, but also launched a peerlessly sharp counterattack, causing him to suffer repeated setbacks. How could Mingzi, who was proud and arrogant and looked down on all the heroes in the world, accept this? As for the heroes in the field, they were completely unable to calm down. They finally dared to confirm that Lin Sun, who was in the third tribulation of longevity, had turned danger into safety and launched a counterattack. This seemed very unbelievable, but it had happened right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Kill! Mingzi went completely mad. His blood-red hair fluttered madly as he activated his Dao and technique to the limit. His entire body was like the nether river that lay across the sky, and he possessed a great dignity that could bury the world. At this moment, Lin Sun was indeed different. His expression was composed, neither sad nor happy, and he possessed a form of extreme calmness. The broken blade flashed through the sky, flickering as if it was born and extinguished. Life and death slash. Even though Mingzi dodged in time, a bloody wound was still cut open on his back, and fresh blood sprayed out like a waterfall. His face became even paler, and he let out a roar like a wild beast. All of this had exceeded his expectations, and he was unable to believe it. At this moment, everyone present was completely stirred, and they were all shocked by the strength that Lin Sun revealed. "I'll kill you." Amidst his roar that shook the heavens and the earth, Mingzi's aura was violent, and it swept through the world as he launched a slaughter. He was too furious. Lin Sun remained calm and composed. With a command in his heart, an indescribably obscure aura suffused out from the broken blade. Swoosh, the broken blade flashed lightly as it slashed down. It seemed to be ordinary, yet it gave others a feeling of impermanence. Its traces were unknown, and its profundities were unknown. It was like the mechanism of the Grand Tao, and it was utterly impossible to lock onto. Many cultivators felt uncomfortable to the point they almost coughed up blood because this slash was simply like a mystery, and it was impeccable. Some top figures had heavy expressions as well, and they were astounded and filled with disbelief. On the other hand, when this slash descended, the aura of lethal danger instantly arose in Mingzi's heart, and it caused his scalp to almost explode. This feeling was like he couldn't escape it or avoid it. Pooh! In the next instant, a large head flew up, dripping with blood. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly fell into a strange deathly silence. Everyone opened their eyes wide as they watched all of this in a dumbstruck manner. They weren't able to catch sight of this slash, yet it had slashed off Mingzi's head. A shapeless wave of shock started to spread towards the hearts and minds of everyone. The scene seemed as if it had frozen at this moment. The Nether Child was an ancient freak that had slumbered in the region of extinction for countless years. During these years that he'd emerged into the world, he'd led his group of subordinates to go on expeditions, causing the name of the Nether Earth to be known by everyone. Such a ruthless person who possessed great luck and extraordinary combat strength had been defeated today, and even his head had been chopped off. Who could have imagined it? The most unbelievable thing was that his opponent, Lin Sun, was a realm lower than him in cultivation. At this moment, even the young golden-winged rock king, Yima, Loka, and the other top figures fell into silence, and their hearts surged with emotions. They were wondering if they could block Lin Sun's slash if it were them. Plop, the head fell to the ground, and the dust splashed up. This muffled sound was especially ear-piercing in this extremely silent atmosphere. Many people's hearts even beat fiercely. But unexpectedly, Lin Sun, the victor at this moment, didn't relax at all, and his expression became even more solemn. Right at this moment, a shrill and extremely furious roar resounded in the surroundings. Then, under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the headless body of Mingzi suddenly swelled up, and his clothes suddenly burst apart, turning into a strange beast body. This was a blood mosquito, several meters in size. Its body was as red as blood, as if it was made of divine gold, emitting a strange chill. Its eyes were like blood-colored lanterns, cold and frightening. There were 8 pairs of wings on its back, and each pair of wings was branded with dense and obscure underworld characters, making it ferocious and terrible. Its aura was so fierce that it made people tremble. Standing in the void, it was like an evil god descending to the world, with monstrous momentum. 8-winged blood mosquito. Someone cried out involuntarily. According to the legend, it's the most terrible omen in the underworld. People were in an uproar and restless. 8-winged blood mosquito, a peerless omen born in the sticks, was a kind of inborn mutant, and had incredible fierce combat power. 6-winged blood mosquito was not rare in the Styx forbidden area. But this one was the only one with 8 wings. No one thought that the real body of Mingzi would be an 8-winged blood mosquito. This was too unbelievable, and it made people's hearts palpitate. No one thought that after Mingzi's head was cut off, not only did he not die, but his real body appeared, and his aura became even more terrifying. Roar. The 8-winged blood mosquito let out a roar, and its murderous intent surged through the world. It rose into the air and pounced at Lin Sun. Its speed was so fast that it seemed like it was teleporting. Slash. Lin Sun did not let his guard down. The broken blade slashed down, swift and decisive. Bang! Unexpectedly, the broken blade that had injured Mingzi was blocked by the 8-winged blood mosquito. Its body emitted a strange bloody light that destroyed the power of the slash. This shocked everyone. It was worthy of being the legendary omen. At this moment, the eight-winged blood mosquito rushed forward with a ferocious might, as if nothing could stop it. Its 8 pairs of blood-colored wings flapped, and beams of light formed from underworld characters poured down. Also, its roar had a strange penetrating power. Even though it was far away, many people's eardrums were torn, and blood flowed out. Some powerhouses were so shaken that they almost fainted, too strong. Everyone finally dared to confirm that Ming Zi's real trump card was his real body. This was something that no one had thought of before. Tut, Lin Sun also uttered a light rebuke. This was the profound meaning of Pu Lao's roar. The sound wave spread like a substantial ripple and collided with the hissing of the 8-winged blood mosquito. There was a big explosion between the two, and the world was rumbling, clang. At the same time, Lin Sun jumped up like a dragon flying in the sky, and the broken sword rushed at the mosquito with invincible power. The blazing and peerless sharpness made the world pale. The 8-winged blood mosquito roared, and its slender lips were like sharp awls. A light peck was enough to break all defenses. This was its innate ability. Anyone who was bitten by it would instantly be sucked dry of their vitality and turned into a dried corpse. Boom. The broken sword was blocked again and was destroyed by the 8 pairs of bloody wings. The sharp mouth of the 8-winged blood mosquito collided with Lin Sun's fist. Sparks splashed everywhere. Lin Sun felt pain in his palm and fingers, and his skin was almost pierced. Whoosh, a pair of cyan light beams flashed out of the bloody eyes of the 8-winged blood mosquito, like crisscrossing heavenly sabers. It became fiercer and fiercer, and its attack was so powerful that Lin Sun felt extremely strenuous and passive. Originally, his cultivation was lower than that of the 8-winged blood mosquito. Now he encountered such a peerless monster, which suddenly increased the pressure. Lin Sun had killed many 6-winged blood mosquitoes in the periphery of the forbidden land of Styx, but he never expected that the 8-winged blood mosquito transformed by the child of hell could be so fierce. Puff, just a moment later, Lin Sun was hit by a bloody light beam of hell. A bloody hole was pierced through his arm, and his flesh was corroded. The attack of the 8-winged blood mosquito became more and more fierce. When it flapped its 8 pairs of wings, it was extremely fast, as if it was teleporting. Moreover, each pair of wings was branded with dense bloody hell characters, which could release bloody light beams with amazing killing power. Its eyes and sharp beak also had their own innate divine abilities. It could be said that the combat power of this monster was strong enough to frighten ghosts and gods. Boom, without any hesitation, Lin Sun ran the devouring star way. At this moment, everyone's heart shuddered and they felt an inexplicable chill. When he looked at Lin Sun again, he found that Lin Sun's figure was like an abyss, vast and boundless. The void where he stood seemed to be sinking and about to be engulfed. That invisible power caused everyone's expression to change. What kind of power is this? Someone was shocked. Is it the devouring great Tao? No wonder people say that he's the same as Xianxia. They both control a similar mystical Tao. There were also people who were moved. When it comes to hiding, even Mingzi is not as good as Lin Sun. He didn't use his trump card until now. Some top figures exclaimed in admiration. For a moment, the change of Lin Sun's aura attracted the attention of all the people present. In particular, some overmatches who had witnessed Xianxia's battle with their own eyes began to compare him with Lin in their hearts. Boom, the 8-winged blood mosquito attacked again, its wings flapping at an incredible speed. Rays of blood-colored light swept across the sky, interweaving into a blood-colored ancient scripture, suppressing down. A weird green glow appeared in his eyes and was released. With a shout from Lin Sun, a big abyss emerged, in which countless stars were annihilated. In the terrible collision sound, the bloody ancient scripture was forcibly blocked. The two collided with each other, causing violent friction, which completely disrupted the nearby void. In Lin Sun's sea of consciousness, there was a sudden shock. Rays of green light emerged and attacked his 3 spiritual incarnations. Undoubtedly, this was the ultimate attack of the 8-winged blood mosquito. First, he used the bloody ancient scripture to suppress the enemy, and then launched a surprise attack on the soul. If it were another overmatch, even if he could block one of the attacks, he would be caught off guard by the other attack. Unfortunately, these attacks were ineffective against Lin Sun. Lin Sun's 3 spiritual incarnations had already been tempered to the extreme. With Little Silver, who had evolved into a spirit-eating insect king, he was not afraid of any soul attack at all. Chi. In an instant, the three spiritual incarnations ran the great infernal magic. Little Silver also attacked at the same time, wiping out all the green light. The eight-winged blood mosquito screamed and suffered from the counterattack. Boom! At the same time, the boundless abyss released infinite power, crushing the bloody ancient scripture inch by inch and swallowing it up. Chop! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Sun used the broken sword to the extreme and chopped down. Puff, blood splashed, and the eight-winged blood mosquito's arms were cut off. If it hadn't dodged extremely fast, it would have been cut in half. Demon God Lin! Someone shouted, his blood boiling. This series of actions happened in an instant. It was dangerous, unpredictable, and extremely tense. Lin Sun, on the other hand, launched another counterattack and defeated the eight-winged blood mosquito in one fell swoop. Some top figures had to admit that the combat power Lin Sun showed at this time had completely exceeded their expectations. In fact, from the beginning of the battle to the present, Lin Sun could turn this situation around every time, which was very shocking in itself. Those overmatches of the underworld were all dumbfounded, and their faces changed constantly. On Kongsha Mountain, Xianxia and others were in a trance. Too many dangerous things happened in this battle, which made their emotions fluctuate. Boom! In the void, Lin Sun used the Devouring Star Doctrine to develop his own technique, and his power was completely different from before as he launched a strong counterattack. He moved horizontally like a great abyss, and wherever he passed, wind and clouds were swept away, and all attacks were annihilated. In fact, after suffering a heavy setback, the combat power of the eight-winged blood mosquito still couldn't be underestimated, but at this time, it was completely suppressed by Lin Sun. At this moment, Lin Sun completely used his trump card. In the past, Lin Sun wouldn't easily use the Devouring Star Doctrine unless it was a critical moment. During the 4 years that he was trapped under the sticks, Lin Sun had already attained the level of Tao Rule in this shocking power of the Great Way. How could its power be ordinary, not to mention that the eight-winged blood mosquito was supported by the power of the Fury of Yazi and the Battle Saint technique. Coupled with the extreme inheritance of the broken sword, it was simply invincible and unstoppable. However, it could also be seen from this that the eight-winged blood mosquito was extremely powerful, and it was able to force Lin Sun to use his trump card. This wasn't something that just anyone could do. Roar! The eight-winged blood mosquito went crazy and activated the Yuan killer sword. But it was bound by Lin Sun's Basha prohibition, and the power of the abyss swallowed the legendary and peerless sword. Everyone was shaken. It could be seen that Lin Sun had an absolute advantage, and the defeat of the eight-winged blood mosquito was destined to happen sooner or later. But an unexpected scene happened. At this time, the eight-winged blood mosquito seemed to be aware of the danger and rushed to Lin Sun with a desperate posture. Boom! In the terrible collision, although the eight-winged blood mosquito was seriously injured, its 8 pairs of bloody wings successfully broke Lin Sun's attack, and suddenly surrounded Lin Sun in its wings. Crack! Beams of bloody light burst out, piercing holes in Lin Sun's body, and blood dyed the sky red. Many people cried out involuntarily. Xianxia and others felt their hearts in their throats. They clenched their fists and almost suffocated. This desperate fight was very likely to make Lin Sun and the eight-winged blood mosquito die together. It's over. Both Lin Sun and Mingzi are going to die. Some people were horrified. What? But soon, people noticed that something was wrong. Although Lin Sun was trapped and wounded, he soon stabilized himself. Moreover, there was a layer of strange Taoist power that imprisoned the 8 pairs of bloody wings, making them unable to move. It was the abyss. How dare Lin Sun? He lured the enemy deep into the abyss and deliberately injured himself to kill the 8-winged blood mosquito. Someone exclaimed. This was not a situation of mutual destruction, but Lin Sun's deliberate action. Boom! When people came to their senses, Lin Sun had completely broken out. The power of star obliteration devouring way ran to the extreme, and the abyss rotated and rumbled. In the blink of an eye, the 8 pairs of wings were crushed and broken, and a rain of blood fell like a waterfall. Ah! The 8-winged blood mosquito screamed and went completely crazy. It desperately tried to break out of the encirclement. It also realized that it had been fooled. Lin Sun couldn't tolerate it escaping, so he launched a full-scale killing. This was an extremely horrifying and bloody battle, and it caused everyone to shudder with fear and feel their entire bodies go cold. No one had expected that this peerless peak duel would last to such a dangerous and bloody point. Everyone could see that it had come to the last moment. Both Lin Sun and the 8-winged blood mosquito transformed by Ming Child were injured and consumed a lot. But at the same time, the winner was about to be decided. Boom, suddenly, as if unwilling to be killed by Lin Sun, a dazzling green light burst out from the sharp mouth of the 8-winged blood mosquito. It was an eyeball. It was the size of a child's fist, showing a strange dark green color. The light it emitted was full of indescribable death chi. Nether spirit eye. Someone screamed. This was another great treasure. It was said that anyone who was stared at by this eye would instantly fall into the netherworld purgatory and die. How cruel. Someone was shocked. Ming Child had endured until the last moment before using this big killing weapon, which could be called a fatal blow. Even Lin Sun was caught off guard. However, he reacted very quickly and was about to use a secret method to resolve this blow. Who would have thought that at this moment, a dim yellow oil lamp would automatically appear in front of him? The lamp was dim and mottled, but it seemed to have incredible power. It ignited the nether spirit eye in an instant and burned it. Puff, the 8-winged blood mosquito coughed up blood and roared furiously, "No blame for Great Way Lamp, no wonder you can survive in Styx River. It turns out that this treasure has fallen into your hands." His voice was full of resentment and unwillingness. Obviously, he recognized this treasure. Boom, however, how could Lin Sun talk nonsense with him? He seized the opportunity and used his killing move without hesitation. The light around him surged, and the abyss roared. Half of the 8-winged blood mosquito's body was obliterated and crushed. As it let out an incredibly shrill scream of pain, it was instantly sent flying. Its broken body swiftly turned back into the appearance of a dark child once more. However, before it could struggle, the bright and wholly broken blade swept out and completely cut off its body. Its flesh and blood were sprinkled in the void like a waterfall. The audience was completely silent, and even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's pupils dilated, and they were shocked into silence. Dark Child, a peak 4th tribulation sovereign, an ancient freak that had awakened on the nether god altar, and he possessed all sorts of great fortune. His natural talent was extraordinary, and his combat strength was extraordinary. He was viewed as an existence favored by the heavens. In the 4 years since he'd awakened, the underworld forces led by him had risen domineeringly in the upper 9 realms, and they were unparalleled in the limelight. Needless to say, this was a genius that could lead the tide of the era, but now, he'd been killed in front of Xianxia Mountain, his body had been slashed into pieces, and his blood dyed the sky red. The surroundings were deathly silent, and everyone's hearts were drowned by the shock that surged like a tide. The experts of the underworld forces were completely stunned. They couldn't believe it, and their souls seemed to have left their bodies. This time, they'd charged over in a formidable array and attracted the attention of everyone. They'd thought that killing Lin Sun and bathing Xianxia Mountain in blood would be an easy matter. Never had they imagined that Dark Child would be killed at the first possible moment before he could achieve victory. This was something that they'd never expected. The other spectating experts were extremely dazed as well. Since the battle began, practically no one looked favorably upon Lin Sun. After all, Lin Sun's cultivation was inferior by a realm. But now, Lin Sun, whom they didn't look favorably upon, had survived until the end. Everything seemed to be extremely unbelievable. Even the young golden-winged rock king, Yi Moha, Loka, and the other top figures couldn't help but fall into silence. The scenes of the intense battle from before flashed through their minds, and it caused them to be unable to calm down. This battle was filled with danger, changes, and was extremely horrifying and bloody. Regardless of whether it was Lin Sun or Dark Child, both of them were like the most brilliant chess players in the world. The combat strength and methods they utilized were always unexpected and exceeded their expectations, causing them to be shocked, astounded, and astounded. In a daze, they repeatedly lost their composure. Xianxia Mountain was similarly deathly silent. No one knew what sort of pressure they'd endured during these 3 days of time. Their hearts were like a taut string that was about to collapse. Yet at this moment, when they witnessed the scene of Dark Child being killed, they knew that this dangerous situation had finally been broken. The clouds parted to reveal the moon. Dark Child is dead. Finally, someone spoke with difficulty and broke the deathly silence. After that, an uproar erupted in the surroundings as if a pot had exploded. Everyone found it difficult to control their emotions. They sighed, exclaimed, sighed, and shouted. The clamor was like a landslide or tsunami. Demon God Lin is indeed undefeatable. He has been silent for 4 years. Now that he has appeared, he has killed the underworld child and established his might. He is truly a god. What a pity. That nether child was also a formidable figure, but he was killed before he could become famous in the ancient Desolation region. Fiend God Lin, in the uproar, when people looked at Lin Sun, their eyes had completely changed. His clothes were tattered and stained with blood, his body was riddled with injuries, and his face was extremely pale. But, who would dare to underestimate him? However, in this boiling and restless atmosphere, Lin Sun made an unexpected move. Boom, he waved his sleeve, and a sky full of Dao light fell down, covering Ming Zi's mangled flesh and blood. The experts that noticed this scene all felt apprehensive in their hearts, and their expressions changed slightly. Could it be that the dark child wasn't dead? Chi. Sure enough, the mangled flesh and blood, as if they were alive, suddenly made a burst of thin and sharp sounds. Then, they turned into blood-red rainbows as thick as a thumb and flew in all directions. There were so many of them that they could not be counted. Although most of them were destroyed by the Dao light emitted by Lin Sun, there were still some that flew into the void. Everyone was dumbfounded and shocked. In the previous battle, the dark child had been beheaded. When everyone thought he had died, he turned into an 8-winged blood mosquito and launched a counterattack. At this time, when Lin Sun had chopped his body into pieces and thought he was completely dead, such a strange change happened. Everyone felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts. Could it be that the dark child couldn't be completely obliterated? It was too weird. Rumble. While everyone was extremely shocked, Lin Sun didn't slow down at all. He attacked at full speed, and the broken blade swept out like lightning, killing the escaping blood-red rainbows one after another. Earlier, he was just testing, and he wasn't sure if the dark child was still alive. But now, Lin Sun was finally sure that this guy wasn't completely dead. Besides being shocked, Lin Sun was even more determined to eliminate the dark child. The reason was very simple. This fellow was too powerful, and he had all sorts of strange methods. Once he was allowed to escape, he would definitely be killed. Once he escaped, he would definitely rise again in the future, and there would be endless troubles in the future. Pooh. Pooh, pooh. For a time, the blood-red rainbows in all directions were intercepted and annihilated. Damn it. Suddenly, the dark child's roar resounded. One of the blood-red rainbows actually avoided the attack of the broken blade, and with a buzz, it turned into a faint figure. It was the dark child. Above his head, the smelting god pot was floating, and it sprinkled a hazy and obscure halo that protected his figure. There was a sudden uproar. This guy really didn't die. Slash. Lin Sun didn't hesitate to slash the broken blade across the sky. Impermanent slash. With a loud bang, Lin Sun's determined blow was blocked. It was a bronze shield that was broken and old, and its surface was stained with dried blood. But at this moment, it had blocked the attack of the broken blade, and besides a dazzling rain of light, it wasn't damaged at all. However, the power of this attack was so great that the dark child couldn't bear it. With a swoosh, the strange bronze shield was blasted away. Bang, the dark child's entire body was shaken. His figure was dim to begin with, and at this moment, he was like glass that was on the verge of shattering. If it wasn't for the protection of the smelting god pot, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Lin Sun, I'll kill you sooner or later. The dark child let out a resentful roar. Slash. Lin Sun didn't waste any time. He charged forward, and the broken blade slashed out once more. A bunch of trash. Why aren't you attacking? The dark child roared in shock. His speed of dodging was even faster. The underworld powerhouses that had fallen into shock were already disheartened, and their fighting spirit had collapsed. They didn't have any interest in attacking Lin Sun at all. The dark child was already dead. How could they be willing to risk their lives? But at this moment, the dark child had unexpectedly revived. This shocked them, and at the same time, their spirits were lifted. Immediately, someone rushed out to stop Lin Sun. Kill. The leader was Zhang Yuan, a peak longevity third tribulation monarch. Kill. The other underworld powerhouses also rushed out. However, most of them moved slowly and held back. Clearly, they weren't willing to risk their lives to avoid suffering. This was called a motley crew. When the Dark Child lost, the underworld's forces were destined to fall apart. This was not an exaggeration. Swoosh, among the crowd, Luo Jia suddenly rose into the air. Her figure fluttered like a cold rain of light, and like a true phoenix, she blocked Zhang Yuan's attack. At the same time, she said in a clear voice, "Lin Sun, focus on killing the Dark Child. Leave these idiots to me." Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Luo Jia, the proud daughter of the immortal phoenix bloodline, would resolutely appear at such a time to help Lin Sun resolve the killing crisis. Me too. A strand of sword energy with monstrous killing intent flashed out and threw the world into disorder. Yu Jianming appeared in the field with a sword. For a moment, the scene was completely chaotic, and the sound of fighting shook the sky. In the pursuit, Lin Sun couldn't help but smile. Then, he restrained his emotions and continued to chase after the Dark Child. Boom, the Emperor of Hell smelting god pot shook, and the obscure light rain flowed, helping the Dark Child block the killing attacks again and again. It looked extremely magical. However, although the Dark Child wasn't killed, his body became increasingly dim, almost becoming an illusory shadow that was about to disappear. There was no doubt that he couldn't hold on. Chop. Once again, Lin Sun performed the impermanence chop. But at the same time, something strange happened. A string of black rosary beads appeared out of thin air. Each bead bloomed with dense Buddhist characters, and then turned into the shadows of Buddhas. There were a total of 24 Buddhas, all of which were infinitely tall and filled the universe. They were solemn and dignified, releasing endless black Buddhist light. Tut. 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 At the same time, Sanskrit sounds resounded, like the voice of demons, emitting a solemn and compassionate aura. This scene was so familiar. Before he was trapped at the bottom of Styx, Lin Sun was suddenly attacked by ancient Buddha in this way. And now, this scene reappeared. Boom, everything happened too fast, just at the moment when Lin Sun attacked. The timing was precise and ruthless. Phantoms of Buddhas came crashing down from all directions, covering the entire world with an unshakable might that could suppress everything. However, unlike last time, Lin Sun was surprisingly calm at this critical moment of life and death. Buzz, he pressed his fingers together. An invisible spatial fluctuation suddenly spread out from the tip of his finger. Suddenly, the attacks coming from all directions seemed imminent, but they were as far away as the end of the world. No matter what kind of cultivation method he used, he couldn't get close to Lin Sun at all. This scene was extremely strange, and also extremely shocking. This was the second move of the void-breaking finger of Dian, a short distance away. As soon as he pointed, it was like a natural moat. The enemy was close at hand, but Lin Sun was at the end of the world. This was a kind of defense method like prison drawing, but it was more magical and amazing. Imagine, how could the enemy get close to him when he was standing at the end of the world? The essence of this finger had involved the true meaning of space. Space was the law of the great way that only sages could comprehend. Lin Sun naturally couldn't master it. He knew how it was, but he didn't know why. He could only practice the moves and exert its power. It was like drawing skin and bones, but it was difficult to draw the heart. But even then, its profundity and might could be said to be world-shaking. At the very least, at this moment, he managed to resolve this sudden attack without any mishaps. Bang! In the distance, the broken blade that Lin Sun had displayed before had also chopped down. The Underworld Emperor smelting god pot shook violently, and the Underworld Child let out a shrill scream. Then, his voice disappeared together with the Underworld Emperor smelting god pot. What a pity, Lin Sun sighed in his heart. However, it wasn't too much of a pity. If Lin Sun's speculation was right, even if the Underworld Child could survive this time, he was doomed to suffer irreparable injuries. It was almost impossible for him to recover completely in a short time. Then, Lin Sun's black eyes became cold. An uncontrollable killing intent surged in his heart, and he was on the verge of losing control. Boom, as he ran the power of star obliteration devouring way, a big abyss appeared and swallowed up all directions, forcibly shattering the 24 Buddhas in the nearby area. in the rain of light, there was a sound of surprise. A monk in black with a smooth forehead and an extremely handsome face stood in the void in the distance. There was a black Buddha symbol in the shape of a lotus between his eyebrows. The black Buddha light turned into a circle of light and shadow behind his head, giving people a feeling of holiness and flawlessness. Gu Fuzhi, Lin Sun couldn't control his killing intent when they met again. He said calmly, "Bald ass, we meet again. This is fate. You are a heretic, and I'm the one who eradicates heretics. It's no accident that we meet again." Gu Fuzhi put his palms together solemnly. "Hee, heretic? Why do I think you are a heretic? As the successor of Xitigarbha Temple, what you have done is extremely despicable and shameless. Don't you feel ashamed?" Lin Sun sneered. He'd truly never imagined that this fellow would be so shameless and lowly. 2 despicable sneak attacks had become the so-called Bulsh *T karma in his mouth. "If I can get rid of you, I won't hesitate to go to hell." Gu Fuzhi looked indifferent and calm. "Then I'll send you to hell." With a loud shout, Lin Sun rushed out with his body glowing. Last time, if it weren't for this monk's sneak attack, he wouldn't have been trapped under Styx River for 4 years and almost couldn't get out. And this time, if it weren't for this monk, how could Mingzi escape? Lin Sun didn't want to talk nonsense. The killing intent in his heart burst out like lava and was completely out of control. Buzz, a black alms bowl rose into the air, and in Gu Fuzhi's hand there was a demon-subduing pestle. His figure flashed, and he rushed to Lin Sun. In an instant, he was like a Buddha with the courage of 10,000 men. Boom! In the fierce collision, Lin Sun staggered back a few steps, and his face became paler. Gu Fuzhi grinned and said, "Benefactor, you've been heavily injured and exhausted in your battle with the Dark Child. I'm afraid you have no way out this time." As he spoke, the devil-subduing rod swept out horizontally in his palm, and it swept out a myriad of strands of Buddhist light while the sound of Buddha's chanting resounded. It seemed to carry the might to obliterate mountains and rivers and crush everything. As for the black alms bowl, it glowed faintly. Every time it descended, endless Buddhist texts would pour out, refining even the void. The monk seemed to be dignified, yet once he attacked, he was peerlessly ruthless, and every single strike was lethal and boundlessly terrifying. Whoosh! Lin Sun's figure flashed in the direction of Xianxia Mountain. "Benefactor, you're a figure like a devil god. If you flee without a fight, I'm afraid it'll damage your reputation." A wisp of a smile arose on the corners of Gu Fuzhi's mouth while a 24 lotus platform had appeared beneath his feet, and it was enshrouded by black Buddhist light. The lotus throne carried Gu Fuzhi to chase after Lin Sun at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The black alms bowl shattered, and a mass of black Buddhist texts flowed, turning into the shadow of a skanda. It raised its fist and made Lin Sun stagger, and blood spilled from his lips. Just as Gu Fuzhi had said, he was indeed covered in injuries during the battle with the Dark Child, and he'd exhausted a great deal of his strength. However, he still had the strength to fight. At this moment, his black eyes were unusually calm, and he didn't say anything else as he continued to rush forward. It's a pity that the dignified demon Lin is the biggest heretic in the world. I'm not talented, but I'm willing to subdue the devil today and return peace to the world. Gu Fuzhi's voice was indifferent, and he looked solemn as if he was sure of victory. He was indeed very calm. Even if his sneak attack was resolved by Lin Sun, he wasn't surprised. If Demon Lin was so easy to kill, he would have died 4 years ago. However, Gu Fuzhi still had absolute confidence to kill Lin Sun, because in his eyes, Lin Sun was at his weakest at this moment. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as he seized it, he could send Lin Sun to the afterlife. Boom! Not long after, Lin Sun suffered another blow. Half of his body was hit by the demon-subduing pestle, and his bones were almost broken. Gu Fuzhi let out a loud Sanskrit voice, "Heretic, if you surrender, I can hold a grand ceremony for you. Even if you die, you can still smile in the netherworld." "Bald donkey, don't talk nonsense. Don't think I don't know what you want to do. You just want to take away the Dharma scripture and the Bodhi wood. Yes, they are with me. Come and take them if you have the guts." Lin Sun shouted. "Stubborn fool." Gu Fuzhi shouted, "Buddha said that those who are merciful will kill themselves. Today, I'll destroy your soul." Gradually, Xianxia Mountain came into view. The chaos from before had stopped a long time ago. Under the joint attack of Luo Jia, Yu Jianming, Ji Xingyao, Mo Tianhe, and the other members of the Profound Inquiry Sword School, the experts of the Nether Earth were utterly defeated and fled as soon as the battle began. It wasn't that they were weak, but they realized that they had lost the upper hand. It was still uncertain whether the underworld child could survive. Who would be willing to risk their lives for him? Therefore, the underworld army, which was originally a motley crew, was directly defeated under the astonished gazes of the crowd. It was like a farce that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. However, when they saw Lin Sun being chased by Gu Fuzi, the originally calm atmosphere became restless again. Many people's expressions changed, and they exclaimed, "Gu Fuzi! He actually appeared again and wants to kill Demon God Lin." The crowd was in an uproar, and their eyes widened. Everyone knew that it was Gu Fuzi's meticulous plan that caused Lin Sun to be trapped under the sticks 4 years ago. It was also at that time that Gu Fuzi became famous and was regarded as a giant who rose from the corpse of Demon God Lin, attracting the attention of the entire Upper Nine Realms. But what was unusual was that in the past 4 years, Gu Fuzi seemed to have evaporated from the world. No one knew where he was or where he was. However, when the news that Lin Sun was still alive spread, many people speculated that Lin Sun would seek revenge on Gu Fuzi sooner or later. But who would have thought that today, when the unprecedented battle between Lin Sun and the underworld child was about to end, Gu Fuzi appeared again. Moreover, Lin Sun was in danger. This monk is truly unscrupulous. The last time he attacked, he caught Fiend Celestial Lin off guard. And this time, the timing he chose is even more precise. Fiend Celestial Lin is riddled with injuries, so how can he fight him? When the Sandpiper and the Clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This successor of the Xianxia temple is really sinister. This time, I'm afraid Lin Sun is finished, the discussion went on. Everyone could see that Lin Sun was running for his life. It was obvious that he was not strong enough to fight Gu Fuzi. The expressions of Yu Jianming, Xianxia, Luo Jia, Ji Xingyao, and Mo Tianhe changed. They were shocked by this scene. Previously, Lin Sun had clearly gone to chase after the underworld child. But now, he was being chased by Gu Fuzi to the point that he could not hold on any longer. This caused their hearts to clench fiercely. However, when they were about to help, Lin Sun suddenly stopped in the void and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, this is a grudge between me and the Xianxia temple. No matter who it is, please don't interfere." Golden-Winged Rock King and the other strong warriors had no intention of helping. Hearing this, they admired Lin Sun in their hearts. Even when he was about to be in trouble, he was unwilling to ask for help. It could be said that he was proud and unyielding. Yu Jianming and the others were very hesitant because they all saw that Lin Sun was covered in blood and his face was frighteningly pale. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. But he stopped everyone from helping. Why was he doing this? Was he worried that they would be involved in the grudge with the Xianxia temple? "Heretic, you did a good deed before you died. At least you won't let other innocent people die with you," Gu Fuzi said indifferently, extremely conceited and calm. He was not afraid of others helping Lin Sun. For a moment, all eyes were fixed on Lin Sun and Gu Fuzi. Many people secretly sighed in their hearts. Originally, they had just solved the threat of the children of the underworld and the forces of the underworld. Unexpectedly, Lin Sun was so unlucky that he was targeted by Gu Fuzi again. They were not stupid. Naturally, they knew that Gu Fuzi had already planned to take Lin Sun's life when he was weakened. "Bald Donkey, before the final battle, can you tell me where the big black bird is?" Lin Sun looked very calm at the moment. "You're already about to die. Why worry about the life and death of others?" Gu Fuzi said indifferently. "Heretic, die." Boom, as his voice fell, many Buddhist treasures swept out from his sleeves, including a ruler, a wooden fish, an incense burner, a lamp, a rui, a futon. They shone brightly in the void and suddenly turned into a large formation. Everyone's hair stood on end. In their vision, the large formation connected heaven and earth, and the light of Buddha shone, reflecting the shadows of countless bodhisattvas and arhats. All of them were powerful and had the power to shock the universe. The sound of Sanskrit resounded like the chanting of Buddha to deliver all living beings from suffering. Phenomena such as flowers falling from the sky, golden lotuses emerging from the ground, heavenly dragons coiling, celestial phoenixes fluttering, and all living beings worshipping appeared in the world. Just this scene alone shocked everyone present, and it caused the expressions of those top powerhouses to change. They felt a strong threat. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Yu Jianming, Ji Xingyao, and the others didn't hesitate to attack. Even though Lin Sun had stopped them from doing so, how could they watch him suffer? But to their chills, no matter how they attacked, the large formation that shone with the light of Buddha didn't move at all. Moreover, the power it released made them feel uncomfortable all over, and they almost coughed up blood. The other experts in the surroundings couldn't help but gasp when they saw this. This is completely a lethal formation. No wonder Gu Fuzi was so confident and fearless. Who could save Lin Sun when he was trapped in this formation? Xianxia's catastrophe formation. Golden-winged King Rock gently spat out a few words. He recognized the origin of this formation, and he was also moved, and his golden eyes flickered. This formation was composed of 18 ancient Buddhist treasures, each of which was branded with dense Buddhist runes. Once it was set up, it would have the power to ban and destroy all evils. As early as the ancient times, this formation had been so fierce that the strong in the world changed their expressions when they talked about it. At this time, in everyone's eyes, Lin Sun, who was already injured and trapped in this formation, had fallen into a dead end. Gu Fuzi had come prepared, Yu Jianming, Ji Xingyao, and the others tried their best, but to no avail. Instead, they were shaken by the formation and almost coughed up blood. The surroundings were silent. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts as they looked at the boundless phenomena and the vast Buddhist light surging out from the formation. The Xianxia temple was a famous sacred place in the ancient Desolation realm. Its disciples all took the task of eradicating heretics as their own responsibility. They were fearless and fearless. Gu Fuzi was an ancient freak from the Xianxia temple. His whereabouts were erratic, mysterious, and low-key. His strength was unfathomable. This was the first time for many experts to see Gu Fuzi in action, and they were shocked by his means. Anyone who saw such an opponent would probably be extremely fearful. Heretic, what else do you have to say? Gu Fuzi smiled. There was a black lotus mark between his eyebrows. His body was pure and holy, worthy of his title of Fuzi. Everyone sighed inwardly. Fiend Celestial Lin was ultimately doomed. Bald donkey, do you know why I escaped here? To everyone's surprise, Lin Sun was not afraid despite being trapped in the formation. He looked extremely calm and composed. You're asking for help. Unfortunately, you're still a step behind. Don't you see that your friends can't break this formation at all? Gu Fuzi's voice was indifferent. You're wrong. I just want to keep you here forever. Lin Sun's expression was calm, and so was his words. Even his eyes showed extreme calmness. However, no one knew how violent and boiling his killing intent was at this moment. He was about to lose control. Keep me here forever? Gu Fuzi was stunned as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. A touch of pity appeared in his eyes. He sighed and said, between life and death, there is great terror. This penniless monk did not expect that even the world-famous demon god Lin could not help but start spouting nonsense when faced with death. The other experts present couldn't help but sigh. Fiend god Lin was already riddled with injuries and had expended a great deal of his energy. Now that he was forced into a desperate situation, he could not help but feel indignant. It was understandable for him to speak nonsense. Obviously, they all thought that Lin Sun was just venting his unwillingness before death. Nonsense? A cold smile appeared on Lin Sun's lips, and a palm-sized apricot flag appeared in his palm. The small flag was branded with dense and twisted markings of the Tao. Besides that, there was nothing special about it. But Lin Sun's calmness made Gu Fuzi feel that something was wrong. Huh. He chanted Buddhist chants and activated the formation without hesitation. Instantly, the glow of Buddha rumbled throughout the sky like tidewater that covered the sky, and then numerous sounds of chanting that were like the chanting of Buddhas rumbled and surged out. The might of this formation was boundless. Ji Xingyao, Yu Jianming, and the others were all furious, and their hearts were replaced by a touch of anger and unwillingness. How could Lin Sun resolve such a killing tribulation? In the distance, countless cultivators retreated successively. All of them knew how formidable it was and were deeply afraid of being swept into it. At this moment, Gufuzi's monk robes fluttered in the wind. His body was tall and he was bathed in Buddhist light. He seemed to have walked out from a holy place, and he gave off an aura that could shock the world. Lin Sun, today, I'll help you ascend from the dead. He put his palms together and chanted Buddhist sutras. For a moment, the entire Ksitigarbha formation was completely activated. Black Buddha fire fell down and turned into bull-sized lotus flowers. Buddha's fiery lotus, Gufuzi was confident that even a supreme king with a higher cultivation was bound to be burned into a tribulation-forbidden land at this moment, let alone Lin Sun. But at this extremely dangerous moment, Lin Sun gently shook the apricot yellow flag in his hand. It was a simple action, but it set off an unimaginable change like the flapping wings of a butterfly. On Xianxia Mountain, dense and obscure veins suddenly appeared on the rocks, plants, mines, and streams. They were shining and filled with the aura of the law. Above the sky, the clouds broke, and brilliant rainbows fell from the sky, as if the gate of the immortal world had been opened. Within a radius of 1,000 miles with Xianxia Mountain as the center, magnificent formations emerged one after another. The ordinary veins on a verdant leaf started to glow, and then a fish leaped out from the river while its tail drew out a miraculous trajectory in the sky. In that instant, it seemed to be slow, but in reality, all these unbelievable scenes were completed in an instant. It was at this instant that the heavens were overturned, the earth was overturned, the world changed in an area of 1,000 miles, and it transformed into a world that was formed from countless profound Tao markings and laws. The scene in this world was still exactly the same as before, but the laws and energy in this world were completely different, because this was a formation that Lin Sun had set up, and it was like a world of its own. Wait, I can't sense the aura of the Grand Tao anymore. The world changed, and the Grand Tao changed. What ability is this? At this moment, countless cultivators were horrified and exclaimed with astonishment. It's a formation. We've been trapped for a long time. Some top figures had solemn expressions as they felt lethal pressure. In an instant, the world changed, and they had been trapped in the formation that had been set up a long time ago. It was certain that this formation was absolutely shocking. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to hide from their eyes and ears so easily. Look over there. Someone exclaimed. Following the gaze, they saw that the Ksitigarbha Great Adversity formation operated by the Arhat had dimmed at this moment. The phantoms of bodhisattvas and arhats, the magnificent and sacred surging Buddha light, and the Sanskrit chanting like chanting all lost their spirituality and power at this moment and disappeared quietly. Even the Buddha's fiery lotuses that fell from the sky were strangely still in the void, and then suddenly withered and turned into ashes and disappeared. For a time, there was a dead silence in the field, and all the heroes were shocked. This change happened in an instant, and it was incredibly fast. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun just waved the apricot flag in his hand gently. Xianxia, Yu Jianming and others, who were originally anxious, were also stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. A moment ago, Lin Sun was on the verge of death. The next moment, everything was reversed, and the world was turned upside down. This kind of method could be described as turning something rotten into something magical. I see. Mo Tianhe shouted with great excitement. He remembered that a few days ago, Lin Sun had been wandering on Xianxia Mountain, paying no attention to the outside world. Sometimes he picked flowers, sometimes he moved trees, sometimes he split the mountain for stones, and sometimes he dug holes. He made the whole Xianxia Mountain unrecognizable and messy. Never had he imagined that these seemingly inconspicuous and small changes would reveal the might to seize the fortune of the world and change the phenomena of the world at this moment. This was a formation. It had been set up quietly long before the army of the underworld came. Perhaps it was because of this that Lin Sun dared to tell them to just wait on Xianxia Mountain and watch the situation. Even Mo Tianhe could imagine that even if Lin Sun couldn't defeat the underworld child at that time, as long as he used this formation, it was enough to change the situation. Mo Tianhe's words made Ji Xingyao and other descendants of the Xianwen sword house understand, and they couldn't help but be shocked. It turned out that Lin Sun's true trump card was this mysterious formation. Everyone had guessed wrongly before this. Tut. Gufuzi let out a deep Buddhist voice. His expression was extremely solemn, and he was surprised and bewildered. Obviously, he was caught off guard by this scene. However, he reacted extremely quickly and counterattacked without the slightest hesitation. But the embarrassing thing was that the Xidagarba formation he set up was deathly silent and didn't react at all. The expressions of everyone here had become strange. They didn't expect that Lin Sun, who was trapped in the formation, would turn this situation around in the blink of an eye and destroy all of Gu Fuzi's tricks. Moreover, this expanse of the heavens and the earth was a grand formation. Regardless of whether it was Gu Fuzi or all the cultivators here, all of them were trapped within it. Lin Sun was the ruler of this world. Heretic! How despicable of you! Gu Fuzi's face was gloomy as he pointed at Lin Sun and shouted. He didn't have a solemn and holy attitude from before, and he was a little flustered and exasperated. Despicable? Bald donkey, you ambushed me twice and tried to trap and kill me with the formation just now. Who's the despicable one? Lin Sun's black eyes were like lightning, and his voice was cold. Although his clothes were stained with blood and he was covered in injuries, he still had a domineering majesty at this moment. Die! Gu Fuzi held the demon-subduing pestle and broke through the air at an extremely fast speed. He could already see that the apricot yellow flag in Lin Sun's hand was the key to controlling this formation. Crack, a dazzling bolt of lightning struck down, and Gu Fuzi's body trembled. His clothes were in tatters, and his body was charred black. He fell to the ground with a thud. Bald donkey, this is the fate of despicable people. You'll be struck by lightning. Lin Sun stood there motionlessly. His voice was calm, but it sent a chill down everyone's spine. They were also trapped in this world, and even the aura of the Great Path was isolated and couldn't be sensed. It was conceivable that Lin Sun could use this formation to kill them if he wanted to. The only fortunate thing was that Lin Sun wasn't in the mood to pay attention to them at this moment. Besides, almost all of them were watching the show, and they had no grudges against Lin Sun. However, the thought of falling into Lin Sun's trap inadvertently made the young golden-winged rock king and other top figures furious and fearful. But they didn't dare to say anything. Cough, cough, Gu Fuzi coughed up blood. The lightning was formed by the forbidden formation, and its power was beyond imagination, so he was also injured. His eyes flashed as he stared at Lin Sun in the distance, and said, "You're indeed the world-famous demon god Lin. Good move. But do you think you can defeat me like this?" Before his voice died away, his figure suddenly flashed in the air, and the next moment, he appeared in front of Xianxia, who was closest to him. Boom, in his hand, the demon-subduing pestle had already been chopped down. Obviously, he wanted to subdue Xianxia and threaten Lin Sun with her. In the distance, Lin Sun's black eyes were cold and calm. This was Gu Fuzi. He seemed solemn, but in fact, he was ruthless, shameless, and unscrupulous. When he realized that something was wrong, he immediately wanted to threaten Lin Sun with the lives of others. Lin Sun had to admit that although this move was extremely despicable, it was extremely effective. Unfortunately, Gu Fuzi underestimated Lin Sun and the forbidden formation he had set up. Gu Fuzi had the combat power of the fourth retribution of longevity, which had long been noticed by the top figures present. Moreover, he came from the Xidagarba temple and had supreme inheritance and secret treasures. His combat power was definitely not weaker than Ming Child, or even stronger. At this moment, he was going all out to take Xianxia hostage. Naturally, he wouldn't show any mercy. It was no exaggeration to say that under normal circumstances, not to mention Xianxia, even some of the top figures present might not be able to block Gu Fuzi's attack. However, a strange scene occurred. While he was still halfway, a formless nomological Dao pattern power surged and intersected, binding Gu Fuzi's entire body. Then, it pressed down hard. With a plop, the mysterious ancient freak of the Xidagarba temple was suppressed to the ground. The hearts of everyone shook fiercely as they gasped. This was the power of the formation. It was so powerful that it was unbelievable. It seemed that as long as Lin Sun wanted, he could kill all enemies in this world with just a thought. He was like the master of life and death. Xianxia was shocked for a moment, and then her clear eyes were filled with anger. She said, "Is this the successor of the Xidagarba temple? How can he be so shameless and despicable?" Many people agreed with her. Gu Fuzi had always been known for being mysterious and elusive, leaving little impression on the world. But when he showed up for the first time 4 years ago, he defeated Lin Sun with a careful plan and trapped him under the Styx River. Such ruthlessness and shrewdness had long since caused others to be incomparably fearful. Until today, when he showed up again and took advantage of Lin Sun's weakness to ambush him. He even set up all the means to trap and kill Lin Sun with the formation. Originally, this series of means was beautiful and impeccable. Unexpectedly, Lin Sun was more skillful and disintegrated all of Gu Fuzi's means with a terrifying forbidden formation. If so, people wouldn't have a bad impression of Gu Fuzi. However, when he intended to attack and take Xianxia hostage, it instantly caused many cultivators to feel a chill in their hearts. Was he still a Buddhist cultivator? They were ruthless, fearless, and unscrupulous in their actions. They were no different from the heretical path of evil. Heretic, you deserve to die. Buddha aura surged around Gu Fuzi, and he seemed to have transformed into a furious arhat. He broke free of his restraints and soared into the sky. He held a black alms bowl in his hand and pounced towards Lin Sun. Even though he was in a perilous situation, he was still steady, calm, and didn't panic in the slightest. Boom, the alms bowl soared into the sky and emitted a boundless Buddhist light, which gathered into a huge Buddhist hand. Every finger of the hand was like a pillar supporting the heavens, emitting boundless light. It could be said that he could cover the sky with one hand. This was an extremely famous and powerful Tao technique. Ksitigarbha Buddha's hand. Lin Sun looked indifferent. With a stir of his mind, a crystal-clear whip made of divine chains descended. It was condensed by the power of the law of prohibition. With a slap, the Buddha's hand that blotted out the sky was directly smashed into pieces, turning into a rain of light that scattered throughout the sky. Pa! Another crisp crack resounded, and a bloody whip mark appeared on Gu Fuzi's handsome face. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. He fell to the ground in pain, and smoke and dust filled the air. At this point, everyone could see that in this world, no matter how powerful you were, as long as you were trapped here, you were destined to be a fish on the anvil and could only be slaughtered at will. Do you dare to remove this formation and have a fair fight with me? Gu Fuzi spoke in a low voice. His face was bloody, but he didn't care at all. His expression was terrifyingly calm. Shameless, many people cursed in their hearts and despised him. When he used the Ksitigarbha formation to deal with Lin Sun, did he ever give Lin Sun a fair fight? Yet it just so happened that Gu Fuzi was able to speak such shameless words openly without the slightest blush on his face. His skin was so thick that it was truly astounding. Even Lin Sun was stunned. He couldn't believe that this was said by a Buddha of Ksitigarbha temple. It was simply shameless. Pa! The whip fell, and in an instant, dozens of bloody wounds were left on Gu Fuzi's body. They were so deep that bones could be seen. It was a shocking sight. Do you think that you can make me lower my head by humiliating me like this? Gu Fuzi's voice was cold. He was covered in blood, but he didn't seem to notice it at all. He still maintained a solemn expression. No, I've never thought of making you lower your head. I just want to kill you bit by bit. Lin Sun's expression was calm. As he spoke, numerous sharp blades of law swept out, and they were dense like a storm as they enveloped down. Puff! Puff! Even though Gu Fuzi tried his best to dodge, his flesh and blood were still cut, and he was beyond recognition. The miserable scene caused many cultivators to feel a chill in their hearts. Without a doubt, Lin Sun wasn't lying. He really wanted to torture Gu Fuzi to death. I admit that I've underestimated you this time. However, it's impossible for you to see me beg for mercy in a humiliating manner. Gu Fuzi's expression was cold. He seemed to have realized that it was useless to struggle in this world. He actually sat cross-legged on the ground and calmly waited for death. This caused people to be surprised. They had to admit that although Gu Fuzi was ruthless and evil, his temperament could be said to be tenacious and extremely strong. If it were any other cultivator, they would have lost control of their emotions and shouted after being tortured like this. But Gu Fuzi didn't. Ridiculous. Do you think that you're not humiliating yourself right now? Yu Jianming couldn't help but speak. Gu Fuzi glanced at him, then withdrew his gaze and directly ignored him. This made Yu Jianming furious, and he wanted to kill this bald donkey. At this moment, Lin Sun smiled and said, I heard that there's a punishment in Ksitigarbha temple called 18 purgatories. Once it's executed, it's enough to make gods and demons despair and submit. I wonder if it's true. 18 purgatories, everyone was confused. It was the first time they'd heard of this. But Gufuzi's expression changed slightly, and an inexplicable chill arose in his heart. This was a secret punishment of Xianxia Temple, and it was specially used to deal with traitors. Because it was too cruel and bloody, it would damage the reputation of Xianxia Temple if it was spread out. Therefore, only important figures in Xianxia Temple knew about this punishment. But obviously, Lin Sun knew about it too. Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Sun flicked his finger, and a wisp of black Buddha fire swept out like lightning and drilled into Gufuzi's body. Heresy! What are you doing? Gufuzi's eyes narrowed, and his body stiffened. He wanted to stand up and resist, but he was suppressed by layers of restrictive power, making it impossible for him to move. The first of the 18 purgatories is called the tongue-pulling prison. It's a punishment that stretches the tongue with a secret method, slowly pulls it out, and tortures it with Buddha fire until the tongue is burnt but not rotten. Then, the tongue is cut into pieces with fine sharp blades. Lin Sun's voice was calm, but the content of his words was like a cold current, making all the cultivators present feel cold all over, and their expressions changed abruptly. This punishment was simply perverted. Ah! Gufuzi suddenly screamed, his body twitching, and his face distorted. Everyone saw that his tongue was pulled out inch by inch, and it was burning with black Buddha fire. The whole tongue was gradually charred. Obviously, he was suffering the torture of the tongue-pulling prison. Some cultivators couldn't even bear to watch it anymore. Gufuzi, the successor of Xianxia Temple, was also a ruthless character in the upper 9 realms. Now, he was suffering such cruel torture in front of everyone. Who could stay calm? Many cultivators were horrified that Lin Sun dared to do this. Only then did they realize that the title of Demon Lin was not just for show. Heresy! I will remember this hatred, and I will repay you in the future. Gufuzi suddenly calmed down. He abandoned his 6 senses, and the sharp pain on his tongue could no longer affect his mind. Lin Sun smiled indifferently. The torture of the 18 purgatories was not so easy to resist, and it was useless to abandon his 6 senses. Let me do it. However, just as Lin Sun was about to continue, a loud cry rang out, and a big black bird flew across the sky. What made Lin Sun's eyelids twitch was that this bird could enter and exit his formation freely, as if there was no one there. However, when he saw the big black bird appear, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel relieved. He was really worried that Gufuzi would harm this thief bird. As soon as the big black bird arrived, it picked up the black pot on its back and smashed it on Gufuzi's head with a clang. Gufuzi, who had always been calm in front of him, showed a rare trace of panic at this moment. He said angrily, "Young martial uncle, are you going to help an outsider to deal with me? Damn it, do you still care about me, your young martial uncle?" The big black bird's voice was full of hatred, and it smashed the black pot down again. Soon, Gufuzi's head was swollen with dense bumps. Moreover, he was screaming incessantly, as if he was suffering from extremely terrifying pain. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. The appearance of the big black bird surprised them, and what was more surprising was that Gufuzi called the bird young martial uncle. This was completely out of everyone's expectations. In the end, Gufuzi was completely smashed to the ground. His body kept twitching as if he was having an epileptic fit. He foamed at the mouth, and his head was covered with red bumps. He was extremely miserable. Earlier, his figure was pure and holy like a true Buddha that had descended into the world, and his bearing was peerless. Even though he was being suppressed, he was still composed and unafraid of death. But now, it was too horrible to look at, which made people feel sorry for him. Clang! After an earth-shattering noise, Gufuzi was directly knocked out by the black pot. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Miserable. It was too miserable. The dignified Gufuzi had actually been knocked unconscious by a black wok. If news of this were to spread, then it would definitely become a huge joke. Suppress! The big black bird shouted. The black pot hummed and emitted a strange wave. It suddenly swallowed Gufuzi's body and disappeared. Are you going to save him? Lin Sun frowned. The big black bird had a complicated expression and said, "You're wrong. This is just a clone of Gufuzi. His true body hasn't appeared all these years. Lin Sun's black eyes suddenly narrowed. A clone could have the power of the fourth tribulation of immortality, then how strong was his true body? For a moment, Lin Sun's heart was also stirred. This news surprised him. It was unbelievable, the big blackbird said quickly, let's solve the problem in front of us first. I'll tell you the truth in detail later. But you can rest assured that Gufozi is not much stronger than his doppelganger. Lin Sun nodded. After that, his gaze swept through the surroundings and swept past all the cultivators, and he noticed the shock, dazed, and fear on their faces. You can go now. As soon as Lin Sun said this, most of the strong people in the field breathed a sigh of relief. Being trapped in this world, they were really worried that Lin Sun would vent his anger on the onlookers if he didn't agree with them. But it was obvious that although Lin Sun was called the devil, he was not a person who killed innocent people. Thank you, Taoism Pure Lin. Congratulations to Taoism Pure Lin for turning the tide and defeating all enemies. From now on, no one in the upper 9 regions will dare to underestimate you. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. Taoism Pure Lin, please take care. In the noisy voices, the practitioners in the field left one after another. However, it was difficult for them to calm down. Today's battle was full of twists and turns and variables. It could be foreseen that it would not be long before the whole upper 9 regions was bound to be shocked by the news of this battle. Brother Lin, I'm Yimok. Now there are only a few years left before the end of the Absolute Summit domain. I hope that one day I can fight with you. In the distance, Yimok said loudly. It's my honor. Lin Sun cupped his hands and said casually. Yimok smiled and turned to leave. Today's battle made him witness Lin Sun's fighting power, which aroused his competitive spirit, so he took the initiative to challenge Lin Sun. Lin Sun, don't be complacent. Although Mingzi is strong, he is not a big deal. If there is a chance, I will let you see what is the strongest in person. The young golden-winged roc said coldly. After saying this, he turned into a golden-winged roc and flew away. Lin Sun frowned. Luo Jia said with a smile, don't pay attention to this person. He is a pure-blood descendant of the golden-winged roc. He has awakened his ancestral blood and is extremely unruly and cruel. He said this just because he is not convinced of your strength. It's not malicious. Lin Sun was non-committal. In next to no time, the cultivators in the surroundings had left successively, and only an expanse of desolate landscape remained. All of this had been destroyed during the battle just now. Come, let's head into the mountains for a chat. Glancing at Loka, Yu Jianming and others, Lin Sun smiled from the bottom of his heart and invited them to go to Xianxia mountain together. The child of the underworld led the army of the underworld and set off aggressively. He wanted to kill Lin Sun and wash the Xianxia mountain with blood. But as a result, the son of the underworld was suppressed by Lin Sun at the first time. Only a wisp of his remnant soul escaped in panic, and the powerful force of the underworld collapsed without a fight. This news, with an incredible speed, spread throughout the upper 9 realms on this day, causing monstrous waves. At the same time, the news that Gufozi reappeared but was bound and suppressed by Lin Sun spread. For a time, the upper 9 realms was in a complete uproar. Based on today's battle, demonic god Lin can already be ranked amongst the ranks of overlords and giants amongst his peers. I wonder how high the current fiend god Lin will be able to obtain on the heaven's chosen golden roll. The underworld is destined to fall apart. After 4 years of silence, Lin Sun has become famous all over the world. In the future, who in the upper 9 realms can suppress the rising momentum of Lin Sun? All kinds of discussions and uproars continued. Moreover, as time went by, the news of this battle in front of Xianxia mountain was still fermenting and spreading. Xianxia mountain, Qingsang Peak. In the lush bamboo forest, the clear stream was flowing. Lin Sun, Ji Xingyao, Mo Tianhe, Loka, Yu Jianming and others sat on the ground, with immortal wine, fruits and vegetables, and spiritual tea on the table in front of them. They chatted and talked about the old days while sipping tea and drinking wine, quite harmonious and comfortable. At that time, the sky was bright, the clouds were misty, the bamboo forest was dancing, and the stream was gurgling. It was quiet and secluded. A group of kindred spirits gathered together and had a comfortable and carefree time. Jianming, I heard that you have been running around for me all these years. Come, let me propose a toast to you. Lin Sun raised his cup and laughed. Lin Sun hadn't seen Yu Jianming for many years since they parted in the Westing realm. Seeing that Yu Jianming had also set foot on the top of the second tribulation of the longevity realm, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh. Okay. Yu Jianming drank up in one gulp, feeling very happy. Back then, Lin Sun had saved his life. He had never forgotten such a great kindness. Miss Loka, thank you for coming this time. Lin Sun raised his cup again. Loka's great change also amazed Lin Sun. This descendant of the Miluo Palace from the Earth Imperial Universe was like an orchid in an empty valley, quiet and beautiful. Back then, they had participated in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival together and crossed the Realm River together. Now, Loka also had the strength of the third tribulation of the longevity realm. She was a descendant of the deity Phoenix. Both her talent and foundation were amazing. What was certain was that these years, not only had he made rapid progress on the path of Tao, but the others had also had their own fortunes and opportunities. When old friends reunited, they should drink to their heart's content, cup after cup of wine. When recalling the past, everyone couldn't help but sigh with emotion, but also a lot of laughter. In the end, Lin Sun also felt a little tipsy. He hadn't been so relaxed for a long time. Late at night, Yu Jianming, Loka, and the others laughed. They had their own paths and pursuits. Seeing that Lin Sun was fine, there was no need for them to stay any longer. Lin Sun didn't stop them. Because this was cultivation. The bright starlight was like silver mist, covering the dancing bamboo forest with a layer of mist, like a dream. Late at night. In a bamboo house built by Lin Sun himself, the big black bird was drunk and paralyzed on a chair, muttering, "Alas, if I could be so carefree and happy every day, how lucky would I be in this life?" Lin Sun sat on one side, meditating quietly. Today's fierce battle had injured him and consumed a lot of his energy. Now his physical injuries had already recovered, but his physical strength was in urgent need of replenishment. Don't you want to know the details of Gufozi? Let me tell you. The big black bird flapped its wings and stood up from the chair. The drunkenness in its eyes also disappeared, and it was as calm as snow. In ancient times, there was a real sage king in the Xitigarbha temple. His Dharma name was Good and Evil Purifying Buddha. With great wisdom and perseverance, he created the Good and Evil Purifying Scripture, which was full of wonders, and this Gufozi was the last disciple of Good and Evil Purifying Buddha. He was hidden by his master in a secret realm of the Xitigarbha temple. Only today did he come out. Gufozi was born with Buddha bones. His master once said that his wisdom was far better than mine. When he stepped into the sage realm in the future, his achievements would be above mine. You can imagine how heaven-defying this guy's talent is. But that's not important. What's important is that the inheritance that Gufozi cultivated is also the Good and Evil Scripture. Lin Sun listened while meditating. His mind was as calm as an ancient well. It was not until he heard the scripture of good and evil salvation that he felt a ripple in his heart. Because in the great silent scripture left by the holy monk Du Ji, there were also some secrets about the good and evil purifying Buddha scripture. The big black bird continued, "The most amazing thing about this scripture is that it can cultivate a doppelganger with the same cultivation as itself. The doppelganger holds good and practices good deeds. The doppelganger holds evil and practices evil deeds. The two bodies of good and evil, the paths they take are completely different, yet they lead to the same goal. When cultivated to the extreme, the two bodies of good and evil can be completely fused together, and there'll be no distinction between them to create a Saint Buddha glass body that's boundlessly profound." Speaking of this, the big black bird suddenly sneered. However, this Gufozi is more ambitious. He wants to reverse good and evil, using the original body to hold evil and the doppelganger to hold good, in order to find another way to transcend the good and evil purifying Buddha scripture created by his master and form his own. It's a pity that although he is talented, he is not a saint after all. He doesn't know that it's impossible to succeed with his wisdom. Now he can't distinguish good and evil at all and has completely gone astray. Lin Sun frowned and said, "Astray?" The big black bird suddenly sighed, "Yes, astray. However, this Gufozi has great luck. According to reason, he will have an accident sooner or later if he continues to cultivate like this. But who would have imagined that he would find a heaven-defying and great fortune in the upper 9 realms, and it allowed him to make up for what he lacked and step onto a completely different path towards the Tao. Hearing this, Lin Sun was also speechless. Immediately, he realized a problem and said, the doppelganger that was suppressed today, shouldn't he cultivate the method of good deeds? Yes. The big black bird nodded. Lin Sun looked strange. How could such a ruthless, black-hearted, shameless, and unscrupulous guy cultivate the method of good deeds? It seemed ridiculous. You're mistaken. The big black bird reminded, the good and evil in Gu Fozi's heart are not necessarily the good and evil in your understanding, because everyone has a different understanding of good and evil. Just like Gu Fozi's clone of kindness. Perhaps in his eyes, getting rid of you is a good deed. This explanation was obviously nonsense. But Lin Sun understood and said, so, his original body is more terrible than his doppelganger. The big black bird nodded. Indeed, but he can't be too powerful. He needs to maintain a balance between good and evil in order to keep his heart clear. Otherwise, whether his main body is too powerful or his clone is too powerful, it will be a disaster for him. Do you know where his original body is? Lin Sun asked. Buddha Earth. The big black bird said one word at a time. Suddenly, Lin remembered that Yu Lingkong had reminded him a few days ago that he could go to the Buddha land if he wanted to find the ancient Buddha when he left after dispelling his inner demons. Moreover, he had asked Ji Xingyao and learned that Buddha Earth was located in Zhen Mountain. It was an extremely dangerous forbidden area. It was said that there was a 3,000-story Buddha tower made of white bones. After the big black bird's explanation, Lin Sun finally understood that he was wrong. Even if Gu Fozi's original body was stronger than his doppelganger, it wasn't much stronger. I've decided to go to the Buddha land. Lin Sun looked at the big black bird. Do you want to go with me? Yes. The big black bird said without hesitation. Lin Sun was puzzled. Gu Fozi called you martial uncle, and you still want to help me deal with him? The big black bird was silent for a long time before saying, it's just seniority. If possible, I'd rather you eradicate the entire Xidagarba temple. As he finished speaking, his voice carried a wisp of hatred. Lin Sun didn't say anything else. He had once learned from the big black bird that the reason why he was seen as a heretic by Gu Fuzi was because he had obtained the great scripture of solitude left behind by holy monk Du Ji and the Black Phoenix Divine Empress, as well as the Bodhi wood. The big black bird was obviously on holy monk Du Ji's side. Lin Sun suddenly thought of something. By the way, you took away Mingzi's smelting god pot. Why did he take it back? The big black bird sighed. I didn't want to, but the smelting god pot was imprinted with a terrifying restriction, and I couldn't refine it at all. It's a pity. However, although I wasn't able to keep the god refining pot, I managed to obtain some of the treasure sealed within it. Speaking of this, he laughed again and flapped his wings. A suet jade bottle appeared and landed in front of Lin Sun. This is a bottle of dragon marrow restoration pill. Although there are only 3 of them, they are one of the best elixirs in the world. As long as you consume one, you will be able to instantly recover no matter how severe your injuries are. Of course, the most amazing thing is that this pill is of great benefit to transcending the tribulation. Why do you think Mingzi could easily enter the 4th tribulation of longevity? This pill is of great help. Lin Sun was moved. He picked up the jade bottle, and as soon as he probed it with his divine sense, he heard a series of dragon roars, colorful light rain, and fragrance permeating the air. Looking carefully, it seemed as if there were 3 little dragons wriggling about within the jade bottle, and they were extremely lifelike and miraculous. In fact, there were 3 elixirs. Apart from this elixir, what other benefits did you get? Lin Sun asked. The big black bird immediately became vigilant and shouted, Brat, don't have any crooked ideas. Even if I give you the other toys, they won't be of much use. Obviously, this thieving bird had obtained quite a lot of benefits from the Dark Child's God refining pot. Lin Sun didn't bother to argue with it and concentrated on his cultivation. 3 days later, Lin Sun's injury was completely recovered. Furthermore, after experiencing a bloody battle, his cultivation had improved once again, and he was already approaching the perfection of the longevity 3rd tribulation realm. Lin Sun had already set up a forbidden formation on Kongxia Mountain, which had exerted its power to suppress everything in the battle 3 days ago. Before leaving, Lin handed the apricot flag to Xianxia. At this point, even without his presence, the profound Sikh sword house wouldn't have to worry about being attacked by the other great powers. On behalf of Profound Swordsmanship House, Xianxia gave the 3 divine herbs to Lin Sun to express her gratitude. Lin Sun did not refuse. During the 4 years he was trapped at the bottom of the Styx River, all the royal medicines he had were used up, and there were only a few divine herbs left. The divine herbs given by Xianxia had slightly solved Lin Sun's urgent problem. Take care, everyone. In the void, Lin Sun cupped his hands. Take care. Xianxia, Mo Tianhe, and other successors of Profound Swordsmanship House all came to see him off with solemn expressions. On this day, Lin Sun left with the big black bird to cross the distant fire realm and go to the Gen Mountain realm. On the way, Lin Sun took the treasure ship, which was not very fast, but not slow either. I don't know why Old Toad and Alu didn't show up, Lin Sun was a little worried. The battle a few days ago had already spread throughout the upper 9 realms. It was not difficult to know that Lin Sun was on Xianxia Mountain as long as he paid a little attention to the news. But until now, Old Toad and Alu hadn't shown up, which made Lin Sun realize that their situation might be a little abnormal. Good treasure. The big black bird walked slowly with a pair of wings on its back. When it saw the blood-colored sword in Lin Sun's hand, its eyes suddenly lit up. This sword was as red as blood, and its blade was crystal clear. It could be clearly seen that inside the sword, there was a blood-colored nether river flowing, in which the corpses of gods and demons were floating and sinking. The scene was extremely amazing. It was the legendary Yuan killer sword. During the battle with the Dark Child, Lin Sun had taken this sword as a spoil of war. This sword is a real congenital holy weapon, born in the Nether River. In ancient times, it was notorious, and I don't know how many sages' heads were cut off. The big black bird's eyes were crazy, and it approached stealthily, almost drooling. The most amazing thing is that this sword can kill sages without karma. Can I touch it? As it spoke, it stretched out its claws and grabbed the Yuan killer sword. With a swoosh, Lin Sun put away the sword first and slapped the big black bird's claws away, saying, "Be careful, or I'll cut off your claws." The big black bird cursed angrily, "It's just a broken sword covered with layers of seals. It's hard for you to exert its full power without becoming a sage." Lin Sun was certainly clear about this. Just now, he had already checked that there were 9 layers of seals on the Yuan killer sword, all of which were obscure and terrible. Like chains of the Great Way, they imprisoned the power of the sword. With Lin Sun's current cultivation, he could only open 3 layers of seals at most. However, he didn't intend to do so. This was the absolute domain, where there was no divine existence. If the seal of the sword was lifted and the aura of the sage was revealed, it would be a disaster rather than a blessing. Of course, with the current power of this sword, it could fight against the broken sword, so it could be regarded as an extremely powerful killing weapon. Hey, this bronze shield is interesting. When it saw Lin Sun take out another broken and blood-stained bronze shield, the big black bird's eyes widened. This treasure was also taken from Ming Child. At that time, when it chased Ming Child, it was difficult to leave a scratch on this shield with the power of impermanence chop. It seemed to be extremely powerful. Do you recognize this treasure? Lin Sun asked calmly. The bloodstains on this shield are obviously holy blood. Look here, there is a layer of dense Taoist pattern. Although it is incomplete, the aura it exudes is so powerful that it makes people tremble. The big black bird's eyes were shining, and it seemed that it couldn't wait to swallow the shield. If I guess right, this should be a holy shield. Lin Sun nodded and put away the treasure without a trace, but he felt comfortable and happy in his heart. He didn't expect that the 2 trophies from Ming Child were both holy weapons, and the origin of the Yuan killer sword was extremely amazing. This gain wasn't inferior to seizing a great fortune. Well, Ming Child really has a lot of treasures. He deserves to be the favorite of God with great luck. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. The big black bird also agreed and sighed, of course. I know very well that there are still a lot of good things sealed in the refining spirit pot in the boy's hand. Next time, let's work together and rob him again. Lin Sun nodded and appreciated the big black bird's idea. Each of the upper 9 realms was like a vast and boundless world. Half a month later, Lin Sun and the others crossed the three realms of Xianxia, Thunderous, and Wind, and arrived at Zhen Mountain. The atmosphere in each realm was different. Lin Sun had a deep understanding of this along the way. For example, in Xianxia, there were oceans, lakes, and rivers everywhere, just like a world of water. In the thunder-shaking realm, it was shrouded in thunder all year round, and the world was full of destructive killing intent. According to the big black bird, if one was not afraid of death, he could temper his cultivation in the thunder-shaking realm, and it would be easier to perceive the breath of longevity test. Of course, the premise was that he wouldn't be struck to death by the omnipresent thunder. Now Lin Sun and the others arrived at Zhen Mountain. It was a different scene. Mountains stood between heaven and earth like forests, winding up and down as if they were boundless. There were mountains everywhere, some majestic, some lofty, some steep, and some rugged. Each of them had a different charm, which was spectacular. Have you heard that there is a great change in the Buddha land? It is very likely that there will be a nature-defying creation. Now, many strong people have set off for it. On the way, Lin Sun suddenly heard a conversation. It was a group of cultivators who were also on their way. Really? That is the great ominous forbidden land. Countless strong people have entered it over the years, but how many of them can come back alive? Who knows? In short, I heard that some of the top 30 people on the Tianjiao Golden List have been alarmed and have set off for it. Who are they? Qiliang Xiao, Lin Shui the Holy Girl, God. These are all overlords whose names shake an area. As those cultivators gradually went away, the discussion gradually faded away. Lin Sun and the big black bird walked out from the darkness, and they looked at each other and frowned. They hadn't expected that there would be a great change in the Buddha land. No matter, let's go and have a look first. The big black bird said. Immediately, they continued on their way. Along the way, they saw many cultivators, and they were all discussing things related to the Buddha land. Most of the discussions pointed to the same rumor, and it was very likely that an ancient great emperor's battle scripture would be born in the Buddha land. The great emperor's battle scripture. Just 3 words were enough to make one's imagination run wild. 2 days later, Lin Sun entered the area of the Buddha land under the lead of the big black bird. This was a great ominous place. The world was filled with barren, withered mountains, and the air was suffused with a horrifying murderous aura. As they walked, just the whistling wind was enough to crush any cultivator below the king realm. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, the deeper they went, the heavier the murderous aura became, and it was oppressive to the point of suffocation. Ah! In the distance, a scream suddenly sounded. Lin Sun suddenly raised his head and saw a king with the cultivation of the longevity realm being swept up by a black demonic wind into the sky. That's the wind of disaster. The big black bird gasped, this is an ominous wind that can blow away the soul of a saint. It's terrifying. Lin Sun was also shocked. No wonder the Buddha land was regarded as a place of great danger. It was indeed terrible. On the way, Lin Sun and the others were all vigilant. Whoosh, the black wind of disaster was like a cloud of black mist, flying in this side of the world, which was frightening. Fortunately, it was traceable and could be avoided in advance. Otherwise, no one would dare to wander in this area. Roar! It wasn't long before a peerlessly miserable howl resounded out from a barren mountain that didn't have a single blade of grass growing on it. Looking from afar, a tall figure of thousands of meters appeared on the top of the mountain. Its eyes were scarlet, larger than a lake, and its head reached the sky. Its whole body was covered with rolling blood mist. The roar made Lin Sun and the big black bird's blood and chi churn. This is the remnant soul of the heavenly devil. The big black bird screamed. The heavenly devil was a strange species that wandered in the outer space. It was extremely terrible. According to the ancient records, when a saint passed the tribulation, he would be attacked by the heavenly devil. One careless mistake would lead to the destruction of his soul, and here, a remnant soul of the heavenly devil appeared. Its tall figure was hidden in the rolling blood mist, emitting a fierce and awe-inspiring aura, which made the world shake. However, if you looked carefully, you would find a golden talisman branded on the remnant soul of the heavenly devil. It was shining and full of Zen. Om, Ma, Ni, Ba, Mu, Ho. This is the most famous Buddhist incantation of 6 runes. The big black bird recognized the talisman, and its eyes almost popped out. This talisman must have been left by a holy monk. Otherwise, it would be impossible to suppress that evil creature. So, the Buddha land is very likely to be a forbidden area related to Buddhist cultivators? Lin Sun's eyes flashed. The blackbird said casually, of course. Ancient Buddha's main body obtained a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter here, and it filled up the gaps in his path towards the Tao. After that, it lamented. Unfortunately, this talisman of 6 runes of truth can't be taken away. Otherwise, with just this treasure alone, it would be able to exert an attack equivalent to the full strength of a Saint Realm expert. It would definitely be a great weapon. What's that? It wasn't long before Lin Sun saw a huge city in the void in the distance. The city was extremely vast, and it was like a piece of land that floated in space. The city walls seemed as if they were constructed from dazzling divine gold, and they emitted a grand and brilliant divine aura. Just looking at it from afar caused one to be shocked. Eh? The large blackbird was also shocked. How could such a divine city exist in such a strange and dangerous place? Let's go take a look. Lin Sun and the big black bird approached there. As he got closer, he realized that the city in the sky resembled the legendary divine city. It was too sacred and majestic. The dazzling luster dyed the heavens and the earth in a layer of gold. At the same time, auspicious clouds gathered in the sky above the city, and auspicious rain fell. Divine rainbows surrounded the city, and rays of light flowed. Such a strange scene seemed to be out of this world. In front of this city, people were like ants, and they felt insignificant because it was too majestic and huge. Lin Sun and the big black bird were a little stunned. Along the way, the Buddha land was extremely dangerous and strange, and there would be terrifying murderous intent at every turn. For example, the wind of calamity, the devil remnant soul, and so on. But now, there was a place like a divine city floating in the void. It was brilliant, majestic, and sacred. How could people not be shocked? There's someone here. Lin Sun soon discovered that there were many figures of cultivators standing near the divine city, and they were all looking at and examining the divine city. Together with the big black bird, he inched closer without a trace, and a wave of discussion also entered his ears. In the past, I've never heard of such a sacred city in the Futu Fanland. You're right. This city only appeared yesterday, and it's extremely strange. Why don't all of you go in and have a look and choose to stay here instead? Fellow Taoist, you've just arrived, right? So you're utterly unaware that everything that seems divine is an illusion. This city is far more terrifying than you can imagine. As they listened to the discussion, Lin Sun and the big black bird understood that this city had actually only appeared yesterday. No wonder so many cultivators have risked their lives to converge here recently. So it turns out that a shocking change really has occurred in the Buddha land. Lin Sun seemed to be lost in thought. It can't be. This city is so divine, so how terrifying would it be? At this moment, someone couldn't help but ask. Bang! His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when a wave of deafening rumbling resounded high in the sky, and then the divine radiance that covered the sky transformed into a strange black mist that seemed like ink. The auspicious clouds, auspicious rain, divine rainbows, and radiance had all vanished within the black mist. Most horrifying of it all was that the lofty city that seemed to be constructed from divine gold had actually transformed completely pitch black. At the same time, waves of hair-raising shrill cries sounded out from the lofty city. If one looked carefully, one could vaguely see numerous broken and decaying corpses walking in the city, and they were flickering with shadows and enshrouded in black mist. My God! Someone shouted and was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Some experts swallowed with difficulty, and their hair stood on end. Previously, the city was divine, magnificent, and brilliant. But now, it seemed to have transformed into a ghostly realm, and it was a strange and horrifying scene. The fierce and ghastly aura that assaulted their faces caused this part of the world to completely change. Even Lin Sun and the big black bird felt a chill in their hearts. It was too strange. Look over there. The big black bird's eyes shot out a divine light as he looked at the top of the city gate from afar. There was a line of words above the gate, the land of the tragic death, no living beings enter. Every word was dripping with blood and enshrouded in black mist, which was terrifying. According to legend, at the beginning of ancient times, there was a city of the tragic death between heaven and earth, and it was regarded as a place where the souls of the dead could not pass through. Any innocent soul that died from natural or man-made disasters would be trapped in the city of the tragic death forever. The big black bird suddenly remembered a rumor and told Lin Sun, "In my opinion, even if this city is not the legendary city of the tragic death, it must have a great connection with it." Lin Sun was shocked. The city of the tragic death? Looking up at the top of the city gate in the distance and the 8 bloody words, Lin Sun also realized that the big black bird's speculation might not be false. There must be a great mystery hidden in this place. Is there anyone willing to go and explore it together? Suddenly, someone spoke loudly. However, everyone looked at each other, but no one answered. "Friend, since yesterday, dozens of groups of experts have entered it, but without exception, none of them came out again," someone kindly reminded. Just these words alone caused those cultivators that had just arrived to feel a chill run down their spines. When they looked at the city in the air again, their eyes changed. "Come with me. This place is a place of great danger for others, but for you and me, it's an excellent treasure land." The big black bird suddenly transmitted his voice and took Lin Sun to the distance. The city in the air was extremely huge and vast. What was surprising was that there were 36 gates around the city, without exception. Above each gate, there were 8 bloody words, "The land of the tragic death, no entry to the living." Before long, the big black bird and Lin Sun found a city gate with few people. That city is full of trapped vengeful spirits. When you enter it later, you only need to use the methods in the great scripture of solitude, and you can easily send them to the afterlife. The big black bird suppressed the excitement in its voice. "This is a good thing with boundless virtue, and it is very likely that we will get great benefits." Lin Sun understood and was also very excited. "Besides, I have some Buddhist treasures that I collected from the doppelganger of Gufozi. Even if there is an accident, it should be able to avoid danger." "Then let's go. Let's go." Immediately, a man and a bird soared into the sky, like 2 flashes of lightning, and rushed to the city gate. "Look, someone is going to die again." In the nearby area, someone sneered. For the opportunity, he even risked his life. Who can he blame? Many people sneered and were not optimistic about the action of Lin Sun and the big black bird. In the city, the black fog lingered, covering the sky and the sun. Look at these buildings, they have obviously existed for a long time. The vicissitudes of life are overwhelming, which proves that this city should have existed a long time ago. The big black bird's eyes were bright, looking around. They walked on a spacious street with rows upon rows of houses on both sides. However, they were all extremely old and decrepit, and some had even collapsed into ruins. Lin Sun noticed that these houses were all built of strange black stones, and some walls were branded with some vague patterns of flowers, birds, insects, fish, and ancestors offering sacrifices. But soon, Lin Sun had no time to pay attention to these. The atmosphere in the city was extremely cold, and the air was filled with a real fierce spirit, which made Lin Sun's skin tingle. In the depths of the black fog ahead, there were ear-piercing screams, like the howls of ferocious ghosts. The atmosphere was depressing, but Lin Sun ran the inheritance of Dharma scripture, and suddenly a stream of Buddha light flowed around his body, which was auspicious and solemn, sweeping away all the discomfort and pressure. It worked, Lin Sun was refreshed. At the same time, the big black bird threw an exorcism pestle to Lin Sun, and held up a black alms bowl. Both of these treasures were obtained from the doppelganger of Gufozi, who was now suppressed in a black pot on the back of the big black bird. Boom! Not long after they moved forward, a sudden turbulence sounded from the black fog. One figure after another charged over, letting out ferocious roars and seething with killing intent. It was as if a group of evil spirits from hell had appeared. Upon closer inspection, although they were not evil spirits, they were almost the same. They were all decaying corpses with broken bodies. Some were missing half of their bodies, some had holes in their skulls, some had their chests torn apart, and some only had half of their bodies left to run wildly. "Look, it's a group of resentful spirits that have been trapped here for countless years, waiting for us to expiate them." Boom! As if attracted by the big black bird's wild laughter, a corpse with a broken arm rushed up. The blade was like lightning, tearing a shocking crack in the void. In the saber chi, there was a deathly aura, and it was extremely ruthless, making a sound like ghosts crying and gods howling. Caught off guard, the big black bird was almost hit in the wing by the saber chi. Lin Sun was secretly shocked. This corpse with a broken arm must have been an extremely powerful existence when it was alive. The power of the saber made him feel a stinging pain in his eyes. This was too terrifying. After all, he was now in the third tribulation of longevity, but he actually felt threatened by a corpse that had been dead for countless years. Tut! The big black bird flew into a rage and let out a Sanskrit sound. The dark alms bowl rose into the air, spun, and splashed down a piece of Buddha's light. The corpse with a broken arm wanted to dodge, but it couldn't. It immediately let out a shrill roar, and its whole body was burned by the surging Buddha's light. The power of Buddhism was really born to restrain such dead things. Lin Sun suddenly felt relieved. Kill! Without hesitation, Lin Sun waved the exorcism pestle and rushed up. The exorcism pestle suddenly glowed, sprinkling a string of dense and brilliant Buddhist runes, pouring down like a tide. At the same time, there was a grand Sanskrit chant, Skanda exorcism. This was an inheritance recorded in the Dharma scripture. It required the heart to destroy demons and suppress the world, and the supreme perseverance to activate the Buddha's power. The power produced was also terrifying. Bang! Before a corpse with a broken chest could rush over, it was hit by the exorcism pestle. The whole body flew out and exploded in the air. Then, a nearly transparent figure appeared from the broken sea of consciousness. It bowed to Lin Sun and said, "Thank you, Taoism pure." As soon as the voice fell, the figure turned into a wisp of pure and translucent qi. This is a wisp of innate qi, an object of merit granted by the city. It's extremely magical. Absorb it quickly. The big black bird shouted to remind Lin Sun. Buzz! Lin Sun reached out his hand and grabbed, and the wisp of innate qi swept into his body. In an instant, Lin Sun only felt that his eyes and ears were clear, and his state of mind and soul were invisible and stable. The most inconceivable thing was that even his own cultivation had improved a little. Even if the improvement was extremely small, it was still very shocking. Lin Sun's black eyes suddenly brightened. The bird was right. This city might be a place of great danger for other practitioners. But to them, it was an excellent land of fortune. Boom! While thinking, Lin Sun attacked again. At this moment, he had completely let go of himself. His entire body was coiled with a surging Buddhist light, and his appearance was solemn and dignified. He was like a true Buddha that had descended to the world, and his imposing manner was boundless. In his hand, the devil's subduing rod was imposing like a dragon, and it carried great might. It swept up boundless Buddhist light and dispersed the layer upon layer of black mist in the surroundings. Bang bang bang! No matter how ferocious the rotting corpses were, under the attack of the Buddhist light, all of them were annihilated one by one, and their bodies were purified. After all, even though these corpses had been dead for countless years, their combat strengths were peerlessly formidable and terrifying to the extreme. It was sufficient to severely threaten a peak figure at the longevity tribulation realm. But now, it was like paper. This was called one thing to conquer another. The great scripture of tranquility was written by holy monk Du Ji and the Black Phoenix Holy Queen after countless years of deduction and study. The mystery contained in it was far above the earth scripture of the Xianxia temple. At this time, it was used by Lin Sun. The power of Dewey contained in it naturally had the effect of purging some dead things. I've been in a daze for countless years. Today, I finally wake up and can be free. Thank you, my fellow practitioner. Woo, 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 woo. Thank you, my fellow practitioner. All the opponents who were purged by Lin Sun floated away with a kind of relief, leaving behind wisps of congenital clear qi. As Lin Sun refined more and more congenital clear qi, his state of mind, soul, and cultivation were also quietly improving. Although the momentum was extremely slow, it was much faster than practicing in seclusion. On the other side, the big black bird was also attacking with all its strength. Like Lin Sun, its heart was full of joy. After a while, this batch of 56 decaying corpses was all purged by Lin Sun and the big black bird together. For a moment, Lin Sun had a feeling that it was not enough. He could clearly feel that if this continued, in less than 2 hours, his cultivation, which was close to the mastery, would be completely complete. Moreover, his state of mind and soul were also changing. Fate is too wonderful for words. The big black bird sighed with joy. In this city, the sky was covered with black fog, and danger lurked everywhere. It was absolutely a strange and ominous place. But at this time, in the eyes of Lin Sun and the others, this was completely a place of opportunity. Let's go to the center of the city. I have a strong feeling that there must be a great mystery hidden in that place. The big black bird flapped its wings and rushed to the depths of the black fog. Lin Sun followed closely. Regardless of whether it was him or the large black bird, neither of them noticed that the mysterious totem that was branded on some of the buildings in the city would become a little dimmer with every decaying corpse that was trapped here being sent to the afterlife. On the way, Lin Sun and the others encountered batches of decaying corpses rushing out of the black fog. It seemed that all the strange dead things in the whole city were attracted to this place. However, this made Lin Sun and the others happy instead of being surprised. They did not hesitate to kill the corpses and display the inheritance of Buddhism they had mastered at will. An hour later, Lin Sun felt that his cultivation was completely complete. If it went on like this, he suspected that it would not be long before he ushered in the opportunity of the fourth longevity test. However, Lin Sun did not do so. On the way, he collected the congenital clear qi he obtained one by one and sealed it in the wordless tower. In the future, he would choose the right time to break through the realm with the help of the congenital clear qi. Why do I feel that these decaying corpses are getting stronger and stronger? Not long after, Lin Sun suddenly frowned. But have you found that the stronger the decaying corpse is, the more congenital clear qi you get? The big black bird said happily. Lin Sun was stunned and immediately nodded. It was true. At this moment, in the black fog in the distance, a cold and ferocious voice rumbled, "Go, kill those two outsiders for me." Every word was like a thunder. Lin Sun and the big black bird looked at each other and were shocked. There are decaying corpses with intelligence here. Obviously, this is an extremely terrible guy. We must be careful. The big black bird also became serious and dared not to be careless. Boom, the black fog in the distance suddenly spread to both sides, revealing a scene that made Lin Sun and the big black bird's blood freeze. In the distance, the streets, houses, and even the void were covered by countless decaying corpses. They were so dense that they could not see the end of them at a glance. How about we take a detour? The big black bird swallowed hard. There were so many that it was scared as if it had encountered a vast army of corpses. However, when Lin Sun and the big black bird planned to take a detour, they were surprised to find that there were decaying corpses rushing towards them from all directions. There was no way to take a detour at all. All of a sudden, even Lin Sun's heart sank and his face became solemn. The enemy was not terrible. What was terrible was that there were too many of them. If they could not break out of the encirclement when they were exhausted, it would be terrible. Keep going to the center of the city. These corpses are obviously under the control of the voice just now. As long as we kill the owner of the voice, we may be able to solve the predicament we are in. Lin Sun made a prompt decision. The big black bird nodded. This was indeed the only way. There was no way out. Boom, the battle continued. Lin Sun and the big black bird, like two sharp awls, killed their way into the enemy's army and broke a gap. However, compared with the joy just now, their mood had become much heavier. Although they obtained more and more congenital clear qi on the way, there was no joy for them anymore. If they could not break out of the current predicament, they were doomed to die no matter how many benefits they obtained. In the field, the corpses were like a tide, constantly being purified. If one looked down from the sky, he would find that there was a crack in the tide-like army. We must not slow down, otherwise, we are doomed to be trapped in the same place and unable to move forward. The big black bird shouted. Those decaying corpses were not afraid of death and kept advancing, which also made them encounter great resistance when they rushed forward. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold and suddenly glowed. He ran his cultivation to the extreme. In an instant, the speed at which he was charging forward had clearly increased by quite a bit. Behind him, he left behind a pile of shattered corpses. Taoism pure, there is an altar left by the Emperor of Ancient War in the center of the city, but now it is occupied by a ghost king. This siege is also controlled by this ghost king. If you want to get out, you should kill him as soon as possible. After a corpse was purified, an invisible figure appeared and pointed out to Lin Sun. "Thank you very much." Lin Sun did not look back and continued to rush forward. The big black bird followed him closely. Taoism pure, the Ghost King was a great saint named Xianxia before his death. After his death, his heroic soul did not disappear. After being trapped here for countless years, he already has wisdom. He wants to prove his Tao by using corpses and rebuild his way of life. His combat power is extremely terrible. Be careful. Taoism pure, the Xianxia Ghost King already knows that you are coming. Please leave quickly, otherwise your life may be in danger. On the way, there were corpses being purified from time to time, which also let Lin Sun know the identity of the owner of the voice. A great saint became the Ghost King who controlled this place after his death. He wanted to prove his Tao by using corpses and rebuild his way of life. Thinking about it made people's heart tremble. No matter what, we must kill this Xianxia Ghost King. The big black bird gritted his teeth. The two rushed forward all the way, and in the end, they were both injured. The battle was extremely fierce. There were too many decaying corpses, and it was impossible to kill them all. Look, that should be the altar left by the Emperor of Ancient War. After a long time, the big black bird shouted excitedly, "Come on, let's work harder. We are going to get out of here soon." Lin Sun looked up, and his spirit was immediately refreshed. In the distance, a 1,000-foot-high altar stood tall. Its whole body was green jade, as clear and sacred as glass. This was the altar left by the Ancient War Emperor, and it was also the core of this city. However, before Lin Sun and the big black bird could rejoice too early, they saw a majestic figure standing on the altar. Dressed in a black robe, his purple hair was like a waterfall, his facial features were firm and tough, and his style was extremely outstanding. However, his pair of eyes were full of strange death chi, which made people's hair stand on end. Xianxia Ghost King, there was no need to identify his identity at all. Because his aura was too strong, Lin Sun and the big black bird felt a sense of oppression from a distance, almost suffocating them. Oh no! I'm afraid this guy is about to become a sage. The big black bird was stiff and shouted, "Retreat, retreat." Lin Sun also felt a chill in his heart. He and the big black bird had guessed wrong. They had far underestimated the horror of this Xianxia Ghost King. Facing him was like an ant looking up at a dragon in the sky. How could they compete with him? Go! Without hesitation, he and the big black bird turned around and fled. He finally understood why all the cultivators that had entered the city since yesterday had been unable to return. Just this Xianxia Ghost King was enough to make people desperate. When I was alive, I fought fiercely with sages of 9 regions, killed countless enemies, and won the title of Xianxia Great Sage. The ice-cold and terrifying voice rumbled. There was a strange silence in this world. Those decaying corpses all stopped what they were doing and knelt on the ground, as if they were surrendering. Lin Sun and the big black bird were shocked to find that they were imprisoned by a terrible force, and their bodies stayed in the void, like fish frozen in ice. No matter how they struggled, it was in vain. Both of their faces suddenly became ugly, and their hearts sank to the bottom. Only then did they realize how terrible this Xianxia Ghost King was. In the distance, on the ancient glazed jade altar, Xianxia Ghost King stood upright, like a spear piercing the sky, exuding an unparalleled terrible aura. However, ask yourself honestly. In my entire life, I have never killed an innocent person, nor have I brought disaster to the world. Yet, in the end, I have died in vain here. What kind of injustice is this? The sound was bone-piercing, and heaven and earth were silent. Back then, when the saints of the 8 regions invaded, I stood up immediately and fought to defend the ancient Desolation realm. How much blood did I shed and how many wounds did I bear? But now, I've been reduced to a body that's neither human nor ghost, and only a remnant will is left to live on. The world is so heartless, so how can this king not hate it? His voice carried indescribable resentment and hatred, and it caused one's heart to go cold. The expressions of Lin Sun and the big black bird changed constantly. They didn't expect that the Xianxia Great Sage was a great man who fought against the invasion of the 8 regions. Right and wrong, success and failure are all gone in the blink of an eye. However, this king wishes to die but cannot live. For countless years, I have been trapped here. Do you know how torturous this is? The Xiankong ghostly king's purple hair danced in the wind. His eyes were filled with the aura of death, and his entire body emitted a violent aura. Obviously, his emotions were extremely unstable. Since that's the case, why don't you surrender and let me release you from hell? The big black bird gritted his teeth and shouted, in this way, you will be completely free, won't you? The Xiankong ghostly king's face was cold, and his eyes were like a whirlpool of death. He stared at the big black bird and said, release me from hell? When I was alive, I had set foot on the peak of the great sage realm. In this world, except for those who have also set foot on the saint realm, no one else is qualified to release me from hell. These words were extremely conceited. You have your misfortune, but why do you vent your hatred on us? You were a respected great sage when you were alive, but look at you now, what have you become? The big black bird scolded. The Xiankong ghost king suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly, but his voice became incomparably cold and indifferent. Back then, after I suffered a calamity and was trapped here, I am no longer me. There is no need for all of you to beg for mercy in this way, but this king will not let any living being that enters this city off. As he spoke, a copious amount of chilling killing intent spread from his body. Lin Sun and the big black bird were nervous. Wait a minute. However, before Lin Sun finished speaking, the Xiankong ghostly king suddenly turned into a purple light, broke through the void and rushed towards Lin Sun. You have a good appearance. When I rebuild the saint path, I will use your appearance to kill the world. In the cold and ferocious laughter, the purple light rushed into Lin Sun's body, trying to seize his Tao seed and destroy his soul. From beginning to end, Lin Sun could not move at all, and could only watch all this happen. Boom, he only felt that a violent and fierce force was running around in his body, and he almost lost consciousness. What an amazing soul. It can be divided into three, each of which controls the past, present and future. Amazing. The exclamation sounded in the sea of consciousness. Silver, who had been sitting in the sea of consciousness, had long been ready to kill as soon as possible, but he was entangled by a purple light beam, and his body suddenly became stiff. Spirit-eating insect king. I didn't expect that after so many years, I could see such an ancient fierce insect with my own eyes. The Xiankong ghostly king was amazed. Immediately, he exclaimed, what a powerful spiritual vein. Is this an inborn talent? Why have I never seen it before? Lin Sun's heart twitched violently, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. At this moment, he felt that all the secrets in his heart were seen through by the old devil. Before long, Lin Sun felt that the place where the Tao seed was located was covered by a cold and fierce force. What kind of Tao seed is this? It is stronger and more magical than the peerless kings I have killed in the past 2 days. The Xiankong ghostly king's exclamation sounded again. He felt that he was a little out of control. After all, he was a great saint when he was alive, and he had seen all kinds of talents in the world. But now, he was a little unable to control his emotions, because he had seen all the secrets of the young man in front of him, which seemed too incredible. Divine soul, talent, Tao seed. Everything is perfect. Even some born saints are not as good as you. It's really amazing. The Xiankong ghostly king was very surprised. Originally, he planned to destroy Lin Sun as soon as possible, but now, it seemed that he had found a mysterious treasure house, so he was not in a hurry. It's really incredible. If I let you live, with this foundation, if you step into the saint realm in the future, you will be able to defeat opponents in the same realm and cast the name of the Supreme. The Xiankong ghostly king was generous with his praise, but the more he praised, the more Lin Sun felt cold. He felt that he was like a fish on the anvil, and he would be slaughtered and devoured by the old devil at any time. This? At this moment, Lin Sun keenly noticed that the Xiankong ghostly king's emotions seemed to be severely stimulated, and there were signs of him losing control. Because at this moment, he stared at the wordless pagoda in Lin Sun's body. However, at this moment, his expression was full of shock, trance, excitement, and so on, flickering. In an instant, he seemed to become another person, and he was out of his wits. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly activated the wordless pagoda with the power of his divine soul. In this absolute domain, once the holy treasure was used, it would be immediately erased. Lin Sun already knew this when he was in the world of burning immortals. But at this moment, he couldn't care about this, and he only used it inside his body, not outside. Whoosh, the wordless pagoda glowed, and the octagonal body of the pagoda, which seemed to be made of colored glaze, emitted a magnificent luster like divine gold, and a black golden light swept out, sweeping towards the Xianxia ghostly king. Originally, Lin Sun was extremely nervous, with the mentality of staking everything on one throw. But the next scene was completely beyond his expectation. The purple light transformed by the Xianxia ghostly king did not dodge, but stood there in a daze, and was instantly enveloped by the black golden light. But to Lin Sun's surprise, this time, the black golden light failed to take the Xianxia ghostly king into the wordless pagoda. All of a sudden, Lin Sun's heart sank. Even the power of the wordless pagoda couldn't suppress this old devil. How could he fight? Plop. But at this moment, the purple light transformed into the image of the Xianxia ghostly king, who actually knelt under the black golden light and kowtowed to the wordless pagoda, and his resolute and cold face was full of tears. Master, I'm incompetent and trapped here. I can neither live nor die. I've tarnished the reputation of our sect. I'm ashamed of your teachings. He cried bitterly, no longer having the previous cold and violent momentum. Instead, he was like a student who had made a mistake, repenting his mistakes. Lin Sun was stunned all of a sudden. Master, did you send my junior fellow apprentice here? Otherwise, why would I see this pagoda today? The Xianxia ghostly king choked with sobs, prostrated on the ground, and spoke with tears. It could be seen that he respected and awed this master to the bone. Lin Sun immediately understood that the existence of the wordless pagoda made Xianxia ghostly king misunderstand. Because of this pagoda, he regarded Lin Sun as his junior fellow apprentice, and judging from this wordless pagoda was very likely to be left by the master of the Xianxia ghostly king. Master, I've been acting according to your teachings when I was alive. When I traveled around the world, although my hands were stained with blood, I had a clear conscience. Only after being trapped here, I could neither live nor die, which caused my temperament to change abruptly and my mind to become muddled. Master, do you know that I've spent every day in torment over the years? There's not a day that I don't want to get out of here, but I've never been able to do so. If possible, I'd rather die in the battle. He talked endlessly as if he was pouring out the depression that had been suppressed in his heart for countless years to his closest elder. In the end, he burst into tears. An existence who had set foot on the peak of the great sage before his death, but now he didn't care about his image at all and cried so sadly, which surprised Lin Sun quite a bit. Master, I know you're no longer here, but I already know what to do. Suddenly, the Xianxia ghostly king got up, took a deep breath, and bowed to Lin Sun. There was a touch of determination between his resolute eyebrows. Lin Sun's heart suddenly tightened again, and his whole body stiffened. What would this old monster do? Whoosh, the breath of Xianxia Ghost King swept out of Lin Sun's body. Lin Sun, who was originally tense and stiff, suddenly had a feeling of rebirth after a disaster. What happened before was like a nightmare. Lin Sun, you are not dead, are you? Lin Sun heard the anxious call of the big black bird. Lin Sun turned his head and saw the big black bird staring at him nervously. I'm fine. Lin Sun shook his head, and his face was a little stiff. Fellow Taoist, please make way for me. Suddenly, Xianxia Ghost King appeared and looked at the big black bird. Give way. The big black bird was stunned and immediately scolded. I have been imprisoned here by you. How can I give way? It had no choice but to give up. Please. Xianxia Ghost King didn't care about the big black bird. He waved his sleeves, and in an instant, the big black bird was wrapped in a black wind and disappeared from this place. Lin Sun's black eyes suddenly shrank. Don't worry, it will be fine. Xianxia Ghost King looked at Lin Sun with a resolute and cold look, but Lin Sun could keenly perceive that his attitude towards him was much softer. In front of the altar, Xianxia Ghost King invited Lin Sun to sit on the ground. At this time, Xianxia Ghost King was no longer fierce. His back was as straight as a spear. Even if he was sitting, he still gave people a feeling of being as unshakable as a mountain. Junior brother, if it weren't for you this time, I'm afraid I would have embarked on a road of no return and completely become a killing maniac. Fortunately, the heavens are fated to allow us to meet here, allowing me to wake up from my endless suffering and hatred. Xiankong Ghost King's eyes were soft, with a trace of open-mindedness and calmness. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun finally dared to believe that the great man in front of him was a great sage who had once shaken the world. "Senior, did you deny the wrong person?" Lin Sun was silent for a moment and finally confessed. He knew that pretending could not deceive such a strong man who had been tempered for a long time. Once he was exposed, the consequences would be more serious, so it was better to confess directly. "I don't recognize the wrong person." Xiankong Ghost King was calm. "The Tower of Tao is an important treasure of our sect. Since it was obtained by you, it is equivalent to being recognized by our master. The great Tao has no end." Lin Sun's heart shook fiercely. In the past, he had always been unaware of the origins of the wordless pagoda. Because this pagoda was branded with the mysterious word Wu, he called it the wordless pagoda. It was only now that he knew the true name of the tower. Without end. But, Lin Sun was a little hesitant. "I got this tower by accident, but I never knew its origin." Xiankong Ghost King was taken aback. "You didn't notice the secret hidden in this pagoda before?" Lin shook his head. Up until now, he was only able to utilize the strength of the first level of the wordless pagoda. As for the higher levels, they'd always been sealed by the forbidden energy, and they were utterly not something he could touch. "Then what did you treat this tower as before?" Xiankong Ghost King asked doubtfully. I'm just storing some treasures," Lin Sun answered honestly. Xiankong Ghost King. This kid actually used the Great Tao Endless Tower as a storage treasure. If the other disciples of the sect were to find out about this, they would surely go berserk from anger. It was a complete waste of God's gifts. If Master knew about this, would he regret choosing this kid as the fated person? Thinking of Master, Xiankong Ghost King sighed in his heart again, his emotions surging, and his thoughts flying. He murmured, "Stepping on the starry Han shoes, strolling up Kunlun, lifting my sleeves to embrace the sun and moon, the heavens enter my palm lines, I came from the mortal world, knocking on the door of longevity, the wonderful method reveals the nature of the heart, the Tao is given to the fated person." Suddenly, Lin Sun's expression became strange. He couldn't be more familiar with this Taoist hymn. Back then, he, Old Toad and Zhao Jingxian entered the Demon Saint secret realm in the ultimate ruins. When they were heading to the core ruins, they inadvertently entered a divine skeleton passage and arrived at a secret realm. It was also in that secret realm, because of the wordless pagoda, that this Taoist hymn appeared and was stored in the wordless pagoda. At that time, Old Toad had also analyzed that this Taoist hymn contained a shocking mystery, and it was very likely to be related to the mystery of the Kunlun ruins. "Have you heard of it?" Xiankong Ghost King asked. Lin Sun nodded. Xiankong Ghost King said happily, "That's right. Every time Master chooses a disciple, he will give this Taoist hymn to him." "Junior brother, you probably haven't understood our sect in this life, but it doesn't matter, I can tell you one by one." He paused for a moment before a wisp of an arrogant expression that shot into the sky suddenly appeared between his brows, and his entire body carried peerless pride as he said, "Our sect is called Heart Mountain. At the beginning of the ancient times, everyone in the world called it Heart Mountain. Core Mountain." Lin Sun's heart was in turmoil again, because he had been to the core ruins, and it was also there that he obtained that Taoist hymn and the inheritance of Saint technique. "Our master's Dharma name." Speaking of this, Xiankong Ghost King suddenly stopped and shook his head. "Master's Dharma name is like the Great Way, it can be understood by the heart, but not by the will. Junior brother, when you really set foot on the Saint realm, you will understand Master's name." A Dharma name was like the Great Way, it was indescribable. Just how terrifying was his cultivation to be able to possess such majesty? Lin Sun was stunned for a moment. After a long time, he heard Xiankong Ghost King continued to say, "Our sect is different from other orthodoxies. Except for Master, other disciples, no matter when they join the sect, call each other brothers and sisters. Before me, there were 48 senior brothers and sisters, some practicing Zen, some practicing Buddhism, some practicing spiritual, and some practicing swordsmanship." Xiankong Ghost King looked nostalgic, as if he remembered a period of time when he was cultivating in the sect. "Unfortunately, I was the most unworthy. In those years when I left the sect to travel, limited by my intelligence and state of mind, I barely stepped into the peak of the great sage realm." Lin Sun was speechless for a while. The peak of the great sage realm. Looking at the whole world, it was also a domineering and lawless figure, but in Xiankong Ghost King's words, he felt ashamed. In this way, how terrifying were the cultivation of the 48 senior brothers and sisters who were ranked before Xiankong Ghost King. In short, I am ranked 49th, and you are the 50th successor of Core Mountain. Speaking of this, Xiankong Ghost King frowned. 50th? There are 50 great ways, 49 heavenly evolutions, and one of them is missing. Is there a trace of cause and effect? For a moment, his expression was uncertain, and he fell into silence. But Lin Sun, like an outsider, listened to these secrets, but felt very ethereal and unreal. He'd never imagined that he'd inadvertently become an inheritor of an ancient sect, and this seemed to be too inconceivable. It made him a little stunned for a moment, and it was difficult for him to digest. Senior, actually, Lin Sun finally couldn't help but speak. But before he finished, he was interrupted by Xiankong Ghost King. Junior brother, you and I can call each other brother. Don't be too rigid. Master often said that there is no seniority in learning Tao. If we are in the same sect, we are the same. Lin Sun smiled bitterly in his heart, and said, Senior brother, to tell you the truth, when I was young, I was fortunate to enter a secret realm of Core Mountain, where I obtained the inheritance of Battle Saint Method, but, Xiankong Ghost King clapped his hands and laughed, that's right, Battle Saint Method is indeed one of the 9 methods of our Core Mountain. Immediately, he was stunned, and said with a strange look, I suddenly remembered that in the sect, besides you, there is only one other senior brother who is qualified to obtain the inheritance of Battle Saint Method. Who? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and asked. In his heart, he thought of a shocking scene when he received the inheritance of Battle Saint Method that year. It was a dilapidated ruin. Holy mountains had collapsed, palaces had collapsed, and all the ancient buildings had been turned into ruins and dust. It should have been a blessed place, but no one knew what kind of disaster it had experienced, but it turned into a piece of scorched earth, and the ground was full of rubble. On the broken mountain, there were some fragmented vague ancient Taoist runes, crescent, 3 stars. In front of the ancient mountain gate, there stood a figure, with his back to all living beings, like a statue, facing the dilapidated ruins in silence and motionless. Although his face couldn't be seen clearly, his breath was as vast as the sky, unruly and terrifying. It seemed that as long as he wanted, he could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, kill everything in the world, and fight unparalleled, just like a war dominator. But in the end, this figure knelt in front of the dilapidated mountain gate, and kowtowed 3 times without saying a word. Then, there were thousands of thunderstrikes, like gods and devils coming to the world, covering the world, and the terrible breath crushed the sky. The unruly figure stood up, and a fighting force broke out, rushing to the sky. His arrogant and disdainful posture was like a ray of light, illuminating the world. The scene ended here, but Lin Sun still clearly remembered the terrible fighting force that was enough to make the gods tremble. Was he the senior brother mentioned by Xiankong Ghost King? Xiankong Ghost King opened his mouth, and suddenly sighed, let's not mention the past. When you become a saint in the future, you will understand the secrets of the past. Lin Sun felt a little inexplicable sense of loss. When he was in the core ruins, he admired that figure very much, and his mind was completely shocked and amazed. Looking back at that time, it seemed that he witnessed an unruly figure fighting all the way from the 9th secluded land, killing above the 9th heaven, killing mountains of corpses and seas of blood along the way, burying all the enemies. He was really crazy and unparalleled. If the sky obstructed him, he would tear it apart. If the earth restrained him, he would trample on it. Junior brother, the things of the past have already sunk into the eons. Unfortunately, I don't have much time left. You only need to remember that as long as the Great Tao Bottomless Tower exists, the inheritance of our Feng Ciyuan bloodline will continue. And when you become a saint in the future, you will naturally understand what you should understand. Speaking of this, Xiankong Ghost King looked at Lin Sun with clear eyes. As for now, can you let me see your Tao and Dharma? Lin Sun's heart moved, and he immediately abandoned the distracting thoughts in his mind. He knew that this was Xuankong's test and guidance. P.S. Thank you Himeng and Xingkai Copper for your gifts and monthly tickets. In addition, this chapter is a little informative, which is one of the foreshadowing buried before. It is described in the plot of chapter 613 or so. If you are interested, you can read it according to the plot. Also, today is 2 consecutive chapters. Senior brother, please. Please. In front of the altar, two figures intertwined and the battle broke out. The simplest way to test and guide a person's cultivation was to fight. That was the case now. Xianxia Ghost King was a great sage who conquered the world before his death. His cultivation had been so long that it was impossible to find out. Although he had lost the cultivation he had when he was alive, with his cultivation experience and knowledge, it was more than enough for him to guide a saint in their cultivation. Lin Sun also understood this. This was definitely a rare and precious opportunity. After all, since he started cultivating until now, he'd practically always relied on himself to seek the Tao. Boom, Lin Sun completely broke out and tried his best. The light around him roared like a demon, and he deduced all the Tao and Dharma he had mastered. For example, the 9 strikes of shaking heaven, the 9 changes of calamity dragon, the 6 strikes of sky. The first 2 moves of the great divination finger were the twinkling of spring and autumn and the world apart. As he deduced the power of martial arts, he also displayed the great Tao profundities such as water, fire, dragon, immortality, and Tai Chi. For a time, the sound of Tao was roaring, strange phenomena appeared, and the fighting spirit soared to the sky. But, no matter what magic method Lin Sun used or what great Tao profundities he used, they were all destroyed by Xianxia Ghost King. His figure was straight like a spear, and his movements were casual. His resolute and cold face was meticulous without any emotion. At first, Lin Sun still had some expectations to get some recognition and praise from Xianxia Ghost King, or criticism and correction. Unfortunately, there was none. During the battle, Xianxia Ghost King seemed to become another person. He was serious, solemn, meticulous, and focused without saying a word. Seeing this, Lin Sun completely let go of his hands and feet. He didn't think about anything else, got rid of distracting thoughts, emptied his mind and body, and went all out to kill. Boom, the battle became more and more terrible. Without any reservation, Lin Sun also operated the Fury of Yazi and Battle Saint method to the extreme. His body, mind, and spirit were all engaged in the battle. It was no exaggeration to say that in other places, few people of the same generation could resist Lin Sun's killing. Ming Child was strong enough, but he was suppressed by Lin Sun. The doppelganger of ancient Buddha was also extremely powerful, but it was also resolved by Lin Sun. However, all of his attacks were nullified by the Xianxia Ghost King. If other cultivators were to witness this scene, their jaws would surely hit the floor from shock. But only those that had truly witnessed Ghost King Xianxia's ability would understand that Ghost King Xianxia's grasp of the martial Tao had long since attained the state of seizing all fortune and turning something ordinary into something extraordinary. Every single move was executed in a casual and natural manner, yet they were filled with profound and unfathomable might, and they were always able to destroy all attacks in the slightest. Lin Sun didn't even touch his clothes. If it was anyone else, perhaps that person would have been discouraged a long time ago and admitted defeat. Because it was like facing an immovable mountain, and no matter how one attacked it, it would be utterly useless, and it caused one to feel despair. But Lin didn't. He had already completely immersed himself in the battle, forgetting about the heavens, the earth, and the people. It had been a very long time since he'd released his strength so wantonly and to the extreme, nor had he slaughtered so purely like this. This feeling caused his vital blood to burn, his battle intent to boil, and it was extremely satisfying. His black eyes became brighter and brighter, and his mind became more and more calm and ethereal. Vaguely, his understanding of fighting and martial Tao was rapidly improving. The Xianxia Ghost King's expression was as resolute and cold as before, and it was as calm as an ancient well. But in his heart, there were some ripples. In other words, from the beginning of the battle, junior brother Lin Sun in front of him had brought him surprises and surprises. Lin Sun's control of martial Tao, the use of Tao, as well as his experience in fighting, were completely beyond his expectations. It was hard to imagine that a person in the third retribution of the longevity realm could have such a terrifying foundation and combat strength. When the Xianxia Ghost King was seeking the Tao of longevity, he had also fought with the geniuses and monstrous figures of the same era. However, if he compared them one by one, no one could be as strong as Lin Sun. This kind of strength came from his overall combat strength. Martial Tao, cultivation, Tao power, fighting experience. None of them could be missing. As the battle continued, the Xianxia Ghost King was also surprised to find that the combat strength shown by junior brother Lin Sun in front of him was also becoming more and more tyrannical. Every time he thought that this was already his limit, the next moment, he would become stronger again, breaking your cognition and speculation, and always beyond your expectations. He was just like a little monster that defied the natural order. The Xiankong Ghost King suddenly remembered that when he was cultivating in the sect, there were only a few senior brothers and sisters who could be as powerful as junior brother Lin Sun when they were at the same cultivation level. The Peerless King realm is really extraordinary, the Xiankong Ghost King secretly sighed. When Lin Sun displayed the devouring star way and attacked with the impermanence cut, the Xiankong Ghost King was careless and was almost swept by the sharp edge. Rip, a piece of clothes was torn, fluttering like a butterfly, and then shattered. At this moment, the Xiankong Ghost King withdrew from the battle and said, "Junior brother, it's enough." Huh, Lin Sun was startled, and then he woke up from that extremely pure state of fighting, and the aura around him converged like a tide. And he couldn't help but gasp. Although this battle only lasted less than 30 minutes, it was the most unreserved battle since he started cultivating. Naturally, the consumption was also extremely great. Junior brother, your talent and foundation can be ranked in the top 5 amongst all the geniuses I've seen in my life. The Xiankong Ghost King made an evaluation. Ranked in the top 5, in the past experience of a peerless great sage, he had seen many influential figures, and in terms of foundation and talent, it was already a very high praise to be ranked in the top 5. With your current combat power, you should be able to easily kill an ordinary king in the 5th tribulation of longevity. The Xiankong Ghost King analyzed. Lin Sun listened silently. But do you know, although your strength and foundation are unparalleled, you waste too much unnecessary power in the battle, and you can only use 70% of your foundation at most. As soon as the words came out, Lin Sun was shocked, and then he cupped his hands and said, "Senior brother, please give me some advice." "It's not advice, I just want you to understand how to dig your strength to the extreme, and then completely deduce your combat power to the extreme." As he spoke, the Xiankong Ghost King punched out. It was plain, direct, and simple. But in Lin Sun's eyes, this punch seemed to break the shackles of time and space, and it came through the long river of time, with a kind of momentum that made people feel small and pale. In an instant, he felt cold all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and there was no way to escape, and even his mind and fighting spirit were under terrible pressure and began to waver. The great way is simple, and so is the martial way. Everything is true, just like in a battle, get rid of the weeds and keep the essence, and only leave a touch of the essence, so that you can be successful and break everything, the Xiankong Ghost King said in a deep voice. With his experience and knowledge when he was alive, as soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Sun felt a sense of enlightenment. What the Xiankong Ghost King taught him was not specific Tao and Dharma, but how to save physical strength and exert the strongest power with the least amount of power. At the same time, he was also pointing out how to dig out his potential and use it in the battle. Lin Sun could occasionally realize these problems in the past, but he had never really understood and pondered deeply. But at this time, the teaching of the Xiankong Ghost King was equivalent to being enlightened, which made him feel as if he had pierced through the window paper and saw a whole new world. Attack this stone with all your strength. The Xiankong Ghost King stretched out his hand and an old black stone tablet appeared and was inserted into the ground. Lin Sun took a deep breath, urged his strength to the extreme, and punched out. On the stone tablet, there was a 3-inch deep fist mark. The material of this stone tablet was obviously unusual. "In my opinion, you wasted a lot of strength in this punch, and you didn't fully exert your combat power." The Xiankong Ghost King commented, "Do you remember my punch just now?" Lin Sun nodded. "Now, I will explain the mystery of this punch to you." The Xiankong Ghost King treated Lin Sun as his junior brother, and taught him everything he knew without reservation. And Lin Sun seized the time to comprehend. Unknowingly, an hour passed. Lin Sun got up and punched again. This time, he left a 5-inch deep fist mark on the stone tablet. His progress was obvious. But in his heart, there was a wave. In the past, he always thought that he had deduced his combat power to the extreme and that he could be fearless of all his peers. But now, he found that he was wrong. For example, this punch used less than 80% of the strength just now, but the power achieved was about twice that of the previous punch. A butcher can easily dismember a whole cow without any effort. The reason is that the skill is close to the Tao. This Tao is the understanding of the true meaning of martial arts. Under the guidance of the Xiankong Ghost King, 6 hours later, Lin Sun punched out, and the stone tablet turned into powder and scattered on the ground. Yes, you have comprehended some of its mysteries. The Tao is the simplest. As long as you master its true meaning and follow its Tao, you can exert the greatest power of your strength. A smile appeared on the Xiankong Ghost King's face. In fact, he was quite amazed that Lin Sun could comprehend the true meaning of martial arts in just a few hours, which was completely beyond his expectation. Junior brother, this is the spirit-connecting realm of martial arts. Even if there are thousands of secret skills and tens of thousands of wonderful methods, as long as you understand the spirit, you can be successful. The spirit-connecting realm. In the past, Lin Sun's understanding of martial arts was only to seek the realm of my way. My way was the heaven. Above it was the spirit-connecting realm, where you could get a little spirit of Tao and use it for your own use. Martial arts could reach the spirit-connecting realm. What was the spirit-connecting realm? It was the meaning of reaching the spirit-connecting realm in martial arts. Now, I will teach you how to dig out all your strength and deduce your combat power to the extreme. The Xiankong Ghost King said. Lin Sun immediately calmed down and listened quietly. I have to go out in the evening, so I can only update 2 times today. There are only 2 updates left, which will be made up in the next few days. People, under the stimulation of excessive shock or death, often burst out far beyond the ordinary potential. What Xiankong Ghost King taught Lin Sun was how to make full use of this potential in ordinary battles. In short, this method was nothing more than 4 words: thrilling, let the state of mind and soul be fully mobilized in the battle, just like cultivation, so as to achieve a state of full outbreak. Under the stimulation of death, one's heart and soul will be greatly affected. Some people will feel hopeless and disheartened because of this. But there are some people who can shine with unprecedented fighting spirit and erupt with battle power that far surpasses ordinary people. For example, speaking of this, Xiankong Ghost King suddenly rushed out with a sharp blade in his palm. In an instant, he stabbed Lin Sun's throat. Fast, incredibly fast, from the beginning to the end, there was no hesitation. Lin Sun's hair stood on end, his heart was in suspense, and his soul was palpitating. He had no doubt that this blow of Xiankong Ghost King was enough to kill him easily, like the shadow of death. Retreat. At the same time, the desire to survive was stimulated, so that Lin Sun mobilized all the strength of his body. His whole body was like a full bowstring, suddenly released. With a swoosh, he retreated rapidly. That's what you call thrilling. Xiankong Ghost King put away the sharp blade and looked at Lin Sun in the distance. Carefully experience what happened just now. If you can understand the mystery, you can dig your strength to the extreme. The wound in Lin Sun's throat quietly healed and recovered. He stood there in a daze, lost in thought. There was great horror between life and death. Under such a terrifying stimulation, everyone would inevitably be caught off guard and frightened. But at the same time, this kind of stimulation could stimulate one's own potential. Why was it that every time he experienced an incomparably dangerous and bloody battle in the past, his battle prowess would improve so significantly? It was because fighting could hone one's own Tao and law, which could make up for the shortcomings and further improve oneself. But more importantly, in a life and death fight, one's own potential would be further released and turned into a part of one's strength. Lin Sun understood this in an instant. Then, he began to recall the scene he had just experienced. A series of movements when he was suddenly assassinated, like a series of frozen pictures, appeared in his mind. No, that's not it. Lin Sun realized that there was no mystery in those pictures. The key was that his consciousness, instinct, and qi reacted at the first time under the assassination. If he could capture these details, he might be able to unravel the true mystery of stimulating one's potential. One day later, Lin Sun woke up from his deep thoughts. Senior brother, please. All right. Strangely enough, Lin Sun's combat power would occasionally burst out far more accurate than usual during the battle. But in the eyes of Xiankong Ghost King, Lin Sun had begun to touch the real mystery of releasing all his potential. However, it was not stable and could not be maintained. After a fierce battle, Lin Sun was sweating profusely and panting. He sat down on the ground in exhaustion. But his pair of deep black eyes became unusually bright. In his mind, he had vaguely captured that incomparably mysterious state. He could not care about anything else and fell into deep thought. Another 2 days passed. Lin Sun took a deep breath, stood up and said, "Senior brother, thank you for your trouble. Please." The battle broke out again. This time, Lin Sun's cultivation did not change, but his combat power was obviously different. It was as if he had been reborn and was much stronger than before, only occasionally, his combat power would suddenly decline a lot and return to its previous normal state. Xiankong Ghost King's eyes had a touch of gratification. This latest junior brother was really talented. In just 3 days, he had already discovered the real mystery of tapping his potential. Although he was still a little far from mastering it, it was only a matter of time. "Junior brother, your path of cultivation is different from mine. I can no longer teach you," Xiankong Ghost King said. Lin Sun was stunned and immediately felt deeply grateful. He bowed and saluted, "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." Whether it was guiding Lin Sun to reach the spirit realm in martial arts or practicing the method to tap his potential, Xiankong Ghost King was extremely attentive. He taught Lin Sun everything he knew without reservation. How could Lin Sun not be grateful? "Junior brother, this kind of secret method to tap potential is called eternity without leakage by the ancient powerful figures, which means to release the limit without any omission." Xiankong Ghost King reminded, "Don't use this method frequently unless it's a life and death battle, so as to avoid falling into a desperate situation when your physical strength is exhausted." Lin Sun nodded. This method of releasing the limit was indeed very magical and terrible, but at the same time, he also realized that it consumed a lot of physical strength, so it was impossible to fight for a long time. "Come with me," Xiankong Ghost King said and took Lin Sun to the altar of 1,000 feet. The altar was like a green jade glass, covered with dense patterns, showing the vicissitudes of life. At the top of the altar, there was a collapsed and cracked table. It could be clearly seen that the surface of the table was engraved with obscure and complicated Taoist texts. To Lin Sun's surprise, he knew all those Taoist texts, but when they were combined, he was confused and didn't know what to make of them. The land of the tragic death is actually a fragment of a saint artifact. This saint artifact is called the City of the Tragic Death, and it's a natural object. The reason it was destroyed is related to the War of the 9 Regions that occurred in ancient times. Xiankong Ghost King's expression was complicated, with hatred, sorrow and emotion. "If it weren't for this land of tragic death, my remnant soul would have been annihilated in the world. But it is also because of this land of tragic death that I suffer all kinds of hardships and tortures. I can neither live nor die." Speaking of this, Xiankong Ghost King's expression had returned to calmness, and he said, "Originally, I wanted to prove my Tao by using a corpse and rebuild the way of Tao when I was alive. But if I do so, my will be obliterated and I will become a monster that is neither human nor ghost nor demon. Instead, I would rather choose to sleep here." His voice was low and decisive. Lin Sun's mood was also complicated for a while. He couldn't imagine the helplessness and pain of a great sage's remnant soul being trapped here when he died. He also couldn't imagine what kind of suffering he had been through for countless years. But he was sure that this feeling was enough to make most strong people collapse. Xiankong Ghost King said, "Junior brother, do me a favor. The reason why this land of tragic death can survive until now is that there is a natural clarity pearl buried under it. This thing is the origin of the City of Tragic Death. As long as I take it away, I can be free." "Free?" Lin Sun had a bad feeling. "Senior brother, is there no other way?" The Xiankong Ghostly King smiled and said with a carefree expression, "That's all. The existence of the City of the Wronged was originally for the sake of expiating souls. Unfortunately, the City of the Wronged was destroyed all those years ago, and only this land of the Wronged was left. It lost the power of expiation. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been freed from this place a long time ago. I can find a way," Lin Sun said seriously. He had only known Xiankong for a few days, but he was completely subdued by Xiankong's character and personality charm. Deep in his heart, he didn't want to see Xiankong disappear like this. Xiankong patted Lin Sun on the shoulder and said in a gentle voice, "I can't wait. If you didn't come this time, I'm afraid I would have become a monster. Fortunately, God opened his eyes and let us meet here. Even if we disappear completely, I will have no regrets in my heart." Speaking of this, he suddenly thought of something, took out a light green bamboo leaf-shaped jade pendant, and handed it to Lin Sun. In the future, if you have a chance to see the clansmen of the Jiang clan of the imperial family, return this thing and tell them that it belongs to Jiang Xingchue. An imperceptible tenderness appeared in Xiankong's eyes, but it was immediately replaced by sadness and loss. Lin Sun held the jade pendant firmly and nodded. Don't worry, senior brother. No matter where I go, I'll definitely return this to the Jiang clan. Xiankong smiled, and then he pointed at the obscure and indescribable Tao scripture on the table and said, Junior brother, I'll try my best to unseal this scripture later. You must seize this opportunity to take that natural clarity pearl, and then leave this place as soon as possible. Senior brother. Lin Sun opened his mouth with the intention of speaking, yet Xiankong had already waved his hand and said, There's no need to say anything further. I've already made my decision. Bang, in the next moment, he'd already grabbed a Tao scripture on the table, and a terrifying glow of the Tao rumbled and resounded amidst the collision. Crack! Crack, the Tao scripture was actually being grabbed inch by inch, but at the same time, Xiankong seemed to be enduring unimaginable pain, and his expression had warped and become savage. Right at this moment, Lin Sun noticed that a bottomless cave had been revealed beneath the altar, and an expanse of clear light sprayed out from within it. It was magnificent and vast. It was actually the clear chi of the Grand Tao. Quickly attack! Xiankong shouted loudly while a terrifying aura of death appeared once more in his eyes, and his entire face warped like a ferocious ghost. Swoosh, Lin Sun charged into the cave without the slightest hesitation. After a short moment, Lin Sun returned safely. However, there was a clear and translucent pearl that was the size of a pigeon egg in his hand, and it flowed with chaotic chi and was enshrouded in the glow of the Tao. It was extremely miraculous. Junior brother, leave quickly. Xiankong held like a wild beast that was on the verge of collapse, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Remember to refine this pearl into your body. You absolutely must not allow anyone to see it. Lin Sun glanced at Xiankong before he gritted his teeth fiercely, and then he turned around and flashed towards the distance. Roar, a wave of peerlessly miserable howls resounded from behind him. Lin Sun turned around and saw Xiankong's violet hair fluttering violently on the altar while his entire body was enveloped by a layer of black mist. He was like a ferocious god of ghosts, and he seemed extremely savage and terrifying. Senior brother. Lin Sun felt slightly suffocated while his heart surged without end, and he forcefully restrained his impulse to return. Junior brother, take care of yourself. Xiankong's voice sounded out from within the black mist. It was urgent, hoarse, exhausted, and carried an unprecedented feeling of relief. When Lin Sun looked over once more, the black mist on the altar surged, and Xiankong's figure was nowhere to be seen. He was a peak great saint that commanded the heavens and the earth while he was still alive. For the sake of defending the ancient desolation domain against the enemies of the 8 regions, he'd shed all his blood, and he'd lived and died without any regrets. Yet now, after being trapped for countless years, this strand of his incomplete soul had been completely freed from the state of being unable to live or die. P.S. There will be 2 chapters and a supplementary chapter tonight. Please refresh and read the next 2 chapters. A few days later, the number of cultivators outside the land of the tragic death increased instead of decreasing. But very few people dared to enter rashly. They were all waiting. Because they could see that this city was extremely mysterious. Sometimes it was sacred like the legendary divine city, and sometimes it was ghastly and terrifying like a ghost realm. How could there be no opportunity here? But because all the experts that had entered the city in the past few days had perished, it caused all the cultivators that were gathered outside the city to not dare make a move arbitrarily. Boom, suddenly, the world shook and attracted the attention of everyone. In the distant city, the rolling black mist dissipated, and the strange aura that enveloped the city began to disperse rapidly. Here's our chance. Many people's eyes lit up. Charge. Immediately, many experts couldn't restrain themselves and rushed into the city. For a time, the scene was extremely chaotic. Amidst the chaos, Lin Sun and the big black bird returned from the city at an extremely fast speed. What on earth have you experienced these days? On the way, the big black bird couldn't help asking. As soon as Lin Sun thought of senior brother Xiankong who was completely free, He felt an indescribable sadness in his heart and said, "Forget it." The big black bird noticed that Lin Sun was in a bad mood, so he didn't ask any more questions. However, as soon as they rushed to the city gate, someone exclaimed, "Hey, this man and bird entered the city a few days ago, but they are still alive." In an instant, Lin Sun and the big black bird noticed that some people were looking at them with suspicion. They ignored them and walked out of the city gate. This seemed a little unusual in the eyes of other cultivators. Others rushed into the city in search of opportunities, but these two guys ran in the opposite direction and intended to leave as soon as possible. "Friend, is there something wrong in the city? Why don't you stay and talk to us?" A skinny man's eyes flickered as he stood in front of the city gate. Bang, with a muffled sound, the skinny man was knocked flying by Lin Sun's figure before he could react. Blood sprayed from his mouth and nose, and he screamed miserably. "You're asking to be humiliated?" The big black bird sneered. Lin Sun was obviously in a bad mood at the moment, but this guy still dared to provoke him. Was he tired of living? "Hurry up, stop these two guys. They must have obtained unspeakable benefits in the city." The skinny man gritted his teeth and roared resentfully. In fact, he was not sure about this at all. What he said was nothing more than to shift the blame to Lin Sun. As expected, some cultivators were tempted. Everyone else was entering the city, but these two fellows were in a hurry to leave. According to others, these two fellows had already entered the city a few days ago, so how could they not have obtained some benefits? It was inevitable that people's imagination would run wild. "Someone is following us." After they left the city, it wasn't long before the blackbird noticed that some cultivators were following them in the shadows, and they obviously had ill intentions. "Ignore him. Lead the way. We're going to find ancient Buddha's true self." Lin Sun didn't look back. Of course, he noticed it, but he didn't care. The big blackbird nodded. "Friend, please wait a moment. We would like to learn more about the city from you. I hope you can enlighten us." A cold voice rang out. The words were very polite, but a fiery red net suddenly fell from the sky, trying to bind Lin Sun and the big black bird. It was a black-robed young man, who was obviously of extraordinary origin and extremely powerful in combat. He was followed by a group of retainers. Lin Sun didn't look back, nor did he dodge. Only a layer of Taoist light appeared on his body, like a sharp blade. With a swish, the fiery red net was torn apart in an instant, and a rain of light was flying. But this didn't frighten the black-robed young man. Instead, he sneered, "I didn't expect you to be a master. You destroyed my treasure and still want to leave? Stay here." Before his voice died away, he had already broken through the air and slashed out a long green sword in his hand, shooting out a sword chi of thousands of meters long, which was as brilliant as the blue sun. Lin Sun suddenly stopped, and his black eyes were terrifyingly cold. He turned around and reached out his hand. The green sword chi, like a snake caught at its weak point, collapsed inch by inch in Lin Sun's palm, and turned into a green rain of light. The black-robed young man's pupils shrank, and he felt cold all over. He knew very well how terrible his sword was, but now it was easily crushed by Lin Sun. This undoubtedly proved that Lin Sun's combat power was far above his own. Retreat. Without hesitation, the black-robed young man turned around and fled. With a cold look, Lin Sun flicked his fingers gently, and the body of the black-robed young man thousands of meters away suddenly burst into pieces, turning into a rain of blood and disappearing. In a flash, he was turned into ashes. The retainers of the black-robed young man were all stunned. What kind of terrible enemy did they provoke because of a trace of greed? Whoever is not convinced can catch up with me. Lin Sun's black eyes glanced around. In the dark, some practitioners who had followed Lin Sun were extremely nervous and had a chill on their backs. When his voice fell, Lin Sun had set off again. The scene of killing the black-robed young man was like a blow to the mountain, so no one dared to follow him in the following time. Rumble. Before long, the extremely magnificent ancient city in the land of the tragic death collapsed with a bang and vanished in the void. For a time it caused countless exclamations. They originally thought it was a place of opportunity, but who would have expected that it would vanish before they could explore it? Lin Sun didn't look back, and he felt even more disappointed in his heart. He knew that he probably wouldn't be able to see senior brother Xian Kong again in his life, Buzz, right at this moment, a strange dark blue treasured ship suddenly appeared in front of Lin Sun and the big black bird as if it had moved through the void. Is it them? A silver-robed young man stood on the treasured ship with a calm expression as he gazed at Lin Sun and the big black bird. His body was coiled with silver divine radiance, and he had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He seemed extraordinary. Beside him, a gray-robed man was drenched in sweat, and he stammered, "Yes, it's them. I saw them enter that mysterious city with my own eyes a few days ago." Bang! The silver-robed young man waved his sleeve and expelled the gray-robed man, and the gray-robed man was thrown into the distance as if he was driving away a fly. When they witnessed this scene, Lin Sun and the big black bird instantly understood what was going on. It was none other than for the sake of stopping them and seizing the fortune they obtained. The big black bird was infuriated to the point it hurt. Since it entered the city, it hadn't obtained any fortune besides some natural chi, yet now, it was targeted and taken to be a fat sheep, so how could it not be infuriated? "Kid, you intend to obstruct our path and rob us?" The big black bird spoke coldly. "Rob? Wrong, it's too unpleasant to hear. I just want to ask the two of you to offer up the fortune you obtained from the city to me." The silver-robed young man had an indifferent expression. His figure was thin and wasn't tall, yet he emanated an oppressive aura of valiance, and he didn't care about Lin Sun and the others. "Offer it up to you?" The big black bird started laughing from extreme rage. "Who gave you the courage to play dumb in front of me? My young master is the heir of the heavenless sect, Xianxia. I advise the two of you not to act presumptuously. Be careful of careless talk." On the deep blue treasure ship, a well-dressed woman spoke coldly with an aloof expression. Their young master was born with a fighting soul body and was extremely talented. Now, he was at the peak of the fourth retribution of the longevity realm. His Taoist sword was invincible, and he had killed many of his peers. Now, he was already a famous immortal giant in the upper 9 realms. He had a brilliant battle record and was ranked 39th on the Heaven's Golden List. The Prodigy Gold Roll wasn't something that just anyone could leave their name on. Especially in the upper 9 realms, those who were ranked 100th on the Heaven's Golden List all had the combat power of the third retribution of the longevity realm. It could be said that their young master was definitely one of the most powerful immortal giants in the upper 9 realms. The Heavenless Sect? Lin Sun frowned and remembered that Lu Kaiwei, who was on good terms with him, was from the Heavenless Sect of Mysterious Spirit Mountain. "It's not too late to be afraid now. I advise you to offer up your fortune quickly. Maybe my young master will let you off this time," the pretty woman said with slight complacency and disdain. "Ridiculous. Which eye of yours thinks that we are afraid of him? How arrogant you are to let us off this time. Disappear before we get angry." The big black bird's face darkened. "You should know Lu Kaiwei. She and I are friends. For her sake, I won't haggle with you. Now, get out of my way." Lin Sun was already in a low mood. Now he was being obstructed and threatened like this, which made him extremely unhappy. If it weren't for his old friend Lu Kaiwei, he would have already taken action. You said you know Lu Kaiwei?" Suddenly, a low voice sounded from the treasure ship. Then, a figure walked out. This man had a dignified appearance, long light cyan hair, and a pair of eyes intertwined with blazing flames, which was extremely frightening. Just by standing there casually, there was a sharpness that seemed to be unparalleled in this world. Seeing the young man appear, the pretty woman hurriedly stepped aside and saluted, "Senior Brother Yang, I didn't expect that you would be alarmed." But Senior Yang didn't pay attention to her. He looked at Lin Sun as soon as he appeared, with some surprise on his face. "It's you." There was a touch of coldness in his expression. At the same time, Lin Sun also raised his eyebrows and recognized him. He said calmly, "I didn't expect to meet you here." This man was Yang Tianqi. When Lin Sun and Lu Kaiwei crossed the Boundary River and arrived at Green Flame City in Dongxing World, they had met Yang Tianqi once. At that time, Yang Tianqi appeared with an old man named Ku Jing. They came to Green Flame City to take Lu Kaiwei back to the sect. However, Lin Sun had an extremely bad impression of this man. He would never forget that this man suddenly attacked him just because he didn't like him. He said that he wanted to test his ability, but in fact, he was extremely ruthless. At that time, if the old man Ku Jing didn't stop him, Lin Sun would never mind giving him an unforgettable lesson. The funny thing was that Xianxia had sent him a voice transmission to warn him before he left. Lin Sun still remembered the undisguised threat in those words. "You'd better remember that you're not worthy of Junior Sister Lu. If you dare to pester Junior Sister Lu again, I'll kill you myself." Lin Sun would never forget this sentence. Not to mention that he had never had any thoughts about Lu Kaiwei, even if he had, so what? At that time, Lin Sun remembered Xianxia. If it was just a threat, Lin Sun wouldn't care about it. There were too many people who had threatened him in this world. Xianxia wouldn't make a difference. The point was that this person had attacked him extremely rudely. Lin Sun was not so generous that he didn't care about being attacked by others. However, after so many years, Lin Sun didn't expect to meet Xianxia again at this time. At the same time, Xianxia's heart was full of killing intent. He wouldn't forget that when he tried to suppress Lin Sun, Lu Kaiwei almost fell out with him. Since then, Lu Kaiwei's attitude towards him had been lukewarm after she returned to the sect, which made him hate Lin Sun more and more. Because everyone in the Heavenless sect knew that he had been pursuing Lu Kaiwei since he was young and regarded her as his lifelong cultivation companion. Lin Sun's appearance naturally became a thorn in Xianxia's side. He thought that after all these years, it was very likely that he would not see this hateful guy again. Who would have thought that this was not the case? This fellow had actually become the world-famous demon god Lin. Over these years, Xianxia clearly remembered that whenever there was news about Lin Sun, Lu Kaiwei would pay special attention to it. How could Xianxia feel comfortable about this? Now that he finally met Lin Sun, Xianxia only had one thought: to eradicate this thorn in his side. "Junior brother Yang, do you know this person?" At the bow, Xianxia was a little surprised. But he also saw that Xianxia's attitude towards Lin Sun was very cold, even with a trace of killing intent. It was like meeting enemies, eyes burning with hatred. Xianxia said coldly with no expression on his face, "He is Lin Sun, an influential figure in the Upper Nine Realms. He defeated Mingzi and suppressed Gufozi." Lin Sun, Xianxia was startled for a moment before bursting into laughter. "What a coincidence. This time, I actually caught a big fish by accident." Obviously, he had also heard of Lin Sun, but he was not afraid. On the contrary, he was excited as if he was staring at a prey. "Big fish? I think he's about to become a dead fish," Xianxia said coldly. Dao light flowed around his body, and his vital energy and blood surged like an ocean. Along with the appearance of his killing intent, this entire region of heaven and earth began to tremble and rumble, matching the might of his body. This was the embodiment of one's cultivation being profound, one's cultivation being extraordinary, and one's own strength reaching an extreme level. In terms of aura, he was on par with Xianxia. That was indeed the case. Even though Xianxia was arrogant and conceited, he was still a longevity giant who was ranked in the top 50 of the Prodigy Gold leaderboard. Oh, this is truly a joyous occasion. The heavens are destined to let demon god Lin fall into our hands, Xianxia said with a smile. His eyes were teasing, and his smile was very bright. Because this time, he wanted to seize Lin Sun's chance. Now that he knew that Lin Sun was Xianxia's enemy, it was even better. Killing him would kill two birds with one stone. In the distance, the figures of some powerhouses appeared. They were alarmed by the commotion here and came over. When they understood the identities of the two parties, they couldn't help but gasp and subconsciously retreat far away. Xianxia of the Wutian sect was a notorious ancient freak. He was powerful enough to look down on all heroes, and his combat strength was unparalleled. And Xianxia wasn't inferior either. Now that the two of them had appeared together, who wouldn't be shocked? Similarly, when they recognized Lin Sun's identity, the powerhouses couldn't remain calm either. One should know that the battle that happened in front of Kongzha Mountain not long ago had already spread throughout the Upper Nine Realms. Who would have thought that the demon god Lin, who had forced Mingzi to flee in panic and oppressed Gufozi, would appear in the Buddha Earth of the Jin Mountain region? Moreover, he had encountered two longevity giants of the Wutian sect. "I want him dead. Apart from that, all his treasures will belong to you." Xianxia's voice was indifferent. "Okay." Xianxia nodded, his expression calm. The big black bird was so angry that he almost stomped his feet. These two guys wanted to decide Lin Sun's life and death with just a few words. This attitude was really arrogant. Old Black, you watch from the side. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. There was no contempt or fear in them, only a surging killing intent in his heart. Originally, for the sake of Lu Kaiwei, he didn't want to go too far. Unfortunately, the other side regarded him as a person who could be slaughtered at will. This had seriously provoked Lin Sun's bottom line. Do you two want to die one by one, or together? Lin Sun said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, not only the people in the distance were shocked, but also Xianxia and Old Black. Then, undisguised killing intent appeared in their eyes. Lin Sun, it's indeed enough for you to be proud of defeating Mingzi and Gufozi. But in front of me, do you have the right to be proud? Shui Zhishan stared at Lin Sun and said in a cold tone, there are many powerhouses and giants in the upper 9 realms. You have no idea that there is always someone better than you. Get lost. Lin Sun didn't want to talk nonsense. He stepped into the void and punched. It was simple and direct, but it was indomitable and invincible. Yang Tianqi narrowed his eyes. Just one punch showed him that the description of Lin Sun in the rumors was not exaggerated. This man had indeed become extremely powerful. Compared with when he was in Green Flame City, he was like a completely different person. This result caused him to put away the contempt he felt in his heart. He didn't dare to underestimate this person. Someone who could defeat Underworld Child and Gufuzi was naturally not an ordinary person. What Yang Tianqi didn't know was that Lin Sun didn't use the strongest means of leakless permanence, because his opponent didn't deserve it. Boom, there was a roar and a burst of divine light. Shui Zhishan's silver robe fluttered. He roared and fought Lin Sun with all his strength. Of course, he also knew how powerful Lin Sun was. He didn't treat Lin Sun as an ordinary person, so he used his real strength as soon as he attacked. Bang! Bang, bang! The light collided like two volcanoes. The void exploded, and the rolling divine light poured down like a tide, turning all the nearby rocks into powder. Countless ghastly fissures appeared on the ground, spreading in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the two had fought dozens of times. Then, Shui Zhishan collapsed and staggered back. His chest rose and fell, his qi and blood tumbled, and his face turned pale. When he looked at Lin Sun again, his eyes were full of surprise and solemnity. The previous confrontation made him feel like he was fighting with a towering mountain, and he had a feeling that he was unshakable and insignificant. It was hard to believe. In the distance, everyone was shocked and stunned. There was only one thought in their minds. As expected of demon god Lin. He was unparalleled in strength. Shui Zhishan was an extremely powerful giant of the longevity realm, and he was extremely dazzling. But he couldn't shake Lin Sun. Yang Tianqi saw it clearly, and his expression was uncertain. He had misjudged Lin Sun. He thought that even if Lin Sun was stronger than Mingzi, he would not be much stronger. But the result was completely different. He didn't rush to attack. He wanted to further confirm. Trash. The big black bird was disdainful. He spat out these two words, and he was very happy. Shui Zhishan took a deep breath, and his eyes were like lightning, bursting with cold light. He realized that it was a little tricky this time, and he had underestimated his opponent. But he was not afraid, because Yang Tianqi hadn't attacked yet. Kill. Shui Zhishan moved. His palms glowed with blue Taoist light, and then a crystal-clear blue Taoist sword emerged from his palms. This sword was only the size of a palm, but it was bright and sharp. Like a vast ocean, it emitted blue Taoist light, which dyed the void magnificent blue. Misty Sea Taoist Sword, someone exclaimed. This was one of the 4 supreme swords of the Skyless sect, and it had a peerlessly sharp edge. Swish, Shui Zhishan rushed over with the sword, and his aura was strong. His sword intent was like a vast sea, sweeping the universe. Moreover, on his body, obscure and complicated Taoist patterns appeared, condensing into the head of a fierce beast. This was the talent of his fighting soul, which enabled him to exert far more combat power than ordinary people. Lin Sun looked calm, and his aura was extremely restrained, exuding a simple and natural aura. Every punch and every move was understated and untainted. In fact, this was the embodiment of power condensed to the extreme, the Great Way was the simplest. So was martial arts. With a wisp of its charm, one could become divine. Thus, a strange scene appeared in the field. Shui Zhixian's momentum and power were so strong that everyone was paying attention to him. But he was suppressed by Lin Sun firmly. Every time he attacked, every time he tried to kill, he was easily defeated by Lin Sun. He couldn't even touch Lin Sun's clothes, let alone hurt Lin Sun. Invulnerability was just SOSO. Go to hell. Shui Zhixian roared, and his face was distorted. His whole body was shining, more dazzling than the sun, and he was extremely crazy. He had completely realized that something was wrong, and decided to fight. A Dao sword was like a rainbow that shot into the sky. It destroyed the world, destroyed yin and yang, and was peerlessly sharp and piercing to the point everyone in the distance were unable to open their eyes. But Lin Sun looked calm and punched out. Bang! The misty sea Taoist sword wailed and trembled violently. Shui Zhixian seemed to be struck by lightning. His rib cage was broken, and his eyes, nose, and mouth were bleeding. He let out a shrill scream, and his body was smashed to the ground like a broken sandbag. Everyone was shocked by this scene. No one had expected that a peerless figure like Shui Zhixian would be defeated so quickly and miserably, which was too incredible. There is always someone better than you. Do you understand now? Lin Sun stepped forward, and his voice was indifferent. The whole field became more and more silent. Before, everyone heard that it was Shui Zhixian's sarcastic words, but now it fell on Shui Zhixian's head. This was simply the most vivid interpretation of the 4 words, bring disgrace upon oneself. Whoosh, however, when Lin Sun was about to kill Shui Zhixian completely, a stream of sword qi, like a startling rainbow, came to him. It was Xianxia. He attacked at this moment and joined the battle. Lin Sun was not surprised. His black eyes locked on Xianxia like lightning, and a touch of coldness appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's time to put an end to the enmity of the past and the shame of today. P.S. If you like it, please subscribe more. I haven't asked for subscriptions for a long time. I hope you can read the original version. After all, goldfish have to rely on subscriptions to make a living. In addition, if goldfish go home early tonight, they will make up for the last update they owe. When he first saw Lin Sun, Xianxia was very surprised and delighted. It was like meeting an enemy whom he hadn't seen for many years. He even made up his mind to kill Lin Sun this time to remove this thorn in his flesh. But when he witnessed Shui Zhixian's crushing defeat, his joy was extinguished like a basin of cold water. His body stiffened and was replaced by an indescribable horror. He felt terrible all over. Relatively speaking, although his combat strength was not weaker than Shui Zhixian's, it was not much better. How could he fight? However, Xianxia had to take action because Shui Zhixian was in a desperate situation. In order to ensure his own safety, Xianxia decided to retreat as soon as he saved Shui Zhixian. This was undoubtedly an extremely humiliating decision. Unfortunately, Lin Sun did not intend to give him a chance. Boom! Lin Sun wiped out the sword qi like a waterfall with a raise of his hand, and he had already rushed to Xianxia. His speed was so fast that Xianxia was completely unprepared. His face suddenly changed, and he had to try his best to resist. Then, Xianxia finally experienced the feeling of being completely suppressed. No matter how powerful his means and how powerful his treasures were, they were all destroyed and suppressed by Lin Sun one by one. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It was impossible to describe Xianxia's state of mind. Many years ago, when he saw Lin Sun for the first time, he was extremely disdainful and repulsive. Even just now, when facing Lin Sun, who was totally different from before, he still maintained the pride and conceit of a bigwig of the immortal realm. But now, all his disdain, rejection, pride, and conceit were all smashed, crushed, and trampled on the ground. His face became livid, angry, and disheveled. He was like a trapped beast on the verge of a desperate situation with no way to retreat. Where was the demeanor of a bigwig of the immortal realm? Boom! After another punch, Xianxia coughed up blood. His light cyan hair was messy, and his muscles were trembling and twitching. He was already injured. It was difficult for him to protect himself, let alone save Shui Zhixian. In the distance, it was dead silent. Everyone was in a trance. Who could believe that the two bigwigs of the heavenless sect from the Saint Hermit place were completely suppressed by Lin Sun? Moreover, Lin Sun's posture showed that he was relaxed and effortless from beginning to end. Another trash. The big black bird evaluated, becoming more and more arrogant, full of disdain towards Xianxia. Just now, he was still so arrogant, but now, he was beaten to the point of almost kneeling. At the same time, it was also keenly aware that after being trapped in the land of tragic death for a few days, Lin Sun's combat strength had undergone a complete transformation. It was obvious that his cultivation had not increased, but his battle prowess was much stronger than before. This kid must have obtained a lot of benefits, the big black bird muttered to itself. Bang! Not long after, Xianxia's entire body was bathed in blood, and he was also struck down from the clouds. His body smashed onto the ground like a toad, and it was a tragic sight to behold. On the dark blue treasured vessel, the delicate woman was dumbstruck. Her beautiful face was ghastly pale while her teeth were chattering. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have never imagined that the legendary god-fiend Lin was actually so terrifying. When she thought about how they'd stopped such a terrifying figure and intended to make him obediently hand over the fortune in his possession, she felt like she was about to collapse. However, before she collapsed, Xianxia collapsed first. He trembled as he stood up, and his expression changed indeterminately. Lin Sun, for the sake of junior sister Lu, can you spare us this time? He was begging for mercy. In the distance, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The begging of an immortal realm powerhouse seemed so inconceivable, and it also served as a foil to how terrifying Lin Sun was. Was Shui Zhixian and Xianxia not strong enough? No. It was their opponent who was stronger than them, and not just by a little bit. This was what it meant by there was always someone stronger out there. It's over. Lin Sun was very calm. With a thump, Xianxia's head fell to the ground. A peerless figure of a generation had fallen just like that. At the moment of his death, his pupils opened wide in disbelief. Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't know that if he'd cared about Lu Caiwei's face at the beginning, the outcome would definitely not have been like this. He could only say that he brought all of this upon himself. On the ground, Shui Zhixian seemed to have been greatly stimulated, and he charged up explosively and fled into the distance. Pooh! The broken blade flashed out and cut off his head, following in Xianxia's footsteps. The battlefield was dead silent, and only the stench of blood permeated the air. On the blue treasure ship, the petite woman was already scared out of her wits. Her face was pale and translucent. Is it cruel? Lin Sun looked up. The petite woman shuddered as her teeth chattered. She shook her head and said, yes, they were the ones who robbed us. They brought this upon themselves. Lin Sun retracted his gaze. At that moment, the large black bird had already cleaned up the battlefield and returned happily after collecting all the spoils of war. Remember to collect their corpses. After saying that, Lin Sun and the large black bird set off without looking at the petite woman again. Watching them leave, the experts watching the battle from afar all felt a sense of relief, and the chill in their hearts slowly faded. When they looked at Xianxia and Shui Zhixian's corpses again, their expressions were filled with pity. Why did they have to offend demon god Lin of all people? If this wasn't their own fault, what was it? As for the petite woman, she was already sitting there in a daze, as though she had broken down. This is yours. On the way, the large black bird placed a portion of the spoils of war into a storage bag and threw it to Lin Sun. You don't seem to have done anything, right? Lin Sun shot a glance at the thieving bird. Hee, everyone who saw it has a share. Don't you know the rules? The large black bird did not stand on ceremony at all. His shamelessness left Lin Sun in awe. Cut the crap. Quickly lead the way. Lin Sun checked the storage bag. There were 2 divine herbs and some rather precious divine materials inside. It was clear that the large black bird had good table manners. 3 days later. Under the large black bird's guidance, Lin Sun arrived at an extremely strange region. There were many mountains here, but every mountain peak was made up of piles of white bones. At a glance, it was a winding mountain of bones that left one's scalp tingling. This is Stupa land. The large black bird stretched out his claws and pointed to the distance. In the center of Stupa land, there is a stupa tower made of white bones. It is 3,000 feet high, and it is called 3,000 stupa. I've come here once in the past. That Buddha's pagoda is extremely miraculous, and it completely suppressed the baleful aura in this area. Otherwise, merely this dense mountain of bones would have transformed into a place of great danger, and it would give birth to terrifying and strange living beings. So, the existence of this tower is a good thing? Lin Sun was surprised. Exactly. I suspect that the 3000 pagoda was created by an almighty figure with exceedingly great Buddhist dharma for the sake of suppressing and sealing the aura of this place of great danger. Speaking of this, the large black bird suddenly took off the black pot on his back and shook it gently. Gufozi's doppelganger was thrown to the ground. His nose was bruised and swollen, and he was obviously still in a coma. Next, according to the previous plan? The large black bird asked. Okay. Lin Sun nodded. Immediately, the two walked away quietly. Lin Sun covered their figures with miasma chi. Not long after, Gufozi's doppelganger woke up from his coma. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned at first, and then he was shocked. He stood up and looked around. His expression was also uncertain, and it took a while for him to recover his composure. This bald ass is calm, the large black bird murmured secretly. Lin Sun was also a little surprised. He had to admit that Gufozi's temperament was extremely tough, and he didn't lose his composure at such a time. Lin Sun, I already know your plot. It is nothing more than letting me lead the way and take you to see my original body. Suddenly, Gufozi spoke with a dignified and incomparably calm expression. Fine, since you want to give your life away, then this monk will naturally fulfill your wish. Then, he rushed to the mountains of white bones in the distance. He was calm as if he had already expected that Lin Sun was hiding in the dark. However, Lin Sun wouldn't be stupid enough to show his figure. He and the large black bird covered themselves with miasma chi and followed quietly. Do you see? This is the pagoda land, created by a holy Buddha at the beginning of ancient times. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. This holy Buddha once killed countless foreign enemies to resist the attack of the 8 regions. In the distance, Gufozi said indifferently, the mountains of white bones you see are all left by the strong warriors of the other 8 regions. For the ancient desolation realm, these white bones are nothing. He didn't look back and kept moving forward. Not long after, an extremely unique white bone mountain appeared. The reason why it was unique was that this mountain was built by a skeleton. This skeleton was extremely huge, thousands of meters high. It was like an ancient giant kneeling there, towering like a mountain. Although countless years had passed, it still gave people a sense of oppression. This is the corpse of a saint from the giant spirit blood clan in the blood demon ancient realm. He was killed by a supreme force. This was the first time Lin Sun heard the name blood demon ancient realm. Not long after, they encountered another strange mountain. It was formed by a huge and thick coiled skeleton, like the skeleton of a coiled python dragon. This was left by a saint from the candle dragon bloodline in the extreme ancient realm. It was burned to death by the holy Buddha with a green lamp. Gufozi's clone seemed to know the origin of this area like the back of his hand. This made Lin Sun and the large black bird a little surprised. It should be known that the absolute domain had only appeared a few times since ancient times, and it was only in this world that a sealed place like the pagoda land had broken the seal and appeared in the world. How could Gufozi know so many secrets? This is the corpse of a sword saint from the All-Heaven ancient region. His sword insight is extraordinary and peerlessly formidable. For the sake of crushing this person, that sacred Buddha suffered an irreparable injury, and in the end, this sacred Buddha passed away after he constructed the 3000 pagoda. Ancient Buddha's clone stood still and looked at a humanoid skeleton that was standing. Its spine was straight like a sword, and every inch of its bones was branded with the sharpness of sword will. After countless years of wear and tear, its spine didn't bend at all, and it couldn't completely erase the sharp sword chi on its body. Because this was the skeleton of a sword saint. P.S. Update sent. At this point, 7 updates have been completed. I feel relieved. Please give me monthly votes to encourage me. End of chapter 1286. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.